muttered to himself, as if he couldn't remember. Kong Keon replied with a resigned tone. We did a lot of weird things. We did. Spark, the cool, quiet, chic boy group, doing weird stuff? He must be mistaken. The screen showed 2 p.m. in the afternoon. The living room was piled high with 6 people's worth of laundry. It was because we had taken down all the clothes from the drying rack to hang the newly washed laundry. Spark in the video, like people at a washing site in a folk painting, settled down and started folding clothes. Yiwol, should we just put away this soccer club towel? Whose is it? Keon, it's Chonyoung Hyung's, Spark's manager. Yiwol, let's tell him first, then toss it. At this point, we owe the towel a merciful end. Below my face, looking at the towel that was as dry as bark, a caption appeared. Yiwol, a kind idol who even considers the feelings of a towel. Some of the guys burst out laughing. Apparently my saint-like portrayal was that funny. Chonghyun, lately, I keep seeing animal socks. Whose are these? Juo, sorry, they're mine. Chonghyun, I'm not criticizing your taste, Hyung. It's just, they're too cute for our dorm. I think having the cute, pretty, visually appealing Lee Chonghyun is enough. The camera focused on me again. Below my cold expression, a new caption appeared. Yiwol, 21 years old, perceives members as cute, pretty, visual. Is this secretly a special episode about me that only I didn't know about? No way. You were just too iconic not to feature. Iconic? I didn't do anything, but I keep popping up. I felt wronged. My chest was tight with frustration. Chonghyun, you can tell Jiho Hyung's clothes just by their size. What size do you wear, Hyung? Jiho me? About 100. Keon 100? I don't think so. Doesn't Lee Chonghyun wear 100? Songbin, I heard the stylist Nuna say he wears 110 or 115. Keon, when did you hear your size was 100? Ju, wasn't that back in high school? Yiwol, don't ever go clothes shopping alone. Besides Choi Jiho's shirt size issue, there was another issue. A scene where he put black t-shirts and towels in the washing machine together, causing lint to fly everywhere, was shown. Yiwol, does anyone know where the Daldori * tape cleaner is? Jewel, I know. Wait a minute. I didn't expect them to so kindly include the official name like that. Somehow, that made it even more embarrassing. This really must be a special episode just to humiliate me. Once all the laundry had been folded, Spark members gradually dispersed into their own corners. The first to enter his room was Choi Jiho. He put on his earphones and started watching b-boying videos, just like usual. Around the same time, Kong Keon squatted in front of his bookshelf, lost in thought. Then, as if he had made a firm decision, he picked a book and headed to his bed. Keon, I told you not to squat. It's a habit, but I've been doing it a lot less lately. Let's do better. Think of your legs as Spark's legs. While Kong Keon on screen stretched out Spark's 2 legs and started reading his comic book, Park Ju-woo took his pillow to the veranda to dust it off. Then, with a satisfied expression, he returned and tidied up his bedding. Staring at Kong Keon, he asked, Ju, Keon, should I dust off your pillow too? Keon, huh? No, I'll dust mine myself. Ju, I'll dust off yours while I am at it. You just keep reading. Then Park Ju-woo went out to the veranda with Kong Keon's pillow in his left hand and Jong Songbin's in his right, dusting them off with tremendous force. It was hard to tell if he wanted to dust the pillows or explode them. Did you two do something to piss Park Ju-woo off? Choi Jiho asked, and Jong Songbin and Kong Keon hesitated to answer, having just witnessed the near explosion of their pillows. Fortunately, Park Ju-woo actively clarified that he harbored no ill feelings towards his roommates. Jong Songbin organized his schedule at the dining table, and Lee Chonghyun worked on his music. And Yiwol, I should clean the bathroom. Chonghyun, Hyung, just leave it. I'll do it later. Yiwol, then give me something to do. Wandered around aimlessly. Because I had nothing to do. A caption appeared below my forlorn face. Yiwol, 21 years old, diligently recovering. Now, even UA was pressuring me not to work. In such an embarrassing way, too. I was mortified, but the fans loved it, saying it felt real. Much greater than except for the amount of laundry, this is just like my house. The scene of the whole family folding laundry together is so familiar. Mom, these socks don't match, what should I do? Set them aside. They'll appear when you do the next load of laundry. And they really do appear. Make sure to run the tape cleaner over them once, okay? Mom, are you trying to get them married off or something? TL note. Mom, are you trying to get them slash me married off or something? Is actually a slang in Korea. It's often used humorously by Korean moms or aunties in the context of grooming or preparing someone, usually daughters, meticulously, cleaning, dressing well, etc., as if they're about to be presented for a marriage proposal. Much greater than Choi Ji-ho wears size 115. Spark's tallest, Choi Ji-ho, wears a size 115 top. Spark's tallest, center, the emperor, Choi Ji-ho, wears a size 115 top. Spark's tallest, center, the emperor, blind date disaster, super troublemaker, Emperor Ji-ho, wears a size 115 top. Much greater than why does the Magne line know each other's shirt sizes? I'm honestly so curious how deep your friendships go. Much greater than Park Ju-woo looks like a silent gunslinger from a snowy wilderness, and his forearms are so solid they seriously give people all sorts of weird thoughts. But the fact that you only see them when he's dusting pillows. Ju-woo's three veins moment. In his throat when singing plus on his temples and forehead, when he's hot plus on his forearms, when dusting pillows new. Much greater than why does Yiwol get so anxious when he has nothing to do? Rest when you have nothing to do, Yiwol. Making our baby a workaholic. UA, wake up. These reactions seemed to stem from the fact that Spark hadn't revealed much of their natural selves before. However, what followed was even fresher. Fresher than freshly caught sashimi. Chonghyun. Hyung. I'm about to be filled with soul. Play the air bass for me. Yiwol. Need some beatboxing. Chonghyun. Of course. Spark's music playtime, which seemed like it should have been edited out, was shown in its entirety. 189. Chapter 189. Office Opening. Part 2-2. For idols, long waits were just part of everyday life. Delays in filming were commonplace, and sometimes they were summoned with the expectation that they'd be waiting endlessly from the start. During that downtime, Spark had done a variety of things. Studying, coloring, exercising, learning other singers' new choreographies, competing to see who could clean the waiting room the best. And eventually, it came to this. Ju-woo. Wine, whiskey, vodka, nothing quenches my thirst. Ju-woo. I'm parched. Pour your soul onto my lips. Park Ju-woo sang a famous rock band song with all his heart and soul. Chonghyun. I'm too short. Ji-ho Hyung. Bring me the tablet on my bed. Ji-ho, which tablet? Chonghyun. The gray one with the Pikachu sticker on the back. Lee Chonghyun opened a piano app on a spare phone or tablet and played the accompaniment. Kion. Concentrating with all his might to keep the beat. Kong Kion kept the rhythm by drumming on anything he could grab. In this case, it was a duster handle, banging it against a chair or table leg. And then it was my turn. Yiwol. Dung 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 dung, do dung dung. I beatboxed the bass line with my mouth. For extra flair, I played air bass with my hands, too. This madness had been going on for a while, so I hadn't realized. But seeing it on screen later, we really looked like a bunch of lunatics. As if mocking me, a flashy caption appeared. Limited time band live performance now on. I'm so embarrassed right now. Hyung, I know how you feel. You don't have to feel that way, too. I was about to say that, but stopped. Right. What would Lee Chonghyun have to be embarrassed about? He wasn't playing an instrument with his mouth like me. He was just head-banging a bit. And to top it off, as I watched the broadcast, I noticed something. Jong Songbin, that punk, was filming us from the side the whole time. Songbin, 19 years old / leader who loves the members. How could you call that a leader who loved the members? He was a leader full of intentions to exploit the members' weaknesses. Ju-woo. Can we do one more song? Chonghyun. Of course, our band exists just for you. Even in this situation, Lee Chonghyun was doing a skit with Park Ju-woo. Kion. What are you doing? Hurry up and choose a song. You're all out of your minds. You're really possessed by something. Yiwol. All right, let's go. And me too. Even after the wild band live performance, Spark continued to show an abundance of outrageous antics. Kong Kion, going into the shower, habitually only took his bottoms and then confidently emerged shirtless. Then, there was Choi Ji-ho, whose glasses fogged up while trying to drink beef bone soup, making the team center look rather silly. My Pororo cutlery set even made it onto the screen. Seeing the caption lovely, I gave up on thinking altogether. After dinner, the black comedy hit its peak. Chonghyun, can someone take my exam for me? Yiwol, should I take it for you? But you won't be able to go to college. Chonghyun, I was wrong. Hyung. Yiwol, no, I just meant you won't get in because impersonating someone in an exam is illegal. Jiho, why is this thing so clunky? Yiwol, me? I didn't do anything. Jiho, not you, the power strip. Yiwol, oh right. It was almost like my own stand-up comedy show, honestly. I still didn't understand why that day ended up like this. Maybe because the fans saw an excessively realistic side of their beloved idols. The fandom was a sea of tears. Much greater than okay, I understand that they don't care about their image at all. Idols with sexy faces and innocent minds? I actually love it even more. Much greater than our Yiwol's cutlery is so cute. Did he buy it himself? Seriously, so cute. That's just what babies use for cutlery. It's only natural. Much greater than I need a 5,000-word explanation as to why only the oldest Hyung is using such a cute cutlery set. Much greater than I somehow managed to endure Lee Chonghyun's double piano playing, but I lost it at Kim Yiwol's mouth bass. Do you guys seriously play like this when you're alone? At first, I was like, our oldest Hyung is working so hard playing with the kids, but later, Yiwol was wiping off his sweat, looking refreshed. I don't know who's playing with whom anymore. Much greater than I changed my profile picture to this. Picture of Choi Jiho with fogged-up glasses. I couldn't resist. I like Jiho with glasses, but I didn't expect him to show us the whole A to Z of glasses like this. Much greater than F***CK, Kim Yiwol, don't be discouraged. You're the best klutz out there. You're the worst. I felt like I had burned away into ashes. Like everything had combusted, and all that was left was wreckage. My body was fine, but my spirit was exhausted. After the shocking, terrifying broadcast ended, as we were chatting a bit, Jong Songbin asked, Hyung, the shoot is almost over now, right? We should probably start getting ready. Yeah, for the comeback prep, right? We'd been checking on the preparations during breaks and filming. And now it was time to start preparing for the comeback in earnest. For Sparkler fans, that meant the group's most charmingly clumsy member, Kim Yiwol, would be dancing again for the first time in a while. Since appearing on In My Office was the criteria for receiving proficiency, as long as the public release date wasn't delayed, I could continue raising my dance proficiency during the comeback period. That was enough. It's a relief that dramas are released all at once these days. Otherwise, I'd have been stuck anxiously watching my proficiency crawl up by tiny fractions of a %. Yep, pre-produced shows were the best. How's the choreography this time? Is it difficult? When I asked, Kang Keon hesitated. Difficult, it's difficult, but also easy, I guess. Who told you to say things like, buy me a drink that's sweet but low in sugar because I need to watch my blood sugar? As I frowned, Kang Keon quickly tried to explain. No, it's a concept. We've never tried before. We don't know if it will suit you, Hyung, until you try it. How is it for you and Choi Jiho? I'm not sure about myself, but as for Jiho Hyung, Kang Keon shrugged. It meant there was no need to say more. Well, it would be a problem if Choi Jiho didn't shine in this concept. It was Spark's first mature concept, even if there was the word restrained attached to it. Concept-heavy genres were always a gamble. If you pushed it too far, you might thrill a small group of hardcore fans but get ignored by the general public. But if you watered it down too much out of fear, you were left with nothing at all. Until now, Spark had been promoting with the crisp, refreshing vibe of a winter night. And through IDC and fan meetings, we had been monitoring the fandom's preferences. As a result, the conclusion that the dedicated team and I reached was this. We need a change of style. We would maintain our signature vibe, wholesome and emotionally cathartic. But the consensus was that there needed to be a change in style. I know our fans want a sexy concept, but I think we shouldn't go overboard. Hyun and Chonghyun are still in their second year of high school. Songbin and Juwoo are also minors. I don't want to push them too hard at such a young age. So, the concept we came up with was sexy mature in suits. It was not that Spark couldn't pull off boyish charm. They just naturally looked a few years older than they were, which worked to our advantage. We'd keep the younger ones under wraps and focus on getting Choi Jiho to balance things out. I believe in you, workout man. Just putting them in suits would be enough to please sparklers. But since it was our first comeback in a while, we decided to put some effort into the concept. Secret agents. Hacking buildings, picking locks, infiltrating with wires, that kind of thing. Everyone was already in good shape, so our dedicated team just needed to distribute the roles well. As soon as he heard the concept, Lee Chong-hyun immersed himself in the work for days. He listened to hundreds of samples, saying he wanted to add virtual instruments, and banged his head against the wall like a woodpecker while composing the bass line. I'm going to use all the sessions I couldn't fit into the OSD here. Lee Chong-hyun muttered with bloodshot eyes. He seemed to be possessed by a ghost cursed by his unfinished ballads. I was too scared to approach him. After receiving the first draft of the song from Lee Chong-hyun, Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-on spent day and night in the practice room, focused on their discussions. Sometimes their voices would rise, but they usually sorted things out before they came back to the dorm. Seeing Jong Songbin's touched and gentle smile made my heart ache. While the dance line bickered and debated where does sexiness come from, Lee Chong-hyun finalized the song after intense meetings with the A and R team. Park Ju-woo was in charge of the guide vocals. Since he had relatively less to do compared to the other members and was bored, he excitedly pre-recorded the backing vocals and harmonies. This resulted in expanded parts for each member. Jong Songbin was in charge of distributing the parts. I was fired from that role after the Kim Yiwol part deletion incident, and Lee Chong-hyun entrusted Jong Songbin with full authority, saying he was busy composing the B-side tracks. Though I'd been ousted, I still offered kind advice when Jong Songbin asked for my input. All of this happened while I was filming in my office. Everyone was experienced with comebacks, so the process went smoothly. Now all that was left was the final arrangement of the title track, choreography practice, vocal practice and recording, MV filming, album photo shoot, B-side track recording. Phew, that was a lot. Hyung, you should start managing your dark circles. Managing my dark circles has always been an ongoing process. Lee Chong-hyun didn't believe me. Instead, he handed me the moisturizer he'd been using. I slathered the cream on my face and thought, what should we do for the concept photos? For the photo cards, close-ups would work well. If we have everyone holding something in their mouth, that could look pretty cool. Ah, this cream is nice. Hydrating, but not greasy. As I was thinking about what to put in Spark's mouth for the photo shoot and moisturizing my dry skin, the mattress creaked. Lee Chong-hyun was practically on top of me. What the? You know, I just realized something really weird. What? I told you not to surprise me like this. Especially with your face. Suddenly appearing like that could give someone a heart attack. Didn't I tell you that? Sorry about that. But, Hyung, your dark circles. Chong-hyun pressed his thumb against my dark circles. His expression was serious, but his actions were anything but. Why aren't they getting any lighter? I was born this way, so what? Hyung, you know how expensive the cream they use at the salon is. To be more specific, there's almost no sign of improvement. What? Think about when you were a trainee, Hyung. You barely slept back then. And when you were hospitalized, it was natural for your dark circles to be severe then because you were in bad shape. But now, you're resting more than before, yet they don't seem to be getting any better beyond a certain point. You don't have rhinitis, so why do they stay the same regardless of your condition? Now that he mentioned it, it was strange. It wasn't like I'd always had dark circles this bad. When I was exercising regularly and not pulling late nights, they used to fade away. Is this also an effect of the system? I hadn't paid much attention to it other than noticing they were lighter than when I was 29. But with everything that happened, even this small detail bothered me. There'd been a lot about total fatigue in the manual. I should probably read it over again soon. Still, if they were going to force me to be an idol, they should at least fix this. Didn't they know flawless skin was basic for an idol? Having failed to get any meaningful answer from me, Lee Chong-hyun climbed back into his bed. Then, poking his head over the edge, he said, "Don't go overboard with drinking at company dinners just to test it out. You'll keel over before we can even check your dark circles. I'll do what I can, so you, a minor, shouldn't even mention alcohol. Okay, good night." Lee Chong-hyun waved one last time and disappeared above the bunk bed. My hand instinctively went to my eyes. I fell asleep absent-mindedly touching my under-eye area. 190. Chapter 190. Preparations for the follow-up project. 1. Spark's comeback announcement was released. Since the members valued secrecy and didn't give out hints, Sparkler fans were hit by the news like a bolt of lightning. It was the same for Baek Haewon. With final exams approaching and Spark's comeback happening at the same time, she was doubly stressed. Spark, the beautiful men who came to ruin her life. I hope they come with intense makeup and amazing outfits. This was their first comeback since UA had formed a dedicated team for Spark, not counting the fan song since the boys handled that themselves. There was no way she wouldn't be anxious. Until now, Yiwol had been in charge of everything, handling it all smoothly and with flair, so she was worried about whether she could trust this incompetent agency. But then again, it was not easy to mess things up with those visuals. Baek Haewon thought over and over again that if they couldn't even achieve average results with Spark, the UA staff should be punished. Much greater than UA, if you mess this up and come back with something weird, you're dead. Much greater than this is your chance to prove the sincerity of your apology. Show us you've really reflected by investing properly. Much greater than, guys, come quickly and dominate the music scene with your faces. But UA, if you rush them and F***CK them up, you're really dead. Correction. She didn't just think it. She also posted it on social media. If they're having a comeback, I'll finish all my studying for exams before then. Determined, Baek Haewon threw herself into her books and managed about 2 hours of math problems powered by sheer passion. And as Baek Haewon's concentration began to wane, much greater than at @SPARK_official. J/leader. #Spark, #Spark, #Songbin, #mission. The first concept photo was released. As expected, the world was fair. Hard work really did pay off. Baek Haewon's reflexes kicked in at the notification. Jang Songbin's upper body, sitting arrogantly in a CEO's chair, filled the screen. Suit? Three-piece all-black suit. The leader, wearing a dress shirt and vest, with sleeve garters on his arms. He was in a dark room, gazing toward the light source, holding a pen between his lips. The man who, until just the other day, was the most melancholic member of the group, was looking straight ahead with an expressionless face. Much greater than OMG. Much greater than holy sh**t. Much greater than no, holy sh**t, Songbin. Much greater than no, sir, no. OMG, what is this? Much greater than UA. Thank you, I believed in you. Much greater than what's with the sleeve garters? It's driving me crazy. I love you so much it hurts. But you started it first. Sir, calm down. Calm down. Who had the time for that? She needed to go show off her boy's concept photo to the whole world right now, like the Lion King proudly presenting Simba on that cliff. Baek Haewon reposted, quoted, and downloaded the photo to re-upload it, expressing her overflowing emotions. She even zoomed in on every insane detail, captured them separately, and gave a passionate speech about why each part was perfection. Much greater than the way he's biting the pen like he's not really biting it, is driving me insane. So is he biting it or not? There's a shadow on his lips, so he must be biting it, right? Just tell me he is, quickly. Much greater than leather gloves. Sigh? Much greater than are these really the upper arms of a 19-year-old high schooler? Seriously, stop going to the gym with your hyungs. Or no, keep going. Flaunting those arms with that porcelain face is a crime. It's arrogance. It's greed. Their physique is amazing. Seriously, just wear suits forever. What are you talking about? He needs to wear uniforms and rash guards too. I need to see their shoulders from every angle before I die. Much greater than men with their hair down are the best. Mihyunim, I think I've been following you for about 3 years. You're so consistent. Well, I never lost my original passion. Something big was coming. Something huge was coming. Her heart pounded. She desperately wanted to know the comeback date, or at least who would be in the next concept photo. Let's run through that part one more time. Jang Songbin paused the music and dragged the playback bar forward. Heavy breathing could be heard from all around. Lee Chonghyun, who was also gasping for air, raised his hand and stepped away from the formation. Hyung, I'm going to sit this one out for a bit. Are you hurt? I think I'll be fine if I rest just once. Under his practice shorts, you could see his knee wrapped in tape. It wasn't an injury. The kid was just growing like a bean sprout in a steamer. Ow, what's wrong? He'd screamed in the middle of the night, and I'd rushed over, only to find it was growing pains. He'd tossed and turned and groaned so much that I ended up massaging his legs all night. No wonder he seemed extra frustrated while working on the In My Office OST. It was a new type of project for him, and with the leg pain on top of it, he'd been more on edge than usual. Anyway, Now that we knew the cause, we made sure he rested properly during practice. Lee Chong-hyun wasn't the type to fall behind when learning choreography, and keeping the visual members' height up was crucial. Our eyes met in the mirror. He grinned as he massaged his knee. "You're in pain, so what's with the smile?" "Just thinking about looking down at you Hyungs makes me happy. Keep dreaming." I laughed. Did he know how many centimeters he'd have to grow to look down on Choi Ji-ho or me? Still, it was reassuring to see everyone growing well. At least they seemed to be growing faster than before. From Kang Ki-on, who seemed like he'd never grow, to Lee Chong-hyun, you could see them visibly getting taller, while Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo were the type to develop inwardly first. I was also satisfied that my muscles were growing again after turning off the labor support thingy. Hey, face forward after the turn. Sorry, but there was a slight problem. Since Kang Ki-on volunteered to cover for Lee Chong-hyun's slower progress, my dance teacher had changed to Choi Ji-ho. No, I'm telling you to look forward after turning. Hold on. I've managed the turning part. Now I'll look forward. Didn't Kang Ki-on get an ulcer teaching you? He got so many that he made a necklace out of them and sold it. Happy now. Maybe because I'd been teasing him so much, Choi Ji-ho had been giving it back to me just as hard. What goes around comes around, huh? I'd pay him back triple next time. After repeating the same move several more times. Just sleep here tonight, Choi Ji-ho declared. I humbly accepted my fate. When is In My Office going to be released? Come out quickly and let me raise my dance proficiency. Plus, system, work instructions from your superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. How's the KPI achievement coming along? Plus, seeing that kind of system message the moment I opened my eyes. It made me want to quit, right? I was a freelancer without employment insurance. I needed to get my first paycheck soon, so I could at least start contributing to the national pension. Compared to when I worked at Hampyeong Industry, my retirement plan was basically non-existent. The money I made from selling stocks had to go to my sister. I was practically penniless. What should I do? Should I get a heavy equipment license and immigrate to Australia, live frugally in a share house, and work my butt off to earn money? While I was racking my brain, Lee Chong-hyun, who was getting down from the bed, spoke to me. Hyung, why are you still lying down? I am contemplating my future. Did you reach a conclusion? I decided I need to study English more seriously. Guess we won't have any study sheets left for a while then. Well, I had to live diligently anyway. Hadn't I already done all sorts of things just to meet my KPIs? If we didn't win first place with this album, KPI achievement would be pushed back until next year. I refused to see that happen. Today's schedule was the music video shoot. We wouldn't be able to come back to the dorm for the next 2 nights and 3 days. That was how Idol MV filming worked. Park Ju-woo, Lee Chong-hyun, and Kang Ki-on hid their newly styled hair for the shoot and got into the car. They pulled their hoods over their heads and tightened the strings, making them look like a trio of webfoot octopuses. I made sure to get plenty of photos of the octopus trio to post on the main account later. At the salon, everyone underwent a complete transformation. Thanks to the sweat we poured out at the gym and the nightly self-care, our faces and physiques were looking great. To top it off, we emphasized a more mature look with detailed eye makeup. I didn't even know how many layers of eyeshadow they put on. Lee Chong-hyun, who rarely wore heavy makeup, kept repeating oh, while looking at himself in the mirror. Everyone, take at least 50 selfies each. I'll be checking. The quota is low today? Park Ju-woo asked suspiciously. Don't worry, I'll take the other 50 myself. There's always demand for photos of our kids taken by someone else, you know. I'll make sure to get plenty while you're zoning out or sitting on the sofa. The first shoot, as expected for a choreography-focused scene, had us all in suits. We maintained a sense of unity with black half-palm gloves and plain-toe shoes, with only slight variations in the suits themselves. We'll film the group dance shots once against the gray background and once against the burgundy background. After the costume change, we'll film together on that set. The assistant director explained, using the storyboard we'd received in advance. I looked back and forth between the 2 sets and asked, we're all wearing dark colors. Won't we blend in too much with the burgundy background? We're going to use strong lighting on that background. We're more worried about the makeup getting washed out. I took a closer look. One set had a plain gray background that would draw attention to the members, and the other had a burgundy background with splashes of black paint. It felt like just yesterday we were filming MVs in abandoned schools we scouted ourselves. Now we were filming in a proper set. It felt surreal. And besides the group choreography, we have individual shots for members 3 through 8, a blind shot for Keon at number 13, a half-body shot for Yiwol at number 14, a conference room shot for Jiwoo at number 27. This wasn't the time to reminisce. Seriously, me. I had a mountain of work to do, and yet I was lost in thought. I'd become complacent. 191. Chapter 191. Preparations for the follow-up project, 2. UA had spent quite a bit of money on this comeback. It felt as though they were trying to pay off IDC's debt, or had finally realized they needed to strike while the iron was hot. As a result, Spark ended up wearing 2 different suits each for the group dance scenes. Normally, we'd get by with just one outfit, but this time they broke it down meticulously to really show off our looks. Why was I suddenly talking about this? Guys, let's change clothes. Make sure to check your name tags. Keon, don't forget to get your hair styled again after changing. Because I was given this ridiculous idol look called a crop jacket, and I had to wear it with nothing underneath. Crop jacket. I almost fainted when I first saw the costume concept art in the meeting room. The jacket even had a cutout in the back. A very large one right in the middle. They must have designed it to show off the erector's spiny muscles. The problem was, if I wore that, it would turn into a full-on scar reveal show. Jang Songbin stood next to me, his mouth agape, unable to speak. Should I ask to switch outfits with Choi Jiho? But he was just wearing a harness under his jacket. Wouldn't it be just as embarrassing either way? Exposing my back and stomach? Or exposing my chest? Which would be better? I racked my brains, but couldn't find an answer. I finally raised my hand cautiously. I have scars on my back. Would it be okay if they're visible in the music video or on broadcast? Scars? If you don't want to show them, we can cover them up with makeup. We can edit them out in the MV. No, it's just that. My hand instinctively went to my back. If they had to manually edit all of that out, the video editor would probably want to kill me. Seeing is believing. I called Jang Songbin over and pulled the clothes I had tucked into my pants. With his help, I lifted my shirt in the meeting room and strongly asserted, I cannot wear a crop jacket. Should we avoid any outfits in the future that show your back? It doesn't have to be like that. I don't mind too much. If it's what's best for the team's image, then let's cover it with a sticker. We decided to put a tattoo sticker of a bouquet of flowers on my back. I felt like flowers on a guy's back were a bit much, but when they said the fans would love it, I couldn't refuse. Jang Songbin cautiously asked if I was okay with it, but since I wasn't desperately trying to hide the scars, I didn't really mind. Yiwol, I'm going to spray water now. It'll be cold, but you have to stay still. Or, maybe I did mind. It was incredibly embarrassing to be the only one sitting half-naked on the sofa, clutching a blanket while they put stickers on my back. I couldn't tell if the stylists were spraying water or if they were spraying my tears. It was mortifying to think this would be uploaded as a behind-the-scenes video. Never in my life as an office worker had I imagined I'd end up styled like this. Back then, I thought the only parts of my body that would ever see sunlight were my forearms. As expected, there was nothing in this world you could be certain about. Wow, Hyung, isn't this your most revealing outfit yet? Lee Chonghyun asked, approaching me. He was wearing a turtleneck and a harness, so why was I? No, I shouldn't be jealous of this. It is most revealing and most humiliating. While applying the body oil the makeup artist handed me, I cried silently inside. Regardless of my internal sobbing, Lee Chonghyun gave me a thumbs up. But it's very idol-like and cool. Thanks. Choi Jiho watched our wholesome exchange from a distance. As Spark's unofficial ambassador of exposed skin, he didn't seem too impressed. Led by exposure enthusiast Choi Jiho and exposure newbie me, Spark began filming the second group dance scene with more daring outfits. To avoid accusations of favoritism for being the only one with flowers stuck on my bare skin, I made sure the others were equally accessorized with dried flowers, tattoo stickers, chain accessories, and so on. As a result, the whole time we danced under the lights, my eyes kept catching glints from all the bling. It felt less like a studio and more like a jewelry store. We danced until our footwork synced perfectly with the heavy beat and finally got the okay sign. I immediately bent over, my arms instinctively covering my stomach. What's wrong, Hyung? Do you have a stomachache? Jang Songbin approached me. It wasn't a serious enough reason to receive such concern. Not really. Then what? Is there something else wrong? Jong Songbin persisted. I confessed, feeling as wretched as a hamster whose hidden sunflower seeds had been discovered. I want to change clothes quickly. Why? It suits you well, Lee Chonghyun said playfully, but he also bent down and gently pulled down my jacket, which had ridden up. By the time we finished filming the drama scenes, the date had changed. Several times over, in fact. Most of the members were exhausted, leaving only Jong Songbin and me still standing. Choi Jiho seemed to have collapsed after filming the wire action scenes, which was unusual for him, and Jong Songbin. He must be holding on with sheer willpower out of a sense of responsibility. He'd probably collapse as soon as he got in the car. Young, aren't you tired? Park Ju-woo asked, swaying. I put a neck pillow around his neck and replied, I told you I'm fully recovered. Right now, I'm in the best condition out of all of us. Sounds like you really are. Park Ju-woo gave a faint smile. I accepted it as a smile, but to anyone else, he'd still looked expressionless. I wished people would recognize that this was his smiling face. I smiled back. I don't lie. Kong Keon stared at me intently. Maybe it was just my imagination, but he'd been looking at me like that from time to time lately. What? Got something to say? No. I asked jokingly, but Kong Keon didn't react. Maybe he was just out of it from exhaustion. He and Choi Jiho had filmed every single action scene. If you're that tired, should I get you some energy drinks? It's okay. Hyung, you should rest, too. I'll rest when I get tired. I'm fine for now. Really? Of course. Besides, imagine if all 6 of the youngest members collapsed in the middle of the set. How would that look? Everyone here's been pushing through for days already. Just for today, I'll be the endorphin of this shoot. Spark, we're going to check all the filmed footage one last time, and then wrap up. Yes. Finally, the time had come for the final check. I answered energetically on behalf of the exhausted members. I could hear them scrambling to their feet behind me. Once we got back to the dorm, everyone collapsed one by one. Even the energetic Lee Chonghyun murmured, Hyungs, love you. See you tomorrow. And fell asleep before he could even climb into his bunk bed. That alone said it all. As expected, Jong Songbin passed out as soon as he got in the car. He didn't open his eyes until the manager carried him inside. Park Ju-woo fell asleep without drying his hair for the first time since I started nagging him about it. He was usually a light sleeper, but he didn't even wake up when I held a hairdryer to his head and turned on the warm air. After Kong Keon fell asleep, and even Choi Jiho turned his back to me and slept, I finally had a moment to breathe. I'd been waiting for this. There was something I wanted to check. Where did I see the explanation about accumulated fatigue? I planned to properly read the side effects section that I had skimmed over before. Even though I'd been distracted by all the strange things happening, it was true that I had only glanced at it without much thought. Soon, the system displayed the familiar text. Plus, system, subordinate, is being notified of additional work support service. Physical side effects may occur due to various reasons such as prolonged use of the service, excessive accumulation of fatigue, or if the temporarily reduced fatigue exceeds a certain level. Plus, physical side effects may occur due to various reasons. What a vague way to put it. But after reading it carefully, I realized it had nothing to do with my dark circles. I had dark circles even right after I regressed. There was something else odd. The words physical side effects were glowing. As if possessed, I tapped the words, and a new section appeared. Plus, system, subordinate, is being notified of physical side effects. Physical side effects refer to the physical manifestation of damage, including superior, unilaterally synchronizing subordinates' previous and current bodies. Current synchronization rate, 33%. Physical side effects may occur if subordinate infringes on superior's authority or violates confidentiality clauses. Various forms of physical side effects may occur if subordinate uses the additional work support service. Plus, so there's more than one way this thing is chipping away at my life, huh? Simply put, there was a broad category called physical side effects, and one of its subcategories was the side effects that occurred from prolonged use of the additional work support service. I had been using the additional work support service intermittently, turning it on and off. That was probably why the accumulated fatigue only resulted in a nosebleed. But what did it mean by synchronizing my previous body with my current one? Weren't the conditions similar enough already? At most, my physical condition was a bit worse than when I was in my early 20s. Synchronization has already progressed to some extent. There was no further explanation about synchronization. And if something went wrong, it'd just lecture me, saying, "Assistant Manager Kim, you should have listened to me. I know everything. You piece of sh*t." Or maybe my dark circles were a result of the synchronization. Then I'd have to figure out whether the 33% directly translated to dark circles, or if dark circles were just part of that percentage. I had a splitting headache. I never thought I'd be taking the headache medicine I pretended was vitamins at the Hampyeong industry so often here as well. I opened my resume again and checked my total fatigue. Perhaps due to the MV filming, it was a bit higher than usual. If I took it easy at work, I didn't know what would happen to my sister, and if I didn't know what the system would do to me. At times like this, I wished I were a bit smarter. There had to be a better way. There had to be someone who could solve this problem more rationally than I could. Similar thoughts kept swirling in my head. However, I wasn't as depressed as when I saw the memory data. This must be what it meant to minimize the perception of negative emotions. Quite convenient. I sighed inwardly. What other choice could I have, now that I had already traveled back in time? I just had to do well, without complaining. I had to work harder. I steeled my resolve. My mind was racing with all the things I had to do, and I couldn't fall asleep. Baek Haewon stayed up all night. The concept photos released over the past few days had done this to her. It wasn't just Baek Haewon who was in a frenzy. Spark's name was trending on every online community. Much greater than just saw the magne with teal hair, and it felt like a glimpse of heaven. Yiwol's saying, "The country prospers when a handsome man dyes his hair," is undeniably true. It's so weird. Kion is younger than me, but I want to call him Chief. Beep, that's normal. Much greater than today's male idol who bleached his hair platinum blonde. Subject, Sparks Jiwoo. He was famous among fans for having light hair colors. But this time, he went full-on platinum blonde. 190006 291943612.jpg. The white hair, white shirt plus white gloves, the tone-on-tone is amazing. His light eye color adds to the atmosphere. Wow, doesn't his hair get damaged? He must have hair privilege. Hair privilege. What's the transparent thing in his mouth? Looks like a syringe cap. Much greater than the ultimate dilemma has arrived. Black-haired Chonghyun versus blonde Chonghyun. As of today, I, Kim Fireworks, officially withdraw my support for blonde Chonghyun. While blonde Chonghyun and I are no longer one, any attacks against him will still be considered attacks against me. I no longer fear romance fantasy. Adaptations. Wow, the highest praise. Much greater than Emperor Jiho's reputation remains unshaken. I'm looking at his photo once every hour, unable to function in daily life. His image haunts me like the last plate I gave up on at a buffet. Looking at the leather gloves in his mouth, I keep imagining, whose body did he bury today? Living up to his name. Whose body did he bury today? His thick eyebrows are so manly. His shoulders didn't even fit in the frame, but the fact that you can infer the vastness of the Pacific just from the angle of his shoulder line is insane. As expected of a man with a size 115 shirt. And above all, much greater than no, Yiwol, what kind of role are you even playing? The moment Baek Haewon saw Kim Yiwol's concept, she forgot everything her homeroom teacher had begged her to memorize for the upcoming exam. 192. Chapter 192, Final Version Shared 1. Every member of Spark appeared in the latest concept photos with something held in their mouth. Jong Songbin had a pen, Kang Kion a mask strap. He pulled one strap with his index finger, creating a killer image. Park Jiwoo a syringe cap, Lee Chonghyun a plastic card, and Choi Jiho a leather glove. Lastly, Kim Yiwol had a lipstick cap. Let's say it again. Kim Yiwol had a lipstick cap in his mouth. His black, comma-shaped fringe cast a shadow over his face. Because of the thickness of the case, his lips were parted, slightly more than the other members, and a gray shadow settled at the corners of his mouth. The inside of the glossy black case was painted red. This became the visual focal point in the otherwise dark photo. Much greater than Kim Yiwol lipstick, 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 Kim Yiwol lipstick. Calm down. Let's talk about lipstick calmly. We're all lipsticks, aren't we? It's like a big lipstick talking only about lipstick. It feels obvious and embarrassing. This place is scary. What, Kim Yiwol lipstick? Much greater than has Kim Yiwol lost his mind, or what? Much greater than things to check when the album drops. The producer's name. You're never leaving UA now. You'll bury your bones here. But what if, once again, it just says Yiwol in the credits? Then UA will die. Much greater than Spark's final concept photo is out. Yiwol. Yiwol, the world is so dangerous these days. What are you going to do if Nunes try to kidnap you after seeing this concept? Honestly, at this point, Yiwol is practically putting himself up for sale on a carrot farm. The Nunes are innocent. Much greater than pale, bloodless skin, red lips plus black hair plus suit equals highly stimulating, period. My baby is showing the dignity of an adult member. I'm so proud I could die, damn it. Much greater than F***CK, I'm getting dizzy. I'm disillusioned by the reality that I can only own this digitally. I wish they'd release this as a photo card. I want to buy a top loader and decorate it with lipstick. Wow. Is your fandom career 3 meters long? 214 meters, actually. Much greater than I have no idea what concept they'll come out with, but I know I have to buy the album. UA's business skills are insane. Without a single spoiler, they've got us buying the album. Much greater than I'm pretty hyped for the photo cards. It's okay to be excited, right? I'm excited. As a result, Baek Haewon was left waiting endlessly for the release of Spark's new song and music video. The title track, briefly heard in the recently released highlight medley, was so good. The atmosphere was quite different from Spark's usual songs, but this only heightened the fandom's anticipation. It hinted at something big coming. It was exhilarating. Please, let the outfits be insane. Please, not a cheap set. As she was offering every prayer she could think of, nearly resorting to a water ritual, her phone buzzed. Spark's new music video had been released. A dark conference room, with only drum beats and electric guitar sounds playing in the background. Jang Songbin sat at the head of the table, with Park Joo-woo and Lee Chong-hyun on his left, and Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-on on his right. At Kim Yiwol's gesture from the podium, the beam projector lit up. A man's photo, a brief resume, and the words requires protection from threats due to whistleblowing appeared on the screen. Jang Songbin, who was twirling a pen, leaned back. The chair slowly reclined. The tip of the pen tapping on the paper was shown in close-up. Then the cap was removed by Jang Songbin's fingers. The scratching sound of a fountain pen was layered over the guitar melody. Black ink flowed from the nib, and the title mission was written in a scrawled script as the camera quickly cut away. I want to be the last person standing by your side. Kang Ki-on, dressed in a Techwear-style jumpsuit, sat on the hood of a black imported car. With one knee bent, the sharp lines of his boots and calves were visible beneath the rolled-up pant leg. Holy sh**t, holy sh**t, holy sh**t, holy sh**t. Baek Haewon debated whether to pause the music video, but contemplation was a luxury. Hold your breath and wait. The group dance part appeared almost as soon as the first verse ended. Everyone was in gray suits with black accents, leather harnesses with gleaming silver ornaments. And, for the moment, you call my name. Kim Yiwol's mind-blowing exposure. Baek Haewon quickly pressed the spacebar. Then, she clasped her hands, rested her forehead on them, and took a deep breath. She looked at something in the distance. The title of a self-improvement book she didn't even remember buying, placed on the top shelf of her bookcase, was clearly visible. That meant her eyesight wasn't failing. My heart feels like it's going to explode. What should she do with this overwhelming feeling? She wanted to scream. She wanted to shout to her fellow Handsome Men Hunters group chat, "Aya, Spark has done it, everyone." But she couldn't. Baek Haewon hadn't even seen half of the music video yet. Friends, please don't start screaming on the timeline without me. Praying fervently, Baek Haewon calmly moved the play bar back. She felt the need to rewatch the jumpsuit-clad Kang Ki-on first. Kang Ki-on, upon second viewing, was truly magnificent. The tight belt, the glossy boots. Nothing was lacking, and the long-awaited group dance scene reappeared. First, Kang Ki-on, the main vocalist for this part and the intro of the song, wore a tight-fitting black halter-neck knit top with a gray suit. Every time Kang Ki-on extended his arm for the choreography, the edge of his collarbone was clearly visible under the lighting. A silver piercing gleamed amidst his slicked-back turquoise hair. The piercings, connected by thin chains, swayed and moved with every tilt of Kang Keon's head. Lee Chonghyun, the same age as him, wore a similar suit, but his innerwear was different. He wore a turtleneck. A hard harness was tightly fastened over it. Park Jua's outfit seemed similar to Lee Chonghyun's, but Baek Haewon's trained eyes immediately caught a glimpse of white skin beneath his half-closed jacket. He's wearing a crop top underneath. Baek Haewon inwardly cursed Yue. They put him in a crop top and then hid it? Tasteless bastards. Then she immediately switched gears and praised Yue profusely. How did they know that subtly revealing it like this would drive people crazy? Tasteful bastards. Jang Songbin seemed to be completely covered in his three-piece suit, but the slits on his jacket sleeves and pant legs revealed his wrists and ankles with every move. Perhaps because the rest of his body was covered, his round bones seemed particularly prominent. Kim Yiwol had said at the fan meeting that he would only consider a sexy concept after his younger members got their IDs, and even the ink on them had dried. Did that mean the older members would take on the sexy concept until then? Just look at Choi Ji-ho standing behind Kang Keon. A bare-chested harness. A bare-chested harness. It was so shocking that she kept repeating it. A bare-chested harness. The single button on his jacket struggled to contain Choi Ji-ho's well-built physique. Every time Choi Ji-ho moved, the skin beneath his jacket was clearly visible. His abs gleamed faintly, as if oiled. The visuals were insane. Baek Haewon once again keenly felt the limitations of her vocabulary. The darker gray suit, compared to the younger members, was also highly stimulating. And the leather harness that extended from the choker along the line of his chest. How did this music video even pass censorship? If buttoning the jacket made this safe for all ages, the system was broken. It was so absurd that she felt a headache coming on. It was the first time she realized that humans could suffer from too much happiness. And the winner of the most shocking point, surpassing all the other members, was Kim Yiwol. Baek Haewon resumed the video. As Kang Keon's part ended, Kim Yiwol appeared, just like before, in an absolutely killer outfit. Baek Haewon paused the video again. Not even 2 seconds had passed. Her hand instinctively went to her mouth. Her instincts screamed that she needed to cover her mouth to maintain her last shred of dignity as a human being. Like Choi Ji-ho, he was shirtless, but Kim Yiwol's skin tone was extremely fair. Perhaps because of this, Kim Yiwol wore a silver body chain instead of a harness under his cropped jacket. It was a detail she had missed earlier, too blinded by the shock of his bare torso. Apparently, Kim Yiwol wasn't satisfied with just making people's eyes sparkle. That was why he so brazenly exposed his back. Every time Kim Yiwol danced with his back to the camera, his jacket lifted and fell, revealing his back. Baek Haewon's heart skipped a beat every time a shadow fell on his erector, spiny muscles. And when he turned around, she had heard that he was strict with his diet and exercise, but who could have imagined that his muscles would be so sculpted? Mom, our group's #1 vampire is a ripped hottie. Baek Haewon felt like she was about to faint. The most infuriating thing was that wicked back tattoo. Kim Yiwol, a model idol, with a tattoo? Did he not know how terrifying Sparkler fans could be? And to have a bouquet tattooed across his broad, pale back, stretching over his 183 centimeters frame? She hadn't even done anything to deserve a gift like this. Baek Haewon rushed to the search engine and frantically searched for the flower that seemed to dominate Kim Yiwol's back. But with over 4 minutes left of the music video, she had to return. Someone would surely identify the flowers on Kim Yiwol's back by the time she finished watching the video. Trusting her fellow fans, Baek Haewon focused on the music video again. The scene shifted back to the meeting room. The image of a man, blindfolded and forced into a car, appeared on the beam projector. I'll escort you all the way to the stage. Match your steps. I'll be waiting. Jang Songbin, dressed like a third-generation chaebol heir, pulled out a black file from among luxurious books. He opened the file and spread the papers on a wooden desk, revealing a large blueprint. So it's a story about rescuing a man in danger, huh? Lee Chonghyun, entering the building with a forged ID, casually scanned the lobby among the people leaving. Work. His vision was then edited like CCTV footage and displayed on a laptop that Choi Ji-ho and Kang Keon were watching. While individual shots of the members singing their parts were interspersed with the main storyline, the Spark members dispersed to their respective areas. Park Ji-woo injected a staff member in the video room with a syringe, knocking him unconscious, and Lee Chong-hyun entered and turned off all the CCTV cameras. Then, Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-on, waiting in the darkness, received a signal and infiltrated a high-rise office from the outside wall of the building. Breaking into the city nightscape, they cornered the target. Meanwhile, Kim Yiwol was shown walking through a harbor filled with containers under a clear sky. A crosshair appeared, as if someone was aiming a gun at Kim Yiwol from behind a container. The moment he pulled the trigger, bang! With an explosion, the screen turned red, as if hit by paint. Wiping away the stain was a hand wearing a black glove. Only one goal: to stay by your side. That's all. It was Kim Yiwol's hand, with a smile on his face. Kim Yiwol, perched on the fallen men, skillfully opened and spun the magazine. Looking at the lipstick-stained magazine, Kim Yiwol twirled a lipstick he pulled from his pocket. Kim Yiwol retraced his steps. An open container and spilled boxes of lipstick labeled for export flashed in the background. Finally, Kim Yiwol faced the man, still blindfolded and tied up, isolated at the harbor. This is like a movie. Baek Hae-won's brief moment of being moved by the heartwarming rescue scene was interrupted. The story, which seemed to have concluded beautifully with a fantastic group dance and Park Ji-woo spraying sleeping gas before exiting, took a new turn. Under the dim dawn sky, a chaotic office was revealed. The VIPs who had been threatened the previous night were making angry phone calls. Then, on the laptop screen that Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-on were watching from the building's rooftop, the man Kim Yiwol had supposedly rescued was shown still tied up. At that moment, the boxes surrounding the man began to catch fire. Is this a plot twist where Kim Yiwol is the mastermind? Come on. Spark is one. You tasteless UA bastards. Baek Hae-won fumed. But right before Baek Hae-won could grab her monitor, the music stopped. An unnatural pause. 193, Chapter 193, Final version shared, 2. Previous recap. The members' clothes are captivating, and it's suspected that Yiwol is the mastermind, but it's not certain. This was the state of Baek Hae-won's mind. She definitely needed to study some vocabulary. Her word choice was trash. As the song ended, the screen returned to the meeting room. A photo of a man being dragged appeared, same as before, but this time, there was a 24-hour countdown alongside it. At the same time, the timeline of events began to rearrange. During daylight hours, Kim Yiwol had gone to the location where the man was taken. He rescued the protected individual and reported back to headquarters. After confirming the man's identity, Park Ji-woo and Lee Chong-hyun infiltrated the company, blending into the rush-hour crowd, laying the groundwork to support Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-on. Under the cover of darkness, their joint operation succeeded spectacularly. As the two left, the sky began to brighten beyond the shattered glass window, and those who had been blackmailed frantically reached for their phones. A belated order came down to eliminate the whistleblower. However, a feeling of exhilaration, a reward that is more than enough. The man in question was actually sitting safely in the meeting room with Kim Yiwol, watching the news report about the information he had leaked being broadcast on morning television. The sky was foreshadowing. She had been too distracted by their faces to notice. Then who was the man in the fire? The surroundings had definitely been bright when the tied-up man was engulfed in flames. As if reading Baek Hae-won's thoughts, flames consumed the screen. Jang Songbin's gentle voice echoed in his ears. I'll stay backstage until you come, with a joyful heart. As the camera zoomed in on the ear of the man trapped in the flames, a small, transparent earpiece became visible. The man nodded a few times and then, without a hint of panic, untied the ropes binding his wrists. The movement of the rope sliding off his fingers and him removing his blindfold flowed smoothly. The man's hand went to his neck. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he slipped it under his shirt collar. With the sound of tearing skin, artificial skin peeled away. Jang Songbin, now revealed, brushed back his hair. The remnants of the fake skin clinging to his face were even more shocking. Hiding the traces, quietly. Behind your back. In the closest place. Removing the earpiece from his ear, Jang Songbin calmly walked away to an area not yet touched by the fire. The morning sun was rising beyond the flames. Complete. A stamp appeared on a black background, and the music video ended. Much greater than, guys. 150 million of you. Let's watch the Spark MV. Don't blame me later for not telling you about this masterpiece sooner. I clearly told you to watch it now. Where the heck did 150 million come from? Author includes the future population. How far into the future are you looking? A wise one. Just grab anyone walking by and include them in the count. Much greater than, so you're telling me they hit a concept like this while pushing the refreshing boy band angle this whole time. I can't go back to life before I knew about Mission Spark. That's it for me. So they were diligently crafting the refreshing image knowing this would happen. Much greater than, so Pep tied up Songnan's and even blindfolded him? Think about it. Rescuing the whistleblower, switching the whistleblower with Songnan, timing-wise, Kim Pep has to tie up Songnan for it to make sense. But in the MV, isn't Songnan the boss? Is this allowed? Pep was just an ordinary office worker who wanted revenge on his boss. Oh, team leader, you're back alive? Oops, I misspoke. Welcome back. Much greater than, I wish the Magnes would become adults soon. I just wish they would grow up quickly. The first time I've seen someone so desperately want their idols to get older. Much greater than, jumpsuit Kang Kian passes by, then blonde Lee Chonghyun appears. White-haired Park Jiwoo passes by, then crop top Kim Yiwol appears. Lens-wearing Jong Songbin passes by, then wire-flying Choi Jiho appears. The blessings of Spark are endless. Much greater than, I was wondering what kind of flower was on Yiwol's back. I think it's a white dogwood flower, also called Cornus alba. It was hard to find because of the unique flower shape. Haha. I zoomed in a lot so I could be wrong. I think this is right. The flower language of Cornus alba is, I will protect you. It fits perfectly with the MV and lyrics. White, dogwood, the bark is reddish, and turns redder in winter. This is literally fire. You. Purrs at UA. Much greater than, but Spark is really consistent. With faces that look like they'd be in a noir film, they're playing righteous roles. Even if the concept isn't refreshing, they still carry this dignified, unblemished presence. It's impressive. Much greater than, I realized after watching the MV 5 times that the background of the group dance was just a vast King wasteland. Well, their faces are basically the Louvre. Much greater than, the MV is a secret agent spy operation, but the lyrics are romantic. It's so funny. The lyrics are practically a love confession. I was deceived by the MV and missed the important thing. Oh, happiness. Fulfillment. Her fangirling heart was overflowing. These handsome, cute, adorable, and sexy boys are my boys. When she was overwhelmed with emotion like this, there was something she had to do. It was time for an album unboxing. Baek Haewon browsed various online shops, striving to find the best unreleased photo cards. For a student with limited funds, choosing wisely was essential. After much deliberation, the package from the carefully selected seller arrived 3 hours after the MV dropped. It felt like a gift, even though she bought it with her own money. They said buying 6 albums would get you a complete set of member unreleased photo cards, a Dragon Ball situation, so to speak. So Baek Haewon bought 6 without hesitation. Thankfully, it was a mini album, so the financial hit wasn't too severe. They better not have just thrown in random B-cuts as unreleased photo cards. The essence of fandom lay in photo cards. Random photo cards with versions from A to C, unreleased photo cards, lucky draw photo cards, fan meeting photo cards, fan club photo cards, season's greetings photo cards. She knew it was a marketing ploy, but the desire to own the photo cards surged every time she engaged in fandom activities. Since Yiwol had pleaded, "Everyone, I'm really grateful that you buy albums, but please only do so if your financial well-being is secure." This time, Baek Haewon made a relatively rational purchase. It was a compromise. She gave up the clothes sitting in her cart in order to buy the albums. For the sake of being with them, she was willing to be a one-outfit wonder this autumn. He really was a straight-up, upright kind of guy. A man like that deserved to be honored through non-stop streaming. Looking at her phone, endlessly powered by a portable charger, Baek Haewon picked up another phone, currently streaming music, to record the unboxing video, just in case she needed it for a refund claim. Alright, then let's unbox Spark's new mini-album. Even though she didn't upload anything to MeTube, she definitely wasn't the only one who spoke in a vlogger tone while filming herself. Baek Haewon carefully cut the box tape with a utility knife. Right on top were the unreleased photos. At first glance, They looked like they'd been shot in stage outfits. First came techwear Kang Ki-on, followed by Lee Chong-hyun drinking a soda while wearing round-framed glasses and a hoodie, Park Ju-woo in a white coat with his surgical mask pulled down, Choi Ji-ho in a tight muscle fit with a belt, choker, and other accessories, and Kim Yiwol wearing a black turtleneck and wireless earphones. Wow, the photos are amazing. But wait, I've confirmed all 6 unreleased photo cards, so let's check the photo cards. Speaking with a rawness unusual for a vlog, Baek Hae-won flipped through the album. One card fell onto her pajama pants. Baek Hae-won covered her mouth. In her hand was a photo card of Kim Yiwol, wiping his lower lip with his index finger as if smudging away lipstick. Defect verification and everything else became irrelevant. Baek Hae-won stopped recording and quickly switched the camera to photo mode. She leaned the photo card against the wall where the fluorescent light shone brightest and started taking pictures. Her unboxing haul wasn't bad. Though Kim Yiwol was her ultimate bias, most Spark fans were all-member stans anyway. Besides, the quality of all the photos was excellent. Version A had a similar feel to the concept photos, while version B had a strong off-the-record after-work vibe. Just Kang Ki-on taking off the top part of his techwear to reveal the sharp definition of his shoulder muscles outside a halter neck, and Lee Chong-hyun loosening his tie. Those alone were enough to short-circuit her brain. Then there was Kim Yiwol, removing his in-ears with a languid expression. Even though he was dressed neatly, he somehow gave off an overwhelmingly mature, almost shocking aura. Wait, did our Yiwol get transferred to the design team? Reasonable doubts kept arising. She even checked UA's website, but there was no organizational chart. Those jerk *SS. If they sent Yiwol to the design team, she'd send a fax bomb. Baek Hae-won's spark high reached its peak. Now, she was in a state where she could do nothing but instinctively mutter her love for Spark. But it didn't last long. I want Yiwol's version B photo card. A powerful desire for material possessions took over Baek Hae-won's brain. Version B Yiwol is earphone-removing Yiwol. She felt like she wouldn't be able to sleep if she didn't get it. Eventually, Baek Hae-won started searching for Spark photocard exchange posts. Album recipients were already posting early reviews and trade offers. Pertrader Baek Hae-won scoured SNS and fan markets to check the current rates. Thankfully, it hadn't reached Banpo Shi-won prices yet. She knew they were popular, but she was still grateful. But no need to worry. Once this trade went through, she might not be able to send them to Banpo Shi, but she'd get them to Sabitium at least. She'd post 500 promo tweets a day on SNS, so just let it slide this one time. Without hesitation, Baek Hae-won sent a direct message to a post that read, selling Kim Yiwol Ver. B for 0.4, convenience store pickup only. She even provided the convenience store's name and address, and with that, her day's work was done. In the end, Baek Hae-won's judgment had been spot on. A few days later, she listened to her friends cry in despair as Spark member photocards soared past 10,001. 1. Banpo Shi is the name of a luxury apartment complex located in the Banpo neighborhood of Seoul, South Korea. It's known for being one of the most expensive and prestigious residential areas in the country. 194. Chapter 194. The Absence of a Teammate. 1. Spark's mention skyrocketed after the music video release. I had anticipated some effect from the IDC show and other appearances, but this was beyond expectations. Good news kept rolling in ahead of the showcase. This was a positive development. What are you watching? Lee Chong-hyun approached from behind and asked. Monitoring. How's your knee? Holding on through sheer willpower. Is it that bad? Do you want to skip the showcase? I'm kidding. It's not that serious. Despite his words, Lee Chong-hyun kept rubbing his knee. In just 2 weeks, Lee Chong-hyun had grown another 2 centimeters. Reaching 180 centimeters faster than expected was cause for celebration, but I hadn't anticipated such severe growing pains. I am really going to end up looking down at you at this rate, Hyung. I was genuinely concerned, but he just made light of it. It was doubly irritating because I could sense his intense desire to look down on his Hyungs. I couldn't even argue back, knowing that while not quite looking down, his gaze would eventually be directed downwards. As far as I knew, that Lee Chong-hyun punk would grow to 185 centimeters. Don't just grow by yourself. Bring Ki-on along too. He's going to feel left out. His growth spurt's bigger than mine. Honestly, I'm the one stressing out here. I'm 11 months older than him. I can't let him catch up, can I? And yet, you're planning to look down on me, even though I'm 35 months older than you? When did this kid get so cocky? It was all because Lee Chong-hyun had been roommates with Choi Ji-ho for too long. I had to suggest a room swap content soon. Even though it was only our second time, the showcase felt familiar. Perhaps it was thanks to the extensive audiovisual training. At this point, I was starting to wonder if I should thank Deputy Manager Nam's daughter for the pre-training. There are a lot more cameras now. From the moment we stepped on stage and greeted everyone, the scale of the event was noticeably different. Even at a glance, it was clear that the number of reporters present had significantly increased. We had put our all into this. I went on the IDC Variety show despite the penalties and even appeared in a drama I hadn't considered, all in an effort to contribute to the team. To boost our broadcast points, we jumped at every opportunity for variety shows and music shows alike. As our public recognition grew, so did our first week album sales. Even so, winning first place wasn't something that came just by meeting the minimum conditions. I had to constantly find ways to make Spark even more known. We practiced tirelessly to ensure we looked perfect from every angle, no matter where the reporters took pictures from, so that viral photos would spread. We sang our hearts out to earn the title of Unwavering Live Performance in the headlines. There was no chance of dropping another album this year. If we didn't achieve first place with this song, I'd have to wait until next year to meet the KPIs. That was why I was particularly focused on this song. And if we still don't make it, I'll need to find out exactly why. Only then could I finally hand a trophy to Spark, who had struggled so long to reach the top. I kept smiling, but inside, my emotions were complicated. Still, there wasn't much time for stray thoughts. After just a few words in the interview, it was time to perform mission. We stood up, moved our chairs, and lined up on stage. As I was checking everyone's positions, Kang Keon caught my eye. His position was slightly off. It was an unusual mistake for him, considering his usual precision. I lightly grabbed his arm from behind, and he flinched, turning around in surprise. Maybe I startled him too much? His reaction was bigger than expected, making me feel a little guilty. I mouthed an apology and gestured for him to move back with my hand. Kang Keon looked around. Then, he belatedly moved to his correct position. He slightly bowed his head in a gesture of thanks, just like usual. The metallic sound of an electric guitar reverberated. The choreography began, synchronized with the drumbeat. The stage was meticulously crafted to highlight each member. Even while dancing in the back, I knew how Spark appeared to others. It was designed to look perfect from an outsider's perspective. We knew where the audience would react, where the shutters would click, how it would sound from the stage, live, and on the recording. We had agonized over every detail. At least among the rookies who debuted this year, no other group could match this level of stage quality. And yet, a small crack appeared in this flawlessly crafted performance. I saw a slight waver in Kang Keon's core. He was the next one up. For a moment, I hesitated. Should I dismiss it as my oversensitivity, or should I intervene before something went wrong? I slightly angled my toes and put strength into my legs. The goal is just. And when Kang Keon faltered, missing a word, one thing, I jumped in preemptively, filling the gap in the lyrics like an offbeat, rushing to his side. I didn't have the talent to create new choreography on the spot. All I could do was move in a way that matched the lyrics as much as possible without looking awkward. Staying by your side. It was Kang Keon's part, but he couldn't sing it. So I sang it instead. And I slipped my arm around his waist from behind, supporting him. His wavering body stabilized, and I could feel him regain his footing. That's all. Kang Keon seamlessly picked up his part. His eyes were dark as he turned for the next move. No one noticed that there had been a mistake during this performance. Since the choreography video hadn't been released yet, even the fans didn't seem to realize that me jumping into Kang Keon's part was an ad-lib. Surviving the onslaught of ad-libs truly strengthened a person. As I dragged my chair back, I noticed small text on the floor, hidden by the stage lighting during the performance. Plus, reduced perception of negative emotions effect is currently active. Plus, why now? There was no notification like this when it was active before, and it was not like I experienced anything negative. I wondered if there was an issue I wasn't aware of, but I couldn't think of anything. There was no time to dwell on it. We were in the middle of a showcase. Shouldn't this be applied to him instead? I watched Kang Keon placing his chair a little distance away. He was the one who had stressed endlessly over a mistake during the debut rehearsal. Even if he said he was over it, he always got nervous in front of cameras. Even if no one else noticed, he must have been bothered by it. The person who made the mistake was always the most aware of it. Just as I was thinking it'd be good for him to take a breather, Jong Songbin came back with some water bottles handed out by the staff. Kong Keon, who received 3 of the 6 bottles, placed one under his chair, handed one to another member, and then approached me with the remaining bottle. He mouthed a question. "Are you okay?" "Me?" I mouthed back. Kong Keon nodded slightly. "Who's asking whom if they're okay right now? You're asking me if I'm okay? Not the other way around?" It was absurd, but still I answered dutifully. "Yes." Kong Keon nodded curtly and returned to his seat. But he just seemed to be trembling. Kong Keon wasn't the type to have stamina issues after just one performance. And the fact that he had made an unusual mistake, something was definitely wrong. I decided to find an opportunity to check on his condition once the showcase was over. I had been feeling like I hadn't talked to Kong Keon much lately anyway. But time, as always, was not on my side. The schedule of a newly comeback idol group was relentless, like a shredder grinding through a retired employee's documents. The showcase ended in the middle of the night, and yet Spark had to go back to the company for group practice. We ate dinner in the car due to lack of time. They say not even a dog should be disturbed during dinner, so that time was out. During practice, we had to focus on practice, so that was out too. Breaks were for rehydrating and discussing areas for improvement, so those were out as well. By the time I came to my senses, we were already back at the dorm. At least the Hampyeong industry let you use messenger apps. UA idols couldn't even communicate through messages unless both had their laptops open. For the first time, I resented UA. He performed perfectly fine during dance practice, making the situation even stranger. He did so well that it felt awkward to bring up the showcase incident. And it felt wrong to interrogate him about the mistake and what was going on, especially since he had to wake up in less than 2 hours. Since the music video shoot, the entire Spark team had been pushing through an intense schedule. Even if I couldn't be of help, at the very least, I shouldn't add to the pressure. I hope he can recover his condition before the recording. We had to go to the broadcasting station for pre-recording in a few hours. The time schedule was incredibly tight. I should push Kong Keon's hair and makeup slot to the very end so he can get some sleep. And I should grab some calming pills from the first aid kit just in case. Various thoughts filled my head. In the end, I stayed awake until Lee Chonghyun's alarm went off, turning it off myself as the morning of our first broadcast arrived. Life has its days when things just don't go your way. Today was one of those days. I failed from the very first task of the morning, grabbing the emergency medicine. I can't believe we're out of calming pills. I thought I had bought at least 4 of various kinds, but when I opened the box this morning, it was empty. This was why I had tried to be diligent about checking the supplies. But every time I even went near the first aid kit, the Spark members would come running with eyes wide open, so I ended up neglecting it, and now I was paying the price. Learning from today's experience, I would create a separate emergency kit for real emergencies next time. My mind raced while I was getting my hair and makeup done. When should I talk to Kong Keon? Lunchtime might not be the best time. The management team said they'd analyze the first week sales data. I wonder if I can see it today? Maybe it'd be faster to get the raw data myself. I also need to select photos to upload on the official account. What time are we going on stage? I think it's pretty late in the lineup. I should double check. And if there's time, I should go to the pharmacy to buy calming pills. No, I should ask the manager to do that, just in case. My thoughts were a jumbled mess. The more things I had to keep track of, the longer the list of things I needed to remember grew. Just as my mind was spiraling, a staff member came to the waiting room. "Spark, get ready for rehearsal." The members sprang to their feet. It was time to focus. Everyone was getting ready to leave, but Kong Keon stood still as if time had stopped for him. "Keon." At the sound of his name, a glint of light flickered in Kong Keon's eyes. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" He didn't answer. He just shook his head. That was when it appeared again. The system message. Plus, reduced perception of negative emotions effect is currently active. Plus, no way. Does this mean I'm feeling anxious because of Kong Keon? 195, Chapter 195, The Absence of a Teammate, 2. After the rehearsal, something was seriously wrong with Kong Keon. His drenched hair, uneven breathing, and unfocused eyes made him seem more beast than human, like someone cornered to the extreme. There hadn't been any mistakes. Kang Keon had completed all 3 rehearsals perfectly. Maybe it was because he had poured every bit of his focus onto the stage, but his steps as he came down the stairs were dangerously unsteady. "Keon, are you okay?" Jong Songbin grabbed Kang Keon's arm as he staggered. Kang Keon's gaze wandered. Somewhere across the floor. "I'm fine." His voice cracked like dry earth. No matter how you heard it, it wasn't the kind of voice that came from someone who was fine. Jong Songbin held on to him again. "You're sweating." "I'm fine, Hyung." Even as he gave the short reply, Kang Keon struggled to breathe. Lee Chonghyun, standing next to him, paled visibly. The 5-minute walk back to the waiting room felt like an eternity. As soon as the waiting room door closed, Kang Keon collapsed onto the sofa. Our manager, holding onto Kang Keon's shoulder as he struggled to lift his head, asked, "Keon, you have to tell us where it hurts so we can help you. Since when did you feel unwell? Should we go to the hospital?" Worried voices filled the room. "Should we call 119? Let's wipe off his sweat first. Where exactly does it hurt?" The other members, frozen in shock, just watched him silently. While words of concern couldn't physically heal or worsen his condition, Kang Keon seemed to grow more distressed as the voices multiplied. His hands, covering his face, were white. I excused myself and gently pulled the manager back. Then I knelt at Kang Keon's feet. "You're not actually in pain, are you?" Kang Keon didn't answer. He just trembled visibly. Did he need my help here, or not? Probably not. He was a person fueled by ambition and diligence. If he needed help, he would have asked for it already. About managing nervousness, I was wondering if you had any advice. How can I create pressure? Then, I'll leave it to you. The fact that he wasn't asking anyone for help meant either he knew this wasn't something that could be solved within 4 or he believed that no one could help him. It had to be one of the two, and I likely wouldn't be of any help to him in his current state. Then lie down. Get some rest. Juwoo, can you get a blanket? As the focus of the conversation shifted from him to Park Juwoo, Kang Keon obediently laid his head on the sofa. His shoulders heaved with each labored breath. When Park Juwoo hurriedly brought a blanket and covered him, Kang Keon buried his face in the back of the sofa. Only Kang Keon's uneven breathing echoed in the silent waiting room. "You think calming pills will be enough?" "Yes, probably." "Are you sure he's not seriously ill?" "I think it's better to take him to the hospital. I think his stage fright suddenly got worse. We should take him to the hospital. But, since he insists he's fine, it's best to give him the calming pills and talk to him once he's calmed down." The manager, still unable to shake off his worry, reluctantly left the building to find a pharmacy. Just as the manager disappeared down the hallway, the door to the waiting room behind me opened. Choi Jiho stepped out, awkwardly, lowering the hand that had been about to run through his hair. "How's Keon?" I asked quietly, and Choi Jiho replied with an indifferent expression. "Looks like he's asleep." Despite his nonchalant demeanor, his gaze was fixed on the waiting room. "Where are the others?" Jong Songbin and Park Juwoo are comforting Lee Chonghyun. Choi Jiho crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. Since they were close friends, Lee Chonghyun must have been really shocked too. I recalled his face. He had looked like he was about to cry. Of course he'd be scared. I was so focused on Keon that I forgot about Chonghyun. Lee Chonghyun had frozen up completely, unable to speak. I couldn't imagine how he must have felt. "Is it that?" "Is it what?" Choi Jiho asked vaguely. I questioned him, and he elaborated. "Kang Keon, is it that anxiety thing?" He seemed to be asking if the old extreme anxiety from his trainee days had come back. Probably. I thought it had gotten better. It did a lot. But there's no such thing as 100% in this world. Somewhere, at some point, the dam that Kang Keon had carefully maintained had burst. Our job was to find and plug the leak as quickly as possible. I should have asked him, even if it meant he slept less. What ifs kept piling up in my mind. My eyes stung. Choi Jiho stared at me quietly and then asked, "Did you?" "No." "No what?" "About Kang Keon being like this." "No." "Why do you ask?" Your response was too natural." "What response?" "All I did was give him the blanket Park Juwoo brought and tell him to sleep. If anything seemed natural about it, it was probably because. I guess it's because I know how that feels." "What?" Confusion clouded Choi Jiho's eyes. "When I feel like that, I don't want to think about anything. Other people's concern feels burdensome, and I just want to be isolated from the world. It's not like I normally think that way. It just happens sometimes. At those times, I just want to sleep without thinking about anything. I handled it that way this time because it was urgent, but don't take it as the right answer. I told him I was going in first and entered the waiting room, leaving him in the hallway. Jong Songbin greeted me with a glance. Park Ju-woo was diligently massaging Lee Chong-hyun's hands. Lee Chong-hyun's eyes were red. He cried. His makeup had been so pretty, too. I gave him a gentle pat on the back and approached Kang Ki-on. He still had the blanket pulled over his head. What could have pulled the trigger? I sat as far away as possible so as not to disturb him on the sofa and watched him as I pondered. What had caused Kang Ki-on, who had held on so well, to crumble? What had I missed? Were the signals I'd caught the only indicators of this breakdown? My mind was clouded with uncertainty, and it reminded me of something I didn't really want to remember. The image of myself, standing alone in the farthest stall of the company restroom, clutching my rapidly beating heart and taking deep breaths alone. Natural response, my ass. I, too, had run away to the bathroom because I didn't know what to do. I didn't even realize that a cramped space could make it worse until I locked myself in. This was simply the best solution I knew. Not the correct answer, but the best one I could come up with. My chest felt tight, heavy like a stone pressing down on it. Plus, reduced perception of negative emotions effect is currently active. Plus, and then, just like that, it vanished without a trace. About an hour later, Kang Ki-on opened his eyes. Then he gulped down the calming tonic the manager had brought. Kang Ki-on didn't say a word until he drained the bottle to the last drop. He finally spoke 30 minutes after drinking. I'm sorry. For what? Lee Chong-hyun yelled before being stopped by Park Ju-woo. You. Lee Chong-hyun looked aggrieved. But seeing Kang Ki-on's state, he closed his mouth. It was understandable that Lee Chong-hyun was upset. Back when they were trainees, he had been the one to listen to Kang Ki-on's worries more closely than anyone. Having gone through that together, it was natural for him to feel betrayed that Kang Ki-on had hidden his current state from him. Ki-on, why don't you sit out today's stage? Jong Song-bin asked cautiously. No, I feel better after sleeping. It didn't seem like a lie. His complexion was still pale, but color was slowly returning to his face. Kang Ki-on. Yes. Kang Ki-on's head turned towards me at my call. His gaze was still unsteady, and his eyelids fluttered. It won't be the end of the world if you take a break. If you're too exhausted, it's okay to rest. But it will be a big problem if you're absent for a long time. The team will struggle without you. Fans were extremely sensitive to members dropping out. It had been the same with the Sparklers in the past. Right before the contract renewal season, rumors ran wild about who would betray whom, whether the team needed to split up to survive, and so on. But aside from all that, you need to be healthy, both physically and mentally, to sing, dance, and support others. So, let's take good care of our health. We have a long way to go with Spark. Yes. Kang Ki-on hesitated before answering. My words didn't seem to resonate with him. Well, he might think I'm being presumptuous. He might think, who am I to lecture him? I was the least qualified, having collapsed during a live broadcast. Feeling awkward, I used cleaning up the empty bottle as an excuse to slip out of the waiting room. Kang Ki-on remained stubborn. He had his hair and makeup retouched and his clothes adjusted. Aside from the change in lip color to cover his pale lips, he looked the same as before the rehearsal. The first broadcast of Mission started and ended perfectly, without a single deviation from the rehearsal. Despite being live, no one missed a note or a step. It was a performance that belied the issues we'd faced during the waiting period. And after the stage, as soon as we got backstage, Kang Ki-on covered his mouth and crouched down. He dry heaved and clutched his chest tightly. Even as he breathed into a paper bag, tears streamed down his face. The tears were a physiological reaction to the suffocating feeling. Yet, there was something undeniably sorrowful about his appearance. 196. Chapter 196. The Absence of a Team Member, 3. To Kang Ki-on, Jong Song-bin was a reliable older brother. Park Ju-woo was a brother he was proud of, and Lee Chong-hyun was an irreplaceable friend. Even Choi Ji-ho, whom he once thought he could never understand, had now become a fairly good hyung. And Kim Yiwol, he was someone Kang Ki-on looked up to. He was a member worthy of respect in many ways. Whenever Kang Keon was around Kim Yiwol, he would unintentionally reveal parts of himself he wanted to keep hidden. But when he realized he was becoming a better version of himself because of that exposure, Kang Keon decided it was worth setting aside his pride. Otherwise, he would never have considered seeking advice from Kim Yiwol. Kim Yiwol was exceptionally mature. It wasn't just about being legally an adult. He was emotionally mature, competent, and kind to everyone. Whether it was innate or acquired, having such an unwavering pillar provided great comfort to Kang Keon, who lived with constant anxiety. When did it start? When did that pillar begin to shake? Was it when he realized that Kim Yiwol, who comforted others and assured them they were doing well, was overworking himself through relentless practice? Was it when he learned that Kim Yiwol, who welcomed others leaning on him, didn't lean on anyone himself and didn't even have a family to rely on? Or was it when Kim Yiwol, who seemed like he would remain unshakable even if everyone else changed, suffered injuries so severe they nearly cost him his life? Was it when he saw Kim Yiwol, after reassuring the members that he was fine, collapse backstage like someone who had finished all his duties, completely losing consciousness? Or was it much greater than? If it weren't for Kim Pep, Spark would have gotten at least one performance award at the end of the year. It's all UA's fault for messing up at the last minute. Much greater than Pep's lucky to have a tight grip on two of the most popular members. Some have to bust their lungs singing high notes while Pep just rides off, producing credit and friendships. Much greater than self-producing idols aren't that novel anymore, and it's obvious who they're trying to push by constantly emphasizing it. It's annoying. Much greater than Yiwol, please stop acting like a boomer among the kids and leave. The atmosphere gets ruined because of you. #Kimmel_search this. When he opened the shared laptop to block the Hyung's accounts to stop him from overworking, and stumbled upon a file of hate comments Kim Yiwol had compiled. When he saw that in the endless file, Kim Yiwol had meticulously marked each comment with a circle under the reflection status column. The kind-hearted leader worried about Kim Yiwol's low self-esteem. The friend who loved people worried about Kim Yiwol's health, and the other members, each in their own way, must have been concerned for Kim Yiwol's well-being. Kang Keon was simply anxious. When he realized that Kim Yiwol wasn't a pillar firmly planted in the ground, but a candle precariously sharing its warmth with them, he found himself constantly checking to see if the flame would go out, if the candle would melt away. The anxiety that resurfaced after Kim Yiwol's attack didn't subside easily. As Kim Yiwol and everyone else poured their hearts into the comeback, his anxiety soared relentlessly, as if it would pierce the endless sky. Kang Keon knew this all too well. Anxiety had been his companion for years. He had nightmares every night. The mistake during rehearsal transformed into dreams of messing up during important performances, tormenting him. No matter how many times he practiced, 10 times, 20 times, he dreamed the same nightmare every night. Now, it wasn't just the camera that terrified him. The lenses, the eyes of the audience, the gazes of his members. Every time his heart raced and his breath hitched, Kang Keon closed his eyes. He recited meditation phrases to calm his mind. It wasn't very effective, but he kept trying. It was all he could do. He couldn't afford to stay stuck in the trainee days when everyone else was moving forward. So he tried to solve things on his own, without seeking help like before. He read fan letters whenever he had spare time. He carefully laminated the slogans he received at fansign events and placed them around his personal space. They provided a sense of reassurance, a reminder that he was doing well. His heart pounded every time he saw a camera, but he tried not to show it. Instead, he made an effort to speak up, to say something, anything. And on a night when he couldn't sleep at all, Kang Keon got out of bed and went to find the small emergency kit Kim Yiwol had prepared. After all, in this team, there was a member who made sure they always had medicine on hand and checked it diligently. If Kang Keon couldn't even open the kit himself, then what was the point? Stealing himself, he opened the kit. Inside, the medicines were neatly organized. Relying on the dim glow of the night light, Kang Keon fumbled for the liquid calming medicine and drank it. Maybe it was just a placebo, but drinking it made him feel a little better. Until a strange sense of déjà vu washed over him as he looked at the first aid kit. A few days later, Kang Keon sought out the first aid kit again. Because the members made a fuss every time Kim Yiwol touched it, the first aid kit remained exactly as Kang Keon last saw it. He was glad they hadn't noticed the dwindling medicine. As he peeled open a new package, his hand paused. Was this the same one I took last time? Kong Qian moved the entire box closer to the nightlight. There were 2 unfamiliar pills, one of each kind, different from the calming medicine he had just unwrapped. It didn't matter which pharmaceutical company made them, given how stressed he was already, but it was incredibly strange that there was only one of each pill. When Kim Yiwol had first put together the kit, there had been a whole assortment of medicines, still in their original paper boxes. No one in Spark was regularly ill enough to need medication. It was suspicious that there was only 1 pill each of painkillers, fever reducers, and headache medicine, which were usually sold in packs of 10. Did he deliberately leave 1 pill of each and hide the rest somewhere? Is he worried we'll misuse them or something? Knowing Kim Yiwol, it was entirely possible. He was the kind of person who worried incessantly, which naturally led to the next question. Where were the rest of the pills? Even when they filmed the dorm raid content recently, there was no sign of any hidden medicine. Li Chonghyun's voice echoed in his memory. Kong Qian, I had a weird dream the other day. What kind of dream? I dreamt that Yiwol Hyung was secretly eating something alone at night. Wasn't that just a random dream? Why was he remembering a casual conversation he had with his friend during break time? I thought the same thing when I woke up. As if he would eat anything in the middle of the night. The guy who doesn't even eat snacks? Yeah, right. Exactly. I must be tired these days. Kong Qian was cautious. He knew his logic was a stretch, so he hesitated to act on it. He dismissed it, thinking, how unstable I must be to have such thoughts. Kim Yiwol was meticulous about self-management, strict enough to not allow any indiscretions, and incredibly generous with fan requests. As Kim Yiwol opened his suitcase in front of the camera, talking about tax evasion and such, Kong Qian saw it. He saw Kim Yiwol, who would have seemed perfectly natural, turning all his pockets inside out and shaking the suitcase upside down while proclaiming his innocence, pause as he touched the inside of the suitcase lid, his hand lingering near the zipper, and he saw the uneven bulge beneath the polyester fabric of the lid. Hyung is not the type of guy to rummage through his bag in the middle of the night just because he's hungry. His heart raced. Should you hide what someone wants hidden? Kong Qian believed there was a clear answer to this question. Of course, you should. But then, was it right to hide that side of Kim Yiwol too? He couldn't readily answer yes to this question, as he always had. His head ached. He felt suffocated. It would have been nice to be older, wiser, or to have an adult to confide in. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case for Kong Qian. So Kong Qian avoided Kim Yiwol, pretending he was busy with choreography, using Li Chonghyun as an excuse to push Kim Yiwol on a Choi Jiho, and trailing off mid-sentence whenever a conversation arose. But emotions that were suppressed always erupted eventually. The moment he stood on the showcase stage, a stage meant for live viewing by reporters, not just recording, Kong Qian knew. He knew he wasn't okay at all, that everything was falling apart. His premonition proved true, and he made a mistake. If someone hadn't supported him, just the thought of it made him dizzy. Kim Yiwol's singing voice echoed in his ears. I've been leaning on this Hyung just to endure, but who does he lean on to make it to the end of the stage? Is that why he collapsed on the IDC show, after enduring without saying a word? If something like that happens again, will I be able to support him like Kim Yiwol did for me? What will I do without this Hyung? His heart pounded. A complex feeling, beyond simple guilt or responsibility, consumed him. When Park Ju-woo asked if he was tired, Kim Yiwol had said he was fine. I don't lie, he'd said. Yet, Kong Qian couldn't help but ask, are you okay? He hadn't wanted to. He desperately wanted to avoid it. But he was afraid that if he didn't keep an eye on him, Kim Yiwol would collapse like before. And he was afraid that this time, Kim Yiwol might not get back up. He kept having these negative thoughts. It was agonizing. Even so, Kong Qian endured as best he could. Sensing how much Kim Yiwol had staked on this comeback, he desperately ignored the looming shadow. But now he had to face it. Much greater than hello, this is UA. We are announcing the suspension of Qian's activities due to health concerns. We express our gratitude and apologies to the fans who always support Spark. He had to accept that he couldn't overcome this state alone. Looking at the face of the colleague he admired was too painful. 197. Chapter 197. The Absence of a Team Member 4. After the first broadcast, Kong Qian went on hiatus. He resisted, But with even the management team intervening, he had no choice. After sending Kong Keon back to the dorm, we gathered at the company practice room. The atmosphere was somber, like a funeral, but harshly enough, we didn't have the luxury of worrying about him. Our next music show performance was tomorrow. We had to rearrange the choreography for 5 members by then. Choi Jiho, can you redraw the formations and movements for 5 people? I can't guarantee it. If Choi Jiho was the type to see the forest, Kong Keon was the one who focused on the trees, the details and specifics of the choreography. Moreover, unlike Choi Jiho, who specialized in individual skills, Kong Keon's role was crucial in composing group choreography. What if we pair you with Songbin? You're going to make me do it even if I say no, aren't you? Choi Jiho grumbled, but gave an okay sign. Since we hadn't recorded much vocal layering in the AR track, we could redistribute the singing parts along with the new choreography. But can you memorize it? Choi Jiho hit the nail on the head. Lee Chonghyun would be able to memorize it quickly. Park Ju-woo and Jong Song-bin wouldn't take too long either. The only problem was me. No matter how much I'd improved my dance skills, I wasn't at a level where I could learn choreography overnight. I'd gone from a wooden doll to something resembling a human, but that was about it. Choi Jiho's point was valid. It won't be easy. I checked the wall clock. It was currently 9 p.m. Rehearsal tomorrow was at 10 a.m. Before that, we had to spend 2 hours at the salon. And in my office, would be released on the OTT platform at midnight tonight. Still, I'll memorize it no matter what. I had no choice. I could only rely on my skill level. Yiwol Hyung, you need to come forward here. Sorry, let me try again. As it passed 11 p.m., my brain started to overload. It was hard enough remembering the choreography I'd just learned, but the steps and directions changing with each part made it confusing and drove me crazy. The others were following along just fine. I was the only one struggling. I even almost tripped because my steps got tangled. That Pump It Up game, or whatever it was called, at least showed arrows on the screen. Trying to memorize purely with my head was incredibly difficult. If I could just organize it in my head, maybe I could pull it off. Changing parts in real time while also changing formations turned my brain into a mess. I had no idea how Lee Chonghyun or Park Ju-woo were keeping up. Seeing me muttering left and right, Jong Songbin declared a break. Lee Chonghyun handed me a water bottle and said, "In my office, will be released soon." Huh. I looked at the clock. It was already 11:50 p.m. If the system didn't delay the payment, I had 10 minutes until my skill level increased. Are you okay? We can't promote it on the official account now. Lee Chonghyun asked in a low voice. With a member unable to participate, posting, "Please support Yiwol's first acting role," on the official account would get us worse than stones thrown at us. It would be boulders. It was the obvious course of action, but Lee Chonghyun seemed concerned. I never planned to promote it on Spark's account anyway. I already told the company. Why? It's not related to the group's activities. Even though the activity was meant to raise Spark's profile, not all fans would support it. Some worried I might leave the group, and others just wanted to look for a reason to hate. With the team already in a rough spot, the last thing I wanted was to add fuel to the fire. So, I decided against promoting it on the official account. Then what about Songbin Hyung's OST? That we should promote heavily. Songbin landed that gig himself. Geez. Lee Chonghyun let out a dry laugh. But really, Chonghyun, no fan will hate a member for singing a drama OST. They might criticize someone for having pretentious acting ambitions, though. I thought we might be able to watch the first episode today. It's a shame. Watch what? I have 2 lines. I was going to memorize your 2 lines and tease you for 2 weeks. He smiled sheepishly. Well, that sounded like something Lee Chonghyun would do. The break was ending. I stood up and said, "If you're going to tease me, drag Kong Keon into it too. That'll hit harder." Lee Chonghyun's eyebrows furrowed at my words. He looked like he was fighting back tears. And above his face, the system I had been waiting for appeared. Plus, system, task completed. Reward, dance skill plus 0.16% per episode appearance. Bonus points for appearing in all episodes. Settlement result, plus 0.384 points for 12 appearances plus 0.616 bonus points for appearing in all episodes plus 1 additional point for actively securing more screen time. System, subordinate, is being notified of the dance skill increase. Performance evaluation, 100. Vocal skill, 12/20. Dance skill, 11/20. Self-PR, 17/20. Attendance management, 20/20. Organizational adaptability, 15/20. Total fatigue, 17%. Plus, in the original script, my part was scheduled for around 9 episodes. I didn't have many lines either. But as the character Do Youngwon developed and built a narrative with Hasia Mayong, Do Youngwon ended up appearing in every episode. Thanks to not skipping ad-libs and using the 4-split monitor on set, I earned an extra point. Let's practice first. I needed to test it. The effect of reaching double digits in dance skill, something I could never break through before. Kang Keon stubbornly refused the staff's suggestion to stay at the company until the members returned from their schedule. He also declined their offer to contact his parents. He simply wanted to be alone. After the dorm became quiet, he collapsed onto the sofa. He felt drained. It's okay as long as I stay still like this. Yesterday felt like a distant dream. It was hard to accept that it had actually happened, that he'd lost control of his own body. Kang Keon's mind was strangely calm now. But when he recalled the stage, the suffocating feeling reminded him that it wasn't a dream. His hands tingled. Guilt gnawed at him. It was their long-awaited comeback. Everyone had prepared desperately. And yet, he ruined it after just one broadcast. He had never intended to live his life causing trouble for others. This was his first real failure. How should he apologize to the members? To the fans? To the staff? His chest felt heavy, as if a stone was weighing him down. What if I can never stand in front of a camera again? As a trainee, his biggest worry had been making mistakes on camera. Now his anxieties had spiraled out of control. He wanted to make this his career. He'd worked so hard for it. He had never fully understood the meaning of emptiness until now. He felt like he was sinking deeper and deeper. Despite this, Kang Keon forced himself to sit up. He turned on the music show he should have been on. Several groups performed. Kang Keon leaned back against the sofa and stared blankly at the TV. Soon, he heard a familiar song title in the MC's introduction. Minal, shall we try a mission? A mission? What kind of mission? Win 3 rounds of rock, paper, scissors in a row. How about it? The usual banter filled the air from the MC's table. After their awkward game, they swiftly transitioned to introducing Spark. Let's meet Spark, who are back with Mission. Following the gesture of Song Minal, one of the MCs, the camera turned towards the stage. 5 dark figures appeared on the dimly lit stage. Jiwoo, I want to be the last person standing by your side. At the center of a formation that bloomed like a flower, Park Jiwoo stood and sang. It was Kang Keon's part. He remembered when Jong Song-bin, who was in charge of distributing parts, smiled as he handed him the intro. I think it would be cool if you do it, Keon. There was a reason why terms like intro fairy and opening verse killer existed. Dozens of songs were released every day. Even if idols shortened their 4-minute songs to 2 minutes, many people still only listened to the first verse, or even just the intro, before skipping. Knowing this, the members still willingly gave him this opening part. Kang Keon had been very happy about it. They must have reworked the intro. Now, he felt like he had betrayed their trust. He felt miserable. Against a backdrop of intense sound, Kim Yiwol sang in a hushed tone. Yiwol, I wait with bated breath. For the moment, you call my name. The camera slowly panned up, starting from the back muscles visible under the black cropped knit. His back, shoulders, and face were captured sequentially. Perhaps because it was a broadcast, the flower drawing wasn't on his back this time. Instead, a red harness was strapped across his lower back. The scar was barely visible, covered by makeup and leather straps. Things were a bit rough at home, and sometimes it got out of hand. I got this when I was unlucky. That was how Kim Yiwol had answered when Jong Song-bin asked about the scar on his back. Everyone must have been curious, but no one had been rude enough to ask to see his back after that. Kang Keon included. It wasn't until recently that he had seen Kim Yiwol's scar in person. A large, poorly stitched scar that ran diagonally across his back from a handspan away from his side to his shoulder blade. Who would describe something like that as the result of bad luck? What could happen in a slightly rough home to cause that? He had been so shocked that he'd gasped involuntarily, but Kim Yiwol had remained calm, like it was nothing. If he could be so nonchalant about something like that, how much more would he have to endure before saying he needed a break? Kim Yiwol on screen was flawless, like an unblemished porcelain. Dull. His downcast gaze, sharp movements, and languid gestures blended perfectly. Lee Chonghyun stepped forward from among the members, standing with their backs to the camera in AV formation, hands clasped behind them. Chonghyun, I'll escort you, every step of the way, to the stage. I'll wait. Lee Chonghyun's hand reached out to Jong Songbin, who was standing at the front of the formation. Jong Songbin lightly clasped Lee Chonghyun's hand from above and sang, Songbin, until that uncertain time. Only. For you. The formation shifted complexly. No one made a mistake. Kang Keon's gaze kept following Kim Yiwol, who usually needed the most guidance. The moves had changed from the original routine, and even the distances they had to travel were different. Despite his worries at every line, Kim Yiwol performed flawlessly. The Kim Yiwol who used to parrot, I'm sorry, and just leave me behind, every time he was taught something was nowhere to be seen. When did he get so good? Kang Keon murmured. The song that Lee Chonghyun had excitedly played for him countless times filled the living room. 198. Chapter 198. The Absence of a Team Member, 5. Heavy drum beats mixed with electronic instrumentals and sound effects. The song's atmosphere brightened, as if bathed in golden light. Jiho Chonghyun. My admiration. The path you walk becomes my path. So walk with a smile. Choi Jiho and Lee Chonghyun stood back to back, facing forward, smiling faintly. Their expressions were relaxed. This part was originally meant for Kang Keon and Choi Jiho. He felt a strange pang. They filled the empty spaces smoothly and performed their parts flawlessly. That was how Spark had always been in the IDC. Back then, they had much more time, but even now, Spark remained the same. There was a sense of duty to be even more perfect because of his absence. Having experienced the same thing, Kang Keon knew how difficult it was to suddenly change a stage performance, how much effort it required. The layered instrumentals exploded in the chorus. Juwoo, I want the highlight. To shine only on you. For the whole world. To be placed in your hands. And then there was Kim Yiwol. Yiwol. This overflowing feeling is more than enough. As a reward, he smiled, a smile that seemed to shimmer with excitement, yet held a hint of hidden intentions. Perhaps because he was wearing colored contacts, a flash of blue light was visible in his eyes. It was the very embodiment of an overflowing feeling. After the song ended, the 5 members, catching their breath, were captured harmoniously on screen. Guilt, burden, the creeping thought, maybe they don't even need me in this team. Whenever those thoughts arose, what came to Kang Keon's mind? It won't work if you're gone for a long time. Was Kim Yiwol's voice. What about you, Hyung? The dorm fell silent as he turned off the TV. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Kang Keon did something he would never normally do. Something like entering someone else's room and opening their bag. Even as he acted, Kang Keon hoped desperately that his suspicions were wrong. He wished that when Kim Yiwol found out, he would just scold him, saying, no matter what, you shouldn't touch someone else's things. Inside the suitcase were familiar clothes and papers. Kang Keon reached for a pocket closed with a Ziploc bag. Maybe it really was just a stash of snacks. No one could be perfect all the time. If it was just hidden snacks, Kang Keon was willing to turn a blind eye. The metallic sound of the zipper echoed in his ears. The tightly sealed cover revealed its contents. That was a close one. I let out a sigh of relief as I unbuckled the harness around my abdomen. After my skill level increased, my body moved beyond what I wanted. It moved according to the ideal form in my mind. According to Lee Chonghyun, it was like I'd awakened. Thanks to that, I was able to not only memorize the choreography, but also perfect it. Challenging myself with acting had paid off. Since I had some time left while everyone else was getting ready, I helped Park Juwoo, who was struggling with his harness. He was wearing so many belts because of my insistence that the main vocal's impact needed to be visually enhanced. I'm sorry, Park Juwoo. But, hey, the fans will love it. The atmosphere in the car was quiet. It would be strange to be excited. Everyone was either double-checking their belongings or fiddling with empty water bottles. When the car stopped at a red light, the manager, after some obvious hesitation, spoke as if he'd just remembered something. How was Keon yesterday? Silence filled the car. He mostly stayed in his room. He said he wanted to rest. Jong Songbin, Kang Keon's roommate, answered. The manager fidgeted with the steering wheel before speaking. When you guys get back to the dorm, I know you'll be tired, but could you maybe try talking to Kian? Talk. Park Ju-woo, sitting in the passenger seat, chimed in. Ms. Ju-kyung tried talking to Kian yesterday, but he just kept saying he was fine. Considering Kang Kian's personality, it wasn't surprising. He hadn't even confided in Lee Chong-hyun, who he had relied on the most during their trainee days. Being a celebrity is a mental battle. It's not uncommon to get stressed from work. The company can provide plenty of support for that. As you worked, it was all too easy for people to become mentally worn down, either from piling stress they couldn't vent or from experiencing something traumatic. Like the manager said, it could happen anywhere. Assistant manager, I don't think I can work at this company anymore. The person I had my last meeting with said that they kept crying every Sunday night. In a society where everyone was cautious about suggesting rest and treatment, fearing their superiors' disapproval, who could blame Kang Kian for refusing help? But if the person in question refused help, there wouldn't be much the company could do. They couldn't force someone already overwhelmed by anxiety. The company must be anxious too. Kang Kian himself probably wouldn't like them talking about him behind his back. But it was something they couldn't ignore, making the situation complicated. What should we say? Should we ask if he wants to try counseling or something? Despite the heavy atmosphere, Lee Chong-hyun spoke up proactively. Kang Kian had chosen a good friend. That would be good. Or you could just listen to what Kian has to say. He doesn't have anyone to lean on. He doesn't want to tell his parents either, but with you guys, he might open up a little. We nodded in agreement. However, despite our enthusiastic response, Kang Kian was extremely guarded. It started off okay. Perhaps hearing us coming in, Kang Kian came out of his room and greeted us. He apologized and said we must be tired. Jong Songbin soothed him, saying there was nothing to apologize for, and gently changed the subject. What were you doing? Just watching some music shows. Although he avoided eye contact, Kang Kian answered politely. He even exchanged a few jokes with Lee Chong-hyun. If you're not too tired, do you want to talk for a bit? Jong Songbin asked in a tone that was hard to refuse. It was difficult to flatly reject someone who spoke with such consideration. I definitely didn't say this because I'd been constantly nagged by Songbin lately. Anyway, Kang Kian agreed to Jong Songbin's suggestion and sat down at the table. A serious, though somewhat stilted, conversation followed. We asked if he was uncomfortable being alone, if he needed any help. He answered politely, but his responses were all negative. He insisted he didn't need any help, that things would naturally get better if he just tried hard enough, and that it wasn't something the members needed to worry about. Kang Kian fidgeted with his hands. He wasn't this bad before. Kang Kian had always had a habit of getting nervous, but it had never been to the point of halting activities. Even if Kang Kian pushed himself too hard, it was unlikely Yue would have neglected him. Despite their incompetence in other areas, Yue had always been generally supportive of their artists. In fact, I thought things had improved a lot. Compared to before, when the group faced controversy over supposedly ignoring a member during a broadcast, nothing like that had happened again. Is it because of the increased attention? Or was the survival program too much for him? Looking at Kang Kian staring blankly at the table, I felt uneasy. Still, Kang Kian, counseling might be a good idea, don't you think? It's not like going to the hospital. I'm fine, really. I rested today, so I feel much better. I'm sorry I couldn't be on the music show with you guys. No, that's not what I want to hear. Lee Chong-hyun barely managed to control his rising voice. I was wondering if you could get some advice on how to manage your nerves. He was the one who had reached out to me first in the beginning. I couldn't fathom what was cornering him like this. It made me feel like we'd been so focused on performing that we missed something important. At least think about it in a positive light. I'd been trying not to speak, feeling guilty, but seeing Lee Chong-hyun struggling so hard made me speak up. That was when it happened. Kang Kian looked me straight in the eye. Come to think of it, it had been a while since we'd made eye contact. Why? I hadn't discriminated against him when giving out parts or screen time. Even though we weren't roommates, I should have talked to him as much as I did with Jong Songbin and Park Ju-woo. Why is he looking at me? Like he resents me? As soon as that thought crossed my mind, Kang Kian spoke. I don't want to hear that from you, Hyung. His voice was sharp. The gentle attitude he had towards the other members had turned cold. Hey, Choi Ji-ho, who had once experienced similar words from Kang Kian, started to rise from his seat. I silently grabbed his arm, signaling him not to interfere. Did I do something wrong to you? Are you uncomfortable talking with everyone because I'm here? If that's the case, I'm sorry I didn't notice. I'll leave. The last thing I wanted was for Kong Keon's rare willingness to talk to the members to fall apart because of me. As I pulled back my chair and was about to leave, Kong Keon snapped. Don't twist my words. When did I ever say that? His raised voice startled the others. They seemed unsure of what to do. Intervening might agitate Kong Keon further, but ignoring him seemed like insubordination. I didn't care about insubordination. It was not like there was a big age gap between us anyway. But hostility was a different matter. Counseling? Therapy? Are you in any position to tell me to get those? Kong Keon's anger was clearly directed at me. My mind spun into chaos. 199. Chapter 199. The Absence of a Team Member, 6. What did I do wrong to Kong Keon? When did he start resenting me? Kong Keon's eyes were bloodshot. A scene flashed through my mind. The day I woke up in the hospital room after being beaten by Yuhansu Kong. Keon staring down at me with an impassive expression. Aren't you even angry, Hyung? About what? Aren't you thinking about anything other than us being shocked and reporting Yuhansu? Compared to now, he had been strangely calm back then. I stopped Jiho Hyung earlier because he was too agitated, but Hyung, you too. And then Keon had added that he wished I would tone it down sometimes, that it made them feel like fools for worrying. But what did that have to do with this situation? As I struggled to understand, Kong Keon spoke. I told you before. It feels like only we end up looking like fools because of you, Hyung. You're asking what you did wrong? If it's uncomfortable for me because you're here. Kong Keon abruptly stood up. His breathing was ragged. Hyung, you really have a knack for pissing people off. He stormed into a room, slamming the door open as if he was going to break it down. My room. When he came back out, he was carrying my suitcase. You said you were fine. He muttered, his voice strained. You said you were used to it. You said you weren't in pain. You said you weren't lying. Keon, wait. Keon opened the suitcase without hesitation. His hand reached for the zipper of the Ziploc bag inside. Keon. Even as I called out his name, he didn't stop. With a ripping sound, the zipper opened and empty. Painkiller bottles and pill wrappers tumbled out. The plastic bottles and metallic foil wrappers clattered against the floor. Even after this, you think you have the right to tell me to get counseling? What about you? Do you think this is normal? Kong Keon's face twisted. He looked distressed. You're still asking if I'm the only problem? Someone is barely holding on, and you think I should go to the hospital just because I get a little nervous? Me? With what face? Get a grip. You're the one who needs counseling or a hospital. Keon shouted, his face flushed. My head hung low. I couldn't face him. As my gaze fell on the scattered pill bottles, something suddenly came to mind. Much greater than, so what's the deal with LCH's drug addiction? Was he a real druggie? No, he was just addicted to painkillers. You can get addicted to painkillers? I had no idea. Much greater than only Lee Chong-hyun got screwed over. Fans left thinking he was on drugs, but he wasn't. It would have been less unfair if he'd actually been on drugs. I know he didn't do anything wrong, but the agency's response made me lose faith and leave the fandom. They kept quiet while fans were getting bashed, and in the end, they made him apologize live for an hour. What a joke. Much greater than still, addiction is addiction. I left my previous fandom because of a druggie, and now it happens here too. Isn't this situation a bit different? Painkiller overuse is way more common than you think. Just search it up. You'll see regular headache meds don't cause addiction. Nice try defending. Usually doesn't mean the possibility is zero. Depending on the ingredients, you can get addicted, or it can turn into chronic headaches, making it impossible to stop taking the pills. It's a dangerous habit to believe only what you've read in a couple of articles. Much greater than, but he did do something that could be misunderstood. Everyone in that group tested positive, but only Chung Kwang tested negative? Who would believe that? LOL. Stop talking bullshit *T. As if UA would spend money to manipulate test results to cover up an artist scandal. Even if he wasn't on drugs, his behavior was suspicious enough. Who told him to befriend those idols? Deleted comment. Deleted comment. Deleted comment. Lee Chong-hyun, who became addicted to the same headache medicine I used. Jong Song-bin, who was bullied by Jang Junho for years. Choi Ji-ho, who had a troubled home because of an immature father. Why are they all so similar to me? If it were just one or two people, I would have dismissed it as a coincidence. But taking the same medication? That was suspicious. Especially when Kang Kian, right in front of me, was breathing the same way I had when I'd collapsed in the bathroom at Haianping Industry. See, Kang Kian's voice interrupted my runaway thoughts. His dry gaze was fixed on me. A member is rummaging through your bag, revealing everything you've been hiding, making a mess, and you're thinking about something else. Kian, that's... Sometimes I wonder if you're even human. Of course I was surprised and flustered, but I'd entrusted all my negative emotions to something called system, and before that, this whole series of events was too suspicious. So, you asked why I'm anxious, right? Kang Kian's body trembled. I could hear his teeth chattering. I don't have the confidence to tear myself apart and rebuild like you do, Hyung. I know I depend on you too much. Maybe that's why. I can't relax because I don't know when you'll collapse, and even when you seem fine, I'm suspicious that it's a lie. I can't trust you. I'm scared you'll die somewhere. You might not care, but that's how I feel. You might have forgotten, but I still remember that day. With tears welling up in his eyes, Kang Kian continued his accusations. You're not that kind of person, but I'm worried about when you'll be criticized by people again. To me, there's no one more perfect than you, but if someone like you gets criticized, I fear that someone like me will just be forgotten and ridiculed by the public. Is that enough for you? Kian, I'm trying to. I read fan letters over and over again to remind myself that there are more people supporting us than hating us, and I try not to overthink the compliments you guys give me. But still, what can I do when the bad thoughts won't stop? Kian's voice was a mixture of resignation and passionate outburst. Don't say you hid it for our sake. That's not kindness. That's selfishness. He spoke haltingly, but his words cut me deeply. It's because of you that I'm anxious. Plus, reduced perception of negative emotions effect is currently active. Reduced perception of negative emotions effect is currently active. Reduced perception of negative emotions effect is currently active. Reduced perception of negative emotions effect is currently active. Reduced perception of negative emotions effect is currently active. Reduced perception of negative emotions effect is currently active. Reduced perception of negative emotions effect is currently active. Plus, the system notifications rang. No further explanation was needed. Zhang Songbin was the one who stepped in to defuse the situation. He took Kang Kian to his room. Park Jiwoo followed, giving us a look before closing the door. Suddenly, only Choi Jiho, Lee Chonghyun, and I were left in the living room. Huh. A deep sigh escaped me. I rubbed my face roughly with my hands. As I squatted down to pick up the trash, something landed next to me. A garbage bag. I looked up to see Lee Chonghyun, looking down at me. Why are you putting that in your bag? Aren't you going to throw it away? I will. I'll separate the plastic. You take the general waste. Jiho Hyung, please fold the cardboard box. Lee Chonghyun squatted down beside me and started sorting out the large pill bottles. They're all empty. 30 pills each. How many are there? He can probably hear us. You think Kian didn't see? He's figured it all out. I don't think you have a say in this anymore. His tone was playful, but there was no smile on his face. Since when? If you're talking about starting the medication, it hasn't been long. So you took all of this in that short time? That was my daily routine at the Haianping Industry, man. Why does your head hurt? Explain properly. Or I'm calling Chan Young Hyung right now and telling him there might be side effects from your surgery. Lee Chonghyun rummaged through the suitcase, making sure there was no more trash, and spoke firmly. It's a chronic headache. I've always had it. It wasn't bad enough for you to take medicine when we were trainees. Can't you just let it slide? I thought I was answering properly. Did you answer? You got exposed. When a few more pill wrappers came out of my hand, Lee Chonghyun furrowed his brow. I was going to keep quiet because I might hurt your feelings, but now I understand why Kang Kian said you don't seem human. Don't worry, I'm not hurt by that. That's the problem, among other things. Choi Jiho, who had finished folding the cardboard box, stood up while Chonghyun and I were talking. He held the neatly folded boxes, ready for recycling. Are there no side effects from this? Well, there's a recommended daily dose. How many pills is that? Less than 8, I think. And you? I try to stick to the recommended dose. Sure you do. Choi Jiho let out a hollow laugh as he looked at the amount of trash. It's not like I'm taking them recklessly. I took them like this for years before, and I was fine. I said that to reassure them, but their expressions only darkened. When was that? When I was a student. I vaguely answered, avoiding mentioning my past work life in case I incurred a penalty for revealing heavenly secrets. Lee Chonghyun sighed. Kong Keon is right. We should have sent you to the hospital first. Let's talk about that later. The dorm is a mess right now. When later? After you collapse from a nosebleed? Or when your suitcase is overflowing with trash? It's not about that. Lee Chonghyun irritably threw the plastic containers into the recycling bin. We're in the middle of promotions. We have a fan sign tomorrow and promotional activities 4 in my office. You're saying we should give all that up? Fans aren't streaming and buying albums to see us promote with a missing member. I can understand trying to minimize Keon's absence, but we can't create another vacancy. I already had a record of missing self-produced content and live streams due to the Yu Hansu incident. I didn't want to add to the fandom's anxiety, especially during promotions, with another issue. Could you even call someone an idol if they only caused their fans to worry? What about the people who looked to me for strength? I couldn't keep taking without giving back. My turn comes after Keon makes a full recovery. No compromises. I tightly tied the small garbage bag shut. But if you meet my condition, I'll do whatever you say without complaint. This was my way of showing that I was willing to compromise. Lee Chonghyun wasn't naive enough to miss it. It was late, but I didn't think I could sleep. 200. Chapter 200, Counseling Center, 1. Kong Keon finally agreed to counseling. I heard the news from Jong Songbin because Keon was still refusing to speak to me. He hadn't even left his bed, wrapped tightly in his blanket, refusing to communicate with me at all. Because of that, I didn't even see his face until I left for work today. My steps were heavy, even though we weren't going to the Hampyeong industry. Keon said that he'll get counseling. Only the manager, unaware of the rift between Keon and me, was delighted. I forced a smile and agreed, then quietly called Choi Jiho. Hey, what? Give me some advice on how to appease Keon. How would I know? Choi Jiho replied without even bothering to open his eyes. Well, it couldn't be helped. I had to be the bigger person. I explained why he had to give me advice, presenting an irrefutable reason. You have a lot of experience fighting with Keon. Are you picking a fight? His reply sounded rather unpleasant, but whatever. At his raised voice, the other members turned to look at us in the back seats. Oh, for crying out loud. How many times do I have to tell you to control your volume? Keep your voice down. The others are trying to focus. The guy who's worried about that is the one who yesterday. Choi Jiho trailed off, letting out a deep sigh instead. He seemed to want to curse, but couldn't find the right words, so he just shut his mouth. Now there were 2 people in Spark who didn't want to talk to me. I felt like all my experience in HR was useless. I couldn't risk provoking someone already upset with me. So, even though the back seats were more spacious than usual due to Keon's absence, I sat as close to the door as possible. When Choi Jiho saw that, he shook his head slowly. His face seemed to say, "You're really hopeless." Despite his annoyed expression, Choi Jiho shifted closer to me and gestured for me to come closer. I think this is your problem. What is? You do everything on your own. We huddled together and whispered, careful not to be overheard. Who told you to isolate yourself? Why do you keep everything to yourself? What does that have to do with Keon? Don't presume what others are thinking. Are you sure you actually got into S University? Seriously? Hitting where it already hurts? But I understood what he meant, especially after Keon's outburst yesterday. Is he saying I shouldn't make assumptions and jump to conclusions? Indeed, I tended to make assumptions about them, based on years of observing Spark and my knowledge of future events. But that data wasn't always accurate. Lee Chonghyun, who I thought was the team's mood maker, was constantly reading the room. Jong Songbin, who I assumed was strong, actually had deep insecurities. There were always variables. Kong Keon said it before. He said my problem was saying things I shouldn't, and yours was not saying things you should. I wish you'd told me that sooner, Jiho. Even if I did, would you have listened? Choi Jiho rarely hit the mark, but he did this time. Think about it. If this hadn't happened, would you have listened to me or Keon? He was right. I couldn't argue with that point. And while you're at it, work on your self-esteem. What's wrong with my self-esteem? It's broken. You have no pride. Just like Keon, Choi Jiho was saying all sorts of things. I wanted to retort, but I held back. Getting worked up now was less important than getting some help. This isn't about being too humble, because people look down on you. Then what is it? You've gotten used to self-deprecation. Choi Ji-ho said it casually, but for some reason, his words pierced deep. But what was I supposed to do? Assistant Manager Kim, are you saying just because you graduated from S University, those who didn't should just bow down and agree with everything you say? Even if we didn't go to S University, both team leader Joe and I went to Sky Universities. You know our alma maters, right? Your classmates from that year wouldn't dare talk back to us. They wanted my opinions, but every time I spoke, I got attacked for unexpected reasons. In the working world, people would beat you down until you broke. And if you didn't break, they'd bend you until your spirit was crushed. I needed a defense mechanism to survive. I needed to breathe. My mind was a mess. Seeing my state, Choi Ji-ho added, "Did no one tell you that being too self-deprecating is not a good look?" Huh. My sister always gets scolded by my mom for the same reason. On the other hand, I get criticized for not being humble enough, so I never understood. But looking at you, I get it now. Sitting sideways, I made eye contact with Choi Ji-ho. My reflection was clear in his dark eyes. You're overdoing it. Imagine Jong Song-bin or Park Ju-woo suddenly coming to the dorm and saying, "Hyung, I don't think I'm cut out to be a singer." I'd immediately start reprogramming their minds. Well, I hope you reflect on yourself now. Just as I was about to retort that Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo couldn't be compared to me, Choi Ji-ho turned back and leaned his head against the window, closing his eyes again. At least he didn't seem as uncomfortable around me as before. The schedule went smoothly, aside from the fact that it gave me a lot to think about. If there was anything else that bothered me, it would be that every time Lee Chong-hyun found a spot with Wi-Fi, he would use the spare phone to search whether dark circles were a known side effect of headache medication. I confiscated the phone, since he kept looking down while getting his makeup done for the fan sign. With Kong Keon missing, the rest of us had to work harder to maintain the group's visual average. The fan sign went without a hitch. We told them that Kong Keon was resting well, and the five of us worked hard to keep the energy up and minimize his absence. Even from my perspective, as someone who had read hundreds of fan accounts, from Dead Fish Eyes comments to cost-effective fan signing reviews, I could confidently give us a passing grade. What was remarkable was that they worked harder than usual without me having to say anything. I had to admit, I was quite proud of them for that. After the signing event, my destination split from the other members. We're dropping Yiwol Hyung off first, and then heading to the company, right? Yes, we have to if we want to make it on time. The manager answered Jong Song-bin's question while operating the navigation system. Today was the filming day for the promotional variety show for In My Office. I found myself thinking why it had to be today of all days, but in a way, it was probably better that I wasn't at the dorm. It would help the atmosphere. Oh right, Choi Ji-ho told me not to overthink things like that. Did you hear about what you'll be doing? Lee Chong-hyun asked. He knew it was confidential information, so he was probably just trying to lighten the mood from yesterday. Not really. I just hope it's not an office worker experience. The show was famous for visiting unique locations tailored to the guests. Considering the theme of In My Office, it wouldn't be surprising if they rented an office, but that would be too predictable. Perhaps because he hadn't yet become a popularity monster, Lee Chong-hyun asked innocently. Why? Isn't that the most likely concept? You went viral because of that. In an era overflowing with content, In My Office hadn't been a huge success. But it did leave a mark. 5 minutes of viral In My Office moments. Guana, I want to quit my job. Youngwon, assistant manager, our salaries have been deposited. Guan, I'll work hard just for today. A brand name that's surprisingly pronounceable. Youngwon, assistant manager, have you seen the surge in My New Vision Dynamic Securities Investment Trust? Guan, yeah, this could be jackpot. Suna, what are you guys talking about? Gasp, is that the My New Vision Dynamic Securities Investment Trust graph? Guan, yes. Team leader G is going to make a killing. Short clips kept being posted. This was the area that Hasia Myong and the PDs had invested in, seeing its potential. And among those, the most popular clips were, Guan, Mr. Youngwon's desk is so bare. Are you not interested in having a plant, like a cactus? Youngwon, the feng shui of my seat isn't suitable for keeping living things. It's tough just sitting here. Guan, you don't have a resignation letter hidden in your drawer, do you? Youngwon, of course not. We have to submit our resignations electronically. Guan, Sanjin, as the Magne, what do you think, Mr. Youngwon? Am I really a difficult team leader? Youngwon, no. We all know you're working hard for the best results. Team leader. Sanjin, not exactly the answer I was hoping for. Youngwon, a look that says, then why did you? Ask. Won, Mr. Youngwon, what would you do if you won the lottery? Youngwon, I'm thinking of throwing a party with my team members. Gwon, a lottery party. Youngwon, a farewell party for myself. Surprisingly, it was a compilation of relatable office worker moments featuring Do Youngwon. Much greater than Youngwon's eyes are dead inside. His acting is excellent. It's like he pulled a real office worker from Uedo. What do you mean pull? Uedo office workers are people too. Much greater than I saw someone like that on the subway, holding the handrail with one hand and reading something clipped to a paper with the other, and sighing every 30 seconds. Don't lie. I've been commuting on line 2 for 4 years and have never seen such a handsome man. That's why you should have taken line 5 or 9. Much greater than is in my offices. Do Youngwon an idol? He's so handsome. Yes. His acting isn't bad either. Not enough screen time to call it acting though. So many people ruin the mood with even less screen time. Kim Yiwol is above average. Is Kim Yiwol his real name? Yeah, he's a member of a group called Spark. Much greater than finding out that my one pick, who looked so worn down by life, is actually a 21-year-old baby. Wow, the actor who plays Do Youngwon is 21? I thought he was at least in his late 20s. I'm not saying he looks old, but really, his size and attitude are that of a working adult. It's definitely not a vibe you get from a young'un. Much greater than give Do Youngwon to our team. I'll put our team's Mr. Hyun under my pillow, so please replace him with a new Do Youngwon. Mr. Youngwon has lived a virtuous life. I've lived a virtuous life too, damn it. Much greater than let's talk about episode 5 of In My Office. And Mr. Youngwon, what a captivating character. He's completely focused on work, but he's the fastest to reply when Gwon messages him. He even uses super cute emoticons. So far, Mr. Youngwon seems to be the scene stealer, but it's sad he doesn't have many lines. Is anyone a Youngwon stan? I'm a Do Youngwon stan. He's so funny because he only says what's necessary. He's like a chatbot coded by a developer with a great sense of humor. That analogy, I wasn't sure what you meant, but it's perfect. If you're a Youngwon stan, it'll get more and more fun. I'm happy his screen time increases. Author, OMG, really? I'm going to binge watch until the last episode tonight. And that was why I ended up appearing on the promotional variety show alongside the 2 main leads. Thanks to that, they rushed to book me the day before filming. Honestly, the haphazard way things were progressing felt eerily similar to our own company. When I arrived at the filming location, I greeted the staff until the signal for final prep was given. People politely said they enjoyed the drama. Since I hadn't contributed much to the final product, all I could do was bow and thank them sincerely. Ha Seong arrived next. After exchanging brief greetings with the staff, she strode towards me. Mr. Yiwol, it's been a while. How have you been? It's good to see you again. Yeah, really. Your clips are all the rage. They keep popping up on my feed. Ha Seong was as energetic as ever. She even gave me a big thumbs up, as if words weren't enough. Then, her voice lowered slightly. Things are hectic these days, huh? It was an indirect question. She must have heard about Kang Ki-on. Since she'd been supporting Spark's activities on her personal SNS even before In My Office was released, it wasn't surprising that she'd seen the news. Yes, a little. It must be a strange feeling filming a variety show at a time like this. Ha Seong smiled sympathetically. Since I wasn't exactly feeling great either, the best I could do was offer a small smile in return. I know this won't help much, but if you need anything, let me know. If necessary, I'll pull out the story of how I once fought with Gu Jahan on set. She sounded serious. If I didn't stop her, she would probably reveal everything that happened between her and Gu Jahan on set. I couldn't let her turn someone else's filming set into a battleground. I thanked her, saying her words were enough. 201. Chapter 201. Counseling Center 2. We traveled to the filming location by riding in a car driven by the MC. On the way, we briefly introduced and promoted the drama. The main activity was to enjoy separate content once we arrived. I've known Ms. Seong for quite a while, you know. I really think this new character suits him perfectly. Really? I'm touched to hear that. I mean it. Everyone said the chemistry was good. Since the MC and Ms. Ha Seong were acquainted, The conversation flowed naturally. I really enjoyed Mr. Yiwol's performance too. When I first saw you, I was sure you were an actor, but later I found out you were an idol. I was so surprised. Thank you for your kind words. A lot of people have told me they enjoyed it. I saw that comment too, the one that said you looked like a Udo office worker. Ms. Hasiamayong burst out laughing at the MC's words. Mr. Gujahan was also quite well behaved. It seemed like he'd had some time for self-reflection, if not a complete change of heart, since filming ended. So everyone, where do you think we're going today? To drink beer? You can't talk about office workers without mentioning company dinners. It's the middle of the day. Are you okay with day drinking, Ms. Siamayong? No problem at all. The MC and Ms. Hasiamayong continued their banter, since Mr. Gujahan had already given the office worker answer, I, who was unable to give the same response. A lottery ticket hotspot ended up giving this answer, and I received a promise from the MC that they would buy me a lottery ticket with their own money after filming. I almost cried. While the others had fun turning me into a lottery-obsessed idol, the car quietly turned into a deserted alley. Soon, colorful flags came into view. Are we going to a shamanistic ritual? Gujahan asked with a look of displeasure. For someone like him, a time to pay for his deeds was both necessary and inevitably painful. The car, carrying the trembling Gujahan, came to a stop in front of a rundown house. Today's filming location is a fortune teller's house. Sean Guan was once a lively middle schooler full of dreams. Her life took a 180-degree turn one day when her father's face appeared black to her. Her father, believing her business would continue to flourish, recklessly expanded it, only to have it fail and the family go bankrupt. Driven to despair, her father took her own life. A black ribbon adorned his father's portrait. Family members dressed in black mourning clothes, and mourners dressed in black came to weep. At that moment, Sean Guan gained a peculiar ability. She could see the potential of any business venture represented by a color. As if mocking her bankrupt father's greed, this strange ability only manifested itself while working. Her sole goal became to diligently work, tenaciously save money, and regain the life she once had. Miss Sean Guan, I don't work like this. A man appeared, blocking Sean Guan's seemingly smooth path. That was the synopsis of In My Office. The episode where Sean Guan strayed from her goal, swayed by love for Ji Sanjin, and consequently lost her ability, recorded the highest viewership of the series. But I never thought they'd actually bring us to a fortune teller's. Presumably, the keywords were connected in the following flow: special ability, mysterious realm, shamanistic beliefs. I had never gotten my fortune told or had a saju done before. Sometimes a finance app would show me a daily horoscope, but I had never memorized it throughout the day and later thought, oh, it was right after all. TL note: Saju equals Korean astrology reading. Perhaps that was why this place felt like a realm I couldn't easily step into. Before we go in, do our guests usually believe in fortune-telling or shamanism? The MC stopped us just before we entered, making me even more nervous. My heart pounded like I was on a roller coaster. I always get my fortune read at the beginning of the year. How about you, Mr. Jahan? You seem like you wouldn't believe in that stuff. I haven't personally gone to see a fortune teller, but my mother often goes to get her fortune read. I went with her once, when I was making a career decision. So many of you do. I've never had it done before. Then is today Mr. Yiwol's first fortune reading? Is it really okay for our show to debut such a precious moment? It was a cable variety show, so of course it was fine. If it got edited out, I'd diligently share the story on our live stream. The MC enthusiastically explained how famous this place was. It had been featured on TV several times, and apparently, it took a year just to get an appointment. The production crew had inquired without much expectation, but miraculously, the previous client had canceled, freeing up a slot. No wonder there wasn't a proper signboard. They must be a big shot who didn't need to advertise to attract clients. Unlike what I had imagined, the entrance and the waiting room, remodeled from the living room, looked surprisingly modern. Since there hadn't been time to set up cameras beforehand, the crew had gone into the fortune teller's room first. It was fascinating to experience this after only seeing pre-planned scenes. They said they're ready, so shall we go in? At the MC's words, we got up from the sofa and headed to the room we were directed to. The fortune teller's room felt completely separate from reality, with the door as the boundary. A woman in a simple hanbok sat amidst colorful paintings and decorations. The woman, her hair tied back tightly, looked at us and then asked the PD, "You said 4 people were coming, but you only gave me birth dates for 3. I wondered if you were testing me, but turns out you brought a ghost pretending to be alive." I knew without looking. The camera lenses zoomed in on each of our 4 faces, one by one. Maybe it wasn't just the shaman being tested. Maybe we were, too. "No, who's the ghost?" the MC asked as they sat on a cushion. At that moment, the tip of the fortune teller's fan pointed towards me. "Who else?" "It's that one." Perhaps for dramatic effect, the PD requested that my fortune-telling be last. Thanks to that, the order was set as the MC, Ms. Hasia Mayong, Mr. Gujahan, and then me. The atmosphere for the others was quite good. I didn't mean the atmosphere on set was lively and cheerful. Rather, everyone seemed genuinely surprised by the fortune-teller's words. What's the point of being nice to others if you're going to suffer yourself? Wait a minute, I think I'm going to cry. Don't give too much of yourself. The people who are meant to stay will stay even if you don't go that far. Living like this is like cutting off your own flesh to feed others. Oh, whoa, hold on. Can we pause filming for a moment? I'm really sorry. Truly. Sure, actors like Hasia Mayong and Gu Jahan could fake it. But it didn't make sense for the MC to be crying like that. At least based on my research, the MC had no acting background. I even considered the worst-case scenario, a hidden camera prank that only I was unaware of, but that seemed too far-fetched. It would be disrespectful to the MC. Ms. Hasia Mayong received what could be considered praise, or at least positive words. The fortune teller said that a rose meant to bloom from soil had sprouted from the mud and struggled, but had remarkably crawled out to the surface. Now, all that remained was for it to bloom in the right soil. This probably meant her acting career would flourish. Ms. Hasia Mayong seemed pleased to hear those words. Up to this point, it was just interesting. What truly shocked me was during Gu Jahan's turn. "Oh dear. What's wrong? This gentleman is just starting to grow up." Fortune teller, have you perhaps visited our filming set before? The fact that Mr. Gu Jahan was just starting to mature was a top secret that even the variety show writers didn't know. Mr. Gu Jahan gave an awkward laugh. It looked like she had hit the bullseye. The fortune teller skillfully soothed him. "It's all right. There are plenty of people who don't mature even at 50. Have you heard of knowing the decree of heaven at 50? It means that by the age of 50, one is supposed to gain enlightenment. But you're still young." The topic instantly shifted to, is Mr. Gu Jahan immature in real life? A variety show couldn't just focus solely on fortune-telling. Mr. Jahan's first impression was that of a truly immature young master. His image has changed a lot while filming the drama. "We became really close by the last episode, right?" Ms. Hasia Mayong spoke lightly, yet pointedly. "You're destined to live a self-centered life. But recently, you've met someone precious, huh?" "Oh, isn't that exactly just like Ji Sanjin's character from In My Office?" The MC chimed in. Their ability to analyze the guest's recent filmography and weave it into the conversation was remarkable. That's right, that's right. Wait, then am I Mr. Gu Jahan's benefactor?" "You're not. I told you earlier that you're someone who will find your own ground, right? You're smart, so you wouldn't even glance at barren land. Then are you saying I'm barren land? Before you met your benefactor, you treated people's sincerity like stones. I can see you had no water source in your life. You were parched." The fortune teller's pointed remarks continued. Mr. Gu Jahan covered his face with both hands. Laughter erupted from all sides at this new side of the handsome male lead. Mr. Gu Jahan's fans might not like this portrayal, so I wondered if this scene would be edited out. It would be a shame. But somehow, a bamboo shoot sprang up in that rocky soil. That's why water finally started to gather. If you continue living like this, you'll become a spring. And you know what a spring does? All the animals gather around it in winter. It's a stroke of luck that a new opportunity has come to this rocky pit, meaning people might gather around you again. The fortune teller earnestly advised Mr. Gu Jahan that this was a crucial time for him, urging him to behave properly and conduct himself well. Mr. Gu Jahan, after receiving a lengthy lecture, glanced at me. "Even if you look at me like that, I won't go to you to borrow water in the winter. I have no intention of dragging down the group by making strange connections in odd places. Don't worry about me stealing your hard-earned spring water." Finally, it was my turn. The fortune teller, who had avoided eye contact with me, looked at my face and then shook her head as if she had a headache. After a long pause, she uttered a single sentence. Goodness, your face is so pitch black. How could I possibly see anything? 202. Chapter 202, Side Story. A certain March 30th. The morning had come. Jong Songbin turned off his alarm and got out of bed. Maybe because it was spring, the weather was really nice. Unlike in winter, waking up wasn't so hard anymore. Jong Songbin immediately grabbed some clothes to change into. Was it because of the exciting season? He recalled his mother's words from a recent phone call. It's your birthday soon. I'm so sorry you won't even be able to have seaweed soup. Jong Songbin had replied that it was okay. He told her he was eating well. Trainees weren't particularly close or had the time to celebrate each other's birthdays. He was content with birthday wishes from longtime friends or a particularly thoughtful dancing. Even so, he couldn't exactly tell his mom, who was already worried, how things really were. Jong Songbin thought he would at least call his parents after practice, thank them for giving birth to him. He'd return to the dorm late at night, so he'd send his gratitude to them and then quietly go to sleep. He then headed towards the living room, from which a delicious smell wafted. A delicious smell? Usually, the smell emanating from the dorm at this hour was predictable. The smell of Kim Yiwol, the trainee who had recently joined, toasting bread. After learning that the student-age trainees went to school on empty stomachs or made do with bread, Kim Yiwol had volunteered to toast bread and fry eggs. It wasn't long ago that he had even scolded the members, telling them they'd be better off getting more sleep during that time instead. Since then, Kim Yiwol consistently took care of the members' breakfasts. Thanks to him, Jong Songbin and the other members could wake up to the smell of toasted bread. But today was different. A savory and salty aroma seeped through the cracks of his door. He could also hear something simmering. Puzzled, Jong Songbin opened the door. As usual, Kim Yiwol stood in the kitchen with his back to the living room. Hyung, did you sleep well? Yeah, go wash up quickly. Kim Yiwol replied without turning around. He seemed quite busy. As soon as he finished speaking, the rice cooker chimed, signaling that the rice was done. Is he very hungry? The extreme diet might have been a bit harsh for Kim Yiwol, who had been a regular person until recently. Watching Kim Yiwol stir the steaming rice pot with a spatula, Jong Songbin resolved to turn a blind eye if Kim Yiwol gained a little weight. This resolve crumbled within 20 minutes. 3 bowls each of freshly cooked rice and seaweed soup were placed on the dining table. There was a bit too much meat for it to be called seaweed soup, and it even had the usual fried eggs as a side dish. Instead of bread, have this for breakfast. It's low sodium, so it might not taste as good as you're used to. Huh, I added a lot of meat for protein, so try not to leave any leftovers. Jong Songbin was quite surprised. The date and menu were too perfect to be a coincidence. Kong Kian, who appeared behind Jong Songbin at that moment, asked, "Why seaweed soup?" Kim Yiwol took off his apron and replied, "It's Songbin's birthday today." Those were truly unexpected words. Songbin, happy birthday. What? It's Songbin's birthday today? Come out during lunch break. This Nuna will take some amazing photos of you under the cherry blossoms. They're all in full bloom near the back gate. Just say the word, Songbin. I'll buy you anything from the cafeteria today. As soon as Jong Songbin opened the classroom door, he was showered with congratulations. His bag was mysteriously slipped off by some friend he didn't even notice, and he received a hearty slap on the back under the guise of a birthday punch. Wait, wasn't that a bit too hard? Did I wrong someone? Is this payback time or something? Jong Songbin's friends laughed casually at his joke. Stop whining, you buff dude. We all know you barely even felt that. I'm the one who got hit. Why are you the one deciding it didn't hurt? Jong Songbin laughed brightly as he retrieved his bag. 6 instant cup egg drop soups were placed on his desk. It was a rare food gift in this school where most students were on diets. Who gave me these? Me. I was originally going to give you seaweed soup, but they were out of stock today. Sorry, Bin. Don't be sorry. I love egg soup. Jong Songbin gratefully gathered the cups. Still, you should have seaweed soup on your birthday. Jong Songbin replied to his friend, who sounded disappointed. I actually had seaweed soup today. Huh? When? This morning. The new Hyung made it for me. Ah, that new face Hyung. His friend acknowledged knowingly. Those preparing to become idols together knew each other's circumstances to some extent. Jong Songbin's friends felt it was a shame that such a talented kid person like him was at UA, a wasteland for aspiring idols. Perhaps because of this, they all tended to be extra considerate of Jong Songbin. He remembered their sharp reactions when he told them about Kim Yiwol joining. Your agency has no sense. They finally put together a perfect lineup. Why gamble at the last minute? They say the guy wasn't even a trainee. Is that right? Jong Songbin had tried to say positive things, despite his uncertainty. He'd mentioned that Kim Yiwol seemed reliable, tall, and handsome. But his friends, who shared the same dream, weren't fools, and they easily picked up on what Jong Songbin was trying to gloss over. Let's say he's decent at singing. What about dancing? You know it's a waste to have Choi Ji-ho and not aim for a dance group, right? There are still agencies eyeing him. If it weren't for the rumors about his terrible personality, the big agencies would have snatched him up without a second thought. Anyway, it's not just any dance group. It has to focus on performance. Can this newcomer handle that? Don't be so harsh. He's working hard. Their criticism was so sharp that he couldn't help but intervene. Someone spoke up, seeing Jong Songbin's awkwardness amidst his friends. You know hard work isn't everything. That shut him up. It was a time when effort didn't guarantee results. He knew all too well that his friend was right. But now, he could refute that statement. Kim Yiwol, whom he had observed for a month, was someone who would succeed no matter what. He always makes us breakfast. Today he made seaweed soup. Wow, what a great guy, that new Hyung. I didn't know a super Hyung lived in Songbin's dorm. I told you he was a good person. Kim Yiwol was a good person. Perceptive and intuitive. Kind to everyone, yet attentive to each individual. Having joined late, he worked the hardest, yet he never showed it, quietly finding his own tasks and diligently completing them. It seemed like he even sought out tasks that weren't his and took responsibility for them. Still, I can rely on him. To think he could trust someone he'd only known for a short time to this extent. It was hard to believe, even to himself. But that was because, how did he know your birthday? You don't usually talk about that kind of thing. Kim Yiwol really did seem to know everything. Everything, to a surprising degree. Jong Songbin recalled a conversation from a few weeks ago, when the cold wind was still blowing. The conversation he had with Kim Yiwol at the playground late at night remained vivid in his memory. Kim Yiwol, who had confidently declared that Jong Songbin would surely be recognized. You seem very certain, Hyung. Of course. Kim Yiwol, looking at him, had smiled as cold as the winter wind, yet as warm as the fallen snow. I know the future. Jong Songbin had decided to believe those words, which sounded like a joke, because just believing them brought him comfort. That Hyung doesn't miss a thing. Jong Songbin laughed heartily, a smile without a shred of doubt. I'm back. Jong Songbin bowed his head and opened the practice room door. Kim Yiwol and Choi Ji-ho were facing off in the middle of the room. Kim Yiwol waved to the younger members entering the practice room. Welcome back, everyone. He's just upset with me, so don't mind us and get warmed up. Why does your body move like that? Did you even watch yourself in the mirror? Does it make sense to you? I told you. I didn't understand it, and I couldn't execute it. That's something to be proud of. Choi Ji-ho sighed. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Kang Ki-on took his practice clothes out of his bag and quickly changed. That's why I told you to learn from Ju-woo Hyung while I was gone. Kang Ki-on scolded Kim Yiwol. Kim Yiwol, unfazed, simply pointed to a corner of the practice room. Ju-woo was already passed out. His friend's feet stuck out from behind the sofa, where he'd been hidden from view. Ugh, my head hurts. Be careful. You'll get chronic migraines. It's your fault, so I wish you'd be more careful. Seeing Kim Yiwol genuinely concerned, Choi Ji-ho shook his head as if fed up and left the room. Kim Yiwol, turning his attention away from Choi Ji-ho, looked at Jong Songbin and Kang Ki-on and asked, How about you two? Anything happened today? Nothing much for me. Kang Ki-on replied dryly as he stretched. Normally, Jong Songbin would have given the same answer. Normally, I bragged about how you made me seaweed soup. Kim Yiwol's eyes widened. A rare sight. You did. Everyone said you seemed like such a great person. Kim Yiwol averted his gaze at Jong Songbin's words. His hand went to the back of his neck, as if embarrassed. Anything else happen? Kim Yiwol changed the subject. The clumsy attempt at changing the subject made Jong Songbin laugh without realizing it. Still, he shouldn't tease his elder. Jong Songbin suppressed his playful spirit and obediently followed Kim Yiwol's lead. The cherry blossoms bloomed at school. My friends took pictures for my birthday. Should I back those up too? Of course. Take Keon tomorrow and get pictures together. 50 individual shots, 50 group shots. For the individual shots, 25 with your jacket on, 25 without. Got it. We won't have enough time during lunch break. Kong Keon protested. Kim Yiwol paid him no mind. Spring. The weather was nice. Many people were celebrating his birthday, and the members were gathered, enjoying good conversation. It was a good season. 203. Chapter 203, Counseling Center 3. You can't see his face? The MC asked. Everyone on set held their breath, focusing on the fortune teller. It's not the fortune of a living person. I'm surprised too. I thought he was a ghost. The room went beyond silence into a hellish stillness. What on earth is wrong? Is it because I traveled through time? Does living two lives mess up your fortune chart? If I had known this would happen, I would have diligently checked my daily horoscope. I deeply regretted it. If I couldn't salvage this, my parts would be completely edited out. I had even signed a deal to air the mission music video at the end of the show. But if the main subject didn't appear? What a novel and heartbreaking situation. I couldn't give up on the broadcast score, so I gritted my teeth and started damage control. I suffered a major injury when I was young. Could that be the reason? You did? Yes. I don't know much about fortune telling, but I thought maybe that could have something to do with it. The fortune teller's eyes narrowed at my words. Fortune teller, I am begging you. Please just let this slide. I need the broadcast score. I'm sorry for being so materialistic. Please, just this once. That could be it. As if reading my mind, the fortune teller rescued me from the clutches of being completely edited out. I reflected on how I had rashly mentioned ancestral spirits to Jong Song-bin to escape a momentary crisis. Even if it wasn't for that, you have a terribly unlucky fate. If that person is a flower planted in the wrong soil, you are a wildfire in the wilderness. Just looking at you, I can tell you're destined to burn yourself out doing good deeds for others your whole life. Me? You think things are going pretty well for you, don't you? That the results are better than your efforts, and that you have good luck? The fortune teller asked me. I nodded. It wasn't just for the camera. It really was how I usually thought. That's your misconception. You're the type who, if you fall backward, breaks their nose and ribs. The fortune teller rested her chin on her hand. I felt her gaze slowly meeting mine. But since your legs are fine, you'd think, oh, it doesn't hurt to walk. That's a relief, and keep going. You're just like a candle that burns until its base melts away. I'm scared Hyung will just die somewhere. Hyung might not care, but I do. Kong Keon's words echoed in my ears. The two voices overlapped, making me dizzy. You know how, when a candle burns all the way down, nothing's left but melted wax? It's completely melted, with no trace of its original form. After warming others and lighting their way, nothing remains of itself. I wanted to escape her gaze. My heart felt inexplicably heavy. Ms. Hasiamayong broke the stifling atmosphere. Mr. Yiwol works really hard. He's the most diligent one. He even memorizes his co-star's lines so he doesn't mess up the timing. Oh, is it just as the fortune teller says? Absolutely. Even though there's a difference in shooting time between the leads and supporting roles, when you count waiting times, it's not that different. But Yiwol always takes care of everyone. And he's even doing idle activities at the same time. He was preparing for a comeback while filming in my office, right? Mr. Yiwol, you can't push yourself too hard just because you're young. You'll wear yourself out. Listening to Hasiamayong and the MC talk finally let me breathe a little easier. Mr. Jahan, say something too. You spent so much time with him on set. Ms. Hasiamayong slapped Mr. Gu Jahan's back hard. It was an indirect jab. She was telling him to act like a senior now after giving me such a hard time on set. Mr. Gu Jahan, glancing at Ms. Siamayong's face, finally spoke up. He probably read the script more than anyone. The PD really liked him from the audition because he showed up with a full analysis book. Yiwol is quite the perfectionist, isn't he? I'm not that meticulous. I just try my best to prepare what I can. It's a bit embarrassing. He's also very polite. Not just to seniors, but to everyone around him. I think it's just his nature. Hey, Mr. Jahan, do you think that's just his nature? It's all because of Mr. Yiwol's hard work. Apparently unsatisfied with Mr. Gu Jahan's praise, Ms. Hasiamayong added another comment. The fortune teller wrote a few characters on a piece of paper with a brush and said, "So, keep people around you. Just having matches and a candlestick doesn't mean you're prepared. You need people to light the candle and put it out when the time comes. Understand?" "Yes, I'll keep that in mind." "As if you would. You'll probably let it go in one ear and out the other. Listen to what others say. Don't just open your ears when you're working, open them in your personal relationships too." The fortune teller chuckled in disbelief. Shamans are scary. You can't even get away with sugar-coated words around them. After that, the fortune teller rummaged through her book for a while and then changed the subject. "I don't have much to tell you since I can't see anything. Instead, I'll listen to your worries." "Pardon? You don't have anything you're curious about anyway. You already know what's going to happen. Everyone here is clinging to you for a reason. You're not the type to end up losing out wherever you go." At this point, I wasn't even surprised by how much the fortune teller seemed to know. I even wondered if the system was some kind of ancestral spirit that she could communicate with. Besides that, she was basically adding credibility to the Kim Yiwol, the idol who sees the future narrative. It seemed my name was going to be floating around on sports communities again for a while. But you must have some worries, right? It's impossible not to. Even if you think you're lucky, you're the type to carry anxieties and worries. Was this a counseling session just for me? I was momentarily tempted. Your fortune with children isn't good. But children doesn't just refer to your own offspring. You're an idol, right? Albums and such can also fall under the category of children. It will be bad if that luck isn't good. Are the people you work with much younger than you? Mentally, they might not be quite like nephews, but age-wise, they could pass for younger cousins. But surely they're included in my fortune regarding children? Yes, you're probably having quite a headache because of them lately. So it's true, damn it. I apologize for using the expression "before you died" when you're still alive, but please understand it's for easier comprehension. You had no luck with people before you died. If Ms. Hasiamayong lived in a mud pit, you were alone in a desert. How can anyone survive there? They can't. The fortune teller showed me a paper filled with Chinese characters. She gave me a few more explanations, but I didn't quite understand. What caught my attention were the words that followed. When a person dies, they're supposed to cross the Samdokian River. But you went to the sea. You arrived at the place where the desert meets the sea. Right now, people are trying to pull you onto a boat, asking you to leave with them. Should I get on that boat? Of course. Why? Do you want to live in the desert forever? Not that, but those people will keep waiting for you under the scorching sun to persuade you. Because they're not the type to let go easily. And you, being soft-hearted, are worried that the boat might sink if you get on, that those people will suffer because of you, aren't you? How did you know? You're someone with nothing but worries and stubbornness. How could you not be? Go apologize for making them wait, prostrate yourself, and do as your friends say. Just take the helm. You'll see, they'll all follow your lead without hesitation. The fortune teller chuckled. She was right. Those guys had never once disobeyed me. After filming the compatibility of Ji Sanjin and Xian Guan using their fictional profiles, the shoot ended. While the real people themselves weren't compatible, the new couple at my assets management apparently had a bright future. It was the perfect note to end the program on. While the crew was packing up their equipment, someone tapped me lightly on the back. I turned around to find the fortune teller standing there. When I asked what was the matter, she stared intently at my face and said, "Don't think of your origin as just a candle. Sorry, weren't we done with the fortune telling? You're still young, so I thought you might not have fully understood what I said." "Ah, thank you. Keep your voice down." The fortune teller pulled me down by my shoulders. Then, whispering into my ear, she said, "Don't be fixated on what you can see, focus on the essence. Your destiny is to burn brightly, not to become ashes. Remember, you are a flame." With those words, the fortune teller went back into her room and closed the door. The scent of incense lingered strongly in the air. The fact that I've regressed can be revealed in unexpected places. I learned something new today. I'd have to be careful with this kind of content in the future. Shouldn't the system handle these things smoothly in the first place? The onboarding process was a mess. How are they going to recruit new employees like this? No, rather than having someone else went through this, it was better for me to remain the sole employee. "Yiwol, what are you thinking so hard about?" the manager asked during a stop at a red light. I must have been staring off into space pretty intensely. I was just reviewing today's filming. Are the others still at the company? Yes. They're organizing the fan chants right now. Once you get there, we'll film the fan chant video and then call it a day. They must be tired. After changing clothes and filming a few videos, it would be late at night. Kong Keon would probably be asleep by the time I got back to the dorm. How should I bring it up? Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun had said it was largely my fault, and the fortune teller had told me to prostrate myself, so I had to apologize. But Kong Keon wasn't as soft as Jong Songbin. Jong Songbin would forgive me in a heartbeat if I just knelt, but Kong Keon was likely to reject me with a cold expression, saying this wasn't the apology he wanted. While I was racking my brains, I spotted a large bookstore sign in the distance. Manager, can we stop by the bookstore for a moment? The bookstore? To buy a book? Tell me what you want, and I'll go buy it while you wait in the car. Gratefully, my manager offered to help, even with something outside his duties. But this was something I had to do myself. It was to atone for my original sin. No, I'll go, I declared resolutely. As soon as the manager parked in the building's underground parking lot, I put on my hat and mask and dashed toward the bookstore entrance. 204. Chapter 204, Return Gift 1. It had been a while since I'd last stepped into a bookstore. A really long while. Up until college, I used the campus or online stores, and after getting a job, I barely read at all. Familiar sections like business and economics, finance, science, philosophy, humanities and social sciences, and English filled the bookstore walls. After browsing about half the store, I found the section I was looking for. Comics. The members all left in the morning and came back late at night, and if you just sat around, you'd end up overthinking. I thought it would be nice to unwind by looking at something you enjoyed at least once a day. Like many of the other shelves, this section was dazzling from the spines alone. The vibrant covers and gold-stamped titles were practically a feast for the eyes. I think Kong Keon's favorite is Kingdom Cafeteria, or something like that. Unlike textbooks, comics seemed to be organized by publisher, not alphabetically. If I had my phone, I could have searched, but unfortunately, I'd come empty-handed. While I was debating between Kingdom Cafeteria and Kingdom Cafeteria Another, I sensed someone beside me. Excuse me. It was a petite woman. Thinking I might be inconsiderately blocking the shelves, I started to step back when I noticed a familiar design on a name tag. It was the embroidered Spark Fan Club name tag, included in the first fan club kit. When I silently and carefully pointed to the name tag with both hands, the woman nodded vigorously. You're Yiwol, right? Overwhelmed, but mindful of public etiquette, she whispered my name. Perhaps because it was a weekday, there weren't many people in the bookstore. I lowered my mask slightly and bowed. Hello, how did you recognize me? Your head sticks out like 2 or 3 extra inches. Really? Then I'll crouch down for a bit. Might make it easier to talk this way. While I lowered myself, the fan lamented not having paper and a pen in her bag. Normally, I would have given her an autograph on a memo pad from the office, but I had rushed out with only my wallet, determined to buy Kong Keon a comic book. Would a picture be okay instead of an autograph? Of course. We moved to the most secluded corner of the bookstore, the religion section, and took a selfie. His face is so dark, how can I see anything? I suddenly recalled the fortune teller's words. Rubbing my face, I cautiously asked the fan, who was checking if the photo came out blurry. Does my face look really dark? Her eyes sharpened. No, your face is shining. It was a heartfelt answer that put me at ease. After repeatedly bowing and thanking each other, me for being recognized and her for the picture, we parted ways. Perhaps because my mind was clearer, I suddenly remembered the exact title of Kong Keon's favorite comic. Kingdom Cafeteria Another. A romance fantasy about Princess Soda of the Cream Kingdom and her various adventures with princes. Remembering the title was good, but that wasn't the only problem. What's a box set and what's a first edition special? There were more versions of Kingdom Cafeteria Another than there were Spark albums. Standard edition, collector's edition, premium box set. It was all too much to process at once. In times like these, I needed to calm down and carefully examine the products. It was a gift, after all. I had to choose something good. After spending about 10 minutes rooted to the spot, I learned something new. The collector's edition had a hardcover, and the premium box set came with a box for the entire series, and the spines formed a single illustration with redesigned covers. I didn't quite understand why a box made it premium. They don't sell premium tangerine box sets when you buy tangerines. Still, since the box set included a limited edition set of 3 postcards, I decided to buy the Kingdom Cafeteria another premium box set. Fans usually loved limited editions. As I was turning the box over, checking for any dents, I heard a familiar voice. Turning around, I saw the fan from earlier. She was holding a small notepad and a pen. Yiwol, I'm really sorry, but could I still get your autograph? The store's purchase stickers were neatly attached to the notebook, envelope, and pen. Of course, it makes me sad when you apologize for asking for an autograph. I signed where she indicated, and I asked if the premium box set with the limited edition postcards would be a good gift for a fan of the original work. The fan uttered a legendary phrase. A fan wants to own everything related to their idol. Thanks to her, I confidently purchased the comic book set and a notepad. Kong Keon, I'm back. Yeah. Lee Chonghyun swung the door open and entered. Kong Keon didn't look up but acknowledged him with a wave. What did you do? Weren't you bored? Just watched music shows, that kind of thing. See any interesting choreography? Most of the new songs were ballads, so not really. Lee Chonghyun sat on the edge of Kong Keon's bed. Kong Keon patted the space beside him, inviting him to sit properly, and then focused on the comic book he was reading. After flipping a few pages, Kong Keon casually asked, "What about you?" Lee Chonghyun hesitated, unsure whether to be honest. He didn't want to lie, though. Went to a fan signing event, then the radio show, then practice. Filmed the fan chant video at the end. Kong Keon seemed indifferent, despite having asked the question. Or rather, he seemed to have something else he wanted to ask. Hyung went to a separate variety show filming and joined us later. I didn't ask about that. Come on, Kong Keon, you haven't turned a single page, you know? Lee Chonghyun hit the nail on the head, but he didn't push further. At times like this, Kong Keon thought Lee Chonghyun had an uncanny ability. How could he toe the line so perfectly without even the tip of his shoe crossing? I should apologize, right? For what? I was too harsh. Kong Keon's expression was dark. Now that his head had cooled down, it seemed his usual polite way of thinking was starting to kick in. Lee Chonghyun stared at his friend for a moment before replying. Why apologize? Just leave it. Huh. Hyung was in the wrong. Even our Kong Keon, made in the land of etiquette, acted that way. That Hyung seriously needs to do some self-reflection. Even though he was so fond of Kim Yiwol, he sided with his friend at times like this. Lee Chonghyun was always like that. I saw him getting an earful from Jiho Hyung in the car this morning. Who from whom? Yiwol Hyung from Jiho Hyung. That was interesting. Kong Keon briefly regretted not being in the car with the members today. That's unexpected. Kong Keon muttered. Lee Chonghyun chuckled in agreement. Hyung is probably feeling guilty now. That Hyung always has apologies on the tip of his tongue. I've never seen anyone kneel so much in my life. It was my first time seeing someone like that too, but still, this time it's for real. Do you have proof? Kong Keon asked, skeptical. Lee Chonghyun pulled Kong Keon's arm and whispered in his ear. Yiwol Hyung bought something amazing today. Just then, they heard rustling sounds from outside the door. Oh, looks like he's even delivering it personally. Lee Chonghyun chuckled. Kong Keon couldn't understand what his friend was talking about. If you feel like it later, peek outside. Hyung will be holed up in his room, so don't worry. Hey, don't make things more awkward for the Hyungs. Why? He wants to reflect on his actions. Let him learn to be mindful of his dongsangs. Let's go for a little insubordination, Kong Keon. Shouting strange things proudly, Lee Chonghyun left the room. What on earth did he bring? He was curious, but he felt like he'd be losing if he went out immediately. Fortunately, patience was something Kong Keon was good at. He tried to stay calm, waiting for the sounds in the living room to disappear. The unfortunate part was that recently, Kong Keon had been mentally very worn out. His mind, briefly refreshed by some rest and encouragement from his friend, couldn't resist the creeping sleepiness and eventually lost the fight against it. The next morning, Kong Keon woke up without an alarm. The bed next to him was empty. It seemed the members had already left. It had been a while since he'd last slept in. Kong Keon sat up, leaning against the headboard. Sunlight streamed brightly between his slowly blinking eyes. The clock on his nightstand read 10 o'clock. It had only been 2 days since he got his phone back, under the pretense of an emergency. Nevertheless, his hand instinctively reached for it. It was a kind of routine. Upon waking up, he would look at the slogans covering the ceiling and walls. pick up his fully charged phone, and check messages from fans for support. Still, I do like having my own phone. Kong Keon pulled the blanket over himself as he waited for the familiar buffering. How much hate would there be? Would there be any positive comments? Filled with worry, Kong Keon's eyes met with the usual flood of warm messages. Just looking at the laughter, hearts, and emoticons was enough. After reading these, he felt a bit more at ease. But why are there so many question marks today? Kong Keon began reading the messages that had piled up overnight. They were filled with the name of the Hyung he'd been avoiding. Much greater than Keon, I heard Yiwol bought comic books and brought it to the dorm. Comic books? Yiwol Hyung bought them by himself? It seemed that the amazing thing Lee Chong-hyun had mentioned was comic books. Much greater than what comic books did Yiwol buy? I asked him, but he won't tell me. Much greater than did you see the comic Yiwol bought? Don't forget the promise to wave to the sparklers if you find something fun. The sparklers believe in our Keon. Much greater than baby. Let's sneak into the Hyung's room and steal the comics. I think Yiwol bought something expensive. Kong Keon became a little apprehensive. Judging by Kim Yiwol's past actions, it wouldn't be surprising if he'd bought something like heart-throbbing 100 commandments for cool idols. But Kong Keon couldn't ignore the sparklers' messages. So, with some reluctance, he decided to check out the gift the deliverman next door had left last night, which he now knew was a comic book. The sound of him gulping echoed in the room. As the door creaked open, the empty living room greeted him. And right at his feet, just outside the door, there was a large, pink box, strikingly out of place in their old, unrenovated dorm, containing Kong Keon's favorite comic of all time, Kingdom Cafeteria, Another. 205, Chapter 205, Return Gift 2. Did he really buy this? Kong Keon couldn't believe his eyes. A letter envelope was neatly placed on top of the plastic-wrapped, unopened package. He could see from Kim Yiwol, written in the top left corner, and to Kong Keon in the bottom right, both in handwriting. It's not a company envelope. The UA building had envelopes for mail and registered mail. Kim Yiwol usually used those. But this envelope had a very generic design, like something you'd buy at a stationery store. As he picked up the envelope, he finally noticed the illustration on the front of the box. The unfamiliar design suggested it was newly released. Did they release this as a box set too? Thinking to himself, Kong Keon returned to his room with the manga box and the letter, setting the two items, both delivered to his door. On his blanket, Kong Keon paused in thought. He decided to reply to his fans first. They must have been curious about this comic book since last night. Keon, Kingdom Cafeteria, Another arrived. Limited edition box set commemorating the release of Part 2. It includes both Part 1 and Part 2. Kong Keon diligently finished his report. He also checked the flood of replies. Then, he turned off his phone and carefully opened the pristine envelope. He had a feeling he already knew what it would say. Kim Yiwol would have written something like 10 presumed reasons why I upset you, or my justifications that you'll have no choice but to accept nonetheless. He'd be lucky if it didn't start with Kong Keon, listen up. He sighed involuntarily. Judging by the thickness of the paper inside the envelope, his prediction seemed correct. If it gets too much, I'll just show this to Song Bin Hyung, and then turn the dorm upside down again. Kong Keon made up his mind. After taking a deep breath and confirming he had some calming pills left just in case, Kong Keon unfolded the paper. The neat handwriting at the beginning caught his eye first. To Keon. The very next line contained something that defied Kong Keon's expectations in many ways. I heard that Kingdom Cafeteria Another came out as a limited edition box set commemorating the release of Part 2. I bought it because I wanted to show you. It includes everything from Volume 1, so it should have Part 1 too, right? It also comes with a set of 3 limited edition postcards, but I thought the recipient should be the one to open it, so I didn't check. Let me know if they're missing. I have the receipt, so I can exchange it. It was full of talk about that genre, something he thought would never come up in conversation with any member. Kim Yiwol's comparative manhwa shopping experience spanned an entire page. It included details like how a paper bookmark was included, that a whole display shelf at the bookstore was dedicated to this series, and that the store gave out bonus items too. At this point, Kong Keon couldn't understand why he was hearing all this from Kim Yiwol. They're also selling a separate transparent acrylic box case to protect the box. I thought it would be good for storing comic books. Let me know if you need one. I'll measure the size for you. It's a limited edition, so it shouldn't get creased. If they're releasing a package like this, it must be a really popular comic book. I think I might read it sometime if I get the chance. Kim Yiwol was unusually verbose. It was hard to imagine what kind of over-the-top cultural experience he must have had at the bookstore. Then, the first sentence on the second page. I've been thinking about what you might enjoy doing in your free time, and I don't know if you'll like. It caused a subtle ripple in Kong Keon's heart. This is my first time doing something like this. That was obvious. Kong Keon found this side of Kim Yiwol unfamiliar. Kim Yiwol was always confident when showing kindness. He always seemed to know exactly what others liked or needed, offering things with an "I know this is what you want" attitude. Sometimes it was surprising, sometimes dubious, and recently it had been starting to annoy him. He couldn't fathom how much effort Kim Yiwol put into looking after others. And now that same Kim Yiwol was making this clumsy attempt with him. I thought a lot about what you said. Despite how shamelessly confident he always acted. Like he understood everything about their relationship. Kong Keon kept reading slowly. I made you feel really anxious, didn't I? Kim Yiwol's words were kind. When they talked in person, his expressions and tone of voice often muddied the actual content. But in writing, he could see the words and endings that Kim Yiwol had carefully chosen. He just hoped Kim Yiwol wouldn't shift the blame onto himself. That was all Kong Keon wanted. If he had to wish for something more, it would be for Kim Yiwol to take better care of himself. I wasn't lying when I said I was okay. The words were written firmly, pressed deeply into the page. I really thought I was okay. I didn't realize it until you told me. I guess I'm a bit insensitive. Writing it out like this is kind of embarrassing. Kong Keon knew this too. Kim Yiwol genuinely believed he was fine, so he tended to dismiss things as no big deal without bothering to hide it from the members. He was just curious. Why Kim Yiwol push himself so hard? And Kim Yiwol answered Kong Keon's question. I thought that's what I was supposed to do. The smooth flow of the sentences suddenly felt broken. Perhaps Kim Yiwol had spent a long time agonizing over this part. I believe that, since I was always telling you guys to work hard, I had to put in just as much effort myself. I didn't want to make anyone worry. Everyone else was holding it together through tough times too. I also thought that since I'm the oldest, I should hold myself to different standards than you all. There was a long, whited-out mark on the following line. He couldn't tell what Kim Yiwol had tried to write. Instead, written over the whited-out area was a short, "Don't get sick." I meant it when I said Spark wouldn't be the same without you. The neat handwriting trembled slightly. I'll try to change. Just give me some time. A lie. Kong Keon couldn't trust Kim Yiwol. Even the promise to try would ultimately be for Kong Keon's sake, his fellow member. Nevertheless, if it meant Kim Yiwol would start taking care of himself even a little, he was willing to pretend to watch over Kim Yiwol's change. It had been 19 hours since I sent Kong Keon his heartfelt letter of apology. I hadn't received any response from him. Not even a glimpse of him today. He didn't throw the book away, though. Just in case the gift had been tossed in the recycling, I had checked the paper bin on the veranda. Thankfully, there was no sign of the familiar-looking packaging. Then what was the problem? I hadn't written anything apologetic, and I made sure to leave out all the leading, self-assured tone. I had repeatedly written and erased in a notepad, and only transcribed the final version neatly. Maybe I should have included something like future improvement plans in the letter. I had tried to be sincere in a situation that called for a formal apology, and it had all gone wrong. Typical. Should I try adjusting the negative emotion perception? Out of all the reasons Kong Keon had called me inhuman, this was the one thing I could fix immediately. If the system hadn't blocked my emotions, back when Kong Keon had gotten upset, I would have prioritized Kong Keon's well-being over noticing the similarities between Spark and myself. Kong Keon would have been at least a little less panicked back then. Can I adjust the limit of negative emotion perception? As I asked inwardly, the system appeared. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button, you should actively utilize your benefits. The company is investing in you after all. Plus, if you invest twice, the group will disband, you as *. Thankfully, the system didn't tell me to just give up on the support altogether. Instead, it displayed a long scroll bar that allowed me to adjust the perception level. As I dragged the scroll to the right, a message appeared saying that a certain range matched the initial default settings. I quietly recalled when I had first returned to 9 years in the past. Back when I was called a strange young, but not someone with problems. I reset the threshold to the level it had been when my emotional dampening first started. Turning it off entirely would have just had me spiraling like when I first unlocked the memory data. After pressing the apply button, a heaviness settled in my chest. I closed the system and lay down on the bed. Why are you lying down already? What's the point of someone like me being up and about? You must be really tired. Go to sleep. Choi Jiho's indifference stung more than usual today. As a form of protest, I turned my back to him. I was about 8 items into mentally drafting the future improvement plan when Lee Chonghyun came into the room. Is Yiwol Hyung already asleep? He's out of it. Talking nonsense and all. Like that's anything new. My roommates were all too harsh. At this moment, I truly envied Kang Kian. His roommates were Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo. It was only natural to give the Magne, who needed comfort, roommates with good personalities, but I was still envious. Anyway, if he's sleeping, I'll give him the book tomorrow. What book? Choi Jiho asked back. A comic book? Kang Kian told me to lend it to him. He said Hyung wanted to read it. What? I threw off the covers and sat up. Lee Chonghyun shrieked and stumbled backward. You startled me. You weren't asleep? Of course I have to wake up if our Kian is lending me a book. So you do realize how much you've messed up. Lee Chonghyun clicked his tongue and handed me the comic book. It was volume 1 of Kingdom Cafeteria Another. Did Kian say anything else? No. He just suddenly gave it to me while we were chatting, so he didn't say much other than to lend it to you. I see. Thank you. I repeatedly stroked the pristine cover of the comic book. I had a feeling I'd be ending my day a little differently than usual. 206. Chapter 206, Audiovisual Education. Won Chi-hee's long Friday shift was finally over. She should have been cheering for that, but she didn't have the energy. She was simply too worn out. Years ago, she would have rejoiced at the arrival of Friday, anticipating a fantastic weekend. Now, all she wanted was to lie down and sleep straight through the next 48 hours. I need to engage in my fandom, but real life is getting in the way. Should I quit real life? Won Chi-hee pondered the same question throughout her commute on the packed subway. After arriving home, she soaked herself in a hot shower and lay down on her small, cozy bed to recharge. She hadn't logged into her fan account for days. Sure enough, the See More Posts button greeted her as soon as she logged in. She kept up with official news as a top priority. During her commute, she diligently watched stage videos and self-produced content, turning on her mobile data instead of using the unreliable subway Wi-Fi. She had also held a streaming event with the help of a friend and saved all the pictures uploaded to Bubble Pop, not to mention completing her photocard collection. But she hadn't been able to delve into anything else. Like watching Kim Yiwol's first drama, In My Office, which had been trending among sparklers recently. Her neglected timeline was filled with screenshots of Kim Yiwol's character, Do Young-won, in a suit. Every single one was a masterpiece. He was a good clothes hanger, and with a well-tailored suit, he looked stunning. However, dramas had long running times, and I don't want to watch more office stuff after just getting home from work. That was the problem. She knew it was getting good reviews. Apparently, his performance as a hyper-realistic office worker was gaining attention for being far too real for a 21-year-old. This was the issue. For Won Chi-hee, a freshly off-work office worker, watching a hyper-realistic office drama was excessively cruel. Why did Kim Yiwol have to star in an office drama as an office worker? Couldn't he have at least made a cameo appearance in a sitcom? Then she would only have to watch one episode. Should I watch it or not? After much deliberation, Won Chi-hee switched to her private account. A flood of pent-up, passionate reactions poured out. Much greater than Do Young-won, marry me. Young-won, just focus on work, I'll take care of everything else. Much greater than how could you not fall for a taciturn but competent, sharply dressed, over 180 centimeters tall, black-haired younger male junior with a sense of humor? Much greater than Do Young-won drawing graphs in real time on websel.gif. Did they put the keyboard shortcuts in the script? He's practically a machine. The actor himself is a websel master. There's even an Yiwol's 10-minute websel tutorial among his self-produced content. Why does that even exist in idol content? Much greater than I burst out laughing whenever Do Young-won appears. He clearly has social skills, but you can tell he's not suited for society. The kind of talent companies want, but he doesn't want the company. Huh. They say the one who loves more is the one who loses. One Chahi picked up her tablet, and for the first time in a while, she opened her OTT streaming app. The drama was quite good. It deserved its reputation among office workers as a drama that spoke for the lowest-ranking employees. Honestly, in the first episode, she didn't even notice Do Young-won when he first appeared, because Kim Yiwol only showed his back. His subdued hairstyle, clearly intended to avoid standing out, and his lackluster eyes, which contrasted sharply with his bright smile and his idle activities whenever he was in front of a camera, made him seem even more unfamiliar. Do Young-won began to gradually make his presence felt from the latter half of the first episode. Do Young-won perfectly setting the table when the team members had an emergency meeting after work due to a sudden change of team leader. Do Young-won stapling documents on the right side for the left-handed team member. Do Young-won swiftly changing the Webcell chart on the screen with a few keystrokes. Do Young-won clearing his desk suspiciously neatly. Do Young-won efficiently using dual monitors with a four-way split screen. It was clear Do Young-won was a scene stealer, and he stole those precious moments like a phantom thief. The scene where he advised Seung-gwan, who was troubled by a conflict with their intellectual team leader, while refilling the copier paper, was as natural as could be seen in any office. It was so realistic it made her want to gag, but it was precisely that realism that made it fascinating. The part where Seung-gwan's seemingly eternal competence gradually disappeared as her romance with the intellectual team leader progressed was quite gripping. If you ask me to choose between love and work, I choose worked. So I can't date you, team leader. I don't want an office romance. I can't do it. I want to keep working here. That's right. Office romances aren't something you can do half-heartedly. No need to look far. Just recently, a guy from the department next to Won Chihee's and a girl from the one next to that had dated, then broken up, and both ended up quitting the company in turn. Even though it would eventually work out, Won Chihee fully understood Seung-gwan's desire to avoid rumors. Just as the emotional tension peaked, a familiar song began to play. A well-known voice quietly filled the background. It was the second ending OST of In My Office, composed by Lee Chong-hyun and sung by Jong Song-bin. I've already watched 7 episodes. Won Chihee couldn't believe her eyes. But the clock didn't lie. Jong Song-bin sang, his voice enveloping the sound of rustling papers and keyboard taps as the bass line kicked in. If I open this door and go out, will you and I walk the same path, or turn our backs and walk away? Do we smile when we meet? Because we're happy? Or because we want to be happy? I look forward to the mornings when I see you, but at night, I feel like I'm all alone. As the song faded, the sound of heels clicking on a hard floor could be heard. Just listening to it brought to mind a gray, dark corner of an office hallway. The screen zoomed in on the two people who had developed complicated feelings within the confines of the company. The song is good too. Won Chihee pressed, continue watching, without hesitation. After finishing it, she silently moved on to In My Office behind-the-scenes compilation. There, she watched Kim Yiwol with a cable tie in his mouth, diligently tying HDMI cables. Kim Yiwol going around greeting every staff member, and Kim Yiwol picking up trash on his way home from work. About 7 hours later, much greater than just finished watching In My Office. I can't keep these overwhelming feelings to myself, so I'm releasing these Yiwol photos I've been saving. Please show lots of support and interest in Sparks Kim Yiwol and In My Office's Do Young-won. Slightly smiling face. Fanmeeting _ quiz _ wall. 1.png fanmeeting _ quiz _ wall. 2.png fanmeeting _ quiz _ wall. 3.png fanmeeting _ quiz _ wall. .gif. The oldest Hyung embarrassed after his members' contact names were revealed. Commuting _ wall. Greeting. .png _ commuting _ wall. Fingerheart. .png. Much greater than photocard giveaway event for those who provide proof of streaming In My Office's ending theme. Unspoken words. Not limited to followers / must prove streaming at least 100 times. I'm thinking of a 3-piece set featuring Yiwol, Songbin, and Chonghyun. I'll choose photos that are similar to the drama images and make photocards. I might also give a small number away to friends later. Won Chihee, with tears in her eyes, released a massive amount of content from her drive. Next, she used her years of experience to edit screenshots of Do Young-won. Her weekend was definitely gone, but it was okay. Moments like these were exactly why one Chai stayed a fan. You want to link the self-produced content within my office. At the sudden, dangerous proposal, I hurriedly checked the proposal document. I already had enough self-promo points. I'd rather lose one than have another controversy about favoritism toward Kim Yiwol blowing up because we aired more content centered on me. Unaware of my feelings, the dedicated team members beamed. The response to In My Office has been really good among fans. UA hasn't officially released any press releases or promotional materials yet, so it'd be great to release it just in time for when the variety show airs. Haha, you're trying to bury me alive. Since getting a dedicated team, the workload for major projects like comeback preparations had significantly decreased. The quick stabilization thanks to the dedicated team was possible because they only needed to slightly tweak things they already had experience with, like planning or showcases. However, the idol fandom market had its complexities. Fans could easily feel fatigued of even the smallest things. It was understandable. In a way, fans were already passionately supporting their idols on a daily basis. If you ignored these unique dynamics and just applied the usual success formulas of mainstream artists focused on mass appeal, it would backfire. In other words, trying to capitalize on the In My Office hype could cause a backlash. Since the goal was to raise Spark's profile, I agreed with having the group casually comment on the drama to generate some online buzz. It would be even better if Lee Chong-hyun and Jong Song-bin shared some behind-the-scenes stories about the OST production. However, we should avoid focusing too much on Kim Yiwol. I was already busy trying to stop these guys from secretly messaging fans asking if they were watching In My Office. So, for the first time in a while, I asked permission to crash the dedicated team's meeting. The staff, who'd once seen me completely break down, generously gave me the floor and told me to say everything I wanted to. After a peaceful discussion and healthy exchange of opinions, without me having a meltdown, the result was, today we, Spark, will be challenging ourselves to a 6-person debate. Wow. Content that both fans who had and hadn't seen the drama could enjoy. Content where all members could share TMI according to their personalities, unrelated to the drama. A full-fledged debate self-produced content that only borrowed the topic of discussion from the drama, allowing for a level of promotion that didn't cross the line. I'm not sure if they're assertive enough to actually make it a debate, though. The fun of a debate came from sticking to your opinion, undeterred by the opponent's arguments. Spark, on the other hand, was the type to readily accept the other person's opinion if it made sense. To put it kindly, they were open-minded. To put it bluntly, they were spineless. Would having these guys do a debate actually be entertaining? I was worried, but I decided to trust Lee Chong-hyun's tact and Choi Ji-ho's illogical ramblings. However, my worries were unfounded. No, how can you choose work over love? You do know that's a dangerous statement as an idol, right? Hyung, that's a very narrow-minded view. Do you think love is only about romantic relationships? Aren't we working as idols to spread positive effects based on our love for humanity? I had briefly forgotten that Spark had once gotten into a personality controversy just for being too direct with their words. 207. Chapter 207. Book Support. The first debate topic was relatively light. Jong Song-bin smoothly read the topic displayed on the large monitor. If you could gain a special ability but lose the most precious thing to you in return, which would you choose? 1. Gain the ability. 2. Keep the precious thing. Additionally, you cannot use the ability to regain what you lost. That last condition was added by Yiwol. Hyung, wasn't it? Otherwise, you'd keep nitpicking. Lee Chong-hyun chuckled as if caught red-handed. What kind of ability are we talking about? Anything goes. Since Ju-woo doesn't like loud noises, how about noise cancellation? You could mute your surroundings at will. Park Ju-woo's eyes sparkled, seemingly persuaded by Jong Song-bin's suggestion. Isn't that a bad trade-off for losing something precious? Just wear noise-canceling headphones. Choi Ji-ho poured a bucket of cold water on the idea, ruining everything. That's true. Park Ju-woo slumped like a drenched puppy in the summer rain. It pained me to see him like that. Hold on. Fans are excluded from the precious things, right? They are. How could you even consider including the fans in a condition like this? That's not right. Okay, then let's just exclude all living beings. Responding to me and Lee Chong-hyun, Jong Song-bin hurriedly added, excluding living beings, to the PPT. I must have raised these guys well. Their feedback implementation was faster than Manager Nam clocking out. Assuming fans are protected, I'd pick the ability. At my answer, Park Ju-woo looked up. Seemed like he felt empowered by finding an ally. Hyung, come to think of it, I've never seen you desire anything. Is it because you don't have anything precious, so you're just getting the ability for free? Lee Chong-hyun and Choi Ji-ho each chimed in. Sorry, but I did have something important. It was just already taken from me. That was why I needed an ability. I choose to. Really? Jong Songbin's eyes widened at Choi Ji-ho's choice. He seemed quite surprised that someone who seemed devoid of human emotions had made such a compassionate choice. Why lose something just to get a power you could develop anyway? I don't even need any new abilities. Yes, we've heard the genius statement of the brilliant Center Emperor, Choi Ji-ho. Thanks to you, the unrefined Kim Yiwol feels like crying a little. Hyung, what kind of ability do you want? Park Ju-woo asked. My answer was already decided. Teleportation. Why? Don't tell me you don't even want to waste travel time. Lee Chong-hyun looked at me as if I was insane. No, I just don't want to ride the crowded subway. That is tough. Students and office workers nationwide would agree with me. What ability could be better? Jong Songbin also chose to maintain his current state. He said he was so happy now that he didn't want anything more, nor did he want to lose anything. This made me the only ability-obsessed, lazy bum in Spark. Next topic. In my office. When Seung-won realizes her ability is disappearing as she falls in love, she chooses work over love and breaks up with team leader Ji Sanjin. Choose between work and love. Such a bold question in an idol's self-produced content? This won't do. I'll have to personally oversee the editing of this week's episode. As I was making plans to storm the UA office, Park Ju-woo interjected. I choose love. We're doomed. If we were just going to waste filming time, we might as well cut it here and revise the questions. Love. That was when Lee Chong-hyun slammed the table and shot up from his seat. How can an idol say that? Hyung. I thought we were all serious about our work. He launched into a passionate speech. Good job, kid. Give him more. Keep going. How dare an idol speak of love in public? But I love the members and I love the fans. To me, being able to share the same feelings with the people I love is more important than what I do. Is that so? Did I misunderstand you, Ju-woo? Should I go sit in the corner and reflect? Wow, that's so touching. Lee Chong-hyun covered his mouth with both hands, seemingly moved. It seemed Park Ju-woo's words had completely won him over. My reason is similar, but my conclusion is the opposite. I think I need to do my job well to repay that love. Interesting, right? Jong Songbin smiled. Fortunately, the conversation took a good turn. I was glad we didn't have to stop filming. However, the conversation gradually escalated in a strange direction. No, how can we choose work over love? How can we say that even after hearing what Ju Hyung just said? Lee Chong-hyun, fully immersed in Park Ju-woo's perspective, switched to the love is great stance and began to preach the beauty of love. What were the lyrics when you sang the OST, Hyung? I need you, love. People need love to live. Idols are people too. You know that's a dangerous statement as an idol, right? I interjected, sincerely concerned. Hyung, that's a very narrow-minded view. Do you think love is only about romantic relationships? Aren't we working as idols to spread positive effects based on our love for humanity? And I got completely shut down. This was bad. His eloquence had improved too much. What was truly shocking was that even Choi Ji-ho chose love. Can anyone work hard at a job they don't like? You have to enjoy it. His reasoning was that without positive emotions, there was no motivation to even start working. You, Brad, apologize to millions of office workers. Not all office workers in the world can live by only doing what they want. Sometimes, you have to do other people's work, or work you hate. So, Hyung, you're saying work is more important? Lee Chong-hyun asked. Isn't that obvious? What's your ultimate goal as an idol, Hyung? It's to be loved and to love. An idol who isn't dedicated to their main job doesn't deserve to be loved. Therefore, work comes first. Modern society is harsh. Lee Chong-hyun muttered, with a bitter expression. So right now, the love side is Ji-ho, Hyung, Ju-woo, and Chong-hyun, and the work side is Yiwol, Hyung, and me? Amidst the chaos, Jong Songbin summarized the situation. I couldn't believe Spark was such a love-filled group. Accepting even these workaholic Hyungs is true love. Isn't that right, Juwoo Hyung? Right. Lee Chong-hyun and Park Juwoo smiled warmly at Jong Song-bin and me. They're pitying me, aren't they? They think I'm a dried-up, workaholic husk. Workaholic? I'm just diligently doing my work. Jong Song-bin countered with a smile. Then he took out his phone from under the table. How can an idol use their phone during filming? Especially the leader? Has the world gone mad? Spark has 6 members. How can we only ask for the opinions of 5? Huh. We should hear Keon's opinion too. An unexpected person was mentioned. We all froze. Is that okay? I asked cautiously, gauging the situation. Keon told me to call him anytime if needed. He wants to be involved as much as possible. If Kang Keon was being unreasonable, Jong Songbin would have stopped him. Since the leader said it was okay, what else could I do? The call connected almost immediately. Hello? Keon? It's Songbin. Are you free to talk now? Yes, Hyung. Why did you call? We're filming self-produced content right now, and a topic came up that we wanted to ask you about. Do you have a minute? Yes. What's the topic? As Jong Songbin explained the topic, we could hear him pondering deeply over the phone. Right? It's not an easy decision for you either, is it? Kang Keon, it's obviously love, right? You came this far because you love dancing. Why is Lee Chong-hyun so worked up? He's been brainwashed by Park Ju-woo. Choi Ji-ho helpfully answered. After much thought, Kang Keon made his decision. I'll choose work. Why? As expected. Regardless of Lee Chong-hyun's shocked reaction, I clapped my hands in satisfaction. If you work hard, won't affection follow? You'll feel proud of yourself if you achieve something. I can't argue with that. Lee Chong-hyun indirectly admitted defeat. Thus, the conclusion of the heated debate, Spark, which will you choose, work or love, was decided as, let's just work hard. When we returned to the dorm, Kang Keon's shoes were by the entrance. I was sure his sneakers had been inside the shoe cabinet before we left for work. This diligent guy must have gone somewhere in the meantime. As we were about to head to our respective rooms, I stopped Jong Songbin for a moment. I took the comic book out of my Spark official merchandise eco bag and placed it in Jong Songbin's hands. Songbin, could you take this to Keon when you go to your room? Hyung, did you borrow a comic from Keon? Yeah, he lent it to me. I read it diligently in the car on the way. Memorizing the characters was a bit difficult, but thanks to all my web novel reading, it was much easier to remember the characters in the comic with the illustrations. Since he lent me such a precious book, it felt rude to just read it. So I wrote a review on a sticky note and attached it. Things like, I enjoyed reading it. It was interesting. And, I'm looking forward to the next part. I'll take it to him. Get some rest, Hyung. Jong Songbin smiled brightly and returned to his room with the comic in hand. And the next morning, Volume 2 of Kingdom Cafeteria, another had been delivered to my door. 208. Chapter 208. Role-Playing Interview 1. Am I still half asleep? I rubbed my eyes and looked down again next to my door. A brightly colored, pink comic, sparkling with glitter, sat at the entrance of my room as if greeting me good morning. Was he lending this to me? Because I said I was looking forward to the next part? I did enjoy it, but I hadn't planned on borrowing the next volume from Kang Keon. Especially since I wasn't in a position to say, I know you find me annoying, but I enjoyed the comic. Could I borrow the next volume too? But it was awkward to refuse, so I had to get in the car with the second comic I hadn't even asked for. After the music show, I took out the manga I had received in the morning in the car on the way back. You're going to read it now? Want me to turn on my phone's flashlight? Lee Chong-hyun, sitting next to me, asked. It's okay. It's not that dark. You told me to work in a well-lit room, so I wouldn't ruin my eyesight. That's because you use your laptop without blue light filter glasses. Actually, that reminded me. I had ordered a pair. They should arrive tomorrow. I can't stop now. The previous volume ended on a cliffhanger. What kind of cliffhanger? A new male lead candidate appeared at the end. Didn't you say a male lead candidate appeared last time too? This is a different one. I think there might be more than one candidate. Princess Soda of the Cream Kingdom, the setting of the comic, already had a designated fiancé, but for some reason, the number of men involved with the princess kept increasing. Meanwhile, the princess herself was focused on doing her best to become the queen. Do people read that kind of comic because they're curious who the princess ends up with? Park Ju-woo showed interest. He must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. Probably. No, Kang Keon has his own philosophy. What philosophy? He said. I don't watch stories about protagonists who don't move forward. Uh-huh. I knew what he meant. Princess Soda was quite a proactive person. Still, the fact that I now had the time to read a comic during car rides was something to celebrate. A few months ago, I would have been running through the choreography in my head 300 times just to make sure I didn't forget it. After my dance proficiency reached double digits, the malicious comments about Kim Pep's dancing skills decreased significantly. Much greater than Kim Pep's dancing has improved a lot. Is he doping? Even a dog can learn to recite poems in 3 years, but I guess it took Pep 1 year since he's at least human. If he went from a wooden doll to a human, he's practically been reborn. Much greater than wow. But seriously, what's up with Kim Yiwol? Did he awaken or something? He's always been secretly powerful, like a steamed bun hiding its filling. Why the hell was he hiding it then? Much greater than look at the Kim Pep Aki's rejoicing now that there's no Gyanton. It's not that your Appa got better, it's just that the ceiling has gotten lower, so it just looks like he improved. Don't get it twisted. Are the bastards saying this even watching the fan cams? Yeah, our Yiwol's dancing has improved a lot. He busted through the ceiling and turned it into a convertible. Kim Pep's fans are so stubbornly blind and deaf. Why is this blind and deaf? Honestly, I didn't feel like he was lagging behind in this performance. Yeah, there were actually a lot of good parts. If no one had said anything, you wouldn't have known his parts were switched the day before. Much greater than more than anything, his body control and gaze have really improved. It wasn't that it was lacking before, but Yiwol wasn't good at controlling the dynamics or making eye contact. During the mission, his camera timing was good. Before, it felt like he was trying to find the camera, but now he seems to distinguish between scenes that look good when he looks at the camera and scenes that look good when he doesn't. And his waves are natural, so even when he's mixed with the members, there's not much of a disconnect. I can't imagine how much effort he put in to get to this point. This is exactly what I wanted to say. He's become much more relaxed in finding the camera. Even when his back is shown, he seems to be thinking about how to present his body. Much greater than being a male idol is King Easy. Even if you dance like Kim Pep, you get praised as a growth-type idol. Wasn't he just bad at his job in the first place? He's got no other skills, coasting along. And now he does the bare minimum. Gets dramas and variety shows handed to him, while members work their asses off and get no screen time, leading to panic attacks. The oldest Hyung gets pampered and acts all pleased. It's truly a pathetic sight. Wow, can't we report this bastard? I'm already pissed that this bastard is bad-mouthing him. But why bring up a sick person? Don't you ever mention Spark again. It's disgusting to think we're in the same fandom. Who the hell said Yiwol caused the panic attack? Do we really need to say it? It's obvious. Rumors start because of people like you spreading baseless assumptions. Please have some awareness. Pep's the one who gave people a reason to assume. Why are you cursing at me? Are you feeling guilty? Try living a real life for once, you idiot. Please, huh? Go out and talk to actual people. Why would your head be any different from your monitor when you're stuck in your room, clinging to the keyboard? Guys, just ignore the comments below. Anyway, they did decrease. And I wasn't taking much damage either. My fancam views had almost caught up to the other members. It meant my dancing was finally worth watching. I had come a long way from the days when I just needed to avoid making mistakes. I'm proud of myself. As I was finishing the comic with a joyful heart, the car arrived in front of a small studio building. Yiwol, we're here. Okay, I had a web variety show shoot scheduled for today, with the drama promotions, the drama hype, and the comeback hype all overlapping. I had been as busy as the Hampyeong industry during its year-end settlement. Today's shoot was a format I had never experienced before. The web variety show, Act On, now in its second season, had simple rules. 4 to 6 people would enter a small room at random. Each person would have a uniquely defined character, all belonging to a single group, except for one person who didn't share the common keyword. A variation of the liar game, so to speak. Inside the room, each person had to figure out their character and join the conversation, all while identifying and eliminating the person who didn't belong to the shared group. The unique thing about this show was that the characters were all similar, yet distinct. Even if everyone was assigned the role of idol, if someone misinterpreted the main vocalist attribute as singer and referred to themselves as a solo singer, they could become the target. As someone tired of using my brain, it was a daunting task, but I couldn't be picky now. If I couldn't shine, I'd at least try to do okay. hopefully well enough to get the music video aired at the end. Maybe even rack up some broadcast points. And please, let there be no other idol group members on this episode. I got out of the car, praying earnestly. Someone blindfolded me as soon as I reached the building entrance. As the blindfold was removed, I heard the sound of a door closing behind me. I was left alone in a set that was slightly larger than a phone booth. A familiar atmosphere greeted me as I looked around. Gray interior, light green partitions, a neat desk with dual monitors, a Logitech keyboard and mouse set. There was nothing more to see. An office worker. Damn the in my office effect. It was driving me into a corner. I could hear other people reacting with curiosity in the distance. From what I'd seen on the show, each individual set was slightly spaced apart, and it appeared to be the same structure this time as well. As I was secretly wiping away tears, a narration came from the ceiling. Hello everyone, and welcome to the world of Act On. The familiar robotic voice I'd heard during monitoring filled the room from above. You will now have 30 minutes to explore your space. It felt a bit sad that this tiny office was my space. Can't you just send me home? Besides, this area felt way too small to actually work in. As if reading my disgruntled inner thoughts, the narration came again. Don't lose sight of your role. Then let's begin. An alarm sounded, and the timer on a large digital clock started ticking. I heard bustling sounds of drawers opening and closing, along with screams from here and there. I suddenly remembered what Lee Chong-hyun had said as encouragement before I got out of the car. Hyung, show them the power of an university acceptance. An acceptance alone doesn't give you power, Chong-hyun. I would try my best anyway. This program was perfect for playing Mission as background music, so I do my best to create a cool scene. I started by accessing the PC. As an office worker, most information was on the computer. The clean desktop had only the Messenger and a recycle bin icon. All the previous message logs are here. The department is the data team. I checked the recycle bin folder just in case, but it was empty. The calendar showed recurring meetings every Wednesday. Comparing it with the messages, there were records of me uploading meeting minutes every Wednesday. There was nothing unusual except for one additional meeting on a Friday last month. I felt like mentioning this would make me a target. Is the clean desk a reference to Do Young-won? Even the wallpaper was the default one. Out of habit, I checked the program list in the control panel, but there were no programs installed other than the Messenger. Well, they might not have installed programs like Adobe because of copyright issues. Fortunately, there were some items in the drawer. A half-used business card with the name Cho Young-han, sticky notes, and so on. On the back of the card were some lowercase letters and numbers scribbled by hand. Probably a password. When I logged into a virtual website using the password, a window popped up saying incorrect ID, and the login failed. I typed it in a few more times, thinking I might have made a mistake, but the login still failed. This narrowed down the possibilities. First, large scale. I could be an industrial spy who forged the business card. Second, small scale. It was highly likely that I was no longer an employee of this company. An industrial spy wouldn't make the mistake of leaving a business card with their handwriting on it. If they were that stupid, they should quit spying and find another job. In these situations, checking the web browsing history was useful. You could see saved accounts and passwords, recently visited sites, and the cache all at once. I checked the computer usage history in the web page settings. The saved domain ID was a server commonly used in companies. Considering the bookmarked pages were digital trend news, the IT category of a news page, and destination, it was clear that this computer was used by a regular employee until recently. I took notes on the download timestamps of all files and folders, then attempted a Windows backup. After the backup was complete, I restored the organizational chart from the recycle bin to check the team structure. There was one team leader, one assistant manager, one deputy manager, and 3 employees. My name on the org chart didn't have any special markings. However, the chart's last modified date was 1 day before the current system date. So as of yesterday, the day the org chart was created, I was still an employee, but now my account was blocked. Then there was only one conclusion. I've resigned. To think that I was the only non-employee and the target in this small company. Should I say I was lucky or unlucky? Things were getting interesting. My mind started to work. 209. Chapter 209. Role-playing interview 2. After 30 minutes passed, the participants were granted access to the messenger. It was a messenger commonly used in many startups. They probably got a corporate trial account just for the filming. There was a simple messenger user manual below. Of course, I didn't need to look at it, so I quickly checked the profiles. Fortunately, my messenger account was still active. Naturally so. If even that had been deactivated, it would have immediately revealed that I was the target, and the game wouldn't be able to proceed. As a low-ranking employee, it was not wise to send messages early in the morning in a chat room where your boss was present. I held my breath and waited for the right moment. Then someone sent the first message. On Joyeong. Good morning, everyone. He was using polite language, but in the organizational chart, Mr. On Joyeong was the team leader. It seemed like a first attempt to see if people knew he was their superior. Yu Yanseong. The weather is so nice. His soft response, befitting his name, was artistic. TL note. Yu Yanseong's name means flexibility, softness, adaptability. In situations like this, it was not ideal to be the last one to send a message either. I chimed in appropriately in the middle, signaling my presence. Jo Young-han. Yes, good morning, team leader. After reacting to On Joyeong's message, with a smile emoji, the others started sending their messages belatedly. Maybe they weren't used to using Messenger, or maybe they hadn't figured out their positions yet. Either way, the two who responded late would be my targets. While the three of them fumbled with their messages, I checked the calendar again. There's something suspicious about last month's meeting dates. Unlike other weeks, last month's page had 2 meetings marked, one on Wednesday and one on Friday. Considering that resignation notices were usually given a month in advance, these meetings were likely resignation interviews in disguise. Once the target was identified as someone who resigned, team leader On Joyeong would likely suspect anyone who didn't have an alibi on the interview date. So I had to establish an alibi by then. What did the data team at Hampyeong Industries usually do again? For junior employees, it was usually data labeling or, at best, verification tasks. For now, I decided to just mark the dates in question. Meanwhile, someone took the opportunity to test things using the meeting date, the most obvious clue. So Moon-nan, team leader, are we proceeding with the meeting date as scheduled? It was the easiest way to initially filter the target by dividing those who knew Wednesday was the regular meeting day and those who didn't. Unfortunately, no one took the bait. Maybe the calendar was too easy an item to find. So, Moonin continued to send messages frequently after that. He seemed to have decided that maintaining a character befitting his name would be helpful. TL note. So Moonin's name means famous, notorious, or widely talked about. On the other hand, as Jo Young-han, I only send emojis occasionally or mechanical replies like yes. Poor So Moon-nan. He was probably sweating bullets, trying to come up with something to say. TL note. Jo Young-han's name means quiet. After the short 5-minute communication time, we were given an additional 25 minutes to investigate. First, I need to figure out what kind of work this team does. Since I was processed as resigned and couldn't access the work site, I had to look for scrap paper or shredded documents. Fortunately, the paper waste was well sorted into one place. As I flipped over the scratch paper and reorganized it by the print dates, a familiar word caught my eye. It was Jo Young-han's resignation letter. Hey, what's that kid doing? Director Ma, who had been listening to the audio, pointed at the screen and asked. On the monitor, Kim Yiwol was comparing scratch paper with a calendar, muttering nonstop. I gave him easy hints because he's a rookie, but he's doing all sorts of strange things. Thinking back, Kim Yiwol had been different from the start. While others had frantically searched their character's workspace as soon as they entered, Kim Yiwol had calmly sat down at the desk, opened drawers, and started poking around the computer as if he were used to it. When Kim Yiwol accessed the company's internal network, all the staff were shocked. Hey, is that actually working? It shouldn't work based on the character settings, so it's not technically a problem, but we only added that in as an Easter egg. We didn't think anyone would actually manage to log in. Kim Yiwol even checked the recently visited web pages from Jo Young-han's browsing history. On the notepad on the split screen, he began listing the words that kept recurring in the articles and web pages. AI trend for personal competency improvement or reference research. Limitations of deep learning technology, likely trying to find ways to improve. Big data verification pre-work for deep learning / possibility of being in the reporting stage. After checking the interview schedule on the calendar and the one restored from the recycle bin, Kim Yiwol muttered to himself. I'm the one who resigned. It was the fastest keyword identification of a target in the show's history. It was his colleague who had introduced Kim Yiwol. He said Kim Yiwol had appeared on his program a few times, and that his quick thinking made him useful. Your show's all physical stuff, man. He's good with both his body and his mind. He's an idol, right? What does that matter? If you're getting paid, you're a pro. And he has that mindset, at least. He thought he'd gone weird from doing nothing but grueling shows like Challenge, Life Experience, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Kim Yiwol also successfully found the key clue, the resignation letter. It was the moment when it became certain that Kim Yiwol was the target. But the smile was short-lived. Kim Yiwol's expression shifted subtly. He took the resume and approached the desk calendar. Then, he flipped the calendar back and forth, comparing it with the resume. Kim Yiwol's eyes darkened. Oh, this company seems to have some problems. At that moment, everyone wearing earphones held their breath. The seal stamped on the first resignation letter I found was gray. It was likely set up so that the original was submitted to the company, and a copy was kept but then discarded in the scrap paper bin as a hint for me, the participant. However, there was something peculiar. The submission date of the handwritten and copied resignation letter, and the printing time written at the bottom of the paper. He wrote the resignation letter in the afternoon and submitted it in the evening. The date the resignation letter was submitted and the resignation date were the same. While I'd seen cases of people resigning on their first day at Hampyeong Industry, apart from those instances, it was rare for someone to write and submit a resignation letter within a day. Moreover, if the situation was so extreme that someone resigned within a day, there'd be no reason for them to stick around past the end of the workday. Why would anyone hang around when they had already decided to leave? At this point, I couldn't help but be suspicious. The personal reasons stated as the reason for resignation on this letter were definitely not true. If the resignation letter was fabricated, I would be a victim disguised as the target by someone. If it was real, something fishy had definitely gone on behind the scenes. I dumped the entire contents of the scrap paper bin onto the floor. Small pieces of paper hidden among the stiff sheets emerged. How much time do I have left? Less than 7 minutes remained on the timer. By the time I picked up all the pieces of paper and spread them roughly on the floor, the remaining time had dwindled to 3 minutes. So Moon-nan. Mr. Yonghan, what are you doing? So quiet. Jo Yonghan. Sorry. I was trying to find something, and my area got messy. Sweating_face. Yu Yanseong. Take your time, haha. Jo Yonghan. Yes. Thank you, manager. Yu Yanseong went quiet after my message. The organizational chart came out yesterday. My resignation letter was also processed last night. So there was practically no chance the org chart had changed in the meantime. I took advantage of that and referred to An Joyong as the team leader and Yu Yanseong as the manager first, so they would be convinced that I was their team member. There was also someone who suddenly started actively participating in the conversation. It was my colleague, Yang Yanga. Yang Yanga responded enthusiastically to everything So Moon-nan said, agreeing with him. It seemed they had formed some sort of faction. One person was quitting, while others were smoothly navigating the company through connections. It left a bad taste. So Moon-nan. But Mr. Song Silin hasn't said a word since they greeted everyone earlier? For now, I avoided suspicion. The phrase Song Silin is typing appeared with 3 dots bouncing up and down, and soon a new message arrived. Song Silin. Sorry, my Korean isn't very good. So it's a foreigner or overseas educated character? In that case, it made sense that his typing was slow or he wasn't very visible in the chat. It was believable, since English was often used when handling or viewing big data. However, Song Silin's reply seemed to be taken as easy prey by the others. So Moon-nan. Abroad? Where are you from? Song Silin. I'm Korean. I just studied abroad for a long time. So Moon-nan. Oh, really? Why am I hearing this for the first time? Mr. Yanga, is this the first time you're hearing this? Yang Yanga. Oh, this is the first time I'm hearing about it. An Joyong. Song Silin. Lived in Germany, right? Here, the team leader stepped in to cover. This meant that An Joyong had some personal information about his team members. He's probably racking his brains right now, trying to find the resigned employee based on their information. It was incredibly tragic that even at Hampyeong Industry, I couldn't do a resignation interview. And here, they had conducted one without me knowing. At least let me experience it. The subsequent conversation provided quite meaningful information. Only on Joyong, and I should know that the target was the resigned employee. I was the one who resigned, and An Joyong was the one who conducted the resignation interview. However, there was one more person who knew about the resigned employee. So Moon-nan. Shall we steer the conversation more towards work? That way, the outsider won't be able to act. Mr. So Moon-nan, who had been sending messages incessantly. He hurriedly posted a new message, trying to push the previous one out of view, but I saw it. Everyone did. Did he not watch In My Office, the show that didn't quite become a national sensation, but was relatively popular? A team could theoretically include a psychic investor, a chaebol heir, or a lottery fanatic. You couldn't just assume someone was an outsider. More importantly, as I typed, I was still piecing together the scraps on the floor, trying to reconstruct their original form. The bright red seal proved that this document was the original. The reason for resignation is workplace harassment. In that case, who else but the harasser would think one of us had resigned? 210. Chapter 210. Role-playing interview 3. Jo Young-han. Manager, have you perhaps found any clues? At the beginning, Jo Young-han tried to probe So Moon-in moderately. However, So Moon-in maintained a defensive attitude. He hadn't found many clues, so he feared that saying the wrong thing might actually help the target. I used that to my advantage. Not too strongly, just moderately. Jo Young-han, if you've made any progress, could you please share it with us? We've already had 2 rounds, but there doesn't seem to be any progress. A sense of unease began to spread through the chat, which had previously been filled with idle chatter. Only An Joyong, in the team leader position and seemingly convinced he wasn't the target, remained unfazed. An Joyong, Manager So Moon-nan, please share anything you've found. Yang Yanga. If he found something, Manager would have told us already. Well, are you two a package deal? My colleague's attempt to cover for his superior was touching. I wasn't sure if So Moon-nan was the leader of the workplace harassment against Jo Young-han, but I now knew that if So Moon-nan was the problem, Yang Yanga would have to go with him. The second free chat session ended with that. Next, there would be 20 minutes of room investigation and 15 minutes of conversation. Starting from the next chat session, the team would have to identify someone they suspect as the target, kick them out of the messenger, and investigate their room. If the first resignation letter listed bullying as the reason, then he must have brought it up in the resignation interview. Maybe he just couldn't officially submit it. I sat on the desk and stared at the resignation letters spread out in one corner. I have to avenge this. At first, I thought it would be enough to avoid being discovered as the sole resigned employee. I have to help our Mr. Jo Young-han find peace. So, who should I send out first? For the first time in a while, I felt intrigued. The participants began to uncover hidden clues in their respective rooms little by little. As time passed, and the more challenging hints came to light, the members' character traits solidified further. Among them, Kim Yiwol found several things in a password-protected USB, a photo of an internal contest winner list with his and Song Silan's names, and an errand list belonging to So Moon-nan. Since many participants have no acting experience, we planned it remotely this time, but everyone's immersion is pretty good. We could have done it face-to-face. Director Ma expressed his regret. Indeed, most of the cast were seriously engaged in the role-playing. Just as a writer was about to check the remaining time until the next conversation session, a monitor showing Kim Yiwol's set caught their eye. Each room had a small whiteboard and character photos. Kim Yiwol was standing in front of the whiteboard, pinning photos with magnets and drawing a relationship chart between the people. And then, Manager So Moon and perpetrator. Yang Yanga, colleague, accomplice. Manager Yu Yanxiang, bystander. Team leader An Joyong, bystander. Song Silan, colleague, bystander. He labeled them boldly beneath their names. Looks like Mr. Yiwol has already figured out the behind-the-scenes setting. The writer relayed to Director Ma. Look at the whiteboard. Director Ma's gaze shifted to Kim Yiwol's whiteboard. Kim Yiwol started writing numbers next to the characters' names. Starting with Yang Yanga, numbers were assigned to each person in order. What's that? Elimination order. Wow, Mr. Yiwol is scary. The staff murmured. Standing tall, one hand holding a marker, the other stroking his chin, Kim Yiwol made quite an intimidating figure. But how did he know? Wasn't the target only supposed to know that they were the resigned employee? That's right. That was the plan, but viewers loved open-ended interpretation just as much as a clear resolution. This characteristic stood out even more in mystery or planning content. After a broadcast, people often searched for strange details or pieced together clues to discover hidden backstories. This is what was really going on, helping the show stay relevant even after it ended. This time, the production team had planned to subtly reveal the reasons why the resigned employee, Jo Young-han, had to leave the company and the hidden sides of the other employees who concealed it, letting viewers deduce the story. That was the plan, until Kim Yiwol, who they thought would be fooled by a fake resignation letter, meticulously combed through all the materials and uncannily started closing in on the backstory. Typically, once a cast member realized they were the target, they focused on how to disguise their identity, not on who to eliminate first. But Kim Yiwol was different. "Shall I cut off the limbs first?" Uttering words unbefitting an idol, but perfectly suited to his own face, Kim Yiwol sat down in the chair in front of the desk. The reins of the conversation time that followed were entirely in Kim Yiwol's hands. "Jo Young-han, Mr. Yanga, you've been taking manager So-moon inside, but you haven't said much about yourself." Song-silin: "That's true. Usually, initiating an attack like that led to being ganged up on. However, that didn't happen." So-moon: "What the? Mr. Yanga, were you trying to ride my coattails to stay safe?" Yang Yanga is in cahoots with So-moon and is loyal to him. So-moon has a history of harassing someone, which could lead to him being targeted as the perpetrator. To avoid being targeted, it's better for So-moon to abandon Yang Yanga, who knows a lot about him, because the situation and conditions perfectly aligned. As a result of the anonymous vote, Jo Young-han received 1 vote, Yang Yanga received 4, and there was 1 abstention, revealing Yang Yanga's identity. Ordinary employee, Yang Yanga, is removed from the team member list. As the mechanical voice announced, everyone except Kim Yiwol looked bewildered. Nevertheless, Kim Yiwol remained calm. He had already proven his investigative prowess early on. Rather, it was So-moon who was in a difficult situation, the one who abandoned his completely loyal junior. And because of that, he became suspected of using this opportunity to eliminate a close associate who might have known about his questionable actions. "I wonder how you'll overcome the next crisis." Kim Yiwol smiled and opened the door of the set as instructed. It was time for all the participants to face each other for the first time. The participants, wearing name tags, busily exchanged greetings. The comedian who played Yang Yanga, the first to be eliminated, waved to the remaining members from inside the silence room, modeled after a smoking room. It really felt like we were on the rooftop of some unknown company. After a brief moment of pleasantries, we immediately started searching Yang Yanga's room. The room's layout was similar to my set. However, there were additional clues symbolizing the close relationship between So-moon and Yang Yanga. So they were university seniors and juniors. This makes it even stranger that manager So-moon didn't try harder to cover for Yang Yanga. Shouldn't they have formed a tighter alliance? Yu Yanxiang and An Zhuang chatted while looking at the university diploma certificate. Meanwhile, Song-silin approached me. "Since Yang Yanga wasn't the target, we probably won't find much in this room, right?" Song-silin asked in a low voice. But seeing him rummaging through the papers, I wondered if even that low voice was part of his act as a quiet, hard-working, ordinary employee. "I guess so. Mr. Yanga hid too much information that I thought he was the target, but it seems that wasn't the case. By that logic, Manager So is really suspicious, isn't he? Team leader, why are you picking on me?" A rift formed between An Zhuang and So-moon. Yu Yanxiang, who had been keeping quiet, seemed satisfied to be excluded from suspicion and didn't try to stop An Zhuang. I had nothing against the actor playing the character, but I was quite satisfied that the character So-moon was in a difficult situation. If someone like So-moon really existed, how would they feel right now? With no one left to support them, and even the person they flattered no longer trusting them. If they were in this situation, would they ever think about the people they themselves had alienated? The game was easier and simpler than reality, so justice quickly triumphed over evil. In the next voting time, Manager So-moon received all the votes and was eliminated. Once the number of suspects dwindled, 1:1 messaging became possible. Simultaneously, my personal inbox was flooded with notifications. On Joyeon, Mr. Yonghan, I trust you. So, let's be honest with each other. Don't you find Manager Yu Yanseong suspicious? Yu Yanseong, Mr. Yonghan, didn't you find the team leader suspicious? Song Silin, Mr. Yonghan, what do you think? Yes, I'm the most suspicious one. Actually, from now on, all I had to do was eliminate the bystanders one by one. Whether they ganged up on me or not didn't matter. As long as the real perpetrators were gone, I was satisfied with the mission music video playing at the end of the broadcast. However, I wanted to postpone Song Silin's elimination until the very end. I had something to settle with him. And if possible, I'd like to steer this story in a direction that was more intriguing for the viewers. After all, it was more fun when there was something to immerse in. I sent a message to my new team leader first, Jo Yonghan. Actually, Manager Yu Yanseong doesn't seem particularly suspicious. But excluding the team leader and Mr. Silin, who don't seem to be the target, he's the only one left. So I read through the messages, and while Mr. Yongga only agreed with Manager So Moo Nan, Manager Yu Yanseong only reacted generally. Mr. Yongga couldn't help it because of his character, but I think Manager Yu could have acted differently. I wonder if he was trying to piggyback off Mr. Yongga. On Joyeon remained silent for a long time after my message. He was probably reading through the messages in the group chat. Meanwhile, I turned to Yu Yanseong. Jo Yonghan. This is just my personal deduction, so it's not necessarily reliable. But the reason we initially excluded team leader On Joyeon from suspicion was because he seemed to have a good grasp of the team structure and work division, right? But that just means he has a lot of information, not necessarily proof that he's the outsider manager So Moo Nan mentioned. Considering there were diplomas of manager So Moo Nan in Mr. Yongga's room, maybe the personnel files in team leader's room were just normal HR info. So what I thought was, since our common ground is that we're subordinates, and the team leader is the highest ranking person without a superior, maybe he's the target. It's just a thought, so please disregard it if it doesn't seem right. Crying_face. Words like actually, personally, and just seemed vague. Yet, with these modifiers, people tended to listen more attentively, and they perceived the speaker's words as more truthful. As if he had finally finished checking the message window, a message arrived from On Joyeon. On Joyeon, you're right. Then what is Manager Yu's identity? Jo Yonghan. An industrial spy, maybe? On Joyeon. Hey, come on. Don't joke. He sent, but he probably wasn't laughing. He was likely running to Song Silin right now, persuading him to eliminate Yu Yanseong next. A reply from Yu Yanseong arrived at the perfect time. Yu Yanseong. To be honest, both the team leader and I suspected Song Silin. But thinking about it, what Mr. Yonghan said makes sense. Song Silin has never failed to answer a question. Jo Yonghan. That's right. I had already coordinated with Song Silin. On Joyeon would be eliminated first, then Yu Yanseong second. This is all the karma of the superiors who failed to build trust. No betrayals this round. Our team leader and deputy were escorted to the silent room in turn. Watching the two dragged away, I thought of someone. That was the first time I realized I could dream sweetly even without sleeping. The target wasn't revealed until 4 out of the 6 people were eliminated. So now, even Song Silin must know that I was the target. Song Silin and I stepped out of the booths and sat facing each other at the table in the middle of the set where we first greeted each other. Song Silin asked with a wry smile, "Isn't the game over now?" "Why do you ask?" When I asked back, Song Silin looked as if asking why I would even ask. "If you choose me, no one will be left." "And you're going to abstain?" Song Silin's eyes widened at my words. "What are you going to do, leaving only me in this company? I'm the one who resigned, remember?" Song Silin's expression crumpled as I spoke with a smile. Song Silin sighed. Jo Yonghan definitely resigned due to workplace harassment. He had 3 colleagues, and one of them sided with the perpetrator. Then what about the other colleague? That colleague was close enough to Jo Yonghan to participate in the company contest together, but didn't openly display their friendship like So Moo Nan and Yang Yongga. He completely followed Jo Yonghan's opinions without expressing his own. The reason for that was probably, you suspected it, right? That Mr. Silin was also harassed, but wasn't the target. Because he had figured out that Jo Yonghan, fighting and shouldering the burden for Song Silin as well, couldn't endure it and left the company. It Also explained why Sung Silin couldn't nominate me first because evidence of being harassed was found in his room. He probably couldn't step forward, thinking he was the victim and the target. If the last employee revealed the target's identity, the game ended in the participant's victory. However, judging by Sung Silin's current demeanor, he didn't seem likely to reveal my identity even though he knew it, because I could genuinely see guilt in his eyes. A target winning is a cool twist too. Justice and all that. But how about this instead? Mr. Silin nominates me, and I nominate Mr. Silin. We both leave the company together. The people in the silence room and the production crew looked shocked. Did they not anticipate an ending where everyone resigned together while making office content? Sung Silin fell into deep thought. Perhaps finding my trick appealing, he accepted my proposal after a brief deliberation. All right, then. Our eyes met over the table. As promised, Sung Silin requested the final vote without outing me. This vote was usually meaningless, so it wouldn't normally happen. I could feel the cameras focusing on this rare situation. Voting has ended. A clear narration resonated. Sung Silin smiled, looking tired but relieved. However, his smile didn't last long. Resigned employee, Jo Yonghan has been identified. Company security remains intact. Because I abstained. This meant Sung Silin had caught the target. Why? Sung Silin jumped up from his seat. Because, Mr. Silin, you liked working here. He could have settled down in Germany, but he purposely returned to Korea, joined this company, voluntarily participated in the contest, and endured the harassment. That said a lot. There's nothing to harass you anymore. So do what you want to do here. I handed him the USB containing our contest-winning entry. Congratulations on winning. Ordinary employee, Sung Silin protects the company's security. The narration overlapped my congratulations. The people confined in the silence room rushed to Sung Silin and embraced him. A heartwarming ending is good for a mystery, right? I cautiously approached Sung Silin and gently hugged the man slightly shorter than me. Mr. Han Ga-won of Part, who played Sung Silin, trembled slightly. Thank you. It's nothing, Sunbeam. And I'm sorry. I thought he was incredibly immersed in his character. It seemed he felt guilty towards me. But come on, the dressing room scolding was forever ago. So was the chaos in IDC. Seeing him holding on to such things and trying to repay me somehow made me think this friend's life in the entertainment industry wouldn't be easy. Well, I let this slide because Partha hadn't released a new song recently. If there was competition for music video airtime, I wouldn't have gone easy. Anyway, the filming ended beautifully. On the way back, the manager and I picked up Choi Ji-ho, who had just finished filming a dance competition program, and returned to the dorm. It was a long day. 211. Chapter 211. Performance Presentation 1. I was planning to return the comic book to Kang Kion's room as soon as we arrived at the dorm. I figured while Choi Ji-ho was in the shower, I could wash up after and check tomorrow's schedule. I never expected Kang Kion to be waiting for us outside the door. He stood there with an incredibly sharp expression. Looking at his face, I hesitated for a moment. I had no idea what kind of attitude would be best right now. After much deliberation, I placed the comic book in Choi Ji-ho's hand. It was a gesture asking him to return it for me. Choi Ji-ho completely misinterpreted my gesture and gave me a look that said, "What am I supposed to do with this?" Kang Kion interrupted the silent exchange between the oldest members. He snatched the comic book from Choi Ji-ho's hand. Keeping his eyes locked on me, he asked, "Ji-ho Hyung, can I use your room for a bit?" From the living room, someone started waving their arms. "Come here, Hyung. I've saved you a spot." It was Lee Chong-hyun. He must have been kicked out before we arrived. "Wait, I'll just grab some clothes." With brief words, Choi Ji-ho went into his room, and he really did come out with just a change of clothes. Kang Kion silently continued to glare at me. He probably wants me to go into the room. I had no idea why he was acting like this. I didn't know if it was a good or bad sign that he was doing this, considering he usually wouldn't even come out of his room when I was at the dorm, let alone interact with me. As I entered the room, Kang Kion followed. I heard the click of the door closing. "Why don't you follow the rules?" "Me? We agreed if we want to ask for something, we'd do it face to face. Why do you always leave notes?" Kang Kion reproached me. Well, there was such a rule in our dorm's 12 commandments, but it wasn't like I could ask him for the comic book face to face. Besides, I didn't even ask to borrow it. I said I was curious about what happened next. Since I couldn't explain all of this, I had no choice but to keep my mouth shut. Kong Keon stared at me for a while before saying, "Sit down." I obediently followed his words and sat on the edge of the bed. Seeing that I had settled down, he pulled out a small piece of paper from his pocket and unfolded it. Did he write down what he wanted to say? What could he possibly have to say that took a whole script? Then I saw his hand trembling. I realized it in that moment. It wasn't that he had a lot to say, but that he had written it down, in case he couldn't speak properly. I quietly waited for Kong Keon to finish preparing for the conversation. After a few minutes, Kong Keon stammered, his eyes fixed on the paper. "First, yelling at you in front of everyone and touching your things without permission. I am sorry for that. And for the harsh words. No matter how mad I was, I shouldn't have said those things. I went too far." Kong Keon's face was dark. "Actually, Lee Chonghyun told me not to apologize." Sounds like him. But I just couldn't leave it like that. Such a needlessly honest guy. No one would have blamed him for not apologizing to me. But what I said back then was all true. There was sincerity in Kong Keon's voice. Heavy words settled one after another. "I still don't understand you. Okay, I'm still scared of the stage. And I lack confidence." He spoke calmly, but the weight of his worries was palpable. The edge of the paper in Kong Keon's hand crumpled. "Hyung, do you believe people can change if they try?" It was an unexpected question. At the same time, I remembered the letter I had sent him. I said I was trying to change, so I asked for a little more time. If it were the past, I wouldn't have been able to say I believed it. I didn't want to lie. I believed people didn't change easily, and I didn't believe in myself in the first place. But these guys tried their best to believe in me until the very end. Gu Jahan showed me that people could change, and so many people told me I was doing well. You know, Keon, I keep thinking this whole mess is my fault. You weren't struggling like this when I wasn't there. I feel guilty, like I unnecessarily stirred things up and made things worse. But for some reason, I keep thinking about what Songbin said to me back when I was going on about cosmic energy during OJT. That nothing is impossible if you work hard. That he believes in the power of effort. If you forgive me, if you believe my words that I'm trying to change and that I'll be okay, then my answer should also change. I believe it. Just like the fortune teller said, if there's anyone who can change me, it's probably you guys. No one else has been this deeply involved in my life. I'll make it happen. And as long as I'm with you guys, I will definitely change. One way or another. Kong Keon remained silent for a long time afterward. It felt like about 30 minutes had passed before he finally spoke. Keep your promise. Huh. Don't overdo things. Don't just pretend to listen when someone tells you something. And if you really have to push yourself, explain why. Okay. Kong Keon took a breath. If you're in pain, say something. With that, he lowered his arm. The hand resting on his thigh was trembling. Slightly. I'll keep that in mind. Any other suggestions? I asked brightly on purpose. Kong Keon narrowed his eyes, glanced at me, sighed, and then said, I have something to announce. It's not a suggestion. What is it? I'm planning to return. What? I barely managed to control my rising voice. Return? He told me not to push myself. It didn't make sense. Keon, you don't have to rush. I soothed Kong Keon as gently as possible. Whether he made the decision to return to ease my burden, or because he felt left behind, the timing just wasn't right. He still needed time, for his own sake. However, Kong Keon didn't back down. I didn't make this decision because I felt pressured. Unlike before, Kong Keon didn't read from the paper or tremble. He met my gaze. This is my way of trying. At that moment, I understood what he wanted to tell me. I'll take it easy. If the members say something, I'll adjust. If it starts to feel too hard, I'll speak up first. At the same time, I remembered Lee Chonghyun, who used to stay up all night in the IDC, hitting walls but pushing through. I don't want to be afraid of challenges. Honestly, these two are such peas in a pod. Unaware of my inner thoughts, Kong Keon smiled. It was awkward, but genuine. Let's make Spark last a long time. 212, Chapter 212, Performance Presentation 2. During the mission promotion period, Spark wore every suit imaginable. Pilot uniforms, British gentleman-style suits, all-black suits, and even extravagant gold-embroidered suits with frilly lace that often appeared on web novel app pages. The fans called these romance fantasy-style outfits. If it involved a shirt, jacket, and slacks, we wore it. The only difference was the variation in length, sometimes long, sometimes short. Thanks to that, Choi Ji-ho and I. Much greater than so what season is it right now? The younger members look like they're dressed for a moderate autumn. But the older members are having a super hot summer, boiling hot. Earned the nickname, Idols Who Defy the Seasons. What an honor. And for today, the final music show, it was decided that the concept would be office worker. I was personally sick of it, but it was decided in celebration of In My Office gaining popularity, plus the fact that the members themselves had never properly done an office worker concept. There were also suggestions that we treat the final broadcast as a special event. When I played the role of Do Young-won, I often wore gray suits to downplay my presence. But this time, because the song's vibe was so intense, I ended up in a pitch-black suit set. When we took our first profile photos, I had sworn I would make enough money to switch to automatic ties. But even now that Spark had passed the break-even point, we still had to tie our ties. Manually. Apparently, adjustments were needed for individual styling. However, I agreed with the importance of detailed styling. Still, having learned once, Jong Songbin tied his tie quite well. The black suit with thin stripes also suited him. It brought out the leader's vibe from the music video quite well. Choi Ji-ho decided to wear only a white shirt and a vest. I heard that after he nearly ripped the shoulder of his jacket while raising his arm forcefully in the last broadcast, the stylists had many discussions. Ji-ho doesn't even need a jacket. His shoulders are like the Manchurian plains. The stylist patted Choi Ji-ho's shoulders, saying it'd be a crime not to show them off. His styling was completed with a pair of glasses with thinner frames than his usual ones. Park Ju-woo wore a warm-toned gray suit that matched his slightly grayish eyes. Instead of a vest like Choi Ji-ho and Jong Songbin, he layered an ivory knit vest to add a softer feel. With his white hair, Park Ju-woo left a unique impression, like a work fairy who came to help with office tasks. Why don't I have a vest or a jacket? Chonghyun, your face will carry the whole look. Man, guess my face is on overtime again today. Lee Chonghyun maximized a casual office vibe with just a white dress shirt and a navy tie. His hair was lightly curled to create a narrative of a handsome employee who ran his hand through his hair a couple of times to soothe a headache from complex work. He was repeatedly told to sweep his hair back neatly without smudging his makeup during the choreography. It was his typical joke, but he seemed a bit more excited than usual, probably because his friend was with him in the waiting room. Lee Chonghyun lingered near Kang Ki-on, who was just starting his makeup, giving the stylist endless requests. Nuna, give Kang Ki-on heavy shading on his face. Make only his jawline visible. Chonghyun, Ki-on's face is already all jawline. How could it be otherwise? Kang Ki-on was the one in this team who was most strict about his diet. Kang Ki-on already stood out enough with his teal hair. With his cool-toned tie and suit, and an icy aura practically radiating from his face, the kid now looked like a department head. You're distracting, go away. Kang Ki-on said, moving only his lips since he couldn't move his mouth much while getting his makeup done. Today, I had packed the calming drops and Kang Ki-on's emergency medicine from the hospital. The preparations were perfect. Everyone had done their best. Kang Ki-on's hand repeatedly clenched and unclenched. He also took deep breaths occasionally. My hand unconsciously went to the employee ID card hanging around my neck. There was a time when this necklace, just a plastic case with a card inside, felt so heavy. Now, it was so light I barely felt it. I wasn't sure if it was because I got rid of my superior, because I was recognized by the company, because I said everything I wanted to say while playing the role of the youngest employee, or because I helped Jo Young-han find peace. I just felt relieved. Vaguely. And I had a colleague with whom I wanted to share this feeling. The stylist was touching up Kang Ki-on's bangs, saying they needed one last look. I watched him from behind his back, and then spoke. Ki-on, what is it? Do you think Princess Soda will really end up with Prince Minil? Kang Ki-on opened his closed eyes. The word dumbfounded was practically written on his forehead. But a fan couldn't just ignore it when their interest became a topic of conversation. I don't know. Doesn't Minil seem like a two-timer? Personally, I don't think he's main male lead material. I'm not the only one who thought that, huh? I thought he was better off with Euron. I think so too. But is that okay? Minil is already engaged to the princess. Anything is possible in the face of love. Despite having a face that looked like he knew nothing of love, Kong Keon eloquently preached the power of love. The hand that had been clenched was now relaxed. Guys, let's start moving. At the manager's words, the members all got up from their seats. Kong Keon also rose from his chair. In the hallway leading to the stage, I asked Kong Keon, "Who do you want the princess to end up with?" Kong Keon seriously contemplated my question. From a distance, the music and cheers from the previous stage could be heard. When the steel door opened, the surroundings instantly darkened. Hot air enveloped our bodies. The lights breaking through the set illuminated Kong Keon's face. Wouldn't Blanche be better? Though everyone says he's definitely the second male lead. He smiled faintly. Well, a knight might be better than those clueless princes. It fits the mission concept well, too. Are you a monster born from your idle ego? Not as much as you. Kong Keon checked if his employee ID was facing the front and if his shirt was properly arranged. Then he looked at me and said, "Hyung, what is it? Don't make any mistakes." Wow. I couldn't help but burst out laughing at his audacity. "I'll try." "Yes, show me with results." The song that was playing ended. I heard someone shout, "Spark, you're up next." "Let's go." I lightly patted his back. Kong Keon headed towards the portable steps without hesitation. Like the dawn sun rising, the lights beyond the stairs shone brightly. The downside of pre-recording was that you couldn't hold up slogans. In her heart, she wanted to wave a paper slogan that said, "Kong Keon, welcome back, you glorious mess." But Baek Haewon held herself back with all her might. She hadn't come all this way to get into the pre-recording only to be kicked out before even seeing the boys' faces. Spark's turn finally came after watching the performance of a group she saw for the first time that day. At the same time, she saw a tall figure in the distance. "Wah, guys!" Screams erupted from all directions. Spark was synonymous with visuals, and visuals were synonymous with Spark. Whether it was someone seeing Spark in person for the first time or the 100th, everyone gasped in awe at their faces. Baek Haewon was used to such reactions. Well, she was screaming too. The soul that had been dozing off after sprinting to the pre-recording at dawn had finally awakened. The office worker concept is amazing. A feast of well-tailored suits unfolded before her eyes. Why were they even more handsome than the office workers in dramas? Amidst it all, Baek Haewon instantly spotted Spark's office role expert, Kim Yiwol. That haughty and arrogant face, the confident black suit, and even the polished black shoes. Our Mr. Do Young Hwan got a promotion. Tears welled up in her eyes. Meanwhile, there were others who were crying for real. They were Kong Keon's fans, who had been worried since their favorite member halted activities right after the comeback. They burst into tears as soon as Kong Keon appeared with a bright smile. Kong Keon's eyes seemed to redden slightly at their words of gratitude for his return. "Sparkler, could you cheer just a little louder than usual today?" Jong Song-bin asked gently. The fans shouted, "Of course. If it's because of me, you don't have to." "It's not because of you. It's because it's the final broadcast. Right, Song-bin Hyung?" Lee Chong-hyun chimed in with a playful tone, lifting the mood. The way he had his arm around Kong Keon's shoulder felt warm and familiar, which made it all the more endearing. It didn't feel like they had exchanged many words, but rehearsal time was already approaching. Baek Haewon and the fans held their breath. At that moment, she could faintly hear the members talking amongst themselves under the blue lighting. "Fighting. Let's do well." The voices were so quiet that she couldn't tell who said what. But the warmth and closeness in those words stirred something in Baek Haewon's heart as she unintentionally eavesdropped. Mission began with Kong Keon. For a while, that opening line had gone to someone else, but it had gone back to the original position. Kong Keon's voice lifted the darkness of the stage. "I want to be the last person standing by your side." Kong Keon's bright blue hair shone coldly under the lights. As if diving down, his gaze directed at the camera below, Kong Keon sang in a low voice, "I want to be that person." What followed was that part sung by Kim Yiwol, Baek Haewon's favorite part. Unlike the music video or the first stage, the buttoned-up shirt, tightly tied tie, and fully fastened jacket stimulated something deep within her heart. I wait with bated breath. For the moment, you call my name. Blue light fell on Kim Yiwol's pale skin. The shadow cast below his nose made his sculpted face even more three-dimensional. As Kim Yiwol smoothly moved to his position, Park Ju-woo, who was waiting his turn behind him, appeared. A dreamy falsetto, hiding his usual sharp tone, flowed out. From the moment I open my eyes, until I fall asleep, following your every move with my gaze. Eternally. Baek Haewon gazed at Park Ji-woo, turning around, as if walking through fog. When all the members had their backs to the camera, Lee Chong-hyun casually revealed himself at the edge of the formation. I'll escort you all the way to the stage, matching your steps. I'll be waiting. Jang Songbin took Lee Chong-hyun's hand as if leading him. Their fingers intertwined tightly. Until that unknown time. Only. For you. At the same time, Kim Yiwol returned to the center. It was time for that smile, the one that contributed the most to the increase in Kim Yiwol's fancam views. I have only one goal. To stay by your side. That's all. As Kim Yiwol smiled brightly on the line, that's all, a grand musical session burst behind him. As their part came, Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-on stood back to back. Their backs and shoulder muscles naturally interlocked. My admiration. Wherever the path you walk leads, it becomes my path. Please march on with a smile. And Park Ji-woo's high note marked the beginning of that march. I want the highlight to shine only on you. I want the whole world to be placed in your hands. A voice as bright as a highlight, solid enough to fill your hands, filled the stage. Kim Yiwol followed. This overflowing feeling is more than enough. As a reward, Jang Songbin smiled and made a shushing gesture with his hand as part of the choreography. His lips curved into a gentle arc. I'll stay here, backstage, with a joyful heart, until you come. Lee Chong-hyun's harmony layered low beneath Jang Songbin's vocals. A mystical ending filled the stage. Hiding my traces, quietly. Behind your back. In the closest place. Confetti fluttered down. Perhaps because the lighting was blue, the glittering confetti shone like stars. The silhouettes of the 6 members were visible amidst the confetti. This sight of the 6 of them standing together for the final formation, she had missed it so much. If it hadn't been the last broadcast, she would have yelled at the staff not to block their faces and to throw out all that trash cluttering the view. Even just watching the stage, Baek Haewon felt tears welling up. 213. Chapter 213, Performance Presentation 3. After the pre-recording, Spark's waiting room was in a festive mood. Wouldn't it be strange if it wasn't? Kang Ki-on had made a successful return. He didn't sweat much and made no mistakes. Most importantly, he performed to a level he was satisfied with. That was enough for this final broadcast to have served its purpose. You've grown up, our Magne. What do you want this Hyung to buy you? Just name it. I'll buy you anything except a house. Who said you're my Hyung? His bickering with Lee Chong-hyun was the same as usual. It put my mind at ease. Even I was nervous this time. After turning off the negative emotion control, I'd been overwhelmed with guilt, worry, anxiety, and so on, so I'd been staying up all night for the past few days. But seeing him like this put me at ease. Just as I was about to peacefully enjoy the time until the ending stage, our manager made a shocking announcement. Guys, you'll be getting paid after this promotion ends. What? Starting from the 3rd quarter, you'll be getting settlement payments. Why are you only telling us this now? An office worker's energy triples at the mention of getting paid. And on a Sunday, no less, when I have to come into work. The Spark members, however, seemed bewildered by the fact that they were starting to make money. More accurately, they didn't seem to be processing the reality well. But settlement payments were important, especially for idols who hadn't been paid a penny so far. When is UA's settlement date? I think it was in the contract, but sometimes the settlement date and the statement delivery date are different, or so I heard. The withholding tax will be deducted, right? I pestered the manager. He was only freed after telling me the exact time and minute the money would be deposited into our accounts. You called me a monster born of idle ego earlier. Kang Ki-on quipped from the corner. Yes, this body was a monster born from capitalism. It calculated everything in life with money. Anyway, have you all signed up for housing subscription savings? What? Jang Songbin asked, his eyes wide. Housing subscriptions. I assume you all have health insurance, but if not, check and get signed up ASAP. Hyung, we haven't even received the money yet. The interest rates for savings and deposits are pretty good right now. If you don't have any big expenses planned, open a deposit account. I'm sure there was a credit union near our dorm. Hyung, as I was pondering which financial products to introduce to these young and naive members, Park Ji-woo tapped me on the shoulder. Then he pointed to the behind-the-scenes camera filming me in the corner of the waiting room. Looks like the final broadcast BTS footage will feature method. Actor Kim Yiwol trapped in a financial drama. I'm doomed. You're not going to edit that out, are you? Of course not. The staff member smiled brightly. I swallowed my tears and smiled brightly back. Oh, Yiwol. The manager gestured to the camera to film elsewhere for a moment and then called me over. It seemed he had something to say to me privately, so I slightly leaned in. The manager covered his mouth with his hand and whispered in my ear. The accounting team wants the receipts for your personal expenses. If the transactions are too old for records, print out the order confirmations. They said they'll make sure everything's reimbursed before the end of the year. What? How did the accounting team know about that? When I looked bewildered, the manager lightly slapped my back. Songbin told them. Do you know how surprised we were? The company atmosphere was a bit rough at the time. But still, we'll cover all your personal expenses, so make sure you bring your spending records. If you don't have receipts, at least bring transfer statements. The accounting team will take care of it. That sounded like something that would make the accounting team members clutch their necks. Receipts, dates of expenditure, amounts, and deposit accounts were essential for reimbursements. This is a separate matter, but we'll be adding a planning fee to your payment. It'll be listed under its own category, so just a heads up. Planning fee. For producing the album, you know, you'll receive the equivalent of outsourcing costs. It won't be much, but still, I don't quite understand. I only did what the system told me to do. Why would I get paid for that? Do companies normally pay extra for taking on other teams' tasks? I just assumed it was all mutual cooperation and moved on. I must have made a dumb face, because the manager gave me a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. You're getting paid for the work you did. It's only natural, so don't look so surprised. Then the manager said in a loud voice that could be heard throughout the waiting room. And guys, there's actually one more thing I haven't told you. At the manager's words, our attention was once again focused on him. You guys are nominees for first place this week. What? I said, your first place nominees. A stunned silence fell over the waiting room. No one dared to speak. What is going on? Settlement payments, planning fees, and now first place nominees? Normally we'd let you know at the start of the broadcast, but I didn't want to put more pressure on Keon. Sorry for telling you so late. No, it's okay since you were thinking of us. It's fine. Jong Songbin hurriedly reassured the manager. But first place nominees? I couldn't even fathom how we got there. We've been on all sorts of broadcasts nonstop, but it was difficult to win first place with just broadcast scores. The album's release week had passed, so our album score should have dropped, and the digital score and text voting score relied entirely on the fans, so I had intentionally avoided expecting anything from that front. They must have voted and streamed a lot. Lee Chonghyun muttered. If we were first-place nominees at this point, there must have been additional group purchases of the album as well. It was hard to lift my head, seeing how much effort the fans put in for the final broadcast for the 6-member stage. I was planning to aim for the first-place KPI next year. We hadn't even won yet, and I wasn't sure if the hope I'd let go of had been revived, but at least I was incredibly satisfied with this result. Beyond satisfied, I was grateful for the overwhelming love we received. Let's think of ending reaction versions. Lee Chonghyun, who had been muttering first-place nominees, in disbelief, looked at me. First, a version where we sincerely congratulate other senior artists if they win first place. Second, a pledge if we win first place. And we should also prepare acceptance speeches for being nominated. We can film a behind-the-scenes video after our final broadcast. If we prepare like that, we won't be flustered whether we win or not. Lee Chonghyun laughed in disbelief. The other members did the same. However, meetings were now ingrained in them. They naturally gathered in front of the waiting room sofa, practicing the highlight choreography of the other nominees and preparing a deep bow as our team's pledge. Are you nervous? I whispered into Kang Keon's ear. Even as all the singers stood on the large stage at the end of the broadcast, Kang Keon's posture remained upright and firm. No. His answer was solid. I couldn't have been prouder. You don't look nervous at all either, Hyung. No. I'm incredibly nervous. Kang Keon looked at me as if saying, don't lie. But I was being serious. Everything I'd poured into the past few months was hanging on this moment. I was racking my brain, trying not to forget the highlight choreography of the other first-place nominees. Just as I was about to explain my true feelings to Kang Keon, the MC spoke. Let's meet the 3 nominees for first place on Music World this week. The top 3 groups were introduced one by one on the screen, and Spark was really there. Even seeing it with my own eyes, it felt surreal. Normally, it should have taken Spark much longer to become a first-place contender. First, let's look at the album scores. If we made it into the nominees this time, maybe next time we could actually win first place. Next time, I'd have to aim for the first week sales from the start. We would have to promote better and build more recognition. I'd send everyone out to broadcasts like Herding Sheep, with Choi Ji-ho and Jong Song-bin leading the charge. I'd let Kang Ki-on rest a bit, if he wanted to. Next are the broadcast scores. I'd make Lee Chong-hyun compose songs while feeding him only steamed dumplings. I heard other people feed fried dumplings at times like this, but fried stuff was unhealthy. I'd make Park Ju-woo drink pear and bellflower tea until his whole body smelled like it. If we want to see the New Year's sunrise again next year, I had to pray for first place, even if it killed me. Next, we'll reveal the digital scores. I'd have to squeeze UA dry. Since they were offering me a planning fee, they must still have plenty in their vaults. At this point, I'd bleed them dry. I wasn't an expert at reducing the remaining office supplies budget to 0. Hyung. What? Lee Chong-hyun urgently grabbed and shook my elbow. Why are you calling me? I'm busy making plans for the future. You should be managing your expression. Lastly, the real-time text voting scores. Wait a minute. Why is our score so high? The live text voting scores were still increasing, but even calculating just the middle portion, I could roughly tell that we weren't in third place. And Spark's live text voting score hit the maximum. The first place winner on Music World this Sunday is congratulations, Spark. Confetti cannons exploded, with a loud bang on both sides of the stage. People around us congratulated us and applauded, and the trophy was handed to Jong Song-bin, the leader. Fans were crying in the front of the stage. Words of love and the members' names echoed mixed with the Mission AR. For real, Spark actually won first place. 214, Chapter 214, Performance Presentation 4. I thought I was prepared for every possible situation, but there was exactly one thing I hadn't planned for: Spark's award acceptance speech. I had thought about congratulating others on their first place wins, how we'd thank our fans if we won, and even how to express gratitude just for being nominated. But I hadn't imagined we'd actually win first place and be given the chance to speak. You might ask, isn't it contradictory to not even think about what to say if you won, since you'd even thought about preparing a pledge? But I couldn't help it. It was my principle to prepare even for the impossible when it came to our fans. Spark, please give us a few words. In the midst of the commotion, the MC handed the microphone to us. Since I was at the end of the line, it ended up in my hand. The problem was, there was no one I could pass it to. Our leader, Jong Song-bin, was bawling. No, bawling was an understatement. It was full-blown wailing. The hardships he'd endured must have hit him all at once. How difficult must it have been for him, so young, to lead amongst strong-willed older and younger members? The frequent issues Spark faced must have been a heavy burden for 19-year-old Jong Song-bin to carry. Kang Ki-on was crying just as hard as Jong Song-bin. Tears streamed down his face even as he wiped them away. He'd wanted to be an idol ever since he was old enough to know what that meant. He'd always been ambitious, so he probably didn't think simply debuting meant he had achieved his dream. That was why I felt like this first-place win gave Kang Ki-on validation. It was proof that all his struggles had been worth it. Next to the crying Ki-on, Lee Chong-hyun was doing his best to console him, but his own sleeves were completely soaked with tears. Getting praise from those around you was different from getting public recognition. How anxious must Lee Chong-hyun have been while Spark released songs and navigated the music charts? Besides these 3, the only ones left were Park Ju-woo, who was looking worried as he patted Jong Song-bin's back, and Choi Ji-ho, who was wearing a blank expression as if he hadn't fully grasped the situation. Damn it. I've got a fish in my hand and nothing but cats around me. Everyone's too caught up with their own emotional drama. I tossed the microphone to Park Ju-woo, who was closest. He looked flustered, but he used one hand to pat Jong Song-bin's back and the other to firmly grip the microphone. Thank you so much for this first place. We didn't expect this at all. Park Ju-woo struggled to continue. His voice was so shaky that anyone could tell his words were true. Sparklers, our families, and the UA staff, thank you. We'll work even harder. Thank you. Park Ju-woo bowed deeply as soon as he finished speaking. His voice had trembled at the end, so he must have been holding back tears too. Maybe we looked so pitiful that it tugged at people's hearts, or maybe the production team just wanted a more moving shot. So instead of wrapping up, the MC handed the microphone back to us after receiving it from Park Ju-woo. Spark, could we hear from one more member? Well, Spark's acceptance speech should be given by a Spark member. Having no other choice, I was about to hand the microphone to Choi Ji-ho, but he gestured to me. It meant he wanted me to do it. Me? I mouthed the word, thinking, I'm screwed, knowing that these few seconds were being broadcast. I wanted to force the microphone on him, but Choi Ji-ho's situation wasn't ideal either. He was practically holding both Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo in a comforting embrace. I hesitantly took the microphone. Words couldn't come easily. First things first, gratitude. Say thank you. Thank you to all the sparklers who worked the hardest for Spark's first place. I wasn't even sure if my voice was coming out properly. Trying my best not to make a mistake, I put strength into each word. I know we wouldn't have received this award without our fans. Thank you for giving us this precious memory and for being as happy as we are about our first win. The sound of my heart pounding filled my head. To act professionally, I should thank the staff who worked hard alongside us, mention Music World who gave us this award, and give a flawlessly stable encore performance. And I knew all of that, but then I saw them. Jong Song-bin, who had suggested to bow deeply if we won first place, was now kneeling with his head down, his legs having given out. Kang Ki-on, bent over with his hands on his knees, unable to lift his head, and Lee Chong-hyun, sobbing with his face buried in Kang Ki-on's shoulder. Park Ju-woo, who had tried to lift Jong Song-bin but ended up kneeling and crying alongside him, and Choi Ji-ho, biting his lip as he comforted the younger members. Our members worked really hard. That must be why. The reason I mentioned them instead of the stakeholders I should be thanking. I'm honored to receive this valuable award with these members I am proud of. This is all your fault, you know. Because you guys are just crying and can't give your speeches, my screen time is getting longer and I keep saying things I wasn't going to say. But still, I have to say this. Lastly, Ki-on. Looking at Kang Ki-on felt difficult, so I kept my gaze fixed forward. Instead, I gently placed a hand on his back. Thank you for doing your best to stand here with us today. It's all thanks to you that we could receive this award together. Really, thank you. Kang Ki-on covered his face with his hands. I held onto his collapsing arm, so that he could at least lean on me. Kang Ki-on didn't lift his head in the end. Since the two main vocals were crying like children, I had to sing and Choi Ji-ho had to rap. Compared to the video of Spark's first encore stage I'd once watched, this was a total mess. Truly, I hadn't realized Spark were such crybabies. They cried and cried. Jong Song-bin was practically dehydrated and needed water. Kang Ki-on wasn't much different. Lee Chong-hyun's eyes were bloodshot from rubbing them so much, and Park Ju-woo had tissue stuck under his eyes. Getting these overgrown kids back to the dorm was exhausting. The manager was the one driving, but I felt more exhausted than him. Even the staff, who had been suggesting a celebratory party for our first win, told us to just go home and rest. Why cry on stage? You should be focused on looking good. I scolded them nonstop while putting cold sheet masks on their faces. Choi Ji-ho, since he hadn't cried, was spared from joining the forced skincare session on the living room floor and was instead recruited as my assistant. Lying like a salted fish in a row on the makeshift bedding on the living room floor, Lee Chong-hyun grumbled. An android like you wouldn't understand our feelings. Don't talk until I say you can. At that, Lee Chong-hyun shut his mouth tight. What makes you think you can pout like that? You'll get wrinkles around your mouth. Now that you've won first place, you should only show your handsome side from now on. You think first place just an empty label? Does the title of #1 singer mean nothing to you? Ugh. The word first place triggered Jong Song-bin's tears again. I barked at Choi Ji-ho to get an ice pack, and Choi Ji-ho trudged back with a towel-wrapped pack, face full of annoyance. Still, I had to hand it to him for not crying and helping to manage the others. If he had started bawling too, I would have cried too for a different reason. And the video of Spark's first win would have been titled "Idols Burst into Tears After Winning First Place." Not that we didn't already flood the place with tears. Considering his contribution to preventing a disaster, I decided to extend a kind hand to Choi Ji-ho today. Lie down in the empty spot. Since you're older, I'll give you a special anti-aging pack. You put it on yourself. And I was flatly rejected. My life is already anti-aging, you punk. If skincare companies knew how many years I've been rejuvenated, they'd be lining up with endorsement deals. Hyung. I was wondering what to do about Choi Ji-ho, who wouldn't lie down even when asked. Nicely, when someone softly called out to me. Jong Song-bin was looking at me with half-lidded eyes. What? Will our swelling go down by tomorrow? It was a little funny hearing that question from Jong Song-bin, who had been crying like the world was ending just a while ago. He was so diligent. He didn't forget about tomorrow's schedule. Of course. Why do you think I'm doing all this late at night? Right? Jong Song-bin smiled faintly, as if embarrassed. Or maybe his face was just stiff from the mask. After adjusting the heating and washing my hands, I returned to find some of them dozing off. They must have been exhausted after all the crying. Choi Ji-ho and I brought blankets from our beds and covered each member. Park Ju-woo, who was a light sleeper, woke up briefly, but seeing everyone else asleep, he lay back down and closed his eyes. What should we do now? Choi Ji-ho asked as I turned off the living room lights. What else? Go to sleep. I won't let you off easy if your face is swollen tomorrow. We have to wipe off their masks. I'll take care of that. Let's split the work. Are you confident you won't step on them while wandering around here in the dark? Looking at the dark living room, Choi Ji-ho didn't argue. Instead, he quietly went back to his room. I heard the rustling of blankets and then silence. A dimly lit living room. A quiet dorm with everyone sound. Asleep. The first place trophy on the dining table, which Jong Song-bin had clutched tightly even while crying. I could still feel the moment the mic landed in my hand. Just thinking about it made my heart race again. The feeling that time had stopped when Spark's name was called. A swelling in my chest. A memory I wouldn't forget. There was a mountain of things to do tomorrow, and too many thoughts racing in my head for this to be pure happiness. But it was a peaceful feeling, at least for tonight. 215, Chapter 215, A New Mindset. After winning first place on a music show, my surroundings changed significantly. First, Spark got an assistant manager. No longer would our manager have to handle everything alone, nor would we be left stranded at sites by ourselves. Actually, I had planned to postpone hiring an assistant until Kang Keon felt more stable. I didn't want to subject him to a drastic change in environment, especially in his sensitive state. But he accepted without hesitation, and the recruitment proceeded without a hitch. Spark's dedicated team also established a stable structure. A massive shared process was built for me, so I wouldn't feel anxious about not knowing how things were progressing. I introduced them to a service I had used before. Back then, the company providing it was still a startup, so everyone was skeptical, but now they were satisfied with it. They even optimized it for us. Automation was truly the best. I also received my payment. After a year and a half of hard work, money finally landed in my hands. Just like the manager said, it included the planning fees and personal expenses I had prepaid. I immediately transferred half of the payment to the account I had set aside for my sister. That was all the external changes. Internally, there were changes too. The KPI I thought I wouldn't achieve until next year was completed. The system began calculating rewards again. Not that I expect much, probably more of those damn memory data things like last time. Useless and just a distraction. So I decided to just wait for the calculation to finish. If I got memory data again, I planned to just stash it away. If there was another KPI, I hoped it was something achievable in a shorter time frame. At least consider how it feels to run without knowing how many goals you even have. I'm impatient too, you know. Anyway, Spark's recognition among rookie groups of the same age had skyrocketed. It was all thanks to that music show pre-recording that went viral. Much greater than I thought. The music world #1 criteria were completely random, but after seeing SBK's stage, I get it. You guys deserve to win first place. Park Ju-woo is truly the next generation of K-pop vocalists. His vocal tone is unmatched. It's even scarier that he's still in high school. Honestly, they should give Park Ju-woo a solo album. It's inhumane to let that talent go to waste. Much greater than Kim Yiwol. Stop acting sexy in your office worker outfit. It makes me feel pathetic every time I go to work. TLQKF. Seriously, going to work makes me feel pathetic, guys. Weren't we all happy in our Spark Corporation? Why throw us back into reality? Much greater than other idols always get embroiled in skill controversies during encores. but Spark can have half their members not singing and nobody complains. It's hilarious. Actually, it's not funny, it's just sad. Don't cry, guys. Well, the two who sang well weren't even the main vocals. Much greater than I can't believe they only debuted this year. I feel like I've seen them so much online. Why are they still rookies? I heard they got first place and was like, oh, they got first? Cool. But then I heard they got it 7 months after debut, and I was like, huh? It's because there were so many posts mentioning Spark, lots of memes and GIFs too. For idols, it really seems like going viral through memes or reaction GIFs is the key. Polite maniac. Much greater than, but they really cried their hearts out. Were Spark trainees for that long? Not just the long training period, they've been through so much. Our kids have weathered many storms. Fans were crying too. It was the day Kion came back, so everyone was already super emotional. Perhaps because of this, even after promotions ended, we received several offers from MeTube channels and cable variety shows, perfect for sharing behind-the-scenes stories. And in every program they appeared on, Spark showcased their unique quirks. I heard Spark received their first payment. What did you all do with the money? We all opened savings accounts. Savings accounts. Yes, Yiwol Hyung told us about a good special rate savings plan. We all opened friendship savings accounts. Friendship savings accounts? That's a first. The interest rate is really high. We each deposited what we could afford, but we set the same maturity date. We decided to have a group dinner when we get the interest. Jong Songbin and Lee Chong-hyun appeared on a ballad-themed talk show and gave tips on comparing top products from major banks. Producer, Mr. Juwoo, how did you end up participating in this stage? Juwoo. Oh, Hyung told me to go, and then handed me the music. Producer, wait, is that the whole explanation? Jiho, yes. Ju is a quick learner. Ju, looking like he's hearing this for the first time. Choi Jiho dragged the vocalist Park Juwoo to a dance competition show with zero explanation and performed a duet. When I asked why Park Juwoo of all people, his answer was absurd. Didn't you say Kang Kion should rest? Then I had to take Park Juwoo. That was it. Well, Park Juwoo was an amazing dancer. And Lee Chong-hyun was extremely busy. Still, was that really the best option? Couldn't he have at least discussed it with me? Seriously, I let it slide because the results were good, but it wouldn't happen again next time. Up until this point, it all felt like mainstream content. The problem came during my live broadcast with Kang Kion. The comments are asking who you're rooting for as the KCA romantic interest. I'm Team Blanched. I also like Blanche, but isn't he unlikely to win? Still, he's the kindest. He cares about Princess Soda the most. Blanche does have a good story. Anyone who had read the story of how Princess Soda found him abandoned in the Cherry Kingdom because he was born a defective cherry and appointed him as her knight would support Blanche. The princess deserved better than a fiancé whose heart wavered despite having a fiancé, or those villains who wanted to marry the princess to take over the Soda Kingdom. There might be fans of the fiancé and villain characters, so I didn't say that out loud, but Kang Kion and I gave a long speech about how good a person Blanche was. As a result, much greater than idols more invested in fantasy romance than anyone else. They talked about romance fantasy for 30 minutes just based on one comment. Apparently Yiwol gave Kion the book as a gift, and they read it together, and now both of their blood seems to have turned cream soda colored. The funniest part is when Yiwol randomly asks, are long-haired characters unpopular? The fact that Kang Kion calmly explaining it is also very funny. The references keep coming. Hey, round 2 incoming. Round 2 topic. Is a long-haired character cutting their hair a dramatic flourish or a betrayal of character? Is this an idol live stream or a nerd forum gathering? At this rate, the two of them will probably have a debate on the long-haired male category on Jandawiki. Last edited 3 minutes ago. Oh please. We became the romance fantasy fanatics of this generation. I never thought I'd fall this deep, but the comics these days were so fun. They were incredibly addictive. Hopefully, the next KPI was something that could help me restore my wrecked image. Phew, my legs were getting weak from thinking too much. I shouldn't have let my mind wander during leg presses. I lost track of how many sets I'd done because my thoughts went off on a tangent. Should I finish this set and call it a day? Or just stop here? Leaving it at an awkward number felt unsatisfying. As I was pondering, a familiar flash appeared. It was the system. Plus, system new instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button assistant Manager Kim, run an errand for me. You know the employee benefits mall, right? Go buy something that looks useful from there. Plus, why not tell me what the errand is before giving the order? Besides, the employee benefits mall only sells camping gear sets that I'll never use in my life. What am I supposed to buy there? As soon as I complained internally, the system provided a new explanation. Plus, system, new task has been assigned. Participate in Idle Sports Day. Reward, employee benefits mall items, varies by item. System, subordinate, is being notified of the employee benefits mall item list. Porcelain-like fair skin, awarded to Kim Yiwol for participating in Idle Sports Day at least 3 times, excluding relay race. Captivating charm, awarded to Choi Ji-ho for participating in Idle Sports Day at least once, excluding relay race. Unwavering cheering vocal cords, awarded to Jong Song-bin for participating in Idle Sports Day at least once, excluding relay race. Transparent eyes that convey sincerity, awarded to Park Ju-woo for participating in Idle Sports Day at least once, excluding relay race. Luminous inner glow, awarded to Lee Chong-hyun for participating in Idle Sports Day at least once, excluding relay race. Mature charm appeal, awarded to Kang Ki-on for participating in Idle Sports Day at least once, excluding relay race. Camera massage, awarded to Spark for participating in all events of Idle Sports Day. Plus, what the hell is all this? Why does Lee Chong-hyun get a luminous inner glow, and I get porcelain-like fair skin? And I have to participate 3 times? Are you making fun of my dark circles? I wasn't sure about the mature charm appeal, but since they all looked mature anyway, I figured Kang Ki-on could take a break. But the camera massage listed below caught my attention. The description for camera massage went like this. Plus, system, subordinate, is being notified of camera massage. Reduces the distortion that occurs between real-life appearance and on-screen appearance. Permanent effect, no expiration date. Plus, sh*t, I have to get this. Don't you know the reason why Lee Chong-hyun, with his stunning face, hasn't dominated the male idol visuals ranking is because cameras can't capture his features properly? Moreover, there was also the unwavering cheering vocal cords. The naming seemed to be tailored to sports programs, but I definitely wanted to apply this to Jong Song-bin. You never know when his vocal cords might act up again like before. It seemed no one was getting a vacation this holiday season. Not that I expected one anyway. I put away the machine and approached Choi Ji-ho at the bench press. I placed my hands under the bar he was lifting, just in case, and spoke to him. Wrap it up. We're heading in. Why? We have a meeting. What is it now? Choi Ji-ho grumbled as he racked the barbell and got up. Don't be disappointed. You'll be exercising plenty from now on. Bring it on, Sports Day. Prepare to witness the captivating spectacle of 5 Northern Dukes and their 1 loyal butler. My luck is just the worst. Producer Yang sighed. The Idle Sports Day, a program dreaded by all directors. Despite being constantly criticized by its target audience, the higher-ups refused to cancel the program. So, every holiday season, they reluctantly produced this limited-run variety show. This time, producer Yang was the sacrificial lamb for ISD. The sole reason? His idol competition program, IDC, performed better than expected. As a result, producer Yang, specializing in celebrity variety shows, was thrown into this mess. They say competent people just get more work dumped on them, but this was too much. With everyone else prepping for year-end concerts and events, how was he supposed to recruit idols and get them ready in time? The days when broadcasters used music shows as leverage were long gone. After getting metaphorically beaten to a pulp by every fandom under the sun, forced casting had disappeared. But so had the scale of the show. Provocative competition was a no-go. They had to show only the wholesome, peaceful, and friendly images of youthful idols. And yet those same people scream for more stimulating content on every other show, doing XXX and XXX to boost ratings. Producer Yang cursed inwardly. He didn't care if it was a Choosy X special or whatever. He just wanted to throw it all away and go home to fry some John. How many teams have we cast so far? About 30. It's not enough, is it? Of course not. We usually have at least 50 teams every year. How many teams agreed to pre-show training footage? Not many. Everyone has busy schedules, so they're hesitant. Things looked bleak. It was worse than the emergency meeting they had before the IDC finale. Back then, at least when he was racking his brains like this, the youngest rider would come and PD Nim, Sunbeam Nim. Spark is going on a training camp to prepare for ISD. Tell him that Spark had agreed to participate. Yes, just like now. 216. Chapter 216, Group Training 1. On a peaceful Monday morning, producer Yang and his team arrived at an old gymnasium in Gangwon-do at the crack of dawn. Hello, PD Nim. As the crew arrived, Kim Yiwol approached them with his usual bright smile. Many groups wouldn't show up for practice until filming preparations were complete. But Spark had not only designated their own training location, but also seemed to have fully acclimated before the filming crew even arrived. How long have you been here? Since dawn. Should we help you move your equipment? Oh, no need to bother when you're so busy. We've got it covered. We're just on a break, so it's fine. With that, Kim Yiwol casually picked up one of the equipment bags from the floor. His movements were practiced, as if he'd done this many times before. Right, this wasn't his first rodeo. They had mentioned that practice would mainly be indoors, so producer Yang was about to designate camera locations when he heard pained groans in the distance. Ugh, huff. Ugh. Several tall young men ran towards the gymnasium entrance, looking like they were about to vomit. Kong Kian, the magne of the group who arrived first, wiped his sweat with a pale face and said, Hyung, I finished running. Good work. It looks like Chonghyun and Songbin are coming. Where's Juwoo? He couldn't make it. He's retired. What's he going to do with such weak stamina? I'm worried, really. Kim Yiwol sighed and pointed to a building next to the gymnasium, telling them to go in and wash up. Did you all go jogging together? We ran as a warm-up. We decided that whoever arrives early can shower first, but they're taking longer than I thought. Kim Yiwol himself looked perfectly fresh, despite his words. He seemed to have already showered and dried his hair while his other members were still running and panting. Well, not just anyone can perform on stage after an 8-week injury. Producer Young muttered to himself. Just then, someone emerged from the building Kong Kian had entered. Choi Jiho, the center, walked out drying his hair with a white towel. Seeing producer Yang and his team, he bowed in greeting. Why didn't you dry your hair properly inside? There was a hairdryer. Was there? Choi Jiho perfunctorily dried his hair a couple more times with the towel and then picked up the remaining luggage. As the two entered the gymnasium to move the equipment, the other members arrived, looking as haggard as zombies. Huff, hello Huff. I'm Huff. Song Bin of Spark. Don't worry about greetings. Drink some water first. Catch your breath. The assistant director quickly opened a bottle of water and handed it to Jong Songbin. Despite politely receiving the water with both hands, the leader emptied the bottle with impressive speed. There was hardly any water left when he finally spoke. Hello. Ugh. I'm Chong Hyun. I'm the rapper. Cough. You too drink some water. His usually flower-like, radiant face was flushed crimson. The group's symbolic gem seemed to have changed from a diamond to a ruby. Producer Yang had always been impressed by Lee Chonghyun's visuals, but he hadn't expected him to look aesthetically pleasing even when resembling a boiled cherry tomato. He was once again struck by Spark's physique and visuals up close. He had noticed they stood out among the idols on IDC, but seeing them in person like this, their celebrity aura was even more pronounced. Seeing them together like this, they resembled a grand painting on a canvas, a well-coordinated color palette. This must be why Spark's second performance was still being talked about, earning the honorary title of Van Gogh, the stage adaptation of Starry Night. Beautiful young men running in the early morning and dripping with sweat for a one-time appearance. It was enough to inspire admiration. But before he could dwell on their passion, Kim Yiwol returned after moving some luggage and immediately scolded his teammates. Guys, don't stink up the staff with your sweat. Go wash up quickly. That's mean. This is proof of how hard we ran. If you hadn't run hard, you'd be hanging upside down from a tree by now. Kim Yiwol was even ruthless. Didn't have a gentler image on IDC? Producer Young wondered, but Kim Yiwol's call snapped him out of his thoughts. PD Nim, would it be okay if I stepped away for a moment while you prepare for filming? Sure. Where are you going? There's another member who hasn't arrived yet. I'm going to check on him. He should be here soon, but just in case. Kim Yiwol then jogged lightly towards the back of the building where Jong Songbin and Lee Chonghyun had appeared. Around the time the crew finished setting up the lights and cameras, Kim Yiwol returned, pushing Park Ju-woo, the team's vocalist, along. Park Ju-woo, drooping like a wet cotton ball, weakly greeted the staff and stumbled towards the showers. If this was just the warm-up, how intense was the actual practice going to be? Producer Young couldn't understand why UA was so intent on turning their idols into athletes. To carry out the new task assigned by the system, Spark rented a free indoor gymnasium. To be precise, I did. Why are you the one renting it? You could have just asked the company. Well, I know a place we can rent for free if we just make a reservation. I got chewed out by Lee Chonghyun during the reservation process. But what could I do? I happen to know a good gym from my Hampyeong industry days. It was the perfect place for a team-building event. Damn it. On the bright side, specialized places like the archery range were arranged through UA. A team-building event I didn't have to prepare for all by myself? Honestly, I was touched from the prep stage alone. Once the venue was secured, we decided on the events we would participate in. I put in almost as much effort as I did for concept meetings. Next, we created a training routine. I worked closely with the trainer to make the most of our precious 2-night, 3-day training camp. I initially included Choi Ji-ho, but he wasn't much help, so I kicked him out. Park Ju-woo and Lee Chonghyun said that since it was our first group retreat, they wanted to prepare something on their own. I did have my doubts, thinking, you too? But I figured if I worked them hard enough, they wouldn't have the energy to cause trouble, so I let them be. And now, after arriving at the gym at the crack of dawn and completing a 10 kilometers jog, with the start of filming, Spark's journey to upgrade their visuals had also begun. For me, the plan was to have one-on-one basketball training with Choi Ji-ho in the morning. We were both going to participate in the basketball event. Since it was a high-contact sport, we, who had completed our body strengthening, decided to participate. For the record, I wanted to join futsal too, but Jong Songbin shut that down. Apparently, there was a risk I might instinctively go for a header. For the same reason, Jaku is also out. Understood. TL note, Uku, Jaku, is a Korean sport that combines elements of soccer and volleyball. It's a popular recreational game in Korea, especially in schools, military bases, and parks. If I just don't do headers. I know, but if you do, it'll be a disaster, Hyung. You have so many metal pins in your head. Jong Songbin trailed off, clearly not wanting to visualize it. The mood turned grim. So, for my safety and the members' peace of mind, I decided not to participate in any events with a risk of head injury. Why don't you just skip basketball altogether, Hyung? Of course, Kang Keon interjected with an even stronger objection. Don't worry, I'll just shoot from outside the line. But I defended my position perfectly. I needed to participate in at least 3 events to get that porcelain-like fair skin. It was good that I secured my spot in the basketball event after such a difficult process. Until I was paired with Choi Ji-ho. Lee Chonghyun had assigned him as my human airbag, but considering average boy group height, it was obvious either of us would end up battling under the hoop, so it was not ideal. You said you've played basketball before, right? I asked while bouncing the ball. Choi Ji-ho answered casually. Yeah. What position? Center. You're destined to be a center no matter what you do. I regretted my words as soon as I said them. The image of Center Emperor Choi Ji-ho flashed in my mind. Choi Ji-ho's expression also stiffened, probably thinking the same thing. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be saved in your friend's phone as Center Emperor either. My bad. What about you? Choi Ji-ho asked. I was also a center. In pickup games between average high schoolers with no real players, anyone over 180 centimeters ended up playing a similar role, unless they had exceptional basketball skills and were known for being good at the game. I mean, I've never been told I sucked at it. The basketball felt good in my hand. The sound of the ball bouncing on the gym floor was pleasant. I could see a fire light up in Choi Ji-ho's eyes. For lunch, we finally got to eat a regular meal for once. That was because we planned to burn off all the consumed calories while we were still awake. The camera directors diligently filmed us as we sat on the gym floor, unpacking our delivered food. Was it my imagination, or did I see pity in their expressions? As I savored jjolmayan, which felt like I hadn't had in 300 years, Jong Songbin spoke. How was your morning practice, Hyungs? It looked pretty intense earlier. It was. And I won, ultimately. I proudly boasted about my morning's achievement. Choi Jiho continued shoveling down his pork cutlet rice bowl next to me, uninterested. What about you guys? Was it manageable? At my question, their spoons stopped midair. You'd think I'd just asked them to hand in a report card or something. We'll do our best. Park Ju-woo replied with difficulty. Come on. Do I look like I'm going to scold you for not performing well? Ignoring my frustration, they emptied their bowls with expressions as if they were chewing on sand. Then, they cleaned up neatly, returned to their designated spots, stretched, and resumed practicing. Why are they acting like that? Is there some kind of penalty if we don't get a good ranking? I asked the PD, but he assured me there was absolutely no such thing. Just then, Choi Jiho, after downing his miso soup in one gulp, said, They think you want to win the whole thing. Huh? What are you talking about? Explain properly, you unhelpful jerk. 217, Chapter 217, Group Training 2. Here was the gist. I had always emphasized exercise as a means to maintain the physique and stamina required for idle activities. So when I suddenly took the lead and suggested we enter a sports competition, the others assumed I was aiming for the championship trophy. Do I look that competitive? Not really, Choi Jiho said as he closed the lid on his empty delivery container. But I was all about safety first. I'd rather not see anyone get injured or have a bad experience due to overzealousness. I was just thinking we should participate in every event with a positive attitude and do our best. Plus, system work instructions from supervisor have arrived. Play but no, by the way, Assistant Manager Kim. Check how many points you've accumulated in our employee benefits mall. See if you can buy something big. System, new task has been assigned. Overall victory in idle sports day. Reward, body stabilization, synchronization decrease by 3%. Plus. But you're right. What? I do want to win the whole thing. Don't forget, there's no such thing as defeat in Spark's dictionary. Seeing the word stabilization attached, this was clearly a reward meant for me. Even if 3% was ridiculously stingy. This time, I would get rid of these dark circles and escape from these migraines. I burned with renewed determination. In the afternoon, I went to the archery range with Jong Songbin and Park Ju-woo. They had only had one session ahead of me, but they already gave off a pretty convincing vibe. Park Ju-woo even helped me put on my chest guard. It felt like just yesterday I was the one rescuing this guy from the harness trap. When did he grow up so fast? I was genuinely touched. So, how does it feel to actually try it? Aiming is harder than I thought. Even a slight wobble throws the arrow way off. While the instructor showed me how to hold the bow, Jong Songbin quietly explained the difficulties he'd faced during the morning session. Have you shot a bow before? Between the two of you, who do you think adapted faster? I asked casually, careful not to put any pressure on them about their performance. Jong Songbin then put his hand on Park Ju-woo's shoulder and gently nudged him forward. Hyung. Yeah. I think Ju-woo might be an archery genius. Park Ju-woo. Can he even pull the bowstring? Wasn't he about to throw up while running earlier? As I stood there full of doubt, Park Ju-woo shyly lowered his head, rubbing the back of his neck. Jong Songbin wasn't the type to lie, but I wondered if he was just being biased towards his friend. But the moment Park Ju-woo drew the string, any suspicion of Jong Songbin's friendship bias vanished in an instant. Wow! Exclamations erupted from the staff. They seemed to think they had struck gold. Park Ju-woo's arrow, after practicing all morning, hit the 9-point ring. Huh? Why are you so good? Mr. Ju-woo has a very stable posture. No small tremors, and above all, his concentration is excellent. The instructor explained, but my surprise didn't subside easily. No, but the target made a thwack sound. There was power behind it. Just this morning, the guy was crawling during the run. While I was still flustered, Jong Songbin also drew his bowstring. Although he didn't score as high as Park Ju-woo, he didn't miss the target. For someone who'd only had a quick morning lesson, it was an excellent result. You guys are really good. I'm starting to feel left out. Ahaha, we practiced pretty intensely in the morning. I figured they wouldn't slack off with Jong Songbin involved, but both of them had trained far harder than I expected. Fortunately, I wasn't scolded for my posture. On the contrary, I received a lot of praise for having a more balanced posture than Park Ju-woo. However, even I, the genius of standing still, had a hurdle to overcome. Let's try breathing a little slower. Relax and take a deep breath. I hadn't realized it, but my heart was beating incredibly fast. It was so fast that I wondered if it always beat this fast. Maybe it was because I'd been playing basketball all morning. As a result, I wasted a lot of time trying to calm my erratic internal organs. Even after I steadied myself, hitting the target wasn't easy. It felt completely different from shooting. I had a sharpshooter patch and some experience back in the day, but it must have melted away during the regression. It was amazing how these guys managed to plant their arrows so firmly. Should we change team members now? Don't be discouraged, Hyung. Park Ju-woo actively cheered me on. But Ju-woo, look over there. I pointed to the arrows that had missed the target completely and were deeply embedded in the back wall. Park Ju-woo couldn't say a word. The path to overall victory felt very long. How was it? Running around a bit this morning. Think things will go well. A writer asked me this while I was taping a bandage on my finger during a break. Come to think of it, these kinds of programs usually included interview clips. Plus, I heard that Spark was the only group this season doing the training camp, so they might be looking for more footage. I tried my best to answer sincerely. I don't know how well we'll do, but I hope we can have at least one person in every event. Our members are actually pretty athletic. Which events are you participating in, Mr. Yiwol? I'm in basketball, archery, and table tennis. Oh, and the relay race too. Isn't that too much? I like using my body. I'm actually looking forward to it. It was true. I liked using my body for exercise. It was just that I disliked using my body for weekend hikes or carrying shelves for my boss. The writer's expression turned into something like admiration, as if touched by my sincerity. But honestly, my heart was full of ulterior motives, so I hoped she wouldn't interpret it too positively. What about the other members? Jiho is joining me for basketball, and he'll probably participate in futsal too. Isn't Mr. Chonghyun also doing futsal? I saw him running on the field earlier. Chonghyun said he's applying for goalkeeper. I wanted to join too, but it's a shame. We could only have a limited number of people per team, and I'd already been banned from futsal. I could only soothe the disappointment by voicing it. After a bit more chatting, the writer wrapped it up with one last question. So what's Spark's goal this time? Can we expect a win? First, it's to show our fans that we're working hard, and to have fun without getting injured. Those are the two main things. As for winning, we'll do our best. Please leave a message for your fans watching this video. Yes. The moment I looked at the camera lens after my energetic reply. Plus, system, subordinates KPI achieve first place on a music show with 6 Spark members has been confirmed. Reward, memory data, 1 piece. Plus, a system notification popped up saying the KPI had been confirmed. I didn't even glance at the damn memory data. But then, plus, system, the KPI capture the hearts of potential customers has been assigned to subordinate. Plus, what is this? Outlandish KPI? What does capture the hearts of potential customers even mean? I couldn't even begin to guess. Do you think hearts are objects or something? How do you capture them? They're not pigeons. As if sensing my confusion, the system reappeared, wearing Manager Nam's skin. Plus, system, work instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button the way I see it. Assistant Manager Kim, you need to be more aggressive in targeting customers. So, how about you try attracting some potential customers this time? I think about 10,000 should do the trick. System, KPI capture the hearts of potential customers is being notified to this subordinate. Secure 10,000 new fans whose bias is Kim Yiwol. Support provided. Auxiliary guide for KPI achievement. Plus, my vision went white. Forget potential customers. Forget the guide. I'm more than happy with the people who already love the current, worn-out, insignificant Kim Yiwol. With that desperate, breaking heart, I finished the interview. I mean, gaining 10,000 new sparklers might be doable, but 10,000 whose bias was Kim Yiwol? That twisted my insides. In the end, I didn't open the memory data. I didn't even look at the auxiliary guide the system provided. Instead, I just exercised like crazy. Perhaps fueled by my rage, I didn't feel tired even after shooting arrows until 10 p.m. I returned to the dorm at Jongsongbin and Park Ju-woo's insistence, and found the futsal team spreading out blankets in the large room. We're all sleeping in this room together? That's what I heard. Hyung, your spot is over there. Lee Chonghyun pointed to a corner spot by the window as he dragged a blanket. Why am I stuck in the corner? Because if we let you sleep near the door, you'll sneak out to practice at night. And for the record, that was Kang Keon's order. This Chonghyun didn't say anything. Lee Chonghyun's nonchalant look made me even more annoyed. So, where's our mastermind, Kang Kion? He went to the next room to get more blankets. He said we might not have enough. Park Ju-woo, who was counting the blankets laid out on the floor, tilted his head at Lee Chonghyun's words. Not enough? I think we have 6. Hyung, look at our size. Park Ju-woo sighed as if he just had an epiphany. If I'd known we'd be sharing a room like this, I wouldn't have helped bulk them up. I tried to aim for the greater good, but now I was stuck sleeping in the corner. As soon as our conversation ended, Kang Kion appeared, carrying a bundle of blankets. His face was bright red from carrying so many. Looking at Kang Kion, Choi Jiho said, "If you were just going to bring all the blankets anyway, we could have just slept in separate rooms." No one was better at throwing cold water on a situation than Choi Jiho. His timing was always perfect. Everyone just gaped at him. Hyung, let's just sleep together for team unity. It's not like sharing a room for one night will kill us. Lee Chonghyun smiled and put his hand on Choi Jiho's shoulder. Perhaps to convey the meaning of just go along with it, the veins on the back of Lee Chonghyun's hand bulged. Yeah, none of us have bad sleeping habits. Thanks to Jong Songbin's cheerful energy shift, we were finally able to tuck in peacefully. Lying down practically glued to the wall, I felt a sense of déjà vu. Didn't I have a similar experience recently? Probably it was when we went to the countryside to film our self-produced content. It hadn't been that long, but it already felt like a distant memory. I can't sleep. What? It's too much of a waste to sleep like this. Lee Chonghyun muttered in the darkness. That's because you didn't train enough. Ju-woo Hyung, please cover Yiwol Hyung's mouth. Park Ju-woo's hand, which had no sense of humor, slapped over my face. His grip was incredibly strong, making me understand why he was so good at archery, although I was not sure if grip strength was actually related. Is there anyone who feels so sleepy right now that they absolutely need to fall asleep immediately to be in good condition for training tomorrow? Lee Chonghyun asked, and no one answered. It was only natural, considering they usually practice dancing until dawn. Then, shall we play for just 1 hour before sleeping? I could feel some of them flinch at Lee Chonghyun's words. Seriously, you guys want to play in the middle of the night? Maybe it was because I was just an old man, but I couldn't understand them at all. Yet, one by one, the boys started crawling out of their blankets. 218, Chapter 218, Informal Speech Time. I tried to ask what exactly they wanted to do, but failed. Park Ju-woo's hand was still clamped over my mouth. Honestly, it felt like Park Ju-woo really wanted to crush my lower jaw into dust. If he had a problem with me, I wish he'd just say it. I heard the sound of a bag zipper opening in the distance. Kang Kion asked in a small voice, "Should I turn on the lights?" "Yeah, just the ones by the door." When half the room lit up, the source of the sound became clear. Jong Songbin had taken out a camcorder and was turning it on. "What doin'?" Even though my words were completely muffled, Jong Songbin somehow understood and replied, "Well, since we're playing, I thought I'd film it." Such a commendable kid. Must have learned from the best. His professional spirit was truly outstanding. We attached camcorders to each of the mounts the production crew had temporarily installed for their cameras. Spark always carried a camcorder per person and gathered in a circle in the middle of the room. The person who suggested playing should give us an idea. What do you want to do? At my words, Lee Chonghyun shouted as if he'd been waiting. We trained together, and we're even rooming together now? That means it's time for informal speech time. Informal speech time? You mean that elusive dream of every office worker? The unreachable fantasy, the false hope, the trap disguised as liberation? I'd done it a lot in my head when I'd lain down to sleep. All it ever led to was a stream of curses. Probably every working adult would relate to my internal informal time. You're being incredibly brazen with your insubordination, aren't you? Kang Kion muttered in disbelief. He probably didn't expect his friend, the Magne, to suggest an informal speech time for older members. If not now, then when? Kang Kion, are you going to keep saying yes to your Hyungs forever? Isn't Kang Kion not really the type to do that, though? Jiho Hyung, for your own sake, you might want to shut it before the informal speech time begins. Lee Chonghyun warned him in a chilling tone. Still, shouldn't you get permission from your Hyungs for something like this, Chonghyun? Jong Songbin, who had been observing the atmosphere, quickly intervened. Permission, huh? Honestly, even if it wasn't for content, I didn't really care about informal time. There were plenty of companies that called each other by name without honorifics because they were supposedly horizontal organizations. Although it was a bit bizarre to drop honorifics while still using formal speech. The real problem was that these guys absolutely sucked at informal time. The Spark self-produced content in formal time edition that I saw in the past was excruciatingly awkward. Jang Songbin just stared at the floor, Kang Keon kept chugging down water, and Park Ju ended up spitting his drink everywhere after Choi Ji-ho asked him, "Hyung, give me some water too." Would it be really okay to willingly walk into such a cringe fest again? I don't mind, but do you really think it'll be fun? Here, Choi Ji-ho finally raised a good point. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. You do make a good point once in a while. I'll forgive your previous transgression. Wouldn't it be fun? I have a lot to say to you Hyungs. Me too. Following Lee Chong-hyun, Park Ju-woo shyly confessed. Maybe my lower jaw really was on the verge of shattering. Wait, so the thing you two were preparing for the training camp was informal time? You guys are so innocent. Still, as a true adult in Confucian South Korea, it was only right to give the younger ones a chance to speak their minds to their elders. All right, let's do it. Let's get everything off your chests. Yes. Lee Chong-hyun cheered. Then he pulled a large blanket from the floor. If you think something might be unsuitable for broadcast, say it under the blanket. Then the company can just edit it out. You planning to scream obscenities or something? Choi Ji-ho recoiled in disgust. We'll see. Lee Chong-hyun's eyes gleamed with madness. Maybe I shouldn't have allowed this guy to have an informal time. I wanted to rewind my decision from a few seconds ago. The rules for Spark's informal time were simple. First, among members of the same age, they would remain as equals, regardless of who was born earlier. Second, no holding grudges afterward. Third, since the younger ones were already free to use formal speech, the older ones could also choose whether or not to speak formally, whatever was more comfortable. Lastly, if they felt they were about to say something inappropriate for broadcast, they should speak under the blanket. Should we set a time limit? Would 5 minutes be enough? Songbin Hyung, why are you being so stingy? Even karaoke gives you an extra 10 minutes. We have plenty of time, so let's do it for 30 minutes. The guys stared at me with wide eyes at my suggestion. They seemed surprised that I would make such an offer. What are you looking at? I'm not stingy with informal time. But Hyung, you bow 90 degrees to elders, use super honorifics with company staff, and still can't make a heart with one hand for the fans. I can't just go around being a reckless savage wearing a human mask, can I? In any case, the informal time started haphazardly as Jang Songbin pressed the timer. They'd probably just make me and Choi Ji-ho do a few errands or throw in some cringy EGO requests. No matter what they came up with, I wasn't going to be flustered. Do you know how many tears I've shed adding effects to your boring-as-hell content? I couldn't let the sparklers go through that kind of pain. I would do my best. Just as I was steeling myself, Park Ju-woo abruptly stood up. Then, he walked towards Choi Ji-ho, sat behind him, and rested his chin on Choi Ji-ho's shoulder. Ji-ho, what? Have you thought about what I said about starting a band? Park Ju-woo's gently curved eyes were fixed. That cool, resolute, and straightforward gaze. No doubt about it. This was the limited-time sniper version of Park Ju-woo, which had only appeared 3 times in Spark's 7 years of activity. What did you ask me to do again? Choi Ji-ho asked in a hesitant voice. Park Ju-woo answered without missing a beat. Drums. I'll think about it. You said that last time too. Park Ju-woo was firm. As Choi Ji-ho tried to subtly distance himself, Park Ju-woo slowly followed. You'll do it, right? Your physique is perfect for it. If physique is the issue, there's Kim Yiwol too. Yiwol has to play bass. Park Ju-woo's gaze shifted to me. A shiver ran down my spine. I'm looking forward to it. Park Ju-woo smiled brightly. Choi Ji-ho face-bombed. He seemed dumbfounded by Park Ju-woo's forceful persuasion. As I was internally sympathizing with Choi Ji-ho, someone put their arm around my shoulder. I turned to see Lee Chong-hyun looking at me, his face radiating a transparent glow after washing up. Lee Chong-hyun's hand grabbed my chin. More precisely, his thumb and index finger pushed up my cheeks like someone showing off a puppy's chubby cheeks. Of course, I had no cheeks to show off. If I did, I'd be out running on the field, not sitting here doing this informal time nonsense. What is this guy even doing? As I stared at him bewildered, Lee Chong-hyun smiled like the sun. Oh dear, Look at how handsome our Yiwol is. What are you doing, Hyung? No, our Yiwol's face is especially radiant today. Did this guy secretly take something? Ignoring my dumbfounded expression, Lee Chonghyun turned my face left and right, spouting outrageous lies. They say excessive praise is teasing, and this was textbook material. After a few more absurd comments, Lee Chonghyun's expression suddenly turned serious. No, this isn't it. What are you trying to do? I wanted to imitate your cheesy lines, you know? But it's not easy. It lacks flavor. Hyung, that's because you're doing it to tease me, while I speak from the heart. Of course there's a difference. Yes, that's what's different. Lee Chonghyun sighed. I want to compliment you in an over-the-top way, but also mock you, but also make it feel sincere. That's a tough balance. Park Ju-woo agreed, seemingly trying to match the mood of Lee Chonghyun, the unofficial elder. Yiwol's commentary are hard to imitate. Yiwol is unique in that aspect. Whenever I hear him talk, I honestly think Yiwol's amazing. Kong Keon said, meticulously inserting my name into every sentence. His expression didn't change, but I could tell he was enjoying this. After that, they took turns holding a Kim Yiwol imitation contest. They even dragged Choi Ji-ho into it. I wouldn't even bother describing how bizarre Choi Ji-ho's cheesy lines were. Ugh, none of these really hit the mark. Lee Chonghyun seemed genuinely disappointed. He probably suggested this informal time just to do this. At that moment, Jong Songbin subtly stepped forward. Sitting across from me, Jong Songbin clasped both of my hands. Yiwol is like a birch tree. What? Tall, straight, white, and elegant. It suits you so well. Goosebumps rose on my arms. I'd received similar compliments from sparklers before, but those were filled with pure affection. But from Jong Songbin right now, I sensed obsession and a strange intensity. Perhaps it was because of his pure and clear eyes, devoid of any malice, that his words felt even more unsettling. Do you know? Birch bark doesn't rot easily. That's why it was often used to preserve records a long time ago. It really suits you, since you love journaling. Ah yes. If your outer appearance resembles a birch tree, your inner self resembles a galaxy. What was it? There was a galaxy with very similar properties to you, Yiwol. An ultra-diffuse galaxy? That's right, that was it. Jong Songbin clapped his hands at Park Ju-woo's answer. Somehow, this team had everything from marine life enthusiasts to space enthusiasts. You know, ultra-diffuse galaxies appear dark because they're filled with dark matter. That's why they're also called dark galaxies. Hyung, are you subtly dissing me? No, I'm not. Really? You're not saying I look like the Grim Reaper, are you? You're not calling me dark-hearted, are you? Jong Songbin waved his hands. Then he grabbed my hands again. My palms were starting to sweat. You know what's fascinating? Ultra-diffuse galaxies were observed late compared to their actual size because the density of stars is so low. Just like how it took time for many people to recognize your talent. F***CK, this is so embarrassing. Is this normal? Can someone throw a blanket over me? I'm dying of secondhand shame. I want this to be edited out. The important thing is that ultra-diffuse galaxies generally have more invisible dark matter than visible stars. Just like how you have many good qualities that you haven't shown people yet. Jong Songbin smiled faintly. Feeling like I was overheating, I pulled my hands out of Jong Songbin's grasp. So, the wind that took the pedestrian's coat wasn't a mocking wind, but a warm ray of sunshine. Lee Chonghyun muttered, Yeah, go ahead and talk all you want. 219. Chapter 219, Cooking Class. There were various events where fans gathered. Fan signings, pre-recordings, live broadcasts, fan meetings, and so on. At these events, there was something idols should always take care of. Fan return gifts. Yeah, don't tell me you weren't planning on it. I looked into Choi Ji-ho's eyes and smiled brightly. Just like you said, the fans who support Spark, still lacking, flawed, and far from perfect, are going to make their way to a stadium with terrible transportation. All that just to cheer us on at this over 6-hour-long ISD field day. Of course we have to do it. I heard they don't even get a proper lunch break. Agreeing with me, Lee Chonghyun pulled out the shared laptop. It felt like it took only about 8 seconds for the laptop to boot up and open the meeting notes. It was as if he had a macro running set up. Seeing Lee Chonghyun write the date in the meeting notes, Jong Songbin added, While we're on the topic, Chonghyun, can you open the file in my folder labeled Lunchbox References? Sure. The lunchbox. References file was massive. When it opened, a flood of image files filled the spreadsheet. No wonder the file was so big. Types, compositions, drinks. Wow, Songbin Hyung, when did you put all this together? After we decided to appear on Idol Sports Day, I looked up a lot of reviews. If you had this much detail in mind, you should have told us earlier. Jong Songbin smiled sheepishly at my words. Well, this sort of thing costs money. I was worried it might seem like I was pressuring you guys. So kind. But I will pressure you guys. You guys don't know this now, but even when you were spacing out with dead fish eyes during breaks on Idol Sports Day, Sparkler fans still gave their all for you, both with gifts and support. So I thought maybe I should just handle the return gift by myself. But of course, we'd put everyone's name on it. Jong Songbin hesitated, gauging the members' reactions. A brief silence followed. Then the living room became noisy. Hyung, you can't do this alone. And who would dislike giving return gifts to the fans? Keon's right. If all 6 of us pitch in, we can do more than just lunchboxes. Yeah, the ISD recording is several hours long. How can we just give them one lunchbox? Kong Keon, Park Juwoo, and Choi Jiho all voiced their support for Jong Songbin. I'm glad you guys have such upright mentalities. This makes this reverse gift expert very happy. The debate soon turned to whether sandwiches or rice meals would be better for the lunchboxes. At that moment, Lee Chong-hyun intervened with a dramatic look. Everyone, stop talking. Lee Chong-hyun said solemnly. Everyone's attention focused on him. Can we really express our gratitude to Sparkler with mere mass-produced goods? His gestures were so dramatic, it felt like we were watching a musical. His face, like a work of art, amplified the effect. These are the people who got us to first place on our last broadcast. If we're going to serve sushi, it should be omakase. If we're doing juice, shouldn't all 6 of us be cold pressing it right there on site? What a commendable mindset. Finally, someone in this team was starting to think on a similar level as me. But he was still naive, only seeing half the picture. I agree with you on that. Right? I think it's best if we each choose an ingredient and make the sandwiches by hand. But Chong-hyun, think about it. I looked at him and gave a bitter smile. Do you think the fans would prefer something made with sincerity or something delicious? Lee Chong-hyun faltered. If there was someone on this team who was good at cooking, I would have suggested that first. But there wasn't any. If the fans, after coming all this way, end up getting food poisoning, I won't be able to face them, Chong-hyun. I acknowledge that and retract my statement. Lee Chong-hyun conceded gracefully. The others, who looked ready to put on plastic gloves and start making sandwiches, quietly returned to their seats. But I agree that we need to express our gratitude strongly. This year, this idol group had already had 2 hiatuses and even more controversies. Not long after their debut, we participated in a survival program, and now we were appearing on a long-term recording program. It was ultimately the fans who had supported us through all of this. I knew how much effort that took. So I'd make sure we delivered the best return gift possible, something that made people say, Spark treats their fans right. Let's do our best so Sparklers can save face. Got it. At my words, everyone nodded. The next day, Jong Songbin got started on a full presentation for the return gift project. Our efforts to provide the best return gifts for our fans continued in between schedules. Jong Songbin designed the overall composition, and I, while searching for the best lunchbox caterer, was caught by Lee Chong-hyun and scolded with, "Why do you always try to do these things yourself, Hyung?" It was no different from when we were renting the gym. But what can I do if all the top vendors are in my head? Do you guys even know how many types of lunchboxes I've sent to our waiting rooms? Who else at UA would know where to order to get extra service items, or which place has salad? That's not fresh. It was true for the drinks too. During peak seasons like this, there was always one place that messed up the delivery, and the fans of that group ended up not receiving their fresh juice on time. It was better to safely order a coffee truck or pick up the drinks ourselves at dawn. Jong Songbin's role was to relay the vendors I painstakingly selected to the company. He must have had a hard time. Other than that, everything went smoothly. Although Choi Jiho and I once again suffered the pangs of creation while writing "Thank you for coming to support us" letters by hand, finally getting approval on the 13th attempt. No, Hyung, the ingredient list is already attached under the lunchbox. But allergic reactions can be very serious, so we need to emphasize the ingredients. I was apprehended by Lee Chonghyun while writing down the ingredient list provided by the lunchbox vendors. How many times are you going to write? Let us know if you need more. What if it really is not enough? Didn't we say all portions would be 1.5 times the standard? Choi Ji-ho, worried that the fans might go hungry, was reprimanded by Kang Ki-on. Maybe I should check if our community center offered writing classes. Anyway, the preparation for the thank you return gift event progressed smoothly. And today, the day before ISD, we decided to bake cookies, the final touch for our fan return gifts. To avoid harming our fans' taste buds, we decided to bake the cookies under the watchful eye of a professional instructor. Compared to lunchboxes, cookies can be mass-produced, and we can carefully select high-quality ingredients. The problem was that none of us had any baking experience. Crushing the butter was easy. The instructor told us to wait until it softened before crushing it, but for human butter crushers like us, cold butter was no challenge. We did great with the mixing too. Though we were advised to use a hand mixer, everyone insisted this might be the only chance to try whipping by hand, so they embraced the struggle. I helped them roll up their sleeves one by one, to make sure our fans could enjoy a better view of their arm muscles. So far so good. Choosing butter cookies, known for being beginner-friendly, proved worthwhile. The real ordeal began with measuring. The key to baking is accurate measurement. Look at the scale and measure the ingredients precisely. Despite the instructor's advice, we kept ending up with overly enthusiastic batches of dough. Only Kang Ki-on, the most restrained member of Spark, managed to create something close to decent. By the time this footage aired on our self-produced content, it might be captioned Spark's overflowing love for sparklers. Instructor, should I redo this? Instructor, please take a look at my dough. Spark chirped like baby birds, calling for the instructor. And the most frequent caller was Instructor Park Ju-woo, whose apron was covered in powdered sugar. Our main vocalist, who had been building his arm muscles along with his vocal cords, sent powder flying everywhere with a single whisk. He froze with a bewildered expression. Even though I was acting all smug, things weren't going so great for me either. Kang Ki-on, who was waiting for his turn, came over and asked, Hyung, why is your dough so watery? I added more eggs because it looked like it needed more, and it turned out like this. But Hyung, you know how to cook, don't you? This was the fate of someone whose only cooking experience was making ancestral rites food. If you didn't use enough eggs and skewered pancakes, all the ingredients fall apart. That memory just came rushing back to me. The dough situation only went from bad to worse. As we added cake flour and starch, Spark gradually turned white all over. The sports day hadn't even started yet, and our group already looked like it had been buried in volcanic ash. What kind of bad omen is this supposed to be? Fortunately, with the help of the digital scale and the wonderful instructor, Spark succeeded in creating 6 giant lumps of dough. The instructor might end up bedridden after getting off work today. Next, we'll put the dough into piping bags and pipe it out. The dough is stiff, so it will require a lot of strength. Especially since you're making a lot of cookies today. Everyone, please pace yourselves. The instructor kindly cheered us on. And Spark, who, among many things, also knew how to use their strength, finally started to look competent. This is easy. The leader in this field was undoubtedly Choi Ji-ho. He had shed his clueless image of not being able to zero a scale and was now showing off the visuals of a skilled baker. Butter cookies flowed endlessly from Choi Ji-ho's piping bag. Ji-ho Hyung, the shape. Except for the occasional moments when he used too much force, making the cookies come out lumpy. I had to report this to Bubble Pop. On the other hand, I was praised for the uniformity of my cookies. Mr. Yiwol's cookies are textbook perfect. Thank you. I never knew I had a talent for piping. I'd lived for over 30 years, and I just found out now. As they say, you never know until you try. After that, we baked the cookies, filled empty spots with jam, coated them in chocolate, and ate the burnt ones. And before we knew it, the night of individual packaging had arrived. 220. Chapter 220. The Bustling Sports Day 1. Is there anything as simple yet nerve-wracking as individual packaging? You have to make sure nothing is missing, plan the packing order so everything fits nicely when the bag is closed, and even tie the ribbon in a way that it ends up facing the right direction. It was just a tedious task, but I was quite skilled at it. Working at a place like Hampyeong Industry gave you a lot of packaging experience. You had to prepare trivial company event prizes and run errands for others. The worst part of these simple tasks was that they were boring and endless. The only reason I was motivated this time was because we were giving them to our fans. Otherwise, I'd have been staring into space while peeling OPP film by now. Since the cookies were pre-portioned, all that was left was to pack the other snacks: 6 printed letters, hand warmers in case it got cold, cooling towels in case it got hot, jelly for a sugar boost, and various other bits. Once Park Ji-woo brought the cut letter paper, the packaging challenge officially began. "Aren't these bags too easy to tear?" Choi Ji-ho complained after tearing 3 bags before even making one complete package. "I told you they're biodegradable, so they tear easily. Can you be a little more careful?" "Still, they tear way too fast. Everyone except you is doing fine." As I said, everyone was focused on producing snack packages, diligently following the example I had set. Park Ji-woo, in particular, was like a factory. His concentration was truly impressive. To assist Park Ji-woo, who was clumsy at tying ribbons, Jong Song-bin paired up with him and they started an assembly line. As Jong Song-bin tied ribbons onto the openings Park Ji-woo had secured with twist ties, he muttered, "This really brings back memories." "Memories? Did you have a packaging side job too? Did you at least get paid?" "I didn't." Jong Song-bin continued without stopping his hands. "When I was in elementary school, my younger brother saw a photo in an album of our older cousins wearing candy necklaces. Oh, those. I heard everyone wore one of those during school plays and events, back in my sister's day." Choi Ji-ho chimed in. Lee Chong-hyun's eyes widened. "Really? I've never heard of that. They were almost gone by our time." Anyway, Jong Seongjin saw that photo and decided he wanted a candy necklace too. So he broke open his piggy bank, the one he was saving his New Year's money in, and bought a giant bag of candy. He ripped open his piggy bank? With what? Back then, we were young, so our parents hid things like box cutters. Since he didn't have any tools, he poked a hole with chopsticks, then hooked the hole onto the corner of the desk and pulled down on it. Jong Song-bin shook his head, clearly exasperated. Lee Chong-hyun burst out laughing. He came with a bag of candy as big as himself, and we didn't know the concept of refunds back then, so we couldn't tell him to return it. Our parents worked late, too. "So what did you do?" Intrigued by the story, Kong Keon's hands slowed down. "What do you think? If we didn't make that necklace, he'd probably glue all the candies together. So I just taped them all together. I heard people usually string them, though." "Wow, you actually made it for him. If you saw Jong Seongjin peeling candy and putting glue on it, you would have made one for him too." Chong-hyun. Jong Song-bin sighed. Being the oldest must be tough. Watching him look suddenly drained, Lee Chong-hyun wiped away tears. "Sometimes, when I hear stories about Sungjun Hyung, I think, even twins can be this different. There must be a lot of Sungjun stories. Tons. If Seongjin Hyung was a MeTuber, he'd be famous by now." "Don't even say that out loud. He might actually do it." Jong Song-bin shuddered, stopping Lee Chong-hyun. "Everything's good, but be careful with the letters. It'll be a huge problem if one person gets 2 of the same letter." No sooner had I finished speaking than Choi Ji-ho pulled an extra letter from an envelope. Seriously, these guys are so high maintenance. Even with the short training camp, Spark had grown stronger. They'd been pushed so hard. People joked it was like Taerong National Training Center. Let's not forget the endless kneading of thick butter cookie dough. As a result of honing their muscles and focusing solely on exercise, Spark, already intimidating, now looked even more unapproachable. But this is Spark we're talking about. A group known for professionalism, kindness to fans, and dedication to self-promotion. Anytime, anywhere. "Hyung, are we seriously going out like this?" Lee Chong-hyun asked in a worried voice. The Spark official slogan, neatly wrapped around his neck, suited him perfectly. "Of course. Did you put on sunscreen? We're indoors." "That's excessive. How many times have I told you that human skin tans even under indoor lighting?" At my words, Choi Ji-ho groaned and left his seat. For the record, Choi Ji-ho was strictly forbidden from wearing his zip-up today, except during the opening ceremony, oath, and closing ceremony. I told him to tie it classically around his waist. I also made sure to roll up his sleeves. I had put some thought into how to present his forearms, fresh from the source, to the sparklers. "Why do I have to go like this?" Kong Keon asked, wearing the slogan on his head like Little Red Riding Hood. "Because it's cute." Since my contact names have been leaked, I've decided it's better to solidify everyone's image according to my saved names. If Kong Keon didn't look cute, then I, who saved him as King of Cuteness Kong Keon, would look strange. But if Kong Keon actually looked cute, then people would just accept my saved name as fact. This was all part of a master plan. I gave Park Ju-woo a headband so his hair wouldn't get in the way during archery. At least for archery, he was our team's hope and light. Ignoring my thoughtful gesture, Park Ju-woo glanced around at the others and grumbled, "I don't get a slogan too? If you get first in archery, I'll wrap slogans around your arms and legs." At my promise, Park Ju-woo nodded and returned to his seat. Everyone got touch-up makeup in their pockets? Wrote your number on the name label? Yes. I also carefully packed a small container of shade 17 foundation in my pocket and a slightly tinted lip balm. The preparation was perfect. All right, time to go show off our visuals. Visuals? Just roll with it. They didn't fully understand, but they still followed behind me. It was time to show the results of our training camp. Won Chai-hee took the day off. Maybe because she wasn't going to the office, even getting up at the crack of dawn didn't feel exhausting or annoying. Thanks to this, Won Chai-hee happily switched between express buses and taxis, finally arriving at a familiar gymnasium she hadn't visited in years. The area around the stadium was crowded with the production crew controlling entry and swarms of fans. The last time Won Chai-hee came to this stadium to watch ASD, she vowed never to do it again. But humans were bound to repeat the same mistakes. Like now, it felt like half a year had passed between entering the stadium, taking her seat, and waiting for the opening ceremony. She nearly aged to death in her seat. The reality that even fangirling required stamina hit hard. I wonder what the kids are planning to do. Won Chai-hee scanned the event program. Archery, futsal, basketball, vaulting horse, sprint, relay race. Are they seriously participating in every event? Won Chai-hee couldn't believe her eyes. But Spark's name was still listed everywhere. She wondered if they were being exploited as rookies. Then she heard the shout, "We'll start filming in 5 minutes." Immediately, joyful screams erupted from one side of the stadium. Yer had appeared at the MC booth with a script in hand. It seemed Yer was the MC again this year. The commentators were a retired athlete who often appeared on TV and Ha Seung-myung, an actor who debuted as an idol. The first groups to enter were from MYTH Entertainment. Idol Sports Day had a tradition of grouping teams by agency. And since Myth had so many idols, all the artists from the same agency formed one team. The fact that all the groups had many members played a part as well. The surprising thing was that Polo from Hellas joined solo this year. He said he was representing his team, but idols with as much experience as Hellas rarely appeared on such physically demanding programs. Even Yer was only there as the MC, not to exercise. But Polo was cheerful. Everyone here's a familiar face, so I'll have no problem having fun without my members. Yer Hyung, watch me. It was a remark that showed his experience. Yer burst out laughing and waved from the MC booth. Even by the time Team C appeared, Spark was nowhere to be seen. They were probably grouped with idols from unknown agencies. Those small agencies were useless. Just as the Sparklers were wondering when their boys would appear, they heard the welcome announcement introducing the last team. Following that, idols in dark training suits started to emerge from the entrance. Are they kidding? Teams A, B, and C are all wearing this year's trendy color block training suits. But Team D looks like they just came out of a charcoal kiln. Do they want the viewers' message boards to be set on fire again with accusations of favoritism? Won Chai-hee fumed. Every Sparkler in the crowd probably felt the same. But the Sparklers' anger didn't last long. Because of the amazing physiques of their boys, who were walking at the very end of the line as the newest of the rookies. Spark's physique is insane. Someone muttered from the next seat. Won Chai-hee agreed. Even when Spark was just among themselves, their good proportions stood out. Even standing next to Choi Ji-ho, famous for his golden ratio, the other members didn't look disproportionate, only shorter. And it wasn't just their proportions. Spark maintained their idol aura even next to Lee Chong-hyun, who had a national treasure-level face. Now, Spark stood in the middle of a packed gym filled with people, meaning there was no way they wouldn't stand out. Among all the male idols, they were absurdly tall, had sharp features you didn't need to squint to see even from the second floor, and well-built bodies that showed through the black tracksuits. Men really do look best in all black. One Shahi decided to abandon her plans to set the viewer's message board on fire. Instead, she expressed her respect for the aesthetic sense of the Idol Sports Day production crew. 221. Chapter 221. The Bustling Sports Day 2. While the first event, archery, was being prepared, Choi Ji-ho and the Magnes came to the fan seats, each carrying shopping bags in both hands. Sparklers, thanks for coming. Lee Chong-hyun greeted them with a bright smile. It was the kind of smile that relaxed muscles cramped up like a dog on the bus ride over. Could you really call that a human face? This kind of face, shouldn't it be placed in an art museum, behind a glass wall? It was a face that could be stolen even with the security system on. The government should quickly implement a one family, one Lee Chong-hyun policy. Then the people wouldn't even need physical therapy anymore. Did you eat breakfast? I figured you probably didn't get a chance with how early check-in was. Kang Ki-on said with a worried look. Warmth was embedded in his cool face. We didn't eat. They wouldn't even let us bring water, so we came with nothing. The fans voiced their complaints. They were already angry at the way ISD production crew banned outside food, even water, for fans who'd been traveling since dawn. They couldn't curse in front of the members, but they definitely wanted to convey their murderous intent toward the ISD production team. It was Choi Ji-ho's shopping bags that soothed the irritated fans. Choi Ji-ho started taking out 2 water bottles from the shopping bags and distributing them to the fans. Here's some water. And this is juice. We also brought sandwiches. Just a moment. Lee Chong-hyun also took out sandwich sets from his shopping bag and diligently handed them out. Kang Ki-on had already moved to the other end of the fan section, handing them out. A neatly packaged sandwich, fruit, wet wipes, and candy for a refreshing aftertaste were delivered to Won Chi's lap as well. The sticker on it read, "Thank you for coming from Spark." The sticker is cute, right? Iwol Hyung picked it out. Really? Did Kim Iwol seriously sign up for a Nazeland account? Did he get the printing quote from Purple Printing? Won Chi's heart ached. And this? Lay one of these across your lap. Lee Chong-hyun took something else out of another shopping bag. It was a thin, large handkerchief, big enough to cover their laps. The design of blazing flames, something that would likely be sold at a highway rest stop, was impressive. Breadcrumbs might fall, so cover your laps with the handkerchief first before eating. The aggressive design is because Ji-ho Hyung chose it. At Kang Ki-on's words, some fans bit their lips to stifle their laughter. Anyone who had seen Choi Ji-ho's past photos would know that his fashion sense wasn't particularly good. It was surprising that this had managed to pass Kim Iwol's inspection. Spark even distributed bags for trash before returning. They even reminded them not to throw the biodegradable bags away with the plastic. Won Chi took about 100 photos to certify her idol's detailed and intense fan return gift service. Then she tried to take a bite of her sandwich, but failed. Because Spark, finished with their preparations, appeared on the big screen. 3 cold, handsome men coming out wearing chest guards, specialized gloves, and holding bows. Won Chi finally understood why medieval romance fantasy novels always had royal hunting competitions. All the arrogant men of the royal family must have been walking around like that during hunting competitions. If she were the emperor, she would have pushed for hunting competitions every quarter. Spark, who were paired against a senior team, were given time for an interview. Jong Song-bin, the first runner, received the microphone. I heard Spark even went to a training camp for this ISD. Yor, who came down to the field, asked with a friendly smile. Yes, we practiced hard. Out of the 3 of you, who had the best results? Ju-woo was the best shooter. I think it's because he has good concentration. At Jong Song-bin's compliment, Park Ju-woo casually ran a hand through his bangs. As soon as he did, Kim Iwol looked at Park Ju-woo and rearranged his bangs with the touch of an expert restoring artifacts. Laughter erupted among some sparklers who watched this. Our Iwol, always consistent. Your opponents are a traditional powerhouse. Do you think you can win? This opponent had won gold medals in archery for the past 2 years. A daunting team to face in the first round. As a diplomatically tricky question came up, a long arm reached from behind Jong Song-bin. At the signal of a pat on his shoulder, Jong Song-bin slightly pushed the microphone to the side. Kim Iwol leaned slightly towards the microphone and said, "It won't be easy, but we'll do our best to show the fans as much of this outfit as we can." That's right. How often do we get to see you shooting arrows? The sparklers clapped with satisfied expressions, like spectators who had just seen a great infield play at a baseball game. Jang Songbin's skills were decent, with visuals that would make him perfect as the fiancé of a noble lady in a historical drama. He shot arrows as if he were stealing the hearts of all the young ladies in the village before dying, while saving his fiancée in the climax. Watching Jang Songbin's face made confirming where the arrow landed a step slower, but even with the delayed cheers of the fans, Jang Songbin waved his hand to express his gratitude. Kim Yiwol, who came next, also scored quite well with a stylish posture. It was an excellent result, considering he'd tilted his head a few times with an uncharacteristically blank expression. Jang Songbin had the vibe of a scholar warrior, but for unknown reasons, Kim Yiwol gave off more of a stealth assassin look. But anyway, Park Ju-woo was the last one out. Let's see Park Ju-woo's skills, Spark's best archer. One chai he leaned forward slightly. Park Ju-woo drew his bow with an unusual expression. With a thud, the arrow struck the target. One chai he doubted her eyes. But the caster's commentary confirmed that she hadn't seen wrong. Spark's Ju-woo starts with a 4. Maybe he just needs time to adjust. Maybe. I think if he stays calm and doesn't get nervous, he can definitely do it. Ha Seomyong's encouragement followed. Park Ju-woo, still with a subtle expression, raised his bow again. Hyung. Yeah. Jang Songbin, who had gone out as the first runner and earned a decent score, spoke quietly. There's a problem. What problem? While pretending to adjust my chest guard, Jang Songbin fiddled with the straps and said in a low voice, "The target is much closer than what we practiced with." I quickly raised my head and checked the distance to the target. As Jang Songbin said, the distance to the target was much closer than when we trained at the makeshift archery range. If we could adjust the 0 point, it would be fine, but in a time-sensitive entertainment broadcast, especially during a live shoot with an audience, that would be impossible. Strange. I clearly remember it not being this close. As I struggled to find the cause, something came to mind. The ISD I last monitored was from a time when the target boards had been moved back a certain distance to adjust the difficulty. I had practiced with the target set up 50 meters away, trusting only my memory. However, this ISD was solely focused on capturing cool idle moments, so the target distance was only 20 meters. They clearly wanted to showcase some flashy bullseyes. Since the distance wasn't further than what we practiced, Jang Songbin and I could manage a decent score. The special training also paid off, but it was different for Park Ju-woo, our rising star. He was the kind of guy who removed all the carbonation before drinking soda because he didn't like the fizzy feeling, and he wore headphones for hours without playing any music because he didn't like noise. He was the kind of guy who, when asked if he'd like to try the seasonal strawberry juice, would say, "The strawberries might be sour today. I'll just stick with yogurt." How could such a guy quickly adapt to a 30-meter difference? Sure enough, Park Ju-woo shot an arrow straight into the 4-point zone. It was a score I had never seen him get during practice. Ju-woo, just relax. We've got plenty of points to spare. No need to stress. Jang Songbin and I took turns reassuring Park Ju-woo. However, his strange expression didn't fade. Park Ju-woo knocked another arrow. His lips pouted as if something was bothering him. Nevertheless, his gaze was fixed on the center. With an even crisper sound, Park Ju-woo released the string. The arrow cut through the air and then, clang. It made an ominous sound. The arrow dropped uselessly to the ground, perfectly mirroring my current emotions. The caster's voice was heard from afar. Wait a minute, did Mr. Ju-woo just break the lens? They're checking on the scene. After a tense review, it turned out our dear Park Ju-woo had pulled off a perfect center shot with just 2 arrows, contributed to Spark's advancement to the tournament, and thoroughly destroyed the camera placed right behind the center of the target. Park Ju-woo dabbed the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. I handed him a handkerchief and bowed deeply to the staff member, asking if UA had to pay for the damage caused by this incident. Fortunately, UA didn't have to pay for the camera. Spark successfully passed the first round of the archery tournament. While Lee Chong-hyun and Choi Ji-ho went off to play futsal, we made our way over to the fan section. About half of the fans had moved to watch futsal, and the other half remained to watch the second round of archery. Did you enjoy the snacks? Did they taste all right? I asked cautiously. The fans responded with overflowing trash bags. Yiwol, your makeup looks great today. A sparkler sitting nearby acknowledged my painstakingly applied makeup. The 3,000 pats with the puff had been worth it. Really? Then should I ask them to keep this makeup style in the future? Totally. You look so pretty today. Overflowing compliments were exchanged. Even though this gym was filled only with people who had come to cheer for their own groups, making it highly unlikely that anyone would suddenly become a fan of me. You never knew where potential customers might be. So, for the first time in a while, I channeled my academic spirit and asked the fans for advice on makeup that would perfectly suit me. A few minutes later, the fans were eagerly recommending lipstick and tint colors. Want to try it on the back of your hand? I have cleansing tissues. Can I try it on my finger? I heard it's more accurate to test it there. They say no two pinks under the sky are ever the same. Soon my fingertips and the back of my hand were painted with 20 shades of pink from the sparkler's makeup pouches. Young, what are you doing? Kong Kian, who had been chatting on the other side, approached. I proudly showed off the back of my hand and boasted. Preliminary research for a visual upgrade. Yes. Kong Kian made a perplexed expression. He just kept looking back and forth between my hand and my face. 222. Chapter 222. The Bustling Sports Day 3. After a brief chat with the fans, we moved to the futsal court. Park Ju-woo made sure to bring the slogan a fan had handed him. Chonghyun, the best defense is a face attack. It was a brilliant line. Kong Kian looked around the court and said, "This place is much smaller than a soccer field. That's how futsal is. There are only 5 players per team, and substitutions happen way more often." I heard Lee Chonghyun was in the starting lineup, but not Choi Ji-ho. Whether he'd been benched for poor teamwork or was a secret weapon, we'd have to wait and see. Lee Chonghyun, in a dark uniform, spotted us and waved. We waved back enthusiastically. Only Park Ju-woo muttered with a shocked expression. He's not wearing gloves. What if he hurts his hands? It's common not to wear them in futsal. I tried to reassure him, but it didn't reach Park Ju-woo. He seemed worried about the delicate fingers that would one day play the keyboard for Spark Band. The match started soon and turned out to be pretty exciting. Although we had to contort ourselves to avoid blocking the view of other idols, Lee Chonghyun's incredible saves made us forget all the discomfort. In the end, Lee Chonghyun's long limbs, now reaching a solid 180 centimeters, swatted away every shot from the opposing team. Lee Chonghyun, fighting. We could hear the cheers of fans supporting him from the stands above. And whenever Chonghyun brushed back his bangs to get a better view of the ball, screams erupted from every direction. Behold, everyone. This is the power of seeing Lee Chonghyun's face live and in person. I, Kim Yiwol, will set myself on fire if I must to deliver this miracle to you through the camera. Thanks to Lee Chonghyun's performance, our team didn't concede many goals. However, the problem was that we barely scored any either. The two teams, finishing the first half 20 minutes at 1 o'clock, went into a break to plan strategy. If Team D's match got edited out entirely, would the vicious system still count Lee Chonghyun's participation? Choi Ji-ho would at least play basketball with me, but Chonghyun's only other option was the billiards, which he had just learned. Should I secretly upload a video on MeTube titled 2X Year Idol Athletics Championships Chuseok Special Team, D. Chonghyun's Best Saves, Feet Futsal? Or should I feign sudden, acute body aches and put Lee Chonghyun in as my substitute for basketball? But that guy needed to protect his knees more than anyone right now. That was why I specifically told him to play defense if he wanted to play futsal. Should I send Park Ju-woo, the god of archery, to hit all 10s and send Lee Chonghyun in as my basketball substitute? No. Nuna told me never to gamble or take out shady loans, using one member as a pawn to burden another. That would destroy both the idol spirit and the sportsmanship spirit. I couldn't do something so pathetic at my age. While I was lost in my thoughts, Jong Song-bin, who had been running back and forth after the ball, fixed his gaze on one spot. I think Ji-ho Hyung's going in. Really? As Jong Song-bin said, Choi Ji-ho was getting up from the bench. When he unzipped his black jacket, a white uniform appeared underneath. The fan section seemed to notice too. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Lee Chonghyun put his arm around Choi Ji-ho and said something to him. Choi Ji-ho simply nodded. I hope that Hyung doesn't just bulldoze straight ahead. Kong Kian muttered to himself with genuine concern. I'm worried about the same thing. But isn't he the only one we can count on right now? Really, look at his height. If he can't score a single goal with that physique, he should be banned from the gym for a week. As I said, Choi Ji-ho was a head taller than the other players. Next to Lee Chong-hyun, he just looked like a slightly taller older brother. But since there were also high school idols playing, he ended up looking like an uncle who'd cluelessly joined a neighborhood futsal game. Jong Song-bin, who had overheard our conversation, asked, "I heard taller people have a harder time with precise control unless they're pros. Is that true? Judging by his basketball skills, I don't think that applies to him. And you guys aren't bad at sports. Back when you were on ISD, you guys won gold in every event you entered. It's just that you didn't compete much, spending most of the time holed up in the waiting room. So people accused you of being lazy rookies. Anyway, with him on the field, there's no way we can't even score 1 point." To cut to the chase, I was right. As soon as he entered, Choi Ji-ho slammed 2 points into the opponent's goal. Team D's Ji-ho, his power is extraordinary. We were worried his height might be a disadvantage, but that was unfounded. The commentators' voices echoed through the stadium. It was true that futsal required more delicate individual skills and less stamina compared to soccer. But that was only true for professional players. How were amateurs supposed to beat that human dump truck? And he was a high-performance dump truck with insane horsepower. Unintentionally, Choi Ji-ho also delivered perfect fan service. Waving to the fans after every goal was probably intentional fan service, and it was something an idol should do, so that was fine, but, Ji-ho. Every time sweat dripped down his face, he'd pull up his shirt to wipe it, exposing his abs to everyone. Every time the lighting hit the shadowed lines of his tanned, muscular torso beneath that white uniform, screams rained down from above. Since it wasn't intentional, Choi Ji-ho's abs were sometimes facing the fans and sometimes facing away. Thanks to this, sparklers in our group got to see both his abs and back muscles. "You inconsiderate guy. I wasn't curious about your muscles or anything. But since the fans are happy, I'll let it slide." Thanks to Choi Ji-ho's continued fiery performance, Team D successfully advanced to the finals. What a relief. Spark had secured the right to the camera spotlight. While we were watching the other teams compete, Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun returned after showering and getting styled. Perhaps because they just exercised and freshened up, they all looked radiant. I hadn't known this before, but apparently until just recently, the shower facilities had been off limits. They said it was to prevent issues like unauthorized visitors and such, but still, there'd been a lot of complaints that making sweaty players sit around for nearly 10 hours was just too harsh. If the policy hadn't changed, we wouldn't even have been allowed into the fan section after the basketball match. "Hyung, I've been curious about this. What happened to the back of your hand?" Lee Chong-hyun asked, looking at the back of my hand. The pink lipsticks that sparklers had meticulously applied were boasting their excellent pigmentation. The fans put it on. I was getting lipstick recommendations. "Could you see it from the court?" "Yeah. At first I thought a cat or something had scratched you. If the scratches were that bad, wouldn't it have to be a tiger, not a cat?" Kong Keon chimed in with a scary comment. "Even though my archery skills weren't good enough to hunt a tiger yet, I did some market research to become an idol who can survive close-up fan cams. This color would suit you. I think it was called Cool and Shower Ash Deep Pink 032. Hyung." Lee Chong-hyun looked shocked. "What? Are you laughing at my efforts to compensate for my lack of natural perfect features with modern aesthetics? Since when did you get so interested in self-styling? Am I now threatened for the visual position? Am I going from cute pretty visual to cute pretty jewelry? They say it's not good for a group to have two aloof types, so why are you aiming for a two-member cool beauty unit?" This Chong-hyun is feeling so betrayed right now that his eyelashes are about to fall out. Is that how it usually works? Lee Chong-hyun didn't respond to my words. Instead, he just kept stroking his face with a forlorn expression. "At this rate, I'll lose my title of 850,000 won per square centimeter face." His eyes were vacant. I didn't understand why he was acting like this after playing futsal so well. Why are you worried about that? No matter what anyone says, you're our group's officially recognized 950,000 won per square centimeter face. Has the price of gold gone up? It's gone up a lot. At my words, Lee Chong-hyun's eyes regained their light. Then he quickly ran up to the fan section. "Sparklers. Mirror. Does anyone have a mirror?" "I do," At Lee Chong-hyun's urgent call, a fan hurriedly took out a hand mirror and lent it to him. It was a yellow mirror, heavily decorated with ribbons, beads, and charms. These days, that kind of kitsch? It seemed to be trending. I'd seen it a lot while monitoring Sparkler's vlogs. Anyway, Lee Chong-hyun, having successfully obtained a mirror, stared intently at his reflection. He looked at his left side, then his right side, alternately. He stretched out his arm to see from a distance, and then brought the mirror right up close to observe himself. After all this fuss, Lee Chong-hyun let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It's still pure gold. Of course. Why do you think I nag you guys to put on face masks every night? Thank you. I used the mirror really well. I'd like to sign it for you. But the mirror, there's no space in it. Lee Chong-hyun flipped the mirror over and was taken aback by the ornate decorations. The fan bestowed a great favor upon him. You don't have to give it back. Keep it. Really? Of course. Our Chong-hyun's face is precious. Lee Chong-hyun covered his mouth, seemingly deeply touched. He returned, carefully holding the princess mirror. He didn't forget to repeatedly bow and thank the fan. After his long expedition, he once again meticulously checked his appearance, diligently working to preserve his 24K visuals. This was something I only found out after the ISD was over, but that day Spark caused quite a stir on social media, as pretty boys huddled around a princess mirror. A very big stir. Hyung, they said we have to go prepare for the second round of archery. Yeah. Following Jong Songbin's guidance, we returned to where we had our first archery match. A few teams were already gathered there. According to the bracket I'd checked beforehand, our opponent this time was the Rising Stars, Spark and Baryon, are facing off. Both groups are rookies who debuted this year. It will be a showdown between peers. It was Baryon, whom we hadn't seen since the Idol Dynasty Chronicle. 223. Chapter 223, Bustling Sports Day 4. Baryon and Spark, having come to the front of the stage for an interview, exchanged friendly waves and greetings. Yor watched from between them with a warm smile. So we meet the IDC combination again. Both teams must be feeling quite nostalgic. It really feels that way, especially with you here, Sunbeam. Everyone nodded in agreement with my words. Our reactions were so synchronized that we looked like one group. Yor burst out laughing. Baryon and Spark sat near each other during the training camp, and were even on the same team for the position battle. Now you're meeting as competitors. Are you alright with that? We'll think of it as friendly competition and do our best. Jong Songbin answered that one well. He used to be so nervous holding a microphone, focusing on the other members and struggling to speak. I'm so proud of him I could cry. As I was getting sentimental, Yor continued with the interview. Our Hirang has something he really wants to say to the opposing team, Spark. The microphone was passed to the player next to us. It was Hirang, Baryon's main dancer. Yiwol Kim. Surprisingly, Hirang shyly pointed at me. I gently placed my hand on my chest, like, are you talking to me? Hirang nodded vigorously. Yiwol Kim, I used the knee patches you gave me during Idol Dynasty Chronicle really well. I'd heard he was a foreign member, but his pronunciation was excellent. It showed how much effort he must have put in to debut in Korea. I also received the pill case well. I wanted to buy you a meal to thank you, but you always turn me down. A murmur of ooh rippled through the audience. It was such a trivial thing, but I felt incredibly embarrassed. It was a great regret that I didn't have a microphone to say, oh no, it's nothing. We should all help each other. I kept trying to talk to you, but you seemed so busy. So that's why Baryon kept hovering around Team D instead of Team B? Yor asked with a laugh. It seemed he had been watching the group's movements closely from the MC's seat. Hirang and the other Baryon members nodded so hard it looked like their heads might fall off. From a distance, I could see Baryon's fans sending them looks of encouragement. Hirang, just how much did you follow Spark around? Watching the sweet friendship between the hubbies, Yor said. Mr. Yiwol, how about you make some time to talk with Hirang after the archery competition? It would be an honor. At my reply, the audience erupted like a live reaction broadcast of a couple being matched on a dating show. That was when it happened. Plus, system, the subordinate's starlight smile, is activated. Minor influence occurs. Plus, a phrase appeared, setting my already hot face on fire. What is a starlight smile? Is this supposed to be the guidance provided for KPI achievement? Smile like a rising star to capture the hearts of customers? You're really calling this a guide? System, you need to go back and redo your OJT. Spark, once again thanks to Park Ju-woo's outstanding performance, Jong Song-bin's solid contributions, and me doing my part, defeated Berrien and advanced to the finals. That Park Ju-woo, I thought. His nickname, Limited Time Sniper, was just a title, but he was good with a bow and arrow too. He wouldn't have any trouble with marksmanship in the military. After the match, as promised, I had a private talk with Hirang near the entrance of the gymnasium. Hirang, who said he would be back after a quick trip to the waiting room, returned with a pristine shopping bag. His hands, holding the bag, were extended towards me. What is this? It's a gift. I heard you like pear and bellflower root. I opened the shopping bag to find 3 boxes of Enjoy with Your Family. Pear and bellflower root stick. Oh dear, you didn't have to go to all this trouble. No, it's okay. I'm really grateful. Hirang shyly insisted I take the shopping bag. I'll enjoy it, thank you. Yes. And Hirang trailed off. I waited patiently for him to continue, and he finally spoke with some difficulty. Can I contact you sometimes, with the other members too? Seeing him like that, I suddenly remembered what Assistant Manager Song had said to me years ago after much deliberation. Assistant Manager, if I ever want to quit the company, can I message you and talk about my worries? Assistant Manager Song never actually confided in me about his worries. It was a form of expression. It was a way of saying I was someone he could rely on. I gave Hirang the same answer I gave Manager Song back. Then, anytime, I said. Hirang seemed genuinely happy. Yiwol, what did you talk about with Hirang? I received a gift from Hirang Sunbeam. We also exchanged contact information. At my words, the sparklers were overjoyed. They seemed happy that their child was being adored elsewhere. Lee Chonghyun, who was distributing lunch boxes to the fans, grumbled. Everyone, Yiwol Hyung is off making friends with another idol senior, and you're cheering for him? What if Yiwol Hyung only hangs out with Berrien Sunbeams from now on? That won't happen, Chonghyun. Yiwol's head is only filled with spark. The sparklers said with gentle smiles. Of course. Right now, I only have eyes for you guys, you annoying brats. But Hyung, should you be here? Jiho Hyung was looking for you earlier. Kang Kion, one of the 5 brats, said while opening a shopping bag filled with new lunch boxes. For basketball, right? I was just about to go. Where did he go? He said he went to the waiting room to change first. Then I'll go too. Everyone, enjoy your lunch. If you need anything, please tell the others. Kim Yiwol, fighting. I left the pear and bellflower root sticks with Kang Kion and headed to the waiting room. Among the bustling figures, I spotted Choi Jiho's towering head. Choi Jiho done changing? Yeah, your clothes are over there. Thanks. Because of my name, Yiwol, February, I received jersey number 2. As I came out after changing into the black and white striped uniform, I felt gazes from all around. Should we stand a bit apart? Why? We're too eye-catching. Even among a gathering of tall and talented idols, there weren't many as tall, broad-shouldered, and with David-like biceps as Choi Jiho. And he must have remembered my advice to always moisturize after showering, because his muscles had a sheen to them. With the slightly elevated basketball shoes, he looked like a dark utility pole. As Polo, also in basketball attire, entered the waiting room, Choi Jiho and I became even more the center of attention. Wow, you two look like actual athletes. Not at all, Sunbeam. It's just the build. How are we supposed to score against you two? I should have just abandoned Myth and joined Team D. The senior artist's comment, to which I couldn't possibly react, caught me off guard. I almost choked even though I wasn't drinking anything. If I wanted to play the office politics game right, I should pull a miracle out of thin air, but I had too much on the line here. I beg your understanding. After seeing the senior out, Team D began its final meeting. Since the teams were formed by combining members from different groups, we had practiced basketball together a few times before the Idol Sports Day event. It wasn't easy dragging Choi Jiho around. We'll stick with the same positions. Is everyone okay with that? Yes. The captain of Team D, after checking everyone's condition individually, pointed at my head. Yiwol headgear. Oh. Choi Jiho, who was next to me, looked around and found a white headgear, handing it to me. Everyone was shocked when the lineup for Team D's basketball match gathered. Is Yiwol allowed to play? Will his head be okay? Even though I participated with official clearance from both the system and the hospital, people were still worried. The incident with Yuhan Su and me must have been a pretty big issue among idols. I lost count of how many times people tried to convince me to do a safer sport, but I couldn't help it. Basketball was the only sport I was relatively good at. The staff practically had a fit when I tried signing up for futsal. After a long discussion, the ISD organizers and UA allowed me to participate on the condition that I used headgear. The goal was to secure it just enough to prevent excessive movement of the sides of my skull, so we decided on a modified headgear with the top part open. This way, if I get hurt again, the broadcaster and the agency at least have plausible deniability. It was a wise decision on their part. Anyway, I wanted to play basketball, so I readily accepted the protective gear. I was also assigned the shooter position. It was a consideration to keep me out of physical confrontations under the basket. I was grateful for the kindness, but I felt the weight of responsibility. Choi Ji-ho, walking towards the half-court line for the jump ball, said casually, "Watch your elbows." Okay. He meant for me to be careful not to get hit during the game. This old man's head is fine, but I'll take your concern seriously. After lunch, the number of sparklers remaining in the main gym had dwindled to about half. This was because Spark members were now scattered, participating in various events. Some went to watch Kang Keon's sprint and Jong Songbin's vault, while others stayed to watch Kim Yiwol and Choi Ji-ho's basketball game. Won Chai-hee belonged to the latter group. Park Ju-woo and Lee Chong-hyun, who had a break between their events, said, "Since you Hyungs are competing together, we'll go cheer on the members who are competing individually," and headed to other venues. Kim Yiwol had specifically told them not to wander off with strangers. Although she wanted to see more of Chong-hyun, she couldn't miss the opportunity to see Kim Yiwol play basketball live. Won Chai-hee closed the lid of her half-eaten lunchbox and focused on the players entering the court. Perhaps due to the nature of the sport, all the participating members were tall and slender. And among them, her boys were the tallest. The sleeveless jerseys are amazing. Won Chai-hee, a relatively new fan, had watched Sparks' volleyball match performance from IDC on MeTube. Even through the small smartphone screen, Spark back then looked like they were born to lift weights. But, as expected, reality was even better. First of all, Choi Ji-ho's skin tone was unreal. His slightly tan skin made him look like an athlete. The pumped-up muscles, only occasionally glimpsed in self-produced content, were on full display today, right down to his shoulders. You had to wonder if the CEO was making any profit giving away fan service like this. Even Kim Yiwol, who usually avoided showing skin off stage, was boldly revealing his arms today. Every time the gymnasium lights hit him, gray shadows danced across his pale, toned biceps. And the black wristbands, snugly fitted around his wrists. Even the headgear, though frustrating and pitiful, looked damn good on him. Basketball. I hope they make it to the finals and get an encore stage too. The game hadn't even started, but Won Chai-hee was already getting ahead of herself. With the whistle blow, Choi Ji-ho jumped to an incredible height and powerfully slammed the basketball downwards. 224, Chapter 224, The Bustling Sports Day 5. During the first interview of IDC, Kim Yiwol once said, "Doesn't watching a sports match make your heart race? I hope you feel the same way watching our performances." Won Chai-hee now fully understood what Kim Yiwol had meant. He was right. Sports ignite your endorphins. Kim Yiwol, fighting. Ji-ho, I love you. The fans section was a cacophony of uncoordinated cheers. There was no time to unify their chants. The sparklers were on the verge of losing their minds from their idols' performances. Choi Ji-ho blocking every shot the opposing team attempted. Choi Ji-ho setting screens for Kim Yiwol as he caught a pass and prepared to shoot. Both of them hustling back on defense in perfect sync. Kim Yiwol sinking a picture-perfect shot and instantly switching to offense again. It was agonizing. What was the point of her existence as a home master if she couldn't capture these moments? Just try filming this with a handheld cam. I'd hire you on the spot tomorrow. Won Chai-hee firmly resolved. Choi Ji-ho made sense. But how could someone like Kim Yiwol, who looked like he'd never seen the sun in his life, be this good at sports? Oh right, basketball was an indoor sport. Won Chai-hee enjoyed the game while entertaining all sorts of thoughts. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say she desperately tried to imprint every movement in her memory. Fortunately, Team D's bench was near where Won Chai-hee was sitting. Thanks to this, The sparklers were able to enjoy close-up views of the Spark members wiping their sweaty faces with towels during breaks and timeouts. I could really go for a beer. One Chahi muttered. The head of the person sitting next to her swiveled towards her in an instant. Did they hear? Would she be seen as a pathetic fan who was too focused on enjoying the game instead of cheering? While all sorts of thoughts raced through her mind, the person next to her blushed slightly. Me too. With those words, her comrade turned back to the game. Are you watching this, ISD? Next year, give us an adult wristband and sell beer. Watching a match like this sober is torture. The game became more intense as time passed. The sounds of bouncing balls and squeaking shoes filled the gymnasium. Shoot from outside, outside. D-Team's captain called out as he passed the ball to Kim Yiwol. Kim Yiwol dribbled a few times, found his spot, and shot. The ball swished through the net. Yiwol is playing his role as a shooter perfectly. Was he always into sports? According to his resume, his main position used to be center, but he's adapting perfectly to this new role. Beyond the commentator's praise, Choi Ji-ho could be seen giving Kim Yiwol a resounding pat on the back. Yiwol, you were right. Sports are passion, youth, and everything. One Chahi watched the beautiful match while sipping the fresh fruit juice, which was still cold, thanks to the members giving it to her in a tumbler. What an eco-friendly company. And then, the sparkler jumped to her feet as Choi Ji-ho sprinted from one end of the court to the other and slammed in a dunk with just 3 seconds left on the clock after conceding a goal. What the F***CK, Kim Yiwol. What's with that sun-like smile? What's with that captivating grin? Exchanging dashing smiles with Choi Ji-ho, what's that all about? And after keeping a 100-meter distance ever since you got caught saving his name as Center Emperor Choi Ji-ho. What's with the dramatic shoulder-to-shoulder moment now? One Chihi's camera, which she had brought for the after event, wept in her bag. It was a blazing, unforgettable match. Did something happen during your match, Hyungs? We could hear the cheering all the way over here. Kang Keon asked after joining us after finishing his sprint preliminaries. Still in our athletic gear because of the second round, we answered while being fanned by Lee Chong-hyun. Nothing much. We just played with all our heart and soul. Wow, the other team must have been terrified. A genuine reaction slipped from Lee Chong-hyun's mouth. That truthful little mouth, seriously. How's your ankle, Keon? Are you okay? Yes. The floor wasn't slippery, it was good. That's good. While we were exchanging a few words with Kang Keon, Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo also joined us. Park Ju-woo's face was as red as a tomato, probably from some intense cheering. Jong Song-bin had a silver medal around his neck. Plus, System, Jong Song-bin has been awarded with the unwavering cheering vocal cords. Effect reduces the strain on and strengthens the durability of Jong Song-bin's vocal cords. No expiration date, permanent. Plus, the glorious system notification also popped up. It seemed rewards were distributed only after an event finished completely. Despite being the first in the team to earn a reward, Jong Song-bin kept his head down. I'm sorry, Hyung. The person who won first place was just too good. What are you talking about? You brought our team our first medal. Should we toss you in the air? Jong Song-bin immediately freaked out and refused. Such a pity. He could have experienced some pretty high-altitude air with a spark-style toss. I calculated the broadcast date in my head and asked. So we'll have to watch Songbin's performance on the main broadcast. The ISD airs on the day of Chuseok, right? Yeah. Ji-ho Hyung, do you want to look in the mirror too? No. At Choi Ji-ho's refusal, Lee Chong-hyun immersed himself back in his world with the mirror. I whispered in Choi Ji-ho's ear. Don't you think you should check your appearance too? He belatedly borrowed the mirror and checked his face. All right, Hyung. How's my lip color? I applied another layer of that cool and shower ash deep pink 032 you mentioned. It's blended, so it's hard to tell. Try applying it on its own later. It looks better than before, though. Really? Not easy, huh? Maybe we should get a group personal color test sometime. We don't need to. We all know it'll be northern winter. Blizzard cool tone. There's such a thing? Park Ju-woo, unable to follow our deeply technical convo, asked in a small voice. Of course not, Ju-woo. How could there be? You'll be 20 next year. You can't be fooled by this kind of stuff. While we were chatting away, Jong Song-bin was struggling to tie Kang Keon's jacket around his neck like a cape. Hold still. This looks cute. Cute. It matches the slogan. It looks good. Like Little Red Riding Hood from a fairy tale, Kang Keon looked even more adorable. Although, because of the color of his training suit and slogan, he looked more like a dark, revolutionary Cape warrior. Kang Keon wasn't heartless enough to reject the leader's kindness. He just slumped his shoulders a little. After that, Spark continued to dash around the gymnasium. I went from archery to table tennis to basketball, and the other members went from one event to another while constantly delivering snacks and drinks to the fans. I could confidently say that we were the busiest people in the gymnasium after the camera directors. By the time I returned after winning a bronze medal in men's doubles table tennis with a third-year senior, the sparklers looked like snowmen. Guys, we're full. Just in case, we brought insulated bags. If you're full, don't force yourself to eat, but please take the desserts with you. The expiration dates are on the bottom of the packaging. This was all because Choi Ji-ho had insisted on ordering a hefty 1.5 servings per person, saying, "It's better not to give anything at all than to give too little." It would have been fine if it was just 1.5 servings of the main meal. But with 1.5 servings of snacks, desserts, and even a light dinner, our fan section turned into an all-you-can-eat buffet. With Jong Songbin, who knew everything about idol merchandise, and Kang Keon, who understood the depths of fans' needs, the amount of goods was also mountainous. It started off like a picnic, but now the sparklers look like long-term residents of the gym. "We have so much luggage. We'll give you a large reusable bag when you leave. It has fabric handles, so your hands won't hurt while carrying it." I replied with a smile. Seeing how those guys escalated things, I had prepared everything in advance. I was so proud of myself I could cry. However, the fans' expressions seemed even more resigned. Somehow, it looked like a mixture of joy and weariness. What should I do? They say that nothing works better for listless and energy-depleted sparklers than handsome Spark members. I quickly checked the time and looked at each of the gymnasium entrances. I saw a billiard table being brought in through the opposite entrance. Perfect. Sparklers, you've waited long enough. I'll soon present you with the greatest visual show on earth. They have billiards this time too, Lee Chong-hyun said, looking at the list of events the ISD organizers had provided. Are there even that many idols who know how to play billiards? There might be. At my response, Choi Ji-ho, who'd been lounging diagonally on the sofa, took the event list from Chong-hyun and scanned it. Then he handed it back. I think bowling would be more common, though. But Keon, wouldn't the staff have to reset the pins every time someone gets a strike? At Jong Songbin's words, everyone bit their lips. Making the staff reset bowling pins in a venue with hundreds of people? If I were on staff, I'd clock out by noon. Does anyone know how to play billiards? Choi Ji-ho asked, sitting up. Most shook their heads. Surprisingly, Park Ju-woo raised his hand, saying he'd played a few times with his uncle, though it was just casual pocket billiards. We need someone who can learn the rules quickly. Even if they can't rank high, they need to know the rules. Starting with Jong Songbin's comment, they began offering their opinions one by one. Someone said they looked it up and apparently billiards requires good physicality. Then someone else added, who among us is especially lacking in that? And another added, whoever that is shouldn't be going on ISD, they should be sent to boot camp, to which I muttered, Chong-hyun, that wasn't a jab at me, was it? And so on. I quietly observed them and thought, if we spend every single moment just doing sports, will our fans really enjoy it? Sure, maybe they'd enjoy seeing our faces. I'll make sure they do. But is it really right to keep showing them the same boring training outfits for hours on end? After much deliberation, I came to this conclusion. At least one of us needs to put on a show. Unfortunately, although I was often mentioned as Spark's brain, if you had to choose the smartest person in Spark, it would undoubtedly be Lee Chong-hyun. And billiards was a mind game. It also seemed like a good opportunity to showcase his growing height. A 180 centimeters tall man wielding a cue around a billiards table. Wouldn't that be a striking image? Chong-hyun. Yeah. You're not participating in anything other than futsal and the relay, right? Lee Chong-hyun nodded and said, that's right. Do you want to learn how to play billiards? 225. Chapter 225. The Bustling Sports Day 6. Lee Chong-hyun didn't refuse my suggestion. On the contrary, he welcomed it. He said learning new things was fun. So, he spent his days running around the field with Choi Ji-ho and his nights reading manuals under a mood lamp, diligently studying day and night. Lee Chong-hyun had a knack for it, a natural talent. Even though he hadn't played much, he quickly got the hang of it. He even figured out on his own how to use the cushion to hit the balls. This is so much fun. He might seem impulsive, but Lee Chong-hyun actually enjoyed calculated actions. Remember how he happily spent day and night working on that Goldberg machine? Billiards was a fitting choice for him. But if you're the only one having fun, then it's not really an event, is it? I unwrapped the clothes Gu Jahan had given me and handed them to him. What's this? Try it on. But Hyung, it was a gift for you. Just do it. Sure, people say the hanger matters more than the clothes, but when the hanger's that good, don't you just want to dress it up in something special? Besides, Gu Jahan and I weren't close enough for me to worry about being disrespectful to his gift. Thanks to his growth spurt over the past few months, the outfit fit him perfectly. During the initial fitting, the clothes were a bit loose because he was thinner than me, but thanks to his dedicated bulking up during training camp, it fit him wonderfully now. I applauded, looking at him in the light and stylish suit. So why did you make me wear this? Wear this when you play billiards. What? Let's shoot a fashion spread at ISD. Make it impossible for them not to film you. Next up is Spark's representative, Chong-hyun. Oh my goodness. Commentator Hasia Myong was speechless. In the distance, Lee Chong-hyun emerged onto the red gymnasium floor, his long legs accentuated as if walking on an extended runway. He wore non-slip, yet stylish shoes, impeccably tailored slacks, and sleeves rolled up to his elbows for optimal cueing. A vest completed the look, adding a touch of sophistication to avoid appearing too casual. It was a look that rivaled any classic, high-fashion photo shoot. He even donned specialized billiard gloves, covering only his thumb, index, and middle fingers. This wasn't a strategic equipment choice, but rather a nod to the fans' preferences. For some inexplicable reason, sparklers seemed to enjoy seeing us in all sorts of gloves, with the exception of smartphone touchscreen gloves. As if to confirm my hunch, a deafening roar erupted from the sparklers section. Are you happy, everyone? If you're happy, then I'm happy too. Chong-hyun, your outfit suggests a remarkable level of determination. It's a strategy. If I do well, I want it to look like skill, not luck. And if you don't do well, won't that just make it more awkward? I'm here to entertain the fans, even if I lose, so I'm not worried. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Chong-hyun flashed a dazzling smile. His only flaw was being born in the wrong era. If he were born 200 years ago, he'd be a national treasure by now, protected by the government and admired worldwide. Because he was born in the 21st century, he needed the system's camera massage. Otherwise, we'd have to personally showcase his visuals everywhere. If the Mona Lisa was in the Louvre, then the Hangram Art Museum should house Lee Chong-hyun. Murmurs rippled through the seated idols. All eyes were on Lee Chong-hyun, including Partha and that shady group of pill poppers. The more famous and talked about Lee Chong-hyun became, the more those guys would try to get close to him, whether because they needed his name value to acquire drugs or simply wanted more numbers for bulk discounts. It doesn't seem like he started using yet, but I need to keep a close watch. After mentally snapping a photo of each of their faces, I turned my attention back to the match. The athletes began preparing. Following the instructions, Lee Chong-hyun stood with his body facing the fans section, rubbing chalk on the tip of his cue. Seriously, that guy should have been born around 1400 and displayed at the Hangram Art Museum as Beautiful Man. His performance wasn't bad either. Although his opponent showcased impressive professional-level skills, Lee Chong-hyun demonstrated surprisingly adept cushion control for a beginner. All he had learned was how to calculate angles, but his ability to apply that knowledge was remarkable. Both the commentator and Yer were impressed. Although Lee Chong-hyun lost, it was a good match. Spark applauded his effort. There was no denying it had been a spectacular showing. What's our medal tally at? 1 silver in vault, 1 bronze in table tennis, 1 gold, each in basketball and futsal. Park Ji-woo added medal drawings to the whiteboard he had brought from the dorm. I had no idea when he'd packed that. Choi Ji-ho peered over Park Ji-woo's shoulder. What events are left? Keon's sprint final, the archery final, and the relay. 2 golds, 1 silver, and 1 bronze. Could a few more medals secure the overall win? I should have watched ISD all the way through at least once. We could expect a good result in archery if Park Ji-woo performed consistently. I didn't want to pressure Kang Keon, so I'd set that aside. That left the relay, but I doubted their teamwork. I now regretted not having more time to practice relays. I wasn't worried about Lee Chonghyun and Kang Keon. They'd manage. As long as I didn't accidentally impale Choi Ji-ho with the baton while running, we'd be fine. Stay put and wait quietly during the archery match. Keep your distance from everyone except the Berrien Sunbanums. Why are only the Berrien Sunbanums exempt? Are you playing favorites because you're close to them? Fine, stay away from them too. Sorry. Lee Chonghyun meekly conceded. Choi Ji-ho, Lee Chonghyun, and Kang Keon. Realizing the only reliable one left was the Magne, filled me with unease. Fortunately, the match unfolded smoothly. Unlike Gu Jahan, who just seemed like a slow starter, Jong Song-bin was a real one, but once he found his rhythm, he fired arrows at a pace that pressured the opposing team. Meanwhile, Park Ju-woo enthusiastically shattered camera lenses, burning through the ISD production budget with glee. And Yiwol, an excellent score to match your excellent form. Finished my turn without embarrassing the team. Thus, Spark secured another gold medal. As I returned to my spot, Lee Chonghyun greeted me with open arms. People were saying everything from the reincarnation of Jamung to Apollo descended to Earth. I wish they'd just stick to one title. But the highlight of any sports day is the track and field events, isn't it? We donned our slogans. As promised, we tied slogans around Park Ju-woo's wrists and ankles, since he was the star of the gold medal win, and cheered for Kang Keon in the sprint. Don't you think Keon's legs are the only thing that got longer as he grew up? Lee Chonghyun said, watching Kang Keon stretch on the track. Same goes for you. I grew up like I was stretched with the shift key held down, but he looks like his lower body was just pulled lengthwise. So you're saying you grew proportionally, huh? As far as I'm concerned, all of you have runway-worthy proportions. Who are you to talk about someone else's leg proportions? Still, Keon, he's gentle and cute when he's with us. But he looks a bit intimidating standing there with everyone else. Park Ju-woo said something outrageous with a laugh. It was funny that he even considered Kang Keon cute in the first place. It seemed Park Ju-woo needed to isolate Kang Keon to appreciate his true nature. As we anxiously waited, the starting pistol fired. Maybe it was because we hadn't seen the preliminaries, but Kang Keon felt incredibly fast. Right. He was always the guy with insane leg spring. The race was decided in under a minute, and Kang Keon proudly took the gold medal. Another gold medal drawing was added to Park Ju-woo's whiteboard. I met Polo again at the relay starting line. We were both the first runners for our teams. Spark's physical abilities are insane. How is every member like this? You flatter us, Sunbeam. It's not flattery, just look at your medal count. But Spark was UA's collection of athletes, carefully selected for their tall, handsome, and charismatic visuals. This team was already like this before I even joined. Sunbeam, Gawon Sunbae is the last runner for Team A. Gawon is small, but he's a fast runner. The fastest among us, actually. I saw him during the sprint. He came in second, just behind Kang Keon. Is your goal the overall championship? It's not something you can achieve just by aiming for it, but I do hope we can pull it off. Actually, I'm going all in. I'm here with the mindset that it's victory or death. I live for the win. As if reading my mind, Polo smiled. Mr. Yiwol, you know you're really sly, right? Me? Including this aspect of you. Polo laughed cheerfully. I saw your interview with Berrien earlier. You're quite popular, huh? Everyone's been very kind to me. You're such a well-mannered hobby. Between Jong Song-bin's recent backhanded compliments disguised as praise, and now this, I don't understand why people keep making me feel embarrassed. When praise repeats too often, it starts to make you suspicious. Speaking of which, are you going to have dinner with my Hyung too? Excuse me. With your Hyung. He said you texted him about having dinner after IDC ended. All right, I did. This was bad. I'd inadvertently become the hobby who stood up a senior in the industry. And this was the same senior who even checked on me when he heard I got hurt. I'm so sorry, Sunbeam. Please accept this deeply respectful on-camera head bow. I'm about to perform in front of 1,000,000 rolling cameras. 226. Chapter 226. The Bustling Sports Day 7. Yes, of course he did. Like I'd be crazy enough to forget that. God, I felt like all the blood was draining from my body. I'd gotten so used to the seniors being nice that I'd momentarily forgotten what a jungle this harsh world can be. I genuinely regretted that lapse. Wow, this is the first time I've seen you flustered, Mr. Yiwol. I'm not flustered. I'm coming to terms with my impending doom. Polo burst out, laughing. Was Yer Hyung that intimidating on IDC? He's not a difficult person. Senior idols always exude an aura of authority, even when they breathe. Just then, Yer approached us for the relay race interview. Polo nudged me and whispered, "Want me to set the stage for some senior-junior bonding? Please." Polo wiped away a tear from laughing so hard as I maintained a perfect smile while ventriloquizing. Despite the fact that I hadn't even returned a polite, "Let's grab a meal sometime," sunbeam him. Yer was still warm and kind to me. "First runners, I'm sure you must be feeling the pressure. How about a few words for your teammates?" Starting with the runner on the inside lane, each of us gave words of encouragement to our teams. Polo also gave a spirited interview, cheering on his juniors. Spark is performing remarkably well for their first ISD. We're all curious to see if they can finish strong. I'll do my best. And Spark, let's not get injured. At my words, Lee Chong-hyun, the third runner, made a fuss beside me. Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-on, the second and fourth runners, simply nodded. "Runners, get ready." The command rang out. With the sound of the starting pistol, the relay race, the highlight of the sports day, began. The cheering for the final event was intense. Shouts of support for different idols echoed from all directions, and colorful banners filled my vision as I ran. How long had I been running? A name tag that read D. Ji-ho came into view. Thank goodness. I really didn't want to ram the baton into his head. Choi Ji-ho. As I called his name, his hand swiftly snatched the baton. His expression was far more desperate than it had been during futsal or basketball. Even from a distance, it felt like I could hear the wind rushing past. Why is he running so seriously? Perhaps hearing my mumbling, Kang Ki-on handed me my jacket and replied, "Didn't you say we didn't have enough medals?" I said that out loud. Kang Ki-on nodded. I thought I'd only thought it, but apparently, I'd said it out loud. My social skills had deteriorated. Before I knew it, the baton had already been passed to Lee Chong-hyun. He had changed from his suit into a tracksuit and was running with textbook perfect form. It was like he had his own background music playing as he ran. I moved out of the way so Kang Ki-on could receive the baton from Lee Chong-hyun. Then I joined Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo in cheering our team on. A fierce battle for second and third place, but Spark maintains a steady lead in first. Kang Ki-on glanced back to check the distance between Lee Chong-hyun and the next runner. As Lee Chong-hyun approached, he started to get ready. "Don't stop after half a lap. You have a full lap to run," Lee Chong-hyun yelled, passing him the baton with a barrage of nagging. "Does he think I'm Ji-ho Hyung?" Kang Ki-on muttered. Next to me, Choi Ji-ho's eyebrow twitched. Ki-on won the sprint earlier. I wonder if he has any stamina left. Oh, he's fast. He's so fast. Before the commentator could finish expressing concerns about Kang Ki-on's stamina, he shot off like a rocket. He'd been dancing for years. Of course, he had stamina. If anything, he had stamina to spare. Kang Ki-on's hair flew behind him, his name tag fluttering on his chest. But all I could focus on were his legs. I went to the hospital, and they said I don't need to come anymore. Really? Yeah, the inflammation is gone. They just told me not to overdo it. I remember how strange I felt when Kang Ki-on said that. When UA bought sneakers for everyone, did you know that even while I chose the pair that seemed least likely to slip, I wasn't entirely anxious? A white tape stretched across the finish line. Kang Ki-on broke the tape with a relaxed smile. With a final tally of 5 gold medals, 1 silver, and 1 bronze, Spark won the overall championship for the Chuseok season. Much greater than let's stop calling them Northern Archdukes and start calling them sports idols now. Our boys have more medals than members. They could probably juggle with them. If this isn't what you call a sports idol group, then what is? Please stop. Is that a spoiler? Yeah, Spark won overall. Just don't repost this outside the fan base. So there was indeed a reason for the training camp. Much greater than wasn't Park Ju-woo a baby chinchilla? When did he become a full-grown capybara? And then when he asked if the lenses were expensive, he turned right back into a chinchilla. So sneaky. No, Ju-woo is still a chinchilla. He only threw the arrow because it didn't taste good. Protect Ju-woo's chinchilla character interpretation at all costs. Park Ju-woo scoring October 10th. 10. Are you for real? Ju-woo, let's just shoot anyone who gives you CR*P from now on. Instead of do not feed signs, we need do not provoke signs. Much greater than what was it like seeing the oldest members play basketball. Why did everyone who went become basketball slaves? No one talks about the score, only about sleeveless shirts. The score isn't important. What matters is that they were in sleeveless shirts, sweating, and dribbling. Kim Yiwol looks so calm, but he goes absolutely feral when playing basketball. It's so hot. I watched the game in just a t-shirt. Were you the one playing game? Much greater than, hey, Songbin. Do you know what happens when you casually turn off your eye sparkle out in public? People think you're a cold and distant guy and avoid you. Our Songbin is the warmest person ever, but other idols part around him like the Red Sea. At this point, Sparkler fans need to admit it. Your leader is not a warm and sweet type. I thought this was a made-up story, but it's real? Shut up. Our Songbin is still a mini bungeopang, freshly baked and warm. What good is a bungeopang if the mold is an ice tray? Shut up. Much greater than the Hyung's expressions watching the Magne in the relay race. JPG. Photo 1. Aren't they too surprised? They didn't know our Magne was such an Amazonian creature. Look at the baby chinchilla's wide eyes. Even though he was the one who broke 8 lenses. Whoa, is this an official release? Yeah, the broadcaster's official account uploaded 4 preview cuts. Those cheapskates. How is it almost Chuseok and they only give us 4 cuts? Guess they want us to watch the broadcast. Not like I can. My grandma has control of the remote. We'll be lucky if she doesn't put on a Chuseok special movie. Even before the broadcast, photos released by the broadcaster, Spark's official outfits, and fan reviews caused a frenzy online. More importantly, I had to check the system rewards. In the car on the way back, I checked the system notifications one by one. Plus, system, Kim Yiwol, is awarded porcelain-like fair skin. Effect, reduces skin troubles and blemishes for Kim Yiwol. System, Choi Jiho is awarded captivating charm. Effect, increases Choi Jiho's ability to attract attention in gatherings of 10 or more people. Permanent. Effect, no expiration date. System, Park Joo-woo is awarded transparent eyes that convey sincerity. Effect, increases Park Joo-woo's ability to convey emotions during close-ups of 2 seconds or more. Permanent effect, no expiration date. System, Lee Chong-hyun is awarded luminous inner glow. Effect, maintains a luxurious and natural glow for Lee Chong-hyun. Permanent effect, no expiration date. System, Kong Keon is awarded mature charm appeal. Effect, increases Kong Keon's depth of expression. Permanent effect, no expiration date. Plus, I felt a bit cheated that mine wasn't permanent, but this was enough. What mattered was that they all received solid rewards. And most importantly, plus, system, Spark is awarded camera massage. Effect, reduces the distortion between Spark's real-life appearance and on-screen appearance. Permanent effect, no expiration date. Plus, we got the camera massage. Wasn't this the whole point of winning? This alone made all the other rewards insignificant. Thanks to Spark's hard work, I could clean out the employee benefits mall. I couldn't be prouder. Is Lee Chong-hyun's glowing skin the only immediately noticeable change? As soon as we got back to the dorm, I had to make him lie down and turn on all the lights. It was time for the LED beauty mirror I'd ordered through the company, in anticipation of his self-makeup video, too. Shine. Another thing that bothered me was this starlight smile that had appeared during the archery interview. That phrase only appeared when I mentioned Hira. I smiled all the time during filming, so why only then? Are there special conditions? Or will it appear again if I smile the same way? It was technically a system guide message, so maybe if I did the starlight smile 10 times, I'd get a KPI reduction or something. With a sliver of hope, I called out to Lee Chong-hyun, who was sitting in front of me. You called. As Lee Chong-hyun turned around, I tried to recreate the smile from earlier. What's with that expression? It's creepy. Unfortunately, the phrase didn't appear. Instead, I received a dubious look from Lee Chong-hyun. What exactly was the starlight smile? The system had never shown anything useless before. Was I going to get hit with something unexpected again? While I was lost in thought, Lee Chong-hyun's eyes widened. He turned his whole body to face me. Who told you to sit with your back twisted like that? You'll ruin your spine. Hyung, you removed all your makeup, right? Huh? Yeah, I thought it would be bad if it mixed with sweat. Before I could finish, Lee Chong-hyun placed his hands on my cheeks. I heard a slapping sound. Whoa, this is the first time I've seen you without dark circles. What? Even I have never seen my face like that. 227. Chapter 227. Everyone has a first time, but Lee Chonghyun thrust a small hand mirror covered in sparkly yellow jewels right up to my nose. He was right. My under-eye area was as white as if I'd applied concealer. Is this me? Maybe the problem was that we weren't exercising enough? Should we at least have a sports day among ourselves once a month? Wouldn't that land us in the Taerong National Training Center instead of on a year-end stage? Lee Chonghyun's face also radiated a natural glow. Before, it was just a halo, but now he was shining from all angles. That system, despite its infuriating processes, definitely delivered on its rewards. You've all worked hard today, so don't push yourselves any further. Go back and rest. We have a salon appointment tomorrow morning, so set your alarms. Yes. Everyone responded energetically to the manager's words. I answered too, then pulled my planner out of my bag and opened it. It was packed with schedules, from mini-fan meetings to self-cam recordings and variety show appearances. The mini-fan meeting would be attended mostly by people who were already fans of Spark. There wouldn't be many people completely indifferent to Kim Yiwol. Fortunately, or unfortunately, most sparklers were all-member fans. Besides, as the oldest, it would be unthinkable for me to try to steal attention from my younger members and their fans. Self-cams and variety shows were my only chance to appeal to those unfamiliar with Kim Yiwol, but the content wasn't ideal. Idols making holiday food? Would anyone actively seek that out, especially during a long holiday weekend overflowing with content, unless they were already a fan? Not unless it went viral. Of course, my fantastic skewer flipping skills could be blessed by the MeTube algorithm, but it was unlikely to turn viewers into Yiwol fans. Maybe they'd just get inspired to eat another skewer. Lost in thought, I arrived back at the dorm and sat at the dining table, still pondering the mysterious starlight smile. I jotted down words on a blank page in my planner, trying to organize my thoughts. When I smiled at Lee Chonghyun, the message didn't appear, but it did show up during the interview. It hadn't popped up in front of the production crew either. The same was true in our waiting room. None of the stylists or coordinators triggered the starlight smile, prompt with my smiles. People who came to cheer, not for work. People interested in idols. A large audience. People with varying levels of affection for the teams they were supporting. The pieces started to fall into place. Does the guide only appear when I smile at someone with the potential to become a fan? That would make sense. The members and existing sparklers weren't potential customers. The production team was way too busy to even consider falling for an idol. Besides, people's hearts could change easily. Even those who had passionately cheered for the group at the beginning of ISD could get disillusioned over small issues. Much greater than I came to see my idols, not some other idols. Thanks to that, I had a good view of fan event. Everyone's handsome. You can only defend someone being shy for so long, you know. XX. Just dropping off lunchboxes and leaving, seriously? And half the fans didn't even get their coffee until after they finished eating. I really don't understand. Is interacting with fans in the audience that difficult? If I were an idol, I'd have already offered up lunchboxes, sandwiches, and fish-shaped buns as a full-course meal and buttered them up like crazy. Just making sure fans are fed and talking to them is enough to keep your image intact. So why do they keep messing that up and making it an issue every single time? That was why so many sparklers had left the fandom back in the day. It wouldn't have been surprising if fans of other groups had switched allegiances by the middle of ISD after experiencing something like this. Although, whether that person ended up taking an interest in me was another story. The system probably meant to encourage me to work harder and gain new fans whenever the guide appeared. But even taking care of my existing fans was already overwhelming. Well, I have to do what it tells me. Gaining 10,000 new fans was no easy feat, especially for someone like me, who attracted both praise and criticism in equal measure. Most people preferred peaceful, drama-free fandom experiences. After much thought, I decided to approach this with a more solid plan. Starlight Smile? I would master it within a week, using everything I learned in acting class. But I never got the chance to test the Starlight Smile within that week. Because exactly a week after I started working in earnest with our new manager, I lost every single smile I had. Just like a cruel joke. Mr. Unseep, our new manager, spent his first few weeks shadowing Manager Yiwol. They're generally well-behaved and don't cause much trouble. You just have to keep an eye on them when they get riled up about something and get noisy amongst themselves. Hearing Manager Yiwol describe Spark like that felt a bit strange, but it wasn't entirely wrong, so I couldn't argue. Manager Yiwol, now promoted to team leader, continued to handle sensitive matters, like Kang Keon's hospital visits and communication with the leader, Jong Songbin. Pickup arrangements were to be communicated on a case-by-case basis. On the other hand, since I had a lot of solo schedules, I ended up interacting with Manager Yiwol more frequently. And now, having officially started working together. Yiwol, do you still have the external hard drive? The blue one? I gave it to you last week, Manager Yiwol. Didn't you receive it? Last week? I'm suffocating. Literally. After discussions with the company, I decided to continue producing work. The system had designated me as the producing member, and I didn't want to get penalized for breach of contract if I slacked off just because we now had a dedicated team. I had also tasted the sweetness of planning fees. Receiving compensation for my work gave me a sense of satisfaction. The work itself wasn't so dreadful that I wanted to tear my hair out, and I still believed I knew best how to present Spark to the public, so I continued. Things went smoothly. Thanks to the groundwork I laid during our debut, the meetings and processes were now streamlined. With all the members becoming Ion masters, well, Choi Jiho still insisted others to include his opinions when they left comments. Decision-making was swift. But not everyone could keep up at the same pace, especially latecomers. Manager Yiwol was one such case. Yue and I didn't have a problem being understanding about that. Still, there was a difference between being unfamiliar with tools or operations and just not having a knack for the job. The managers weren't required to use Ion anyway. The problem was that Manager Yiwol fell into the latter category. Manager Nim, I heard Ms. Ju Kyung sent you the list. Can I see it now? List? Yes, the list of self-cam ideas for the fourth quarter. She said she'd give it to you today. Was there such a thing? I'll ask Ms. Ju Kyung. One moment. The list was found crumpled in the bag Manager Yiwol had brought to work 2 days prior. Jong Songbin just laughed it off, saying it was still readable, but I was a little annoyed. There was no way Ms. Min Ju Kyung would have handed him a loose sheet of paper without a clear file. Manager Yiwol, I forgot Medley continued for the next week. There were mishaps everywhere, from basic things like schedule notifications to meal orders and member pickups. Having worked in an office myself, I knew how difficult it was to manage schedules and order meals for others. Spark were also grateful for the efforts of those around them, so they didn't complain. Instead, Manager Yiwol was constantly scolded by Manager Yiwol. There are 6 members. Why did you only order 5 lunchboxes? It's not like there are a ton of them. You should have double-checked. The salon appointment is at 3, but you're notifying them at 2? When are they supposed to sleep? I told you to notify them as soon as the schedule is confirmed. Why are the fan letters still not moved to the dorm? Didn't you say 3 days ago you'd take care of it? He probably intended to speak privately, but I overheard everything while explaining a proposal to the planning team leader at the UA office. I told you to use a calendar app on your phone. It even has a memo function. Unfortunately, Manager Yiwol was also stubborn. He'd insisted on using the Olympic Expressway during the evening rush hour, ignoring my suggestion to use an alternate route, and we almost missed a radio schedule because of it. He also gave banana-flavored milk to Park Ju-woo, who only took plain milk. Jong Songbin ended up drinking it. Watching the manager reminded me of some people from my Hampyeong industry days. The newbie who started speaking informally the moment they found out their mentor was younger than them. The one who didn't take notes during handover, then claimed they'd never been told. The employee who forgot to send an email and blasted it out to everyone at midnight. The boss who wrote meeting times on a calendar but never looked at it. The employee who would clam up if something displeased them. I suppressed a deep sigh. Manager Yiwol wasn't that bad yet. Everyone needed time to adjust to a new environment and job. I decided to consider it an adjustment period. And Yiwol, I'm asking this just in case. Yes, Team Leader Nim. As the meeting concluded, the planning team leader changed the subject. I sent you some printed references for the concept you wanted to try through Manager Yiwol. Since you share devices, I figured a file wouldn't be convenient to view in the car. Did you receive them? I'm sorry, this is the first I've heard of it. The team leader gave a wry chuckle. UA really sucks at hiring. Next time you post a job ad, don't waste money, just hire me. I'll do it as a side hustle. 228. Chapter 228. Review time, 1. Spark's days were busy, and mine were even busier. Jong Songbin and I were the only ones officially responsible for monitoring Spark's activities. Even though we weren't promoting on music shows after the mission promotions ended, we still had to keep an eye on the public's reaction as footage from our appearances began to circulate. Apart from the shared sheet we used to monitor and document Spark's broadcasts, I had my own private file where I collected personal feedback, which Kong Keon deleted. Since I recklessly messed with your pillbox last time, I won't tell the others about this file. But please don't collect stuff like this again. Kong Keon's expression was so menacing that I ended up agreeing. Thus, numerous criticisms and accusations against Kim Pep were permanently deleted. Today, it was time to check the community's reaction to Act On, which had been released that evening. I'd missed the real-time reactions because we'd been in a meeting about the new song, but as I was about to look for discussion posts, Spark logged into the OTT platform and started the broadcast. Aren't you guys going to sleep? It was 2 a.m., but they were just taking turns showering, showing no signs of going to bed. We have to watch Act On. Weren't you going to watch it too, Hyung? I wasn't planning on watching the whole thing, just checking the reactions. Where's the fun in that? Lee Chong-hyun settled onto the sofa, unceremoniously squishing Choi Ji-ho's outstretched legs. It feels like watching a movie. Yeah, I want popcorn. Park Ju-woo and Jong Song-bin snuggled into cushions and sat on the floor in front of the sofa. Why were they all gathering so naturally? Hyung, come on. Let's start. Keon, didn't you say you wanted to grow to 180 centimeters? Today's already shot anyway. The meeting ended at dawn. What's sleeping now going to change? Kong Keon retorted and picked up the remote. Fine, do whatever you want. I squeezed into the corner of the sofa and opened my laptop. The opening sequence played, and the title Act On filled the screen. Much greater than wow, the set design. It seriously looks like they just took our office and placed it there. And Jo Young-han really resembles the assistant manager in the team next to ours. Young-won. Who's Young-won? It's the name of the character Jo Young-han's actor played in another drama. The way he just went straight to the computer and started typing down. So like an office worker starting afternoon tasks. Much greater than there's a lot of psychological warfare this season. Maybe it's because the communication method is an internal office messenger. It really feels like actual corporate politics. It's fun watching them subtly provoke each other. And who invited a real manager onto the show? Team leader On Joyong is so real, he talks exactly like our CEO. Much greater than wow. How are they going to make Song Silin, the overseas educated character, work? Should he type in English in the messenger? Song Silin, why me? Much greater than anyone watching Act On live? Let's guess the target together. Based on the first round, I think it's Yu Yanseong. So Moon-nan. So Moon-nan. I'm thinking Yang Yanga. He talks too much, which makes him suspicious. 1 vote for Yu Yanseong. That Hyung is doing the same thing even there. Chong-hyun, words can hurt, you know. At my comment, Lee Chong-hyun grinned wide. He was definitely trying to get a rise out of me, but the system's luminous inner glow effect was so dazzling that I could only admire it. Just then, the cubicle I was in appeared on screen. I am the one who resigned. The light from the monitor made my face look even more sinister. Anyone watching would think I was out for revenge after being fired. Much greater than wait. He figured out he's the target after finding only 2 clues? Just from the login issue and the file date? It would be funny if he wasn't the target and just caused mass confusion for no reason. Chaos incoming. Much greater than excuse me, Mr. Kim Yiwol, but what exactly do you do? You were putting so much effort into organizing the scrap paper. I thought you were searching for something, but you were just sorting them by date. Our boy is a bit of a neat freak, but he's diligent. Mr. Song Silin is someone else. TL note. Song Silin equals diligent. This comment is basically making a pun using Song Silin's name. Oh, please. The camera panned across the different contestants. One was unlocking a cabinet after finding their employee ID, another was reading documents. The suspenseful background music added to the intrigue. And finally, much greater than, spoiler, wow, Act On's target. It is indeed Jo Young-han. He even guessed he was the resigned employee early on, and he was right. Am I the only one who thought the target would be the chairman's son and was checking the desk for expensive items? Whoever wrote this, don't ever play escape rooms, dude. My face appeared on screen, discovering the resignation letter amongst the scrap paper. So you decided to leave that crappy company? Lee Chong-hyun asked, pretending to tear up. I didn't respond. Even after finding the resignation letter, Jo Young-han didn't stop. I remembered hesitating a bit when I saw the gray stamp on it. They must have cut that part out for dramatic effect. As a result, I looked like a mole burrowing through scrap paper. Much greater than Yiwol. Stop rummaging through the scrap paper. There won't be any left. Even after finding the resignation letter, Yiwol's love for scrap paper continues. You can use scrap paper like this at the company, but you have to check the back for important information first. When was this even said? Just dropping by. This was from Spark's behind-the-scenes UA exploration episode. Check around 12:38. Much greater than why isn't Jo Young-han opening the cabinet? This is so F***ing killing me. It's such a basic clue. I know, right? He seemed sharp at first. Much greater than F***ck. Where did those annoying armchair critics who were pissed off that Mr. Jo Young-han wasn't opening the cabinet go, right? As soon as he saw the cabinet lock, he was like, since I'm the resigning employee, I probably already cleared out my stuff, but I'll check just in case. He knocks, hears it's empty, and instantly moves on. So funny. The target's goal isn't to find more clues, but to avoid being discovered. Why are people whining that he's not playing detective? Do you even know the rules of Acton? Reading through the posts, I noticed something. Even if someone initially criticized my actions, public opinion could shift over time as misunderstandings were cleared up. If my feedback file was still around, I probably would have written something like, pay close attention to the basic directing requests from the production team. And I wouldn't have paid much attention to the comments that came after that, since they were mostly praise. Haven't you heard that too much of anything is bad? Choi Jiho's words came to mind. So, I decided to read more comments from the people actually enjoying the program. For balance, the reactions from the community and the viewers, by which I mean the Spark guys watching right next to me, hit a fever pitch as Mr. Jo Young-han actually found the real resignation letter. Much greater than seriously, why did that company throw out so much stuff in the scrap paper box? I thought the clue would be easy, but there's so much stuff mixed in with the paper. The Acton production team must have been determined. Jo Young-han meticulously piecing together those scraps of paper is also insane. Yeah, he's a dead-eyed maniac. And in the middle of all that, the fact that a good office worker should throw shredded paper into general waste is F***ing hilarious. Much greater than wow, the real resignation letter appeared. The first one was a fake. That flashback scene where he compared the official seals gave me chills. So he kept searching for the real resignation letter after seeing that. Much greater than the first resignation letter stated the reason for leaving was personal reasons. But the real one says workplace harassment. If he hadn't found this, it would have just been a disgruntled ex-employee playing saboteur, but this resignation letter turned it into a revenge drama. True, the atmosphere completely changed. Much greater than Jo Young-ha is seriously terrifying. He's like in the Messenger. Would you mind sharing any findings while piecing together the torn resignation letter with his hands? A textbook example of two-facedness. Yeah, those kinds of people are the scariest. Hyung, teach me that too. What? Like, tips on surviving a toxic workplace. Lee Chong-hyun said, his eyes sparkling. Just wait until contract renewal season. You'll learn whether you want to or not. Did you get scammed on a part-time job or something? Choi Jiho, who had been watching the broadcast, chimed in. Securing the original documents is essential. If you can't keep the original, you print 2 copies, one for personal use. Don't you know that? No. System, can you bring me the document security manual I made at Hampyeong Industry? It was incredibly well organized. If necessary, I'll have to comb through my memories during the break period and recreate it. The broadcast became more engaging as the contestants' inner thoughts were interspersed through cross-editing. I was the only one shown standing silently in front of a giant, empty whiteboard. The viewers were kind enough to frame my behavior in a rather admirable light. Much greater than looks like Jo Young-ha has grasped the situation. He doesn't seem to be paying much attention to the messenger conversations after returning from Yang Yang-ga's room. Yeah, the others are still trying to figure things out and keep checking the messenger. Isn't it because he's the target? Then he should be pretending he isn't the target and trying to find common ground. But Jo Young-ha doesn't seem to be doing that. It's hard to tell what he's thinking. Much greater than the highlight is when they choose who to eliminate and confront them. The way he looks at the contestants is chilling. Everyone in the silent room talking about how old Joe Yonga is. Yeah, he doesn't seem like a 21-year-old kid. The actor playing Joe Yonga is 21 years old. No wonder it was the hottest topic in the silent room. Much greater than some people just naturally give off that kind of presence. I feel drained just watching through the screen. I definitely don't want to get involved with him. I want to avoid him at all costs. As the broadcast progressed, Mr. Joe Yonga became the employee no one wanted to work with. I'm sorry, everyone. For what it's worth, I wasn't exactly unpopular back at Hampyong Industry. Probably. And just as Mr. Joe Yonga's reputation hit rock bottom, my face appeared in a close-up, writing a list of names on the whiteboard. 229, Chapter 229, Review Time, 2. The only sound coming from the TV was the click of circular magnets being placed on photos of the contestants. The metallic clicks sounded quite menacing. I glanced at the members, and they were all watching with bated breath. This was the power of editing. Should I start by cutting off his limbs? Wait, I didn't just think that. I actually said it out loud? So embarrassing. I felt like a mafia manhwa fanatic going through an intense puberty phase. Unable to lift my head, I buried my face in new social media posts. Much greater than he's so good at figuring out the relationships. And so bloodthirsty. He looks like he's ready to kill everyone. I wish they had done this on a larger scale with a full set. Seriously, Act On production team, are you watching? Season 3 needs Hollywood-level scale. Much greater than what Song Silan's deal. Even knowing Jo Young-han is the target, he still looks sus. Imagine how the others must feel. Jo Young-han put a question mark next to Song Silan's name instead of writing bystander like he did for the others, so it seems Song Silan has a different role. Much greater than he could have left on Joyoung and Yu Yanseong out of it. But he lumps the bystanders in with the perpetrators, saying they're guilty too. I love seeing this man's morality. That's right, the bystanders are also at fault. Especially when those bystanders are your superiors. Unforgivable. I can't believe I'm watching a variety show and hearing the phrase abuse of power. Much greater than when other people say cut off their limbs. I must be metaphorical. When Kim Yiwol says cut off their limbs. He's actually going to do it. Yiwol. He really seems like he'd do it. I love Yiwol, but he really seems like he'd do it. Yiwol will tear you apart. Much greater than Kim Yiwol. Please do a noir film. Just once, play a psychopath character. Smoking a hookah, with a pet Black Panther by his side, gesturing with his chin to command suited men like his limbs. What exactly are you guys trying to turn Yiwol into? I wonder how my image is holding up with the public and the sparklers. Feels like I've crossed a line I can't come back from. Among the numerous comments, I saw a post I couldn't ignore. Much greater than Yiwol, let's retake the CSAT. It'll be tough, but you should try. Your brain is too precious to waste. I'm glad our boy isn't being taken away, but I'm not sure if I should be glad these days. What if he decides to focus on his studies? Our boy focusing on his studies, sigh. And if those studies are at S universities, I can't ask him to do it alongside his idle activities because he also works at UA. Kim Yiwol, please work less. Is it ever really easy to mourn someone else's failures and genuinely hope they'll succeed next time? Yet the fans do it effortlessly. For me, for Spark now, and for the past Spark. Perhaps because others felt more wronged on my behalf than I did. Seeing the mention of my degree didn't make me as despairing as when I first realized my graduation had been erased. Act On was nearing its climax. The Spark members were munching on energy bars they'd found somewhere. This is seriously nerve-wracking. Maybe your hands would stop sweating if you'd put the energy bar down for a second. Chonghyun. Don't talk to me. I'm concentrating, says the guy who just muttered to himself. I gave Lee Chonghyun a brief side-eye before turning back to the TV. Manager Yu Yanseong was dragged into the silent room, and Mr. Han Gawon and I sat facing each other at the center table on the set. So, you're going to forfeit, Mr. Song Silan. Park Ju-woo gasped and covered his mouth after hearing my line. Thanks to the editing, the tension between Jo Young-han and Song Silan looked cinematic, but was it really that shocking? And then, it must have been something the producers planned to reveal later. The hidden backstory between Jo Young-han and Song Silan was unveiled. The two, close friends and colleagues who joined the company together, supporting each other as they adapted to the workplace. A youthful photo taken together after achieving a milestone. Anonymous, malicious messages found in Song Silan's room, and the resignation letter in mine. The truth behind the workplace harassment unfolded. Much greater than Mr. Jo Young-han was such a good person. And I didn't even know. I thought he was a vengeful office worker back from hell. Same here. Much greater than reinstate Jo Young-han immediately and promote him alongside Sung Silin. Make it happen. I doubt Jo Young-han wants to go back after all that. I'd be done with that company too. Choi Ji-ho, who had been quietly watching, suddenly cursed. They're all Fing scumbags. Language. Despite the reprimand, Choi Ji-ho continued munching on his energy bar. Jo Young-han and Sung Silin made peace under the public eye. The shocked expressions of the production team at the target's blatant rule-breaking were also captured on screen. Is that allowed? It's a broadcast. Kong Keon asked incredulously. They're airing it, so it must be allowed. Huh. Kong Keon let out a sigh, or a maybe groan. Much greater than I told you Jo Young-han is crazy. He's asking Sung Silin to leave the company with him. After quitting himself, he probably realized how great it felt. How could he not share this joy with his friend? But this is great. Who even wins now? The people in the silent room look way too into this. Back when we were filming, I'd been too focused on Han Ga-won to notice, but looking now, the people in the silent room really were wide-eyed with excitement. It was understandable. They were about to witness a full-on rookie rebellion that could blow a hole in the company's entry-level hiring line. Just as Jo Young-han and Sung Silin reached their dramatic compromise, the resigned employee, Mr. Jo Young-han, has been discovered. The company's security is maintained. The narration was accompanied by shots of a shocked Sung Silin, the contestants sent to the silent room, and the murmuring writers. Then, my face appeared in a close-up. The stark contrast with the previous shots made my expression seem incredibly serene. I didn't remember feeling that relaxed, though. At the same time, a dreadful notification popped up. Plus, system, the subordinates, captivating starlight smile, is activated. Influence occurs. Plus, it had even evolved since ISD. Wasn't it just starlight smile before? Back then, it only caused minor influence. But now, with the added adjective, it had become just influence. Much greater than what? What the hell? I was laughing at the mass resignation ending, and then my jaw dropped. I literally dropped my popcorn. What is this? Much greater than wow. I'm so shocked. I feel blindsided. It was all part of Kim Iwol's plan. Look at his expression. Am I the only one who paused the video here? Nope. If it were on MeTube, that scene would already have the most replayed marker. Thank goodness I'm not the only one mesmerized. Much greater than so to summarize. Jo Young-han knew from the beginning that the target of the harassment wasn't him, but Sung Silin. He resigned after taking the fall for Sung Silin. And then he secretly returned to get rid of the useless superiors and got himself fired again. All for Sung Silin's happiness? There's a twist at the end. He deceived Sung Silin until the very end. But it was all for Sung Silin's sake. The storyline is crazy. Congratulations on winning. The ordinary employee, Mr. Sung Silin, maintains the company's security. Confetti rained down. Lee Chong-hyun, his mouth agape, kept touching his lips. Wow, Hyung. I have to admit, that was amazing. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I thought you wanted to film a variety show, but you came back with a whole drama. You flatter me. The online posts were now mostly summaries of ACT on Season 2. Much greater than personal impression/subjective warning, ACT on Season 2 review. I want to highlight the USB Jo Young-han gave to Sung Silin at the end. The USB contained their shared memories, and the phrase Mr. Sung Silin maintains the company's security appeared when Jo Young-han, now an outsider, handed the company-owned USB to Sung Silin, who remained at the company. It was a brilliant touch. The ending, where the ordinary employee who persevered through harassment ultimately triumphs, is also impactful. It felt more like a short play than a variety show. A lengthy blog post review had garnered numerous likes. Clearly, it had struck a chord with a lot of people. Okay, it's really late, so everyone. Just as I was about to tell them to go to bed, the system appeared. Plus, system new instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button. I've been hearing a lot about you today, Assistant Manager Kim. You didn't cause any trouble, did you? I trust you, okay? System subordinate is notified of the progress of KPI capture the hearts of potential customers. 467/10,000. Plus, I couldn't believe my eyes. Almost 500. that many new fans chose Kim Yiwol as their bias already? I remembered checking after ISD, and it was only around 30. Even that was higher than I'd expected, considering it was an event for existing fans of specific groups. But to gain this many fans from a single variety show appearance? And it hadn't even been clipped into shorts or spread properly yet. I just hope this number doesn't decrease. What kind of spectacle would I have to put on to prevent these new fans from leaving before I reached 10,000? It seemed I'd be pulling another sleepless night. 230, Chapter 230, Side Story. Paid holidays on Labor Day. On May 1st, with List's comeback just around the corner, I started a casual live stream with Park Ji-woo. Maybe because it was a holiday, the viewer count was quite high even though we'd suddenly gone live in the middle of the day. Everyone, can you see and hear us okay? Much greater than guys, I can't really see. Can you two move out of each other's frame for a sec? Much greater than it's been a while since we've seen the clingy duo. Much greater than natural-born magnet pair back at it again. Because Park Ji-woo kept resting his head on my shoulder, fans had started calling us names like clingy duo or magnets. Much greater than our angel clay duo. So pure today as well. Right, we had that combo nickname too. Looks like they can see us fine. Park Ji-woo checked the comments on the tablet, and then turned his attention back to the phone recording the live stream. I positioned the small whiteboard I had prepared so it was visible on screen. Today's topics of conversation appeared in order. Much greater than the whiteboard is so clean even though they use it all the time. Much greater than don't ask them where the other members are. Number 2 on the whiteboard says they'll talk about the member's status. Much greater than I swear. Yiwol's handwriting is neater than mine, and I actually went to penmanship class. Park Ji-woo's voice grew quieter as the chat messages flew by faster than during the flowering promotions. However, having watched all of Spark's live streams, even during their golden age, I wasn't fazed by this. Back then, you guys were so popular that sparklers and anti-fans would constantly fight in the chat, and every Spark livestream would trend with things like Spark hate comments war round 3. We regularly clean the whiteboard with ethanol. It's pretty clean, right? Thank you for the compliment on my handwriting. I'll try to write even more neatly next time. As we were chatting about the first topic, sharing updates with fans, someone left a comment I couldn't ignore. Much greater than I want to watch this live stream while lying down too. Can you guys blow up my company? It was a joke referencing the flowering teaser about blowing up the school. Park Ji-woo must have seen it too, because he looked flustered. Sparkler went to work today? We only started this live stream as a mealtime companion since it's a holiday. Some people have urgent work. Or maybe they work shifts or in the public sector. Park Ji-woo nodded. I felt uneasy. I said that lightly, but what if the fan who left that comment was stuck with an unfair work schedule or worked for a company with 5 or more employees but was bound by the all-too-common clause in employment contracts? The employer may designate a different day as a paid holiday if necessary. Lost in thought, I excused myself and returned with wet wipes. The weekday holiday felt as sweet as honey. Baek Haewon, who had fallen asleep after being on her phone all night, was woken up by Spark's live stream notification. The sun was already high in the sky. Spark, you're really incredible. It's a discretionary holiday for me, so I didn't even have school and just slept in, yet you guys are already doing a live stream. Still wrapped in her blanket, Baek Haewon watched the live stream Kim Yiwol and Park Ji-woo had just started. Even in casual sweatshirts, their faces looked as fair and clear as porcelain. As expected from this duo, the live stream was peaceful and relaxed. Until Park Ji-woo asked a certain question. Sparkler went to work today? We only started this live stream as a mealtime companion since it's a holiday. A live stream for mealtime companion during a holiday? I'm sorry guys. I just woke up. I'll watch the replay while eating dinner later. While Baek Haewon was feeling apologetic, Kim Yiwol exchanged a few more words with Park Ji-woo and then left, returning quickly with wet wipes. Yiwol leaving during a live stream. What kind of emergency could it be? Did he spill water or something? Kim Yiwol started wiping the whiteboard with the wet wipes. Today's discussion topics, like communication, member updates, and concept analysis, disappeared under the wipes. Ji-woo, can you hand me a board marker? Park Ji-woo quickly handed him a marker. Kim Yiwol started writing without hesitation. Why does Ji-woo look like that? Park Ji-woo's expression as he watched Kim Yiwol write was strange. Whatever it was clear that Kim Yiwol wasn't writing anything ordinary. Kim Yiwol, however, had a serious expression on his face. After asking the viewers for their understanding, Kim Yiwol wrote a few more lines. The final message was, Labor Day Special, for a healthy work life. Ministry of Employment and Labor Customer Service Center 1350. Please seek help if necessary. People encounter various work environments throughout their lives. We're in the entertainment business. That's true. So, I thought it would be good to talk about this. Despite agreeing, Park Joo-woo's face clearly showed he didn't quite understand. I feel you, Joo-woo. I knew he was always a bit strange, but your oldest Hyung is really strange. First, let's talk about workplaces with less than 5 employees, as we mentioned earlier. Kim Yiwol carefully laid the premise, emphasizing that not all small businesses were problematic and highlighting examples of small startups that had grown significantly. Only then did he get to the main point. In our country, workers at workplaces with fewer than 5 employees are not fully protected by law. The regulation requiring paid time off on public holidays doesn't apply to them. So that means some sparklers might not be off today, even though it's a holiday. Labor Day isn't an official public holiday, but it is a designated paid holiday. It means you get paid even if you don't work. However, while employees at workplaces with 5 or more employees receive overtime pay if they work on Labor Day, those at smaller businesses don't. Kim Yiwol went on to explain the extent to which Korea's labor laws applied to small businesses and the major issues involved. When he got to the topic of wages and time off, it almost looked like he might start crying. Besides regular wages, there's overtime pay, night work pay, and holiday work pay. These additional payments aren't mandatory for businesses with fewer than 5 employees. Workplaces with 5 or more employees are legally obligated to pay 1.5 times the regular wage for these situations. Many companies exploit the inclusive wage system to avoid this. If companies with fewer than 5 employees aren't obligated to comply with the 52-hour workweek and aren't required to pay proper overtime, employees will inevitably work longer hours. Since paid leave isn't guaranteed either, their right to rest is severely restricted. Like someone fresh out of a small, exploitative company, Kim Yiwol endlessly described how ruthlessly companies could circumvent the law and how much employees suffered as a result. The chat's reactions were divided. Much greater than Yiwol, calm down. Much greater than Joo-woo, give Yiwol some water. Much greater than, sir, this isn't a parliamentary hearing. The moderates were telling Kim Yiwol to calm down and drink some water. Much greater than, play this video on loop on our company TV. Much greater than, who made our boy work part-time at a crappy company. Come out and face the wrath of the revolution. Much greater than, is this a subtle jab at UA? UA has more than 5 employees, right? Much greater than, hey boss, you watching? If you're going to make us work, at least pay us properly. And the radicals were demanding immediate revisions and enforcement of labor laws to protect the basic rights of workers in South Korea. Spark's live stream was more educational than career counseling at school. To all those bastards who scoffed and asked if being a fan put food on the table, look, Spark might not feed you, but they'll help you avoid life's pitfalls. Hyung, drink something. Park Joo-woo handed Kim Yiwol a mug. Even though steam was clearly rising from it, Kim Yiwol downed the drink in one gulp like it was cold water. Then, he let out a satisfied sigh like he'd just chugged a beer. After Kim Yiwol's targeted lecture, questions about labor and employment flooded the chat. Yiwol, our company splits locations on paper to avoid loss. This is a very sensitive topic, but if your company is visibly engaging in questionable labor practices, I recommend finding a new job. You never know when things might blow up. If your company seems to be delaying your severance pay, threaten to file a severance payment order. Explaining the payment guarantee system would take too long, so to put it simply, Baek Haewon felt her mind go blank for the first time since Songbin's news-induced rant on their livestream. Only her idol's shining faces on the screen kept her grounded. Did they not realize that when 2 soft-voiced idols kept dropping legal jargon, it became involuntary ASMR? If this kept up, she might just fall asleep to it. Much greater than, Kim Yiwol. Be honest, where did you work part-time before? The chat was filled with people curious about Kim Yiwol's pre-idol career, captivated by his vivid explanations. I'm curious too. It was already surprising when she first heard that a kid who had been just an ordinary student suddenly decided to become a trainee and pursue being an idol. But now, every working sparkler was questioning Kim Yiwol's career history. However, Kim Yiwol quickly denied the fans' speculations. I didn't have that many part-time jobs. I just heard these things. I'm embarrassed that I got so carried away. It was too detailed to be just heard things, though. Let's move on, Jiwoo. Park Jiwoo, effectively silenced, closed his mouth. He was so cute. These soft, white, rice cake-like boys. The live stream shifted to lighter topics. Occasionally, Kim Yiwol would blurt out things like, "Everyone, make sure to sign up for Job Planet early," like he was possessed, but aside from that, things stayed peaceful. Today's live stream was full of law-abiding spirit. How nice. Just as Baek Haewon was thinking this, Kim Yiwol read a new comment. "Aren't you two working on Labor Day too, you ask? This live stream is something Jiwoo and I wanted to do. We don't think of it as work, so don't worry. That's right. We'll practice later, but that's not work either. Practicing is a serious task for me. Damn it. You guys are truly professional and amazing idols. Compared to my old bias idols, who were glued to their phones in the waiting room and only sent bubble messages once every 2 weeks, you guys are the best." Baek Haewon uploaded about 30 sobbing memes on social media. Then she returned to the live stream and spammed the like button. Soon, noises came from off-screen. Park Jiwoo waved towards the camera, saying the others seemed to have arrived. Starting with Lee Chong-hyun and Jong Song-bin, the other members appeared one by one, greeting the viewers. Labor Day special? Weren't we supposed to talk about the concept today? Things changed. Lee Chong-hyun burst out laughing when Kim Yiwol deadpanned. It seemed he had enjoyed the live stream, whatever had transpired. "We need to practice now, so we'll end the live stream here. For any serious labor issues, please consult a real professional. And we cheer on every working person out there." Fighting. The live stream ended with Kim Yiwol and Park Jiwoo's closing remarks. Seriously, Yiwol's love for professionals was unmatched. Baek Haewon wondered if she should be happy or worried that her idol was a labor law-savvy intellectual. It was still a little early to think about this, but she decided that when she eventually started working, she would definitely check the ratings on Job Planet before applying for a job. And she would only work at places that offered the 4 major insurances. It was a live stream as enlightening as Kim Yiwol's face. 231. Chapter 231. Holidays are for cherished ones. 1. Spark's schedule was relentlessly packed. I had no intention of repeating Yue's mistake of missing the right time to paddle ahead during a long hiatus in the past, and the members of Spark didn't resist my opinions because they didn't have enough ego. Therefore, on top of filming the Chuseok ISD special, Spark decided to film an additional self-cam, all dressed in vibrant hanbok, to make holiday food, of all things. Holiday food. Will we be able to handle it? It wasn't that long ago when they struggled just to bake cookies. Choi Jae-ho and Lee Chong-hyun, who relied purely on forearm strength for everything, looked concerned. It was Park Jiwoo who calmed everyone down. Yiwol Hyung is good at making holiday food. Feeding him well last Chuseok paid off. I considered making songpyeon, but I had a vision of us just making and eating a massive batch of songpyeon and calling it a day, so I abandoned the idea. The members more or less accepted my idea, and the plan for Spark makes holiday food passed without much resistance. Just cooking wouldn't be entertaining, so I added a concept. 6 brothers reunited for the holidays after 6 months apart living away from home. Considering age and birthdays, I became the eldest. As if being in an idol group with these guys wasn't enough, now I had to play their big brother, too. But I resolved to be a professional. However, one member had 0 sense of professionalism. "Hey, should I take out the dongarangtang now?" That was the 3rd time Choi Jae-ho had called me hey. He'd at least feigned remorse the first time, but now he seemed to have completely forgotten the concept. Don't hey your older brother. Show some respect for the hierarchy. I didn't care for seniority, but it was the concept for today. He was undermining the family structure. Choi Jae-ho frowned at my sudden scolding. "Can't we just be twins? We need to actually resemble each other to be twins. We could be fraternal." Oh, so now he's arguing back. If that's the case, this house must have 3 sets of twins. What a mystical twin-producing bloodline we've got. Could be. Who's to say it's not? Keep that up, and you'll be cracking eggs all day by yourself. Choi Jae-ho's gaze shifted to the stacks of egg cartons in the living room. We were prepping food for about 20 people. Naturally, we had a mountain of eggs. "Hyung, should I take out the dongarangtang?" Thus, Choi Jiho obediently accepted the concept. He even took on the arduous task of retrieving the frozen dongarangtang from the freezer. A true older brother. The eggs Choi Jiho had forsaken were entrusted to Jong Songbin. He and Lee Chonghyun were whisking eggs while peering at a recipe on a small phone. As Jong Songbin cracked eggs, Lee Chonghyun diligently disposed of the shells and picked up chopsticks. Chonghyun, what are you doing? I'm the designated eggshell disposer and emergency shell fragment retriever. Lee Chonghyun was utterly serious. His commitment to the bit was so intense that I couldn't interrupt. Kong Kyeon, who was slicing ham for the skewers, called him out. Hyung, Songbin Hyung knows how to use chopsticks, so just come help with the skewers. Can't you see the ingredients piling up? Indeed, the skewer ingredients were overflowing the tray. When did Kong Kyeon become so proficient with a knife? In the end, Lee Chonghyun was dragged away by Kong Kyeon and reassigned to skewer duty. I told you to put the firmer ingredients on the sides. But the colors won't look as nice. Are you going to be the one frying them? Despite his increasingly questionable way of addressing Lee Chonghyun, Kong Kyeon was managing the skewer project efficiently. And while everyone was busy, Park Ju-woo had, remarkably, started seasoning the pollock all by himself. Ju-woo, you didn't use sugar, did you? No. Park Ju-woo shook his head, his face pale. Still, he double-checked the seasoning he'd set out. Thankfully, we avoided a pollock dalgona catastrophe. You even added pepper. Because I made it with Hyung before. This is easy. Such a commendable boy. This oldest brother is, which number is he again? Too many dongsangs. Anyway, this oldest brother is incredibly proud of the third or fourth dongsing. On the other hand, there was another dongsing I wanted to banish under the Chuseok moon. Why are you scattering flour? Everywhere. You told me to shake it off. Hey, Kong Kyeon, do I look like a joke to you? You'd have to be making me laugh to be a joke. Look at this mess on the floor. Does this look funny? Lee Chonghyun, being scolded despite diligently playing the older brother, and Kong Kyeon, who was perfectly behaved as a buddy but became rebellious when treated like a younger brother. I was starting to think that riling up his older brothers was a fundamental part of Kong Kyeon's personality. Just put down some newspaper. Don't get so worked up. Thank goodness for Jong Songbin. What would you guys do without him? In comparison, Choi Jiho, who lifted the tray of flour and asked someone to lay out some newspaper under his spot too, was really just. I have a lot to say, but I'll keep it to myself. I finished preparing the vegetables, rolled up my sleeves, and said, we're going to start frying soon, right? Let's close all the doors to contain the oil smell. And open the balcony window. Yes, Hyung. Jong Songbin quickly jumped up and closed the doors. Watching him, Lee Chonghyun remarked, Sai, back in my day, if the magne was still sitting around when the older brothers told him to do something, there'd be hell to pay. Kyeon, you're so lucky to have such nice older brothers. Do you and I have different brothers or something? Kong Kyeon looked dumbfounded. Lee Chonghyun's eyes, however, were glistening. Our second oldest brother. When we cooked with the fireplace, everyone would call for him to chop wood because he was so good at it. But now, with technology, he's become useless. It breaks my heart to see him like that. Jong Songbin struggled to suppress his laughter, biting his lip so hard he looked pained. Park Ju-woo and I, being in the kitchen, avoided the carnage by turning away. Patting Jong Songbin's trembling shoulder, Lee Chonghyun continued, I always knew our third oldest brother would be successful. And what did I become? You became the village head. I get treated with respect when I go out because I'm the village head's brother. It's a joy to walk around these days. Park Ju-woo was now hiding behind me, crying. He must be so proud to be the brother of a village chief. Such touching sibling love. So, what about our fourth oldest brother? Kong Kyeon asked, stifling his laughter. You don't know? How can you be so indifferent to your siblings? We may not see each other often, but we should never forget each other in our hearts. Oh, please. Kong Kyeon closed his eyes with a sigh. Gasps of suppressed laughter filled the room. But Lee Chonghyun was unstoppable. Our fourth brother has been trying to win a stuffed animal by shooting arrows at the Persimmon Festival for years. And you, as his younger brother, don't even know. Shocked by his brother's plight, Choi Jiho spat out the water he was drinking. Even Choi Jiho wouldn't have imagined his brother working so hard for a stuffed animal. This family must have had a chaotic childhood. Shaking my head, I was about to sit down and start cooking when Lee Chonghyun caught my gaze. He beamed at me. Still, I have no regrets now that you, as the eldest, have made such a big decision. What decision? You retired. That's not an easy decision to make. I truly admire your decisiveness. What exactly did I retire from in Lee Chonghyun's world? Did I hand over the village head position to Jong Songbin? Or my part-time job at the Persimmon Festival Aero game? I was now afraid of what Lee Chonghyun would say next. And he effortlessly surpassed my expectations. You used to stand at the village entrance as a Jangsung, Korean totem pole. We were so worried about you, exposed to the wind and rain. But now, it's finally over. Laughter and cries erupted from all directions. Jong Songbin choked on his laughter and coughed, scattering flour everywhere. Kong Kian was rolling on the floor, clutching his stomach. The room was a chaotic mess. This Chuseok is much noisier than last year's. I remembered last Chuseok, quietly cooking John with Park Ji-woo, leaving the empty dorm to relax at a cafe, and then returning. Compared to then, the atmosphere had certainly changed a lot. Besides frying John, there was plenty to do. While I expertly seasoned the enamel, Jong Songbin, wearing a mask, I made him wear it, grilled the beef skewers, and the younger members carefully arranged the cooked John on paper towels to drain the excess oil. Park Ji-woo, our resident cleaning fairy, was given the crucial task of wiping up any stray oil splatters. And Choi Ji-ho, you want me to peel this whole bag? Yes. Was given a bag of chestnuts. Why chestnuts? There are apples and pears too. Because chestnuts are the cheapest. That was a lie. The company provided all the ingredients anyway. But the fans loved seeing him do cute things with his enormous hands, so it couldn't be helped. Grumbling, Choi Ji-ho sat down and started peeling the chestnuts. You look surprisingly proficient. I was in charge of fruit at home. That was TMI that even I, Kim Yiwol, the self-proclaimed Choi Ji-ho and Spark expert, hadn't known. Why did you crack walnuts with your bare hands before if you had this skill? By the way, I can only peel fruit, so don't ask me to do anything else. The Kimchi John incident proved that, so don't worry. Ugh. Choi Ji-ho turned away from me completely, seemingly deciding it was best not to engage. If Ji-ho Hyung is in charge of fruit, what should the other brothers be in charge of? I can do the dishes. Lee Chonghyun volunteered, and was immediately stopped by Park Ji-woo. Our Chonghyun has to play the keyboard. We've talked about this before, Hyung. I swear I'll play at least once before I die. Promise. Once. 30 times. Park Ji-woo smiled at Lee Chonghyun's negotiation offer and finally let him go. At long last, Lee Chonghyun was allowed to touch water. 232. Chapter 232. Holidays are for cherished ones, too. The John Spark painstakingly cooked were carefully arranged in prepared lunchboxes. The final task for this content was to deliver the holiday food to someone they were grateful for. Park Ji-woo decided to give his lunchbox to Ms. Oh-eun, his vocal trainer, and Kong Kian would deliver his to their dance trainer. The two planned to go together, expressing their gratitude to their teachers. I think the A in our team would be my go-to when it comes to people I'm grateful for. What about you guys? I'm thinking of going to the action school. Choi Ji-ho replied. It seemed like a reasonable choice, considering we'd been indebted to them since the final competition on IDC. I was going to visit Ms. Oh-eun or the managers, but since Ji-woo is going to Ms. Oh-eun, I'll go to the managers. Jong Songbin said with a smile. A leader should always take care of those closest to them. As expected, he was a role model not only for his members, but for all idols and professionals. What about you, Hyung? Kong Kian asked. Songbin, you don't have a partner yet, right? Perfect timing. Perfect timing. I wanted to give a lunchbox to Jong Seongjin. At my words, Jong Songbin glitched like an NPC in lag, stammering for a moment. Then, as if the buffering had finally finished, he asked in a flustered tone I'd never heard from him before. Jong Seongjin. Yeah. Why him? Why else? To express my gratitude, of course. Most sparklers knew about Jong Seongjin, Jong Songbin's identical twin brother. One of the few beings capable of unsettling the ever-composed Jong Songbin. In Lee Chonghyun's words, a free spirit. I, too, had heard countless tales of Jong Seongjin's exploits back in my days of proxy fangirling for Manager Nam's daughter. The anecdote of him responding to a Spark fan who mistook him for his brother with, "Oh, I'm the version that looks like him but can't sing," Is that okay? Had become a classic, typical idol sibling story across online communities. There were two reasons why I wanted to express my gratitude to Mr. Jang Seongjin. The first, and more superficial reason, was that I was indebted to him from the IDC competition. Sure, Jang Seongjin did launch the first strike by tearing a hole in Jang Songbin's training pants. But thanks to that incident, Spark ended up performing in a collection of shirts Jang Seongjin had lovingly curated for years. It couldn't have been easy for Mr. Jang Seongjin, a fashion enthusiast, to lend out so many clothes. Since we were already short on budget thanks to me, I'd always thought I should pay back that kindness one day. The second reason was a bit more selfish, but he had been a great help during my Proxy fangirling days. During those difficult days when Spark news was scarce, Manager Nam would often say, "You know, you can find updates with a little online searching. You make too many excuses, Assistant Manager Kim." Thanks to Mr. Jung Seongjin, who, unlike his brother who went into hiding during the off-season, actively maintained an online presence, I could at least gather scraps of Jang Songbin news to appease Manager Nam's daughter. I'd diligently fulfill my quota with updates like, Seongjin posted a picture of himself wearing Songbin's clothes today. It seems Songbin shares his wardrobe with his brother. If it weren't for Jang Seongjin, I would have been stuck at the company every Saturday. Now that I had a chance to officially repay him, I was determined to deliver the John I had made with all my heart. Hyung, maybe you should consider someone else. See? Songbin Hyung is uncomfortable with this. He's trying to change the subject. Lee Chonghyun laughed, pointing at Jang Songbin. Kang Keon chimed in, agreeing. Jang Songbin glared at the younger members. Suppressing his laughter, Lee Chonghyun said to me, "Still, Hyung maybe. Reconsider," like Songbin Hyung said. "Why?" Lee Chonghyun stroked his chin, seemingly choosing his words carefully. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Seongjin Hyung is unique." I vaguely recalled hearing that Mr. Jang Seongjin had visited the dorm with his parents once. I looked at Choi Ji-ho and Park Ju-woo, seeking their opinions. They avoided my gaze with indescribable expressions. Just what exactly had Mr. Jang Seongjin done at this austere dorm? I was curious, but alas, it was time to deliver the lunchboxes. Jang Songbin and I rode in the car driven by Manager Chanying, heading to Jang Songbin's family home. Before getting in, I made sure to hand over Jang Songbin's lunchbox to the manager as well. He looked genuinely touched. Throughout the car ride, Jang Songbin fidgeted, looking nervously out the windows. "Hyung, are you sure no one else comes to mind? Like the in my office sunbanems, maybe?" "That's the 5th time you've asked, Songbin." "Sorry." Jang Songbin squeezed his eyes shut. I could practically hear him sighing internally. "If you're that uncomfortable, we can change plans. Manager Nim, could you pull over if you see a safe spot? We might need to change the destination." "Ah." Jang Songbin let out a small sigh. The manager signaled and changed lanes. "It's okay, Hyung. It's not that I'm uncomfortable. Really, I don't know what that guy might be up to." "That guy?" That wasn't a word you heard often from Songbin's mouth. "So what do you want to do? Change the destination?" The manager pulled over and asked, looking back at us. Jang Songbin shook his head repeatedly, asking to continue to his family home. If he's such a free spirit, maybe Seongjin won't even be home today? I told him to stay home until we arrived, so he should be waiting. "Oh, so he listens to you." "Probably." Jang Songbin's voice trailed off, sounding deeply unsure. Despite Jang Songbin's apprehension, we soon arrived at an apartment complex. As we gathered the lunch boxes and headed upstairs, Jang Songbin gave me a serious warning. "Whatever happens, please don't be too surprised. He likes to play pranks, but he doesn't mean any harm. I'll try my best to handle him." "Okay, just breathe while talking, Songbin." Jang Songbin took a deep breath at my words. His anxious demeanor was strangely amusing. How unusual could someone be? The Spark dorm was already full of oddballs. "I apologize in advance. There's no need for that." I smiled, trying to reassure him. "But you know what they say, the world is wide, and weird people are everywhere. You have arrived, O guardian deity of my allowance." The moment the door opened, I was greeted by a sight that defied all expectations, a path of green towels meticulously laid out from the entrance to the hallway, LED candles lining the edges like a proposal path, a hastily made welcome banner hanging between ornate picture frames, and a Jang Songbin look-alike dressed in a formal suit. bowing politely. Sorry, Songbin. I'm already a little overwhelmed. What is all this? Zhang Songbin asked aghast. The elegant man, presumably Zhang Xiangjun, struck another pose and said, a modest event from a younger brother welcoming his young, who sent him a generous allowance. Are you trying to embarrass me to death? Such a terrifying statement from Spark's only voice of reason. While I was still reeling in disbelief, Zhang Songbin marched towards his brother and whispered fiercely in his ear, I told you not to do anything weird. His words were strained, his teeth seemingly clenched. But Zhang Xiangjun remained unfazed. You sent me an allowance after receiving your first payment. How could I just sit still? I have to express my gratitude somehow, even if it's a bit lacking. Since when did you start calling me Hyung? Zhang Songbin groaned. Worried that the leader might faint from stress-induced anger at such a young age, I forced my way between the two. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Xiangjun. I'm Kim Yiwol. Just call me Xiangjun, Hyungnam. My brother is in your care. Where did you learn to talk like that? Everyone talks like that in Sparks. Self-cams. Zhang Xiangjun shrugged. His hand was warm as we shook hands. Zhang Songbin was the leader of Spark, but Zhang Xiangjun seemed to be radiating more energy. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of having members of the rising rookie group Spark visit my humble abode? I apologize for the intrusion, but I wanted to give you this. I presented the lunchbox I had carefully wrapped in a cloth. As Zhang Xiangjun placed it on the table and unwrapped it, the aroma of John filled the air. What's this? Filming challenge life again? Working a part-time job at a John restaurant this time. We made it at the dorm. Hyung wanted to thank you for lending him your clothes. Zhang Songbin explained. To me, you lent us your clothes. Thanks to you, our stage went really well. I wanted to thank you properly, and this was a good opportunity. The day Zhang Songbin raided my closet? Zhang Xiangjun laughed heartily. He seemed to find the memory amusing enough to forget the Hyung concept. I thought you were Santa Claus, but the kind of Santa who steals from children. And you conveniently forgot about tearing a hole in my pants. That wasn't on purpose. You raided my closet intentionally. I decided to repay you in kind. You've really changed. The entertainment industry is no joke, turning even Zhang Songbin into a new person. The air between the brothers was starting to crackle. Maybe I should have listened when Zhang Songbin suggested choosing someone else. I was starting to regret ignoring his advice. 233. Chapter 233, Troublemaker 1. Mr. Zhang Xiangjun pulled out a chair from the dining table. What can I get you? I have filtered water, coffee, some unidentified flower tea, and what looks like barley tea but is actually anchovy fish sauce. Hyung doesn't drink coffee. I'll make it, so just go sit down. Zhang Songbin roughly pushed Zhang Xiangjun away from the fridge where he had been standing guard, and then proceeded to boil water in the kettle and retrieve tea bags from the cupboard. Unfazed, Zhang Xiangjun sat down next to me. He was remarkably friendly. You don't like coffee? You seem like someone who would enjoy espresso. It's not that I dislike it. I just can't drink it. My body doesn't handle caffeine well. Thanks to that, I'd never even tried Americano, the lifeblood of office workers. Even chocolate upset my stomach, so I avoided caffeine altogether. Zhang Songbin added from the kitchen. That's why Hyung only drinks yogurt smoothies and stuff. So you can't have caffeine at all? Then is it okay if I drink coffee next to you? I could just get something else. Oh, I don't mind. It's fine as long as I'm not the one drinking it. Then, Songbin, coffee for me. Strong. As expected of my brother. You know me so well. Zhang Xiangjun winked at Zhang Songbin. He truly had a remarkable personality. Yiwol Hyung, would you like tea? Or do you prefer water? Water is fine. Zhang Songbin took out a mug like it was second nature. At that, Zhang Xiangjun suddenly jumped up from his seat. Mom brought some magnolia tea recently. You should try it. She specifically told me to treat the guests well before she left for work this morning. Magnolia tea is caffeine-free, right? He rushed back to the kitchen and checked his phone to confirm the caffeine content of magnolia tea. You should have said that earlier. I just remembered. But isn't it great that I remembered before you pouring the water? Please praise your remarkable dancing. The two bickered in the kitchen until the water boiled. Exactly 5 minutes later, 3 steaming mugs were placed on the table. I even prepared some fruit for our guest. Zhang Xiangjun forced Zhang Songbin to sit down and opened the refrigerator. I appreciated the gesture, but who cut fruit in advance like that? Did his mother specifically instruct him to do so? I was starting to feel less like a welcome guest and more like a burden. Just as guilt began to creep in, Zhang Xiangjin took something out of the refrigerator. It was a whole cantaloupe, carved into the shape of a cute cat's face. I was speechless. Is this food art? But who keeps that in a regular home fridge? The cat's head was filled with melon balls. It really felt like I was eating melon out of a cat-shaped bowl. Wow, do they sell fruit like this? No, I carved it myself. Excuse me. Stunned, I looked at Zhang Xiangjin. Hyungnam, you've been compared to a panda, an eagle, and a cat. It felt rude to use a panda for melon, and I'm not skilled enough to make an eagle, so I went with a cat. He even provided a thoughtful explanation. So this was a custom-made snack just for me. These brothers really had a way of making people feel overwhelmed. Zhang Songbin rubbed his forehead, seemingly getting a headache. What's wrong? Are you disappointed I didn't make one for you? Not at all. Zhang Songbin's voice was laced with exhaustion. But his true feelings didn't reach Zhang Xiangjin, who continued to switch between calling his brother Hyung and you. I knew you'd say that, so I prepared one for you too. I said I'm not disappointed. Zhang Songbin exclaimed in exasperation. Ignoring him, Zhang Xiangjin opened the refrigerator again. This time, with a flourish, he presented a small dog made of grapes. I made it with toothpicks. Isn't it great? He then placed the grape dog between the melon cat's ears. Welcome to our home. Enjoy. Li Chonghyun's words echoed in my mind. Xiangjin Hyung is truly unique. Siblings could be so different. What a learning experience. Zhang Songbin. And I returned back utterly drained. If Spark's introverts had visited the cheerful twin household, they might not have made it out alive. Only Park Juwoo and Kang Kian were at the practice room. Since they only had to deliver the lunch boxes to their trainers at the company, it made sense. But two members were missing. Where are Choi Jiho and Chonghyun? They're not back yet. The action school was closer than Zhang Songbin's house. It was strange that they weren't here yet. Yeah, maybe they're stuck in traffic. It's not even rush hour. I glanced at the clock, then at the practice room entrance. Maybe they're doing some kind of activity at the action school. If it were just Choi Jiho alone, maybe not. But with Lee Chonghyun there too, it was a perfectly plausible theory. I figured they'd show up soon enough and just started warming up. The two people I thought would arrive any minute didn't show up until much later. They finally appeared looking completely worn out, a full 2 hours later. What happened? If they'd been just a little late, the first question would have been, what took you so long? But considering how much time had passed, and more than that, the looks on their faces, I couldn't help but ask if they were okay first. They didn't just look bad, they looked terrible. Choi Jiho's face was flushed and blotchy, while Lee Chonghyun's was dark and stormy. Huh. Choi Jiho let out a deep sigh without answering. The frustration in that sigh was palpable. What is it? Did they call Chonghyun a prodigy at the action school and ask him to join them? I wish it were something like that. Lee Chonghyun's face was devoid of any humor. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the other members sat down on the practice room floor. Lee Chonghyun looked down and called me. Hyung. Yeah. You said it's difficult to fire someone from the company, right? Silence filled the room. Everyone looked at Choi Jiho and Lee Chonghyun. Why? Did something happen with Manager Yiwol? Lee Chonghyun's eyes widened. He seemed surprised that I had specifically named someone. Understandable. I'd always told them not to gossip about others. But on the flip side, for them to bring this up knowing I might react defensively meant they had a serious reason. And that meant I had no choice but to hear them out. It wasn't just a something. It was a full-on blow-up. With who? You and Manager Yiwol? Does it seem like it would be me? At Lee Chonghyun's words, all eyes turned to Choi Jiho. Why did you fight? Let's hear it. Back when Choi Jiho almost got into trouble on the reality show for crossing a line about someone's family, I had clearly stated that the speaker's attitude influenced the listener's response. Since then, I hadn't seen Choi Jiho lash out recklessly. Aside from raising his voice when I had my head injury, he'd been relatively calm. So if the guy who'd been keeping himself in check had lost his grip like this, something serious must have happened. While I didn't want them to think firing someone was easy, I had to hear him out this time. Choi Jiho ran his hands through his hair in frustration, his face contorted in annoyance, veins bulging on the back of his hand. There were a lot of things that pissed me off, but forget all that. Yeah. F***K. He kept looking at his phone while driving. What? Hyung, Where do you want to sit? Lee Chonghyun asked. Following Kim Yiwol's principle that leaving the passenger seat empty was impolite to the driver, Spark always made sure to fill the passenger seat, even if only 2 people were in the car. And as the older member, Choi Ji-ho was expected to be even more considerate. Don't make the kids feel like they have to walk on eggshells. Just handle it properly, got it? If I can. Choi Ji-ho didn't always grasp every nuance of Kim Yiwol's universal social etiquette, but he'd at least promised to do his best in situations he could reasonably understand. I'll ride shotgun. Thus, Choi Ji-ho became the designated driver's companion for the day. Whether this was a good or bad choice, he still wasn't sure. You should make a right turn here. This way is faster. This was the 4th time. The manager had taken a different route than the one Choi Ji-ho suggested. When riding with Chanying, he didn't need to play human GPS. But the current manager, Unseep, was new and unfamiliar with the roads. Choi Ji-ho was only giving directions because Chanying had asked him to help. I said there's construction there. It should be finished by now. Unseep completely ignored Choi Ji-ho. He briefly wondered if his tone had been too harsh or if his directions sounded like he was criticizing the driver. But Choi Ji-ho hadn't been wrong. The road was still under construction. As Unseep clicked his tongue and made a sharp turn to avoid the blocked road, Choi Ji-ho's frustration grew. You should have listened to me the first time. He barely managed to control his temper. Kim Yiwol's words echoed in his mind. You don't have to be friendly to everyone, but you must never be rude. They arrived at the action school later than scheduled. Punctuality was deeply ingrained in both of them, so they bowed an apology at a perfect 90-degree angle while handing over the lunch boxes. At this rate, the action school staff were going to look like the bad guys, receiving food and enforcing discipline all at once. While Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chonghyun expressed their gratitude and filmed the self-cam footage, Unseep was nowhere to be seen. Some managers usually observed filming, but this wasn't a particularly important shoot, so Choi Ji-ho didn't think much of it. He just attributed it to his own dislike of the man. As they finished greeting the action school staff and headed back to the car, they saw a car window roll down. A wisp of smoke seemed to escape from inside. Choi Ji-ho opened the passenger door, and the smell of smoke hit him in the face. He wasn't the type to beat around the bush. Were you smoking in the car? The reply was absurd. Oh, it's a vape. Is a vape not a cigarette? Choi Ji-ho couldn't understand. The manager added, with an air of defiance. Everywhere around here is a no-smoking zone. That means you shouldn't smoke, UF***. Not that you should smoke in the car. Lee Chonghyun, sitting in the back, coughed. Choi Ji-ho suddenly remembered Kim Yiwol frantically rushing over with masks whenever the younger members were near the gas stove, worried they might inhale the fumes. 234. Chapter 234, Troublemaker 2. I'm going to open the window. I don't like the smell of smoke. Vapes don't smell that much. They do. Open the back windows too. At Choi Ji-ho's words, Unseep pressed the window switch. Only when the outside air started flowing and did it feel bearable again. Lee Chonghyun's coughing also began to subside. Choi Ji-ho knew many managers smoked, but not many were this inconsiderate. It wasn't like he cussed the guy out and said, "Don't fing smoke in the car," but Unseep's expression still soured. Then, again, why should Choi Ji-ho care? He was even more pissed off. You don't smoke, Ji-ho? No one in our team does. So take out the stink before you come in, dumb. He bit back the words rising to his throat. With the tension in the air, the car soon grew quiet. In Chanying's car, when Park Ju-woo played music, everyone would hum along. Or when Jong Song-bin threw out a topic, the members would pounce like bees in a heated debate. But now, beyond the rearview mirror, Lee Chonghyun just silently turned his face to the window, brushing at his clothes now and then, probably trying to keep the smoke smell off. Perhaps wanting to lighten the mood, Unseep spoke. You don't drink either, Ji-ho? I've never seen Spark have a get-together. Yes. Choi Ji-ho replied curtly, not wanting to prolong the conversation. You don't seem like someone who can't handle alcohol, though. Why don't you drink? I can't drink. Kim Yiwol had once advised him. When people bring up alcohol, it's better to just say you can't drink rather than say you don't like it. Choi Ji-ho followed that advice to the letter. Unseep chuckled at his response. You get used to it if you keep drinking. You're just not used to it. You probably haven't been through many company dinners yet, right? Unseep's stubbornness wasn't just limited to his work. He'd give Park Ju-woo, with his sensitive palate, a different drink than he'd requested, insisting, "You have to try new things. Who knows? You might like it." And when Kang Ki-on was on a strict diet, Eun-seep brought him fried rice, saying one meal wouldn't hurt. Even someone as indifferent about food as Choi Ji-ho was starting to feel fed up. His true feelings slipped out. Why should I eat something I don't want to? Is being a picky eater something to be proud of? It's not like I'm picking things out of my food every time. How does not drinking alcohol suddenly mean I'm a picky eater? The conversation became tense. Eun-seep drove with a sullen expression. Choi Ji-ho wasn't about to try and appease him, nor was he the type to get loud and petty either. So it looked like they'd spend the whole ride to the practice room in uncomfortable silence, until Eun-seep started looking at his phone while driving. Not at a red light, but while the car was moving, with passengers inside. You're not even watching the road. What kind of urgent message could it be? Choi Ji-ho's gaze shifted to the phone. His sharp eyesight caught a glimpse of something he wished he hadn't seen. Are you playing a game right now? A poker game, cards flipping across the screen. Effects flashed, showing how much Eun-seep was winning. I was just checking for a second. You think that's a valid excuse? He knew his tone was sharp, but he didn't regret it, and Eun-seep remained nonchalant. I only looked. For a second, you're overreacting. You were watching me. Ji-ho, you know I only looked briefly. One distraction might not cause an accident. Two will. What are you implying? Wait, both of you calm down. Lee Chong-hyun reached between the driver and passenger seats, trying to mediate. This isn't going to cause an accident. I've been driving for years. Huh? Choi Ji-ho scoffed. If we crash, I'll take responsibility. Happy. And how exactly? You think traffic accidents are some kind of joke? Hyung, stop it. Lee Chong-hyun's face paled as he hit Choi Ji-ho's arm. Even Lee Chong-hyun knew Choi Ji-ho wasn't wrong, but provoking the driver would only make things worse. Choi Ji-ho was only saying this because he wanted Eun-seep to focus on driving, but this was counterproductive. Choi Ji-ho sighed and backed down. As if seizing the opportunity, Eun-seep muttered, "You should work on your temper, Ji-ho. You'll get in trouble acting like that." At that moment, Choi Ji-ho decided he didn't want to work with this man, and that it would be better for everyone if he didn't. As soon as they got out of the car, Choi Ji-ho dragged Lee Chong-hyun towards the practice room. Lee Chong-hyun scolded him, but he didn't budge. Why provoke the driver? You could have told him later. It's better to say something before he causes an accident. You think that guy should keep working as our manager? Of course not. Thought so. Having secured agreement, Choi Ji-ho continued towards the practice room. Or rather, he tried to. Lee Chong-hyun held him back. But do you think he'll actually be fired? Yiwol Hyung said it wasn't easy to fire someone. Manager Eun-seep hasn't caused a major incident like Yoo Han-soo. So we should just let it slide? Lee Chong-hyun was silent at Choi Ji-ho's words, a sign of acquiescence. So, Choi Ji-ho spoke frankly. He keeps staring at his phone while driving, for F's sake. Even phone calls should be hands-free. Am I overreacting? As he turned around after his final remark, Choi Ji-ho saw Kim Yiwol, for the first time, completely devoid of any humor. His eyes were deep, dark, and cold, just like always, but more so now. I think we need to report this to the company, Jang Songbin said with a serious expression. As he was about to stand, Kim Yiwol stopped him and left the practice room. Park Ju-woo asked where he was going, but he received no answer. Kim Yiwol returned shortly after, holding a small metal chip. What is that? The memory card from the dashcam. He replied to Lee Chong-hyun's question while rummaging through his backpack, his gaze fixed on its contents. He pulled out a small device, resembling a portable charger. While Kim Yiwol turned on the shared laptop, connected the device, and read the memory card, no one dared to speak. The atmosphere around him was different than usual. Kim Yiwol, his face expressionless, focused on the screen and the earphones. Only the clicking sound of fast-forwarding filled the practice room. A few minutes passed. Having confirmed what he needed, Kim Yiwol closed the laptop. I'm going upstairs. Someone copy this file for me. That was all the explanation he offered. Before anyone could stop him, Kim Yiwol stormed out of the practice room. On the way up to the office, the system kept flickering in front of my eyes. Plus, reduced perception of negative emotions effect is currently active. Plus, didn't I adjust this last time? Not that it mattered right now. He was playing games while driving. The dashcam audio clearly captured Lee Chong-hyun's coughing and Choi Jiho's attempts to reason with Hong Un-seep in a, relatively, calm voice. Incompetence was tolerable. Stubbornness was difficult but manageable. Everyone had their awkward and immature phases. But recklessness was a different matter. This was unacceptable. I had no intention of tolerating it or waiting for him to improve. He was messing around while driving, with passengers in the car. He forced food on someone who clearly couldn't eat it, then acted like they were the one in the wrong. This is King infuriating. My head throbbed. My blood pressure felt like it was spiking. Normally I would have asked for a time when she was available for a meeting, but I couldn't afford to waste even that. I went straight to Ms. Min Jukyung. Yiwol, what brings you here? Ms. Min Jukyung greeted me with a smile. Please replace our manager. The office went dead silent the moment those words left my mouth. Ms. Min Jukyung quickly ushered me into a meeting room. Is Un-seep's constant failure to relay announcements wearing you out? Would it still be hard if Chang acted as the main manager? She asked. I understood how difficult it was to find a manager. I had worked in recruitment for years. The requirements were demanding. A young person with a driver's license, willing to work long, irregular hours for low pay. And the job entailed much more than just driving. Not many people were eager to take on such a role. I knew all that. Really. He was looking at his phone while driving. What? He said. One glance won't cause an accident. I didn't have to bend over backward to accommodate the company's situation forever. I'd rather get my driver's license and drive myself than let someone like that drive the members. It would be safer for everyone. I wasn't going to compromise on this matter, even if I was criticized for being disrespectful or inconsiderate. Because of souls who drove like that, my sister was dead. Ms. Min Jukyung immediately summoned Hong Un-seep. This triggered a massive gathering of the dedicated team, Spark, and even the CEO. The hearing surrounding Hong Un-seep lasted a grueling hour. We had to endure the slow, frustrating process of verifying facts and listening to his excuses. Why did you miss the file Yiwol asked you to deliver? And why did you lie about not receiving it? I didn't lie. You said you never received it. But we've got the record right here. Hong Un-seep spewed lies that were blatantly easy to disprove, without so much as blinking, like it was second nature to him. And the moment he felt cornered, he shifted the blame to someone else. Mr. Yiwol explained it in a confusing way, so I couldn't help it. Are you saying this is the artist's fault? I didn't mean it like that. Mr. Un-seep, stop messing around and speak clearly. At the CEO's words, Hong Un-seep put on an aggrieved expression. What was he so aggrieved about? He hadn't done anything right. Did he think it was unfair that everyone was criticizing him? If he found this little scolding so upsetting, he shouldn't have gone around telling Choi Jiho to fix his attitude. If he didn't like being told off, maybe he shouldn't have done it to others in the first place. I was exhausted. At this point, it felt like Spark could be excused from the meeting, but the company didn't even bother to say a word about letting us leave, and that made me angry too. I was also upset with manager Chang, who must have known there were issues with him but still kept quiet, trying to resolve the situation by himself. Would it kill them to let us off the hook from this kind of stress just once? I already had so much to worry about. As Spark gained popularity and became busier, the areas beyond my control would only increase. I couldn't shield them from every hardship. I was already anxious about missing something crucial, like with Kang Kian. My vision felt hazy, like I was walking through fog. Even with me sitting there like that, Hong Un-seep continued making excuses until the very end. So, it was just that one time. Producer, you hitting me over the head was also just that one time. Is that why he got a second chance? Silence fell over the meeting room at my words. They might think I was being disrespectful, but they couldn't refute it. Not a single person in this room. Since the rest is a matter for the company to discuss, we'll excuse ourselves. With those words, I stood up from my seat. The members quickly followed after me. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the meeting room with noise. 235. Chapter 235. Our Neighborhood's Study King 1. Hong Un-seep was removed from his role as Spark's manager. The company notified him of termination, but things got complicated when Hong Un-seep claimed it was an unfair dismissal. According to Lee Chong-hyun, who frequently came by the company for composing work, Hong Un-seep was now openly throwing a tantrum. Shouldn't it be fine since he was still in his probationary period? Apparently, he's not listening to reason. He's threatening to report them to the presidential office and everything. That won't even be processed. He needs to do his research. There was also the risk of Hong Un-seep spreading rumors about Spark out of spite. He had a contract proving his employment at UA and evidence showing he was Spark's manager. If he decided to post something like, "I was Spark's manager," and their personalities were terrible, many people would believe him. It was the same tactic I used to threaten Jang Junho. Only this time, it would be against Spark. While public opinion might eventually swing in our favor, Spark would initially be subjected to a barrage of hate. They cried about being victims of power abuse, but they're the ones abusing power now, and so on. It was predictable. Spark was already notorious for being embroiled in controversies despite having just debuted. But what about the fans? What had they done to deserve this? Haters would run wild, and the public wouldn't care about the truth. Writing clarification posts, defending our members, and fighting against those who believe the rumors without looking into the facts would be exhausting. Sparklers had already been through this countless times. With the system attached to me, who knew? What else might explode in the future? We couldn't afford to throw more fuel on the fire. So the decision was made. Instead of immediately firing Hong Un-seep, he would be removed from Spark duties and given a 30-day notice before being officially terminated. That way, there'd be no grounds to claim unfair dismissal. I agreed with this approach. I even asked for the reasons for termination to be clearly documented. I'd already submitted the black box footage as evidence. The company promised to fill the vacant position quickly, but I emphasized the need for a competent manager, not just a readily available one. One thing that bothered me was that Spark seemed to be walking on eggshells around me. Ever since I went to review the dashcam footage, it was obvious they were scrambling not to get on my bad side. "What's up with you guys? What do you mean? You're all acting weird around me." Park Ji-woo's eyes darted around nervously. I saw the other three flinch behind him. Choi Ji-ho simply shrugged and went to his room. Should I be honest? I always encourage honesty. You looked seriously pissed off, so we were just trying not to push your buttons. Lee Chong-hyun said frankly. Taken aback by his unexpected answer, I replied just as honestly. What? I'm not angry. Look in the mirror and say that again. At Lee Chong-hyun's words, I went to the bathroom. My facial muscles were a bit stiff, but was it that noticeable? Maybe they mistook the change in my expression for something else just because my dark circles had faded? I wasn't exactly known for being expressive. I looked the same as usual. You're making a serious face. How many people look like they're smiling when they're just sitting still? You used to be one of those rare people. Lee Chong-hyun didn't back down. I did try to keep a generally friendly expression, but was the change that obvious? If they were pointing it out so directly, I had to be mindful. Focus. Anyway, I'm really not mad. So no need to walk on eggshells. Park Ji-woo visibly relaxed, placing a hand over his heart. That kid must have been seriously keeping an eye on me. We have more pressing matters to attend to. I tapped the paper in my hand. Filming for Shining Stars, K-Scholar, another variety show featuring idols, was just around the corner, right after ISD. The basic educational level of idols had long been a topic of public debate. Even for idols who had been trainees since they were young, the public's standards were harsh. Much greater than today's viral idol comment. A heart startled by a soft-shelled turtle gets startled again by a Buchim Gi-won. Seriously, they really didn't know that? That wasn't a joke? The basic knowledge level of idols is seriously alarming. Much greater than apparently. Just knowing square roots makes you a genius. If you're an idol, square roots only show up on question number 2 of the college entrance exam. What are you on about? Ure got into H University through regular admissions. If Ure is the only counterexample out of all the idols, well, you get the point. Korea's obsession with academic credentials is insane. They expect so much even from idols. It's about having the basics. How could you call this an obsession with academic credentials? Wasn't knowing the basics about reading clocks and counting change? Since when did the bar get so high? You're telling me square roots are considered a high bar now? I'm asking because I genuinely don't know. There was always debate over what counted as basic knowledge, but idols got criticized far more often, and more harshly, than athletes or other young entertainers who also focused on developing their skills over school during their youth. The broadcasting stations seemed to think this could be another piece of content. Thus was born the idea of a regular variety show with the concept. Let's give idols who lack the opportunity to build basic academic skills a chance to study together. That was how the Shining Stars series began. Participating idol groups were given a test outline in advance, covering basic knowledge and trivia selected by the producers. On recording day, 70% of the questions came from the pre-disclosed material, and the remaining 30% were randomized. It was a simple format where the person who took first place was crowned the #1 intellectual idol of the year. The network's previous show, IDC, achieved moderate success, so this year's concept was based on Sungkyunkwan Scholars. The title had also changed to Scholar. Why are variety show titles always so cringe? Spark was also invited to appear. For us, who were desperate for even a single appearance, merely saying thank you wouldn't have been enough. Next, we had to pick the cast members. However, Jong Songbin and Park Joo-woo now really had to go all in on their college entrance exam prep. If we followed the spirit of the show, Choi Ji-ho, who barely attended school, should be the one to go, but he had schedule conflicts too. His dance competition program was heading towards its finale, and Kang Ki-on had also started attending regular counseling sessions. So, the ones left were the exam syllabus? I've memorized all of it, of course. Only Lee Chong-hyun, with his uncommonly brilliant brain, and me, whose degree had evaporated. At the end of the day, idol success was all about marketing. Depending on who was promoted with what role, their image changed, their influence grew, and their recognition increased. Naturally, many idols would be trying to secure an intellectual image from this shining star, K-Scholar. There was no harm in giving Lee Chong-hyun that kind of image. He had the talent and the face for it. But my case was different. For me, known as the sports community's psychic octopus, the guy whose personal color is Uedo Securities gray, the textbook example of a 90-degree bow, the polite ruffian, etc., etc. Even if I got such an image, people would just say I was putting on another act. I'd already seen too many comments mocking the Kim Pep gimmick, so I'd wanted to send just Lee Chong-hyun. But that plan flopped. Turned out a bunch of IDC alums were appearing in this one too. I figured I'd rather see 100 posts saying Kim Pep working hard again today than let Lee Chong-hyun start cozying up to the likes of all over. Hyung, did you review the test material? I did. Thankfully, it wasn't much. Isn't it because they're worried they won't get enough screen time if too many people get eliminated right from the start? Lee Chong-hyun showed surprising insight into the entertainment industry. Good. If you're in a subordinate position, you should at least know how to read your superior's intentions. What else might come up? Songbin Hyung, what kind of questions usually appear on these programs? There are many questions on current affairs or new slang terms. Science or math don't often appear in quiz shows with many contestants. As he spoke, Jong Songbin turned on the news. A segment was airing about the Bank of Korea's interest rate policy. See, right now, the prevailing sentiment is that the Bank of Korea will maintain the base interest rate, right? They don't ask many questions about the context here because the explanation would be too long. They'll show base interest rate highlighted in a different color in the headline, or they'll blank out the beginning and ask you to fill in for rate. What about new slang? Check hashtags on social media. It takes some time for new slang to reach the broadcasters, so very recent slang actually doesn't get used. You can assume only words that are confirmed to be popularly used will appear. His insight was incredible. I knew Jong Songbin was well-versed in the idol industry, but I didn't know he was qualified enough to be a professor of idol studies. You're not just a human karaoke machine, huh? So reading books won't be very helpful then. Yiwol Hyung, lift my monitoring ban. No way. I'll pick them out for you. So just study from a summary. Hyung, what do you know about new slang? You're the biggest young boomer among young boomers. What do you know about me, huh? I know all the new slang that will come out in the next 5 years. I even used some of them to make a birthday ad. Sure, it probably won't show up on the test yet, but still, we have to study really hard. If we won the overall championship in ISD and then we get eliminated in the first round here, we'll immediately be branded as muscle for brains. Lee Chong-hyun said, worried. Though that image might have its own niche appeal, he wasn't wrong, so I didn't argue. Then just set a target rank. Huh. Kang Ki-on, who had been listening to our conversation, suddenly chimed in. Hyung, you love setting goals. If you have a rank in mind, you won't get eliminated early. That's right. That Hyung will push himself to do well. Are you seriously plotting this right in front of my face? Aren't you a bit too cheeky? Just as I was about to teach these guys the basic etiquette of scheming, Park Ji-woo, who had been pondering in the corner, clapped his hands. I know what this is called. What is it? Kang Ki-on asked. Park Ji-woo smiled brightly. KPI. Don't you dare utter that cursed word. It's horrifying. 1. The original proverb is a heart startled by a soft-shelled turtle gets startled again by a pot lid. It means that someone who has experienced a shock or trauma will overreact or become easily startled by even unrelated things that seem similar. 236. Chapter 236. Our Neighborhood's Study King 2. Despite my internal screams of bloody tears, Lee Chong-hyun's and my KPI was set. Shining Star, K-Scholar, survive as one of the final 5. I guess I've been too lenient with you rascals lately. Starting today, I'm back in hostile mode. Suppressing my anger, I was about to get out at the broadcasting station entrance when I saw a larger crowd than usual had gathered. Aren't there a lot of people today? Night? Maybe because several groups are appearing? As I chatted with Lee Chong-hyun and opened the door to get out, camera flashes went off all around us. Usually, homas focused on taking pictures of the idols they liked. There were also those who, regardless of personal preference, only photographed idols who could make them money. But it was different now. Besides the familiar faces of Sparks homas, many others were taking pictures of us. In the past, I would have been tearing my hair out, frustrated that not a single one of these many cameras could truly capture Lee Chong-hyun's real-life visuals. However, those painful times were now over. I would show them the power of the camera massage that Spark earned by working like dogs. Chong-hyun, you're smiling well, right? I asked brightly while facing forward, smiling. Lee Chong-hyun, smiling dazzlingly like a silver foil mat reflecting sunlight, looked at me and replied, Of course, but why do you ask? Because I'm looking forward to the preview of our arrival photos. For the photographers, too, today would likely be a historic day. And a short while later, in the waiting room, I confirmed that the legendary homas, those who could create once-in-a-lifetime idol photos with a single shutter press, were pouring out photos of Lee Chong-hyun accompanied by all kinds of elaborate praise. Much greater than 2x10xx Shining Star, K-Scholar Chong-hyun arrival preview. Once again, these are unedited, real. True. Thanks to Nim's photos, I gained the strength to live today. Thank you, truly. Chong-hyun is a god again today. Thank you for the pretty photos. Much greater than 2x10xx Chong-hyun. Sparklers slowly turning into girls. Sparklers who keep becoming girls. Special note, the ink on their ID cards is fading. Much greater than the weather is nice. Chong-hyun. Looks like even the sun came out just to see your face. The simping is strong here. It's basic etiquette for sparklers. If we don't try hard every day, we lose to a certain Mr. Kim. That person is on another level, isn't he? Kim? What's it like seeing Chong-hyun in real life? It's like feeling what happens when all the energy of the universe converges into one moment. At the same time, I realize just how small I am in this vast universe. Much greater than Chong-hyun's arrival photos, coincidentally captured while waiting for same-age idols. Truly amazing. To think this came from my hands. Did our fandom's golden hands switch fandoms? I was thinking that, then saw it was Spark and felt relieved. I'm begging you, please film a Barry and Spark friendship self-produced content. A handsome man acknowledged by those who'd seen their fair share of beautiful faces. Perfect composition crafted by a visual expert with impeccable taste. Add to that, the clear weather and his striking face. Even before the recording, SNS was filled with Spark's Chong-hyun. I had a good feeling about this. When dozens of idols were filming at once, a lot of waiting rooms were needed. Even though it was a much smaller scale than ISD, the name tags attached to the broadcasting station's hallway were reminiscent of a music show. Since only a few members per team appear on this show, I figured that as a rookie group, we might have to share a waiting room with another group. Oh, it's going to be a bit chilly in this waiting room. I never imagined we'd end up sharing with Partha. Lee Chong-hyun, anticipating a frosty atmosphere, muttered drily. Never thought I'd reach a point in life where I'd miss Baryon. My stomach churned. Fortunately, Partha, true to their reputation for frequently being late, entered almost exactly on time for the recording. Song Minal, the member getting the most company push, was with them too. Hello, sunbainums. Nuna, our outfits. These punks ignored any proper greeting and immediately scrambled to find their filming outfits. With the recording time just around the corner, they must have been in a hurry. I had no idea how they hadn't gotten into trouble for being so rude. Meanwhile, Spark couldn't even send out Hong unseat for fear he'd cause some kind of scandal. Perhaps the power difference between large corporations and small to medium enterprises regarding non-disclosure agreements revealed itself in places like this. But in White were they trying to create an elite image for Song Minil? When I heard him swearing by the Han River, his language didn't exactly exude intellect. Wouldn't it be better to promote Mr. Han Ga-won as a demure intellectual instead? As I was harboring such thoughts, someone hugged me from behind, putting their weight on me. Over the mirror, I saw Lee Chong-hyun's face, his chin resting on my shoulder. Lee Chong-hyun, pretending to be playful, whispered in my ear. He's from Gangnam's 8th school district. I was just thinking about it. How did he know? When I looked at him with surprised eyes, Lee Chong-hyun grinned. He snuggled up just to tell me this. His skill in deceiving the cameras was also top-notch. He was all grown up. His family home is in the same neighborhood as mine, apparently. Where did you hear that? It's been floating around SNS lately. Some kind of prestigious family idol ranking or something. I guess people really do love that kind of gossip. Still, I didn't expect that just living nearby would end up connecting two people who had never even properly met. Then, suddenly, my first encounter with Partha flashed through my mind. What's your name? It's Lee Chong-hyun, Sunbeam. At that time, Song Minil had specifically singled out Lee Chong-hyun. Back then, I thought it was because the kid was exceptionally handsome and stood out in a bad way. But looking back now, he might have been wary of someone from the same area. That theory only held true, of course, if Song Minil already knew who Lee Chong-hyun was. So, are you burning with competitive spirit? When I asked, Lee Chong-hyun smiled like a fool. Nope. It was an unexpected answer. Yet, the kid himself was nonchalant. What's there to get competitive about in a quiz show? As long as I do my main job well, that's what matters. The kid smiled like the sun blazing on a summer day. That mindset, and that face, so admirable and excellent. Still, I sincerely hope you do your best, even in this quiz program. Because if they start asking things like the scientific name of white coral, I'm out. The cast members, dressed in Sunkyung-kwan scholar outfits, gathered in one place. The palace backdrop banner draped behind the set was truly traditional and nice. It definitely screamed one-off holiday special cash grab. The host was also someone I knew. It was the MC I had visited a fortune teller with after the In My Office filming. So he didn't just do regular variety shows, but also special MC gigs. I didn't know since the only variety shows I'd watched were the ones that Spark appeared on. Before the quiz show officially began, there was a simple ice-breaking session. I heard it's trendy among idol fans these days to decorate photo cards. Shall we take a look at how our idols decorated their answer boards? Gasps of admiration erupted here and there at the amazing whiteboard decorating skills of several idols who were talented in drawing. How could there be so many talented people in the world? Song Minil showed off a board overflowing with love for his fans and fellow members. The MC asked if he loved his group too much, but all I could manage was a fake smile. Mr. Han Ga-won, are you still cleaning up after that guy these days? I hope you'll be liberated in the not-too-distant future. Shall we take a look at Spark's two members' boards as well? Oh my, what is this? The MC was startled upon seeing Lee Chong-hyun's board. On his board, written in neat Hanja, was Sao Buchingjelava. If you don't study diligently when young, you'll regret it when old. This is actually our family motto. Since we're all here to study and improve our skills, I thought it was fitting. It's all lies that kids these days don't know Hanja. Mr. Chong-hyun seems to write Hanja better than I do. Right. I was also surprised when I first saw him write Hanja. His posture was so good I thought it was a visual trick, but it turned out he was just that good at writing Hanja. Mr. Yiwol, why on earth did you write this? The MC asked, holding my board up towards the camera. The carefully written guise, I'm sorry, was largely displayed on the monitor. Laughter burst out from here and there. My goal is to give the members a heads up so they're not too disappointed if I get eliminated. Isn't this the kind of thing you usually write after getting a question wrong? You know what? Fair point. The MC and I ended up completely aligned, which drew another round of laughter from the audience. Not many people were eliminated during the basic general knowledge questions. Most of the questions came from the provided study material, and everyone seemed to assume there would be a revival round, so no one was too upset about getting something wrong. Lee Chonghyun, who had not only memorized the cheat sheet but also received a special lecture on basic knowledge from Jong Song-bin, and I didn't particularly need to listen, but I had sat next to him anyway, steadfastly held our ground. Spark, they're lightning fast. No hesitation in solving. The MC commented, watching us write down answers as soon as the questions ended. I'm fine either way, so please direct all your praise to Lee Chonghyun. He's 3 years younger than me on paper and incredibly bright. After about 10% were eliminated, the difficulty of the questions increased sharply. Here's the question. Which of the following is not a Sino-Korean word? 1. Pato, grape. 2. Jangmi, rose. 3. TL note. A Sino-Korean word is a word in the Korean language that is derived from classical Chinese, Hanja. When they suddenly dropped. A question beyond general knowledge. A wave of eliminations swept the set. How do they not know how to control difficulty? If they mess up like this, the Education Ministry should come out and issue a formal apology. They did that back in my day after the college entrance exam made the news for being too hard. While I was grumbling to myself, the MC began checking the remaining contestants. The hell-level exam. No, the fiery difficulty of the questions had just eliminated Song Minil, and now fewer than 20 people remained. Oh, all the Spark members are still in. The MC praised us as if it were huge news. But there were only 2 of us to begin with, and the kid next to me was practically headed for a gifted high school. I guess we got lucky. Right, Hyung? From a few seats away, Chonghyun reached over with a long-distance high-five. I enthusiastically returned it. And at this point, due to far more contestants being eliminated than the production team expected, before we move on to the revival round, we'll play a simple game where the MC can bring back as many eliminated players as there are remaining ones who answered the question correctly. The wording was different, but in the end, it was just another way to bring back the eliminated contestants. 237. Chapter 237. Our Neighborhood's Study King 3. Since this problem is truly a surprise question, there will be no disadvantage to the survivors even if they get it wrong. However, for each person who gets the correct answer, we will revive 10 people. 10 people. The venue buzzed at the groundbreaking proposal. I had no idea what kind of question they were planning to ask. If it were a science question, Lee Chonghyun would somehow manage to solve it. If it were a social studies subject, I would rack my brains and cover it from this end. There were only 2 of us left, and both of us getting it wrong would be pretty humiliating. Here comes the question. Until a moment ago, the questions were presented via narration. This time, the MC pointed to the front prompter. The teleprompter lit up brightly, revealing a math problem. In a coordinate plane, when points P, Q, and R move on the 3 sides AB, BC, and CA, respectively, of triangle ABC with an area of 27. Gasp. Sighs mixed with groans poured out from all directions. The label at the bottom, 20XX College Scholastic Ability Test question, only made the pressure worse. I think I can solve it, but will Lee Chonghyun be okay? I didn't come back 9 years older than these kids just to show off like, look how smart I am, admire my genius. That'd just be cheating. My goal here was only one thing. To shout, please look at Spark's genius, all-around talent, Lee Chonghyun. I was contemplating what would be better for the team. Getting it wrong here and hearing people say, wasn't Kim Pep's claim of being a top-tier math student a lie? Or getting it right and stealing the spotlight Lee Chonghyun should receive? Just then, the silhouette in the seat next to me moved. Lee Chonghyun was frowning, writing something down. It was too far to see clearly, but if he could even write half of the formula, that would be as good a defense as any. Worst case, if he wrote a funny comment and got caught on camera, he'd at least grab some attention. He didn't even need to be told anymore. He just did what he needed to. I relaxed and started solving the problem. That was a tough one, wasn't it? Yes. The idols answered loudly, their voices mixed with resentment. The MC laughed. The production team was too harsh. It's a holiday, but they have no heart. Don't you agree? This would be the perfect moment to cut to the production team and add a caption like, Vicious Production Team. Veteran MCs really were built different. But still, we've got a job to do. Let's check the answers. Hold up your boards. The answer boards were filled with more apologies than usual. Some wrote the names of their eliminated colleagues, saying, "I'm sorry," while others, in a state of despair, wrote their own birth dates. Among them, there was someone who had written the same answer as me. It was Barian's Yeo Songkan. "Mr. Songkan, your board is very clean. Did you actually try the problem?" Well, they say math short answers are usually 0 or 1, so I guessed one of the two. Okay, that was a classic joke. However, I remembered it didn't apply much to CSAT math. This could only be described as truly lucky. While the MC was checking from the back row, I checked the whiteboard Lee Chonghyun was holding. For a moment, I was startled. His answer was the same as mine. Moreover, Lee Chonghyun's board even had the formula written out correctly. "How did you solve it?" When I mouthed the question, Lee Chonghyun just grinned silently. The truth behind the miraculous problem-solving was revealed during his interview with the MC. My mom and dad put a lot of effort into their children's education. I think it's finally paying off. Paying off way too well, honestly. You're a high school sophomore now. You could take the CSAT right away. Still, since it allowed Lee Chonghyun to fully display his intellectual side, I decided to consider it a good thing. Thanks to Spark's math, Wiz Duo, and Barian's power, a whopping 30 people were revived, pushing the losers' revival round further back. In the middle of the chaos, I clearly saw it. The stark contrast between the exhausted expressions of the staff, already realizing filming would run longer, and the delighted smile of the PD, happy to have secured more footage. After the survivors' revival cards were activated, a short break was given on the filming set. Barian members approached Lee Chonghyun and me as we were wiping shoe marks off our seats with wet wipes. "Yo, geniuses. Sunbeam, you're here. What's up, Yiwol Hyung? Why are you suddenly acting so formal?" I'm a person who is thorough about public and private distinctions. Yeo Songkan made a sad face. He looked like he'd cry if I joked again, so I quickly told him I was kidding. "Does Spark get idol tutoring or something? There's nothing you guys can't do." If such tutoring existed, Spark wouldn't have disbanded in that state back in the day, would it? "Yeonju, you get revived too?" "Yeah. I was aiming for the losers' revival round, but thanks to Yeo Songkan, I got back in early. See? There's no better friend than me, right?" Yeo Songkan winked at Moon Yeonju. Moon Yeonju looked disgusted, but Yeo Songkan's advances didn't stop. Lee Chonghyun, who was quietly watching this, asked Barian, "You guys all talk casually with each other?" "Huh? Oh yeah. We all did during IDC." Yeo Songkan replied. Lee Chonghyun looked at me with an incredulous expression. "Wow, Hyung, you're really too much." "What is?" "Songbin Hyung and Kang Kion still use honorifics with you, Hyung, but you're giving these senior idols special treatment? Aren't you playing favorites to the Sunbainums?" "Was it like that?" "That's fake news. Spark aims for equality and no hierarchy. But Songbin is incredibly polite to you, Hyung," Moon Yeonju said. "Well, he's a special case. We were already speaking informally during ISD. Weren't you there then?" Chonghyun didn't have the leisure to care about such things because he was busy participating in his first ever billiards match. Then Lee Chonghyun started saying things that would cause big trouble if anyone heard, demanding I stop discriminating against my own members. I was the one who told them to drop honorifics, and they didn't. "Why are you blaming me?" "Then Mr. Chonghyun, do you want to drop formalities with us too? We're not that far apart in age. Is that okay? Is it all right for you to bestow such grace even upon me?" And so, Lee Chonghyun succeeded in dropping formalities with Barian. If this was going to happen, why did he have to pick a fight with me in the first place? "Oh, right. Tell Mr. Hirang that I enjoyed the balloon flower root and pear sticks. They were delicious. Why don't you contact him directly? He'd probably prefer it if you contacted him. Didn't you exchange contact info?" "Spark's still not allowed personal phones yet. I'm worried I won't be able to reply in time." "Uh-huh. That place is too conservative." Now Yeo Songkan was the one saying something that could get him in trouble. Moon Yeonju, who was next to him, hastily covered his mouth. I briefly left the filming set to throw away the wet wipe I had used to clean the floor. I had been sticking close to Lee Chonghyun because I was worried about him, but thankfully, Barian showed up at a good time. So I asked Moon Yeonju and Yeo Sungchan to look after our kid and stepped out. "Where's the trash can again?" Humming to myself, I looked around, but I couldn't seem to find a trash can. Trash cans really should be more conveniently placed. I even went to where the vending machines were gathered, but as luck would have it, The vending machines were out of order, and the trash cans were sealed off with tape as well. As I wandered aimlessly with the wet tissue in hand, I finally spotted a trash can. I wanted to run like a desert wanderer who had found an oasis. Though, since you shouldn't run indoors, it was more like fast walking. I was walking, fully intent on throwing away the wet wipe, when I heard someone's voice leaking from a phone booth that wasn't closed properly. There was always someone who didn't shut the booth door properly. Maybe the door was stiff or something. Still, eavesdropping on someone's conversation was a breach of basic etiquette, and my goal was the trash can, so I tried to pass by quietly. That's not what we agreed on. Why was there a question on the test that wasn't mentioned beforehand? I ended up hearing words I absolutely couldn't ignore. Moreover, the voice was very familiar. Perhaps sensing someone was near the booth, Song Min's voice quieted down. The phone booth door also seemed to have been pulled shut tightly from the inside. However, well, those office-style phone booths, unless they were really expensive, weren't actually that soundproof. The seating is too far back too. There's no way to stand out, you know. I can hear everything. More importantly, he really wanted to stand out. No wonder the MC always started hosting from the back. It seemed even those details were discussed beforehand. Wanting to subtly let him know how poor the sound insulation was, I deliberately muttered to myself as I walked past the booth. Ugh, there are no trash cans on this floor. At the same time, Song Min's voice, which had been trailing right behind my ears, abruptly stopped. I mean, I'm just a powerless junior idol, so I guess it doesn't matter if I heard. But what if it had been a senior or someone from the industry? Come on, you're a celebrity. Watch yourself. Fortunately, I was able to throw away the wet wipe before my fingertips got all wrinkly. When I returned, the phone booth was empty. Is he perhaps aiming for first place? If MYEH had given him a masterpiece beyond the cheat sheet that the broadcasting station distributed to the entire cast, it wasn't impossible. The difficulty of the questions presented on set was higher than expected, and if it weren't for the variable of additional questions being asked because many contestants got eliminated, Song Min might still have been in the running. Then shouldn't he have at least made it past the middle round? Come on. It's cheating from the start, but if you got the test questions in advance, all you had to do was memorize them, right? Don't tell me he got eliminated in the middle because he couldn't memorize it. And then, since he had no excuse, he blamed the production team, and the PD conducted a surprise game to save Song Min. Even Mr. Gu Jahan, who had a hard time memorizing lines, never once blamed the writers for giving him too many. He just got chewed out for making a lot of NGs, and that was the end of it. My heart ached thinking about the Myth staff who had to push a guy like that just because he was popular. Spark was truly fortunate not to have someone like that. That aside, it was a bit infuriating thinking he came here after receiving special tutoring alone. Lee Chong-hyun was competing fair and square with his own brain. I was here grinding my rusty brain too. You shouldn't easily make hardworking people look like fools. I walked over to Lee Chong-hyun, who was basically hanging out like he was Barion's sixth member. And this time, our roles reversed. I hugged him from behind, ruffled his hair vigorously, and whispered in his ear. Lee Chong-hyun. Yep. Noticing the strange atmosphere, the kid switched back to his sharp mode. Looking at today's quiz difficulty. How high do you think you can rank if you go full brain power? What am I, an AI robot? You think I can just adjust my brain power settings? You're already controlling your broadcast image to some extent. We were both smiling, not knowing which stray camera might catch us, but our tone was dead serious. Why so suddenly? Lee Chong-hyun asked. Let's just say I witnessed some cheating, and it threw me off emotionally. Oh ho. Lee Chong-hyun nodded. Then he looked at me and asked, when you say full power, to what extent are you referring? Like a bold, headline-grabbing, no-holding-back performance. In other words, don't pretend to think through the whole question. Just write down the answer you know in 3 seconds flat. The kid, understanding my message, gave an answer after some thought. As long as it's not a CSAT problem like before, I'll get second place. Even with the CSAT problem, you solved it well. What's the reason you can't be sure of first place? Because there are always variables in the world. Lee Chong-hyun never made mistakes in calculation battles, and I trusted his abilities. When filming starts again, try to show off what you know a bit. Let's boast about how smart our Magne is. At my words, Lee Chong-hyun gave a sly smile. Anyone watching would have thought we were hatching a master plan. 238. Chapter 238. our neighborhood's study king for Lee Chonghyun's performance was truly remarkable. Without batting an eye, he fluently solved difficult biology problems, and when English questions came up, he put on a rare display of simultaneous interpretation. That kid is a real genius. Not just me, but everyone else present must have thought the same thing. Even without looking directly, I could feel the cameras focusing on Lee Chonghyun. So what if we didn't have a cheat sheet? Spark had a human supercomputer. This kid, even right after a survival program ended, caught a live octopus with a bright face, created all of the group's songs, and was a filial son who could master any choreography in an hour. In my life, I'd never seen anyone as smart as Lee Chonghyun in terms of brainpower. Not counting Mensa members or prodigies on TV, I was talking about real life. That was how limitless Lee Chonghyun's talent was when the stage was set for him. TL note: Mensa members are people who belong to Mensa International, a high IQ society. To join Mensa, you must score in the top 2% of the population on an approved intelligence test, such as an IQ test. Mr. Chonghyun, you're on fire today. Totally unstoppable. It's like magic. They're only asking stuff I know. When I go home, I should buy a lotto. Hyung, can minors buy lottery tickets? Of course not. From my seat, I made an X shape with my arms. I guess I can't buy a lottery ticket, so I'll try to find a four-leaf clover instead. What a refreshing interview. As a reward, I should let him stop by a playground on the way home. Mr. Yiwol is no pushover either. Was Spark secretly a brainiac group all along? I just got lucky, that's all. But I'm happy I could be a Hyung that Chonghyun doesn't have to be ashamed of. It was a lie. It was just that because of the years I'd lived, I was striving out of a sense of duty that I should do at least half as well as Lee Chonghyun. Having a smart younger brother was quite burdensome for a Hyung. After people dropped out one after another, and then more were eliminated after the losers' revival round, the outline of the final 10 contestants took shape. Those who were eliminated could cheer for their remaining colleagues, but Lee Chonghyun and I didn't have that luxury. We were racking our brains, veins popping on our foreheads, because we wanted to prevent the sunbeam with the answer key from winning. Thanks to that, my head felt like it was about to explode. I never thought that keeping up with current affairs news during the interview season at Hampyeong Industry would be helpful in a situation like this. Definitions of terms don't change just because time passes, after all. Even amidst this, Lee Chonghyun faithfully played his role of showcasing his uncontainable genius. When a classical music question came out, he even drew musical notes below the answer. Is this the score? For the part they just played? Yes, it had been a while. I figured I should try transcribing by ear. Naturally, the topic shifted to Lee Chonghyun's past when he majored in classical music. I hadn't intended for it to go this far, but since Lee Chonghyun himself would have easily predicted the flow of the conversation, I didn't interrupt. So, Mr. Chonghyun originally majored in piano? I changed my career path at a pretty young age, so calling it a major feels like a stretch. Let's just say I dipped my toes in. Still, you were the only one who wrote your answer in the original language while everyone else used Korean. Oh, you're right. Should I sneakily change it now? After all, unity is one of an idol's virtues. After adding the Korean title to his answer, Chonghyun held up his answer board again, smiling like a page out of a Milan fashion editorial. Shining Star, K-Scholar, was gradually transforming into Shining Lee Chonghyun, K-Faced Genius. Not that the show was playing favorites. It was just the atmosphere on set. But think about it. A handsome student, now only a sophomore in high school, who supposedly didn't even attend school regularly due to his idol activities, once majored in classical music, was well-versed in current affairs, studied well, and even had a good personality. Who wouldn't be interested? If I were the director, I would have already assigned a personal camera to Lee Chonghyun during a break. Just as I was lamenting that everyone lacked sense, the MC flipped his cue card. According to information the production team heard during the break, Mr. Minil and Mr. Chonghyun are neighborhood friends. Is that correct? They didn't assign a personal camera, but they did dig up content. Not a bad topic for screen time. And since they brought up Song Minil too, Myth should be pleased. I turned around, pretending not to know, and Song Minil had a surprised look on his face as well. Have you two ever bumped into each other around town? If I had seen a handsome man like Sunbeam, I would have remembered him from long ago. This is the first time I've seen him since debut. Lee Chong-hyun played it off smoothly. Strictly speaking, he would have remembered because of his own memory, not Song Minul's looks. I expected a similar answer from the other side, but Song Minul gave an unexpected response. I haven't met Mr. Chong-hyun either, but I've heard a lot about him. Really? The MC showed interest in the story. Yes, Mr. Chong-hyun's older brother is my older brother's classmate. Wow, you two are truly neighborhood friends beyond just being from the same region. Mr. Minul, is there any story about Mr. Chong-hyun that you remember hearing? When the MC asked, Song Minul paused as if trying to recall something, then smiled brightly. Nothing special. At that time, it seemed like his family didn't have high expectations for Mr. Chong-hyun. But now, wouldn't they be prouder of him than anyone else? With that, Song Minul gave Lee Chong-hyun a thumbs up. He wrapped it nicely, but wasn't that just another way of saying, your brother thought you were incredibly pathetic? Looking sideways, Lee Chong-hyun was smiling like a bundle of gypsophila flowers. But from my close-up seat, I saw it clearly, the faint blue vein throbbing at his temple. Anyone in Spark knew that Lee Chong-hyun wasn't close to his family. For one, he himself didn't hide it. It wasn't like me or Choi Ji-ho, foaming at the mouth with hatred. However, he didn't feel much affection either. That was the distance Lee Chong-hyun perceived between himself and his family. Among them, he was particularly uncomfortable with his siblings. It was a different issue from being intimidated by his parents because they were adults, socially successful, and his guardians. When I go home, it's just obvious. Both my older brother and younger sibling ignore me. I don't talk to my older brother at all. We didn't fight or do it on purpose, it just ended up that way. With Lee Kang-myong, I'm just glad when he doesn't pick a fight. Both of them have no manners at all. In the past, I thought it was because they were just bookworms who only studied, you know? But Yiwol Hyung, you said you only studied during your school days. Too, but you're not like them at all. So I thought, there's a problem with my siblings. He had said they seemed to look down on people who strayed from the typical path to success. The reason Song Minul could say such things so confidently was because, even though he himself was an idol, he considered his situation different from Lee Chong-hyun's. Because Lee Chong-hyun lived in a thatched roof house called UA, while Song Minul was with a major agency. His own older brother was just as outstanding as Lee Chong-hyun's brother, and he himself had debuted earlier, plus his fandom was bigger. It was enough to feel a sense of pride, especially at that age. Lee Chong-hyun, after finishing his friendly chat with Song Minul, turned around in his seat and muttered, I wonder what the next question will be. A murderous intent could be felt in his humming-like voice. The recording time was longer than I had ever imagined. It made sense, considering they went around checking answers and doing interviews after every single question. Nevertheless, the end was approaching. Finally, the top 3 of Shining Star, K-Scholar have been decided. Lee Chong-hyun, Song Minul, and I were the final 3. I'd like to ask each of the 3 of you for your thoughts. First, Mr. Minul. Phew, I can't believe I've made it this far. I'm a little dazed right now. You really didn't expect it, did you? Your expression says it all. The MC laughed, looking at Song Minul's face. Being older than us, he probably found everything kids our age did to be endearing, but the corners of Song Minul's mouth were twitching. What's wrong, Minul? Feeling like the MC's teasing you a bit? Since there were only 3 of us left, our seats had been rearranged, and now I was sitting much closer to Minul than before. I glanced over, amused at his discomfort, only to realize something unexpected. Song Minul didn't look well. I wondered if he was sick somewhere, but I soon found out the reason. Unless you were a freak of nature like Lee Chong-hyun, there were limits to how much a person could memorize. And the longer the recording went, the more questions there were to answer. Looks like he's running out of steam. Who told you to steal the exam paper and cram last minute anyway? Even without that stunt, your company would have gotten you onto some popular variety show just fine. On the other hand, Lee Chong-hyun, who survived in the rough UA, maintained the same energetic tension as when the recording began. How about Mr. Chong-hyun, the youngest of our top 3? I must be ridiculously lucky today. I feel like I could find 6 4-leaf clovers. I guess Spark has 6 members. Yes, even though Yiwol Hyung is a rival now, I'll still give him 1. Don't worry, Hyung, you'll get your clover. Chong-hyun winked at me. There were too many cameras rolling for me to just say, no thanks. Lastly, Mr. Yiwol. When we went to see the fortune teller together, the shaman said that Mr. Yiwol knows the future. Surely you didn't know all the questions that would come out today, right? At the MC's question, Song Minil flinched noticeably. Seriously, can't you just sit still? Want to come join the acting academy Chonghyun and I go to? The instructor there is incredible. If I had known them all, I don't think I would have struggled on the previous question, I said, recalling the situation a few minutes ago when I had narrowly avoided elimination. I knew the question, but I couldn't remember the word, and it gave me so much trouble. But Mr. Yiwol, you're a great actor. Maybe it was just high-level acting. It was a real situation without a shred of falsehood. But thank you for the compliment. I was putting on a sincere smile, trying not to seem sarcastic, when the teleprompter caught my eye. We will take a short break after this question. It was an instruction that couldn't have come out unless they were certain no one would get the next question right. 239. Chapter 239. Our Neighborhood's Study King 5. Indeed, Song Minil had reached his limit. That was why those instructions were coming out. It was obvious. They'd now pose a question of fiendish difficulty, and when all three failed to answer, they'd cut the recording. Then, during the break, the writers would secretly reveal the final question only to Song Minil. After all, they could just edit out the part where everyone got it wrong. What an utter farce. A large agency throwing its weight around with capital might be the way of the business world. Fine, but wasn't there still a line of common decency they should upheld? All right, here comes question number 54. The MC's voice boomed from the ceiling. I hoped the production team, unaware that Lee Chonghyun was knowledgeable about marine life, would pose a question related to sea creatures. But of course, there was no way they would ask questions that Lee Chonghyun or I could answer. Things like classical music, math, or four-character idioms. Just as I was genuinely curious about what the next question might be, it came. What English word refers to a position with little responsibility but good pay? That basically meant a sinecure. A cushy job with prestige or income but little actual work. The first time I saw that word, I remember thinking it was my dream job. After studying for TOEIC speaking, this kind of useless vocabulary was the only thing that stuck in my head. What a waste of exam fees. Grumbling to myself, I quickly scribbled the spelling on my whiteboard. Maybe I was wrong to assume this question was going to be just a throwaway edit point. Whiteboards up, please. A cheesy sound effect played in time with the MC's cue. Including the initial answer reveal, this was the 55th time I'd lifted my board. By now, I could flip it without smudging the writing, even without consciously deciding where to grip it. Having skillfully lifted the board to my chest, I glanced to either side, and the expressions on the faces of the contestants beside me were odd. So odd that I wondered if I'd written something wrong. Why? Did I misspell it? Did I accidentally write something so weirdly wrong it turned into a completely inappropriate word for broadcast? Would this lead to an article titled, Sparks Yiwol, what has he been watching? Vocabulary choice sparks controversy. As I trembled with anxiety, Lee Chonghyun quietly asked me, You knew this one? The center of Lee Chonghyun's whiteboard was completely blank. Song Minil's was the same. So, the situation now was, regardless of my desperate wish to deny reality, the final judgment fell from the MC's lips. Sinecure is correct. Wait a minute. I don't want to be the final winner. Edit. Edit this out, please. You were planning to make this the editing point, weren't you? I screamed internally. But of course, my silent cry reached no one. Thanks to the performance of Kim Yiwol, the clueless TOEIC speaking master, the production team found themselves in a bind. However, no one could stop the recording. This was because all the idols, who had been waiting endlessly for a winner to emerge, rushed out from all directions, half to congratulate me, half enjoy at finally being able to go home, creating a grand ending scene. If, at this point, they had said something like, this question was just a practice question, the entire production team would have had to endure the sharp glares of the idols. Thanks to that, I ended up wearing the Iasawa, receiving congratulations from the idols, including Barian. That wasn't all. Lee Chonghyun sneakily inserted the word not into my earlier message on the board that read sorry, guys, turning it into not sorry, guys, and handed me the answer board to hold up. I gave a short acceptance speech, wondering whether I should be happy about winning or surprised that Lee Chonghyun had, just as he predicted, albeit tied, come in second. In the car on the way back, Lee Chong-hyun was incredibly excited, practically bouncing around and acting boisterously. It's the regret of a lifetime that I can't tell the members the results. When did they say this would air? Still a while, I think. This definitely calls for a group viewing. You'll watch too, Hyung, right? What are you talking about? We have to prepare for the album. You included, of course. Nope. There's plenty of time to watch this one thing. Lee Chong-hyun didn't back down an inch. Every time I tried to say something, he would block me with the manager's phone in hand, telling me to face the camera for a photo and effectively shut me up. Unless I mastered the art of cursing through ventriloquism, it was a battle I was bound to lose. How's the work progressing? Is it going well? I opted to change the subject instead. The sketch is done. But Hyung, are you really not going to play bass for me? And just like that, I was in trouble again. Lee Chong-hyun poked his face between the passenger and driver seats. It had been quite a while since Lee Chong-hyun started asking me to play bass on his song. His reason was that he wanted a real session musician, not virtual instruments. You can just hire a session player. I want to credit it as bass, Yiwol on our album. Don't you know what a big selling point that would be, Hyung? Despite being rejected every time, Lee Chong-hyun was persistent. I even showed the A in our Team Your Self-Cam video. They all said you're more than good enough to record. Who on earth taught you such scheming tactics? I go to you for expert advice, and to Jwoo Hyung for secretly bribing people. These kids, all picking up the worst habits from each other. At this point, telling anyone to avoid someone else's room felt pointless. Everyone was a bad influence. Who could I even warn them about? If I get my own instrument, I'll think about it then. That means you won't do it. I said I'll think about it. I've never seen you spend money on yourself, Hyung. Yeah, as if you would. Lee Chong-hyun sneered. True. Even back then, I played a bass my older sister had bought for me. You're in college now. Stop living so frugally, just going from home to school and back. Join a club or something. Wasn't there something you wanted to try? No. Don't make me lose my temper. Just name one thing. I had genuinely said there was nothing. And my sister hit my shoulder. She had never once hit my back, a place others might casually pat, because she had always felt sorry for my back. My resolve weakened then, and I blurted out, I've kind of wanted to try being in a band. The next thing I knew, I was in a musical instrument mall. Before I could even say anything, the white bass that had caught my eye even before we entered the store was in my hands. If you couldn't take your eyes off it, don't pretend you're not interested. And if I see this pop up on Hongdangmu, you're dead. TL note. Hongdangmu is a second-hand marketplace app. With that, she said her half-day leave was almost over and left. How could I not play the bass with all my heart? Especially since it was the first hobby I'd ever truly wanted to pursue. No, really. I might actually buy one. When I've saved up some money. At my words, Manager Chan Young, who was driving, chimed in. You probably already have enough saved for one bass. You're getting paid next quarter too, right? Ahaha. I need to save up an emergency fund too. Right now, food and lodging don't cost me anything, but you never know what might happen in life. Until the day I reclaim my tiny but precious apartment lease, I'll keep living frugally. Chuseok, the major national holiday, had arrived. Baek Haewon's house was also busy from the very start of the long weekend. Not having to go to school was great, but having to make a pilgrimage across the country to meet all sorts of relatives? Not so much. Fortunately, her grandmother's house had 2 TVs. One would be monopolized by the adults watching dramas or holiday music shows, but the TV in the inner room was usually for the children. And kids these days don't watch TV, do they? She couldn't have been happier that her younger cousins were the smartphone generation. After chiming in a few times with the adults' conversation in the living room, Baek Haewon saw the early drinks being set up and slyly slipped into the room. It was about time for ISD to start. She'd already seen all the teasers, spoilers, and behind-the-scenes commute photos, but there was no way she wouldn't watch her boys exercising, filmed by the broadcasting station's boasted high-definition cameras. Baek Haewon herded her younger cousins into a corner of the room like a flock of sheep. Absorbed in their phone screens, they were easily pushed aside. Just when all preparations were complete, including a plate of persimmons her mom had peeled for her, Baek Haewon entered the room. Hey, let me watch soccer. Get lost. Baek Haewon didn't bat an eye. Her demeanor was like that of a general. Today's match is it's super important. Her mother's son, about to spew a curse, glanced at the younger cousins, and significantly softened his language. Like I care? Whoever grabs the remote first owns it. Beck Haywin waved the remote. Or go ask the uncles if they want to watch soccer. Someone's probably watching it out there. The living room is currently in a trot festival frenzy. Too bad. Beck Haywin scratched his head vigorously. Ugh, gross. At times like this, Beck Haywin wanted to deny the reality that such an uncivilized human was her family. How about futsal instead of soccer? They're doing futsal on ISD this time. What's the point of watching idols play futsal? Yeah, well, your little sister has to watch idols play basketball, so I can't give you the remote. Damn it. Realizing that Bale Haywin wasn't going to budge, Beck Haywin sighed in defeat. His disappointment was brief. Beck Haywin asked, then Kim Han. Oh right, he changed his name, didn't he? Kim Yiwol will be on too then. Of course. Wanna watch? Beck Haywin offered without much expectation. Surprisingly, Beck Haywin sat down. Every idol fan, deep down, wants to show others just how cool their idol is. Things like photos that even non-fans would save, or those 6-second clips that can trap you for an hour. Spark's entrance scene fully lived up to Beck Haywin's expectations. Spark is insane. When her boys, standing at the end of Group D's line and looking a good 2 heads taller than everyone else, appeared on screen, Beck Haywin finally understood what diaphragmatic breathing was. Choi Ji-ho's distinct nose bridge, visible even if he was captured as small as a matchstick, or Lee Chong-hyun's features, which immediately drew one's gaze even if only a part of him was on screen, seized Beck Haywin's heart and shook it. Look how cute Kian is. Who's cute there? If you can't tell, then shut up. That clueless idiot, ruining the mood. Anyone can see that our Kian is the cutest in the world. However, Yiwol, Beck Haywin's one pick, looked a bit off. Normally, when among the other members, her Yiwol was so pale he seemed almost transparent, otherworldly. But today he looked like a fairy who, along with Park Ji-woo, had officially obtained a tourist visa to the human realm and come to visit. Why? Is the lighting bad? Just as Beck Haywin was thinking this, Beck Haywin, beside her, said something similar. Did he get a bit of a tan or something? 240. Chapter 240, My Kid Bragging Contest. There was no way. Yiwol would tan his skin. He treasured sunscreen more than his own life. But something did seem off. Even when standing next to Lee Chong-hyun and Park Ji-woo, both of whom had fairly light skin, Kim Yiwol's skin was the only one practically glowing white. After a 3-minute search, Beck Haywin was able to find out the reason Kim Yiwol had set foot in the human realm. Much greater than Yiwol apparently changed his foundation. He used to use a brighter one, but it stood out too much unless it was a solo shoot. So he decided to tone it down for group shoots, I heard. It seems he's been mixing them since the IMO era. Wait, 17 is toned down? Then what shade did he use originally? 13 or 15? It's not just the shade number. His skin tone itself has a lot of blue undertones, so he usually buys it directly from overseas. Fans who had previously shared beauty tips with Yiwol poured in with testimonials. They say it's because he changed his makeup. Makes sense. Beck Haywin was convinced. But that was weird. How did a bastard who didn't even put toner on his own face notice Yiwol's change? She was curious, but not enough to ask. Instead of wasting time asking her damn sibling, it was more urgent to scan the corners of the screen to see if her boy was appearing. After that, the spoiler reviews she'd seen on her timeline unfolded before her eyes as visual evidence. They said Kim Yiwol flashed a dazzling, confident smile, and she thought everyone was just throwing around blatant lies, until he actually high-fived Choi Ji-ho after scoring a goal, landing a massive area of effect blow right to Beck Haywin's heart. It was also true that Park Ji-woo, the symbol of calmness, had shot an arrow with an uncharacteristically troubled expression. Beck Haywin, overwhelmed by the charming gap of a stoic pretty boy showing attitude, nearly passed out in front of the TV. Those guys playing Salbori in the back, are they Spark too? TL note, Salbori is a light slap fighting game, usually on the arms or shoulders. Beck Haywin asked, squinting and pointing to a corner of the screen. 2 huge guys in black tracksuits were relieving the boredom of the long waiting time by playing Salbori, though it looked a little more intense than the usual Salbori. That looks less like Salbori and more like they're hitting a punching machine. Beck Haywin added, seeing the spin in Choi Ji-ho's punches. Our Jiho probably hasn't played that much, that's why. He'll adjust gradually. Kind of hard to say that when the one taking the hits looks that serious too. The camera also caught Kim Yiwol, stably bending his arms and hands to receive Choi Jiho's punches, which were aimed at his abdomen. Much greater than who are those guys in the corner playing Salbori with what look like real punches? Their fists seem to carry a lot of emotion. Our boys aren't fighting. They're playing. Much greater than that Salbori guy would be good at boxing. Looks like he has a talent for hooks. Kim Yiwol, blocking those with his palm, is just as scary. Shouldn't Yiwol be doing a strength show breaking wooden boards or something? The group where younger members would absolutely never dare to rebel against their hyungs, ranked number 1. The hyungs are just too strong for anyone to rebel against them. Much greater than it's striking how innocently the kids play. Outside of fan sections, all they do during wait times is Salbori or give each other piggyback rides. You'd think a trio like them would cause an explosion like Kyo Kyo, but even with 6 of them grouped up, nothing breaks. Must be a bug. Even with 6 of them grouped up, nothing breaks. Must be a bug. What the heck? They stick together like a glue. Watching Yiwol or Chonghyun, you wouldn't think they lack social skills. I used to think when the kids said they have fun amongst themselves, it was just a professional comment. But now it seems genuine. They're just doing things like life or death Salbori among themselves. Baek Haewon, looking at the flood of SNS posts, said, Yiwol must not have done stuff like that much before. My poor baby probably didn't have friends. How cute. I told you. I was in the same class as him. And when did that make you 2 friends? You were just an acquaintance who shared a classroom with him for a year. Baek Haewon retorted coldly. By definition, friends should be those bound by an official contract to spend 24 hours a day together for 7 years, and only the common ground forged between the sole, same-aged members within that bond could be called friendship, right? ISD was really long. It was fortunate that Spark participated in all events and ranked reasonably well in most. Otherwise, Baek Haewon might have turned off the TV midway. Nevertheless, Baek Haewon enjoyed it. Especially when Kim Yiwol came out for the table tennis match. Her joy was indescribable. Through the light, fluttery black outfit that looked like it could sway without wind, his forearms and thighs were clearly visible. Kim Yiwol, who told you to wear shorts in front of so many people? The floral-patterned pillow from her grandmother's house was mercilessly crumpled in Baek Haewon's grip. Why were table tennis players' shorts so short? Why were they so short as to test Baek Haewon like this? Baek Haewon's hand reached for her phone. Her fingers poured out her troubled heart onto the screen. Much greater than I can't curse because my little cousins are here, but I really feel like I'm going crazy. I feel like I've suffered a huge loss in life right now. You mean I'm only seeing table tennis uniform Kim Yiwol now? How can the world do this to me? Spark, please come on ISD next year too. I can attend the weekday filming then. You go with me. It's really not easy for a Korean high school student to be a Spark fan. Much greater than every time they show Kim Yiwol's thighs. I want to cheer super loudly, but my mom's son is next to me, so I'm keeping my mouth shut and just beating the crap out of this pillow. Is your mom's son also watching ISD? It's ridiculous. He doesn't even stand any idols, so why is he watching ISD? Perfect time to recruit a fan? No, I can't show such a delinquent bastard to the little ones. You are thoroughly on Spark's side, aren't you? Much greater than our Yiwol didn't put makeup on his arms and legs. What's the point of toning down just his face when his arms and legs are like plaster statues? Looking at the basketball uniform, it seems like he would have had to do his whole body. Maybe they didn't have enough time? Seriously, the basketball uniform showed off his chest, and the table tennis uniform showed off his thighs. They can't exactly dip the kid in foundation. Conclusion: he slayed, so it's okay. The tracksuit is long-sleeved and long-panted, so it's not very noticeable, but when he takes off the outerwear, you gasp and have to cover your mouth. Much greater than holidays are the best. Exercise is also the best. I'm not going to exercise, but anyway, it's the best. I wish Spark would exercise every single day. I wish Spark would exercise every single day 22. Spark, exercise every single day demanding. It seems like they already exercise every single day though. Spark, exercise every single day, in front of us, demanding. Similarly, Jong Song-bin, who wore shorts in the vaulting horse competition, also had to receive Baek Haewon's burning declaration of love. If there was a limit to how much love a person could give in a day, Beck Haywen would have hit her supply limit within 30 minutes of ISD starting. As Spark, with their peculiar flair, began winning medals one by one, the online communities also started paying attention to them. Much greater than today's ISD summary. Spark participated in all events. Spark confirmed for the finals in all events. Spark is sweeping the medals, new, showing off the true rookie spirit. Isn't this the first time we've seen this much tenacity since Hellas? It seems like only Hellas and these guys have participated in all events. Much greater than I have to admit, Kim Pep is serious about his activities. Who else but Kim Pep would even wear protective gear to a show like ISD? Seriously, the ISD production team should bow down to Spark. They work hard, sure, but bow down? Isn't the production team for IDC and this ISD the same? Without Kim Yiwol's fighting spirit, neither would have gone this viral. Aren't IDS and Shining Star filmed by the same broadcasting station? Is Spark going to be on Shining Star? Yup, the recording schedule was posted. They'll become MBC's sons soon enough. Much greater than kids with good physiques who are also athletically talented are just on another level. The tension itself is different. It wasn't for nothing that they even had a training camp. These guys have always been serious. Look at their muscles. Not a single one of them has soft forearms. Exactly, it would be weird if kids like that couldn't do sports. Besides sports, Spark also became a hot topic for other reasons. For doing strange things with their outstanding visuals, and for their overwhelming fan service. Much greater than there's a lost matchstick boy wandering around ISD. Who is he? He's handsome, but it looks like he might set things on fire with those matches if pushed. A passing sparkler here, that's Spark's Keon. Lost matchstick boy. Our Keon may have the face of an underworld matchstick gang boss, but he's got the heart of a pure boy. Much greater than I was watching to see when my boys would come out and accidentally made eye contact with some guys gathered in front of a princess mirror. Appas, you're handsome. I looked out of curiosity and was actually shocked at how handsome they were. But why on earth is the mirror like that? I doubt all their faces even fit in the mirror. Much greater than Kim Yiwol's life update is driving me crazy. His hands were all splotchy, and I wondered what it was, but it turns out he was exchanging makeup information with fans. What are you doing at a gymnasium? Seriously. At first, I wondered what it was too, but I heard he was studying to look pretty for the fans. Is this what it means to be an idol? If you keep being like this, you can only be a genius idol. Much greater than our fan section was right next to the Sparklers, and Spark came over really often. You could see they really take care of their fans. Beyond material things, though they give a crap ton of material things too. You usually hear, have you eaten, or tired from the trip? But this must be hard since you can't hear us talking among ourselves, right? If it were a self-cam, we'd have personal mics. You've been sitting for so long. Should we all stretch together? The stadium down there's a bit warm. Is it hot up here? We came up to check. Is it okay? I've never seen idols care so much about the little things. And they kept giving us snacks. A sparkler next to me even shared some Madeleines with us. They said these were the good ones, and they really were. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude. After seeing reviews that they gave out wet wipes, napkins, and alcohol swabs, I thought, these kids are insane. Attending ISD itself is a fan exploit program, but it was touching how well they understood what might make fans tired if you looked even a little uncomfortable. They'd run over with a bunch of stuff in their hands asking, everyone, what do you need? Much greater than Spark is kind of like that. The grandpa who went to the market because he was worried his granddaughters would starve. But the grandpa literally swept the entire market clean, so now the granddaughters are in a hellish battle of trying to figure out what to do with it all. If you eat, you're full, and if you don't eat, they ask if it doesn't taste good. Both are a problem. Thanks to creating a meme at least once in every variety show or self-produced content, Spark managed to draw significant reactions with each promotional period. Added to this, their continuous appearances on public broadcast programs caused Spark's recognition to skyrocket. This likely played a large part in Spark being able to win first place despite the disadvantage of it being their final music show performance. Their skill in their main profession was proven on the survival program, and the fact that the members were kind and diligent was evidenced by the overwhelmingly larger number of cover songs and individual self-produced content compared to their peers. It went without saying that their self-management was impeccable, as could be seen just from their commuting photos. But even idols who were good singers and diligent could easily stumble if they didn't catch the wave. Spark, however, showcased their eccentric sides on every variety show they appeared on, fearlessly rolling around and not being afraid to look silly. As a result, Spark was remembered by muggles like Beck Hain as, it's the 3-scoop ice cream guy. Was his name Jiho? I know him. He's Mr. Cutie, pretty visual, right? But how did Kim Yiwol end up becoming a fortune-teller octopus? Should she be happy that at least they weren't disliked? In the end, ISD concluded with Spark's complete domination. No matter how hard the show tried to edit things fairly, there was only so much they could do to cut out the team that competed in every single event and won nearly all the medals. Beck Haywin tirelessly saved screenshots of her proud athletic dolls that were uploaded to her timeline. Now, she had to go watch Spark's self-produced content that had been uploaded right on time. 241. Chapter 241. Advertisement offer. Beck Hain took the remote and protested. The soccer match is already over. What am I supposed to watch now? Beck Haywin ignored him completely and turned on her phone. She had been saving her triple data coupon for this very day. Her heart feeling full, Beck Haywin accessed MeTube. Spark's holiday special video titled Delivering Our Hearts to Those We're Grateful For had just been uploaded. As expected from Spark, they always uploaded content at the perfect moment when people were showing interest. As always, but especially today, their self-produced content was absolute chaos. Spark's kind and sophisticated handsome man, Kim Yiwol, was still only harsh towards his same-aged friend, Choi Jiho. Kim Yiwol, who had become the eldest of the 6 brothers in this scenario, said in an utterly cold voice, "Did you just say hey to your older brother? Don't you know how to observe seniority?" For Kim Yiwol to make such a strong statement, Beck Haywin was deeply moved. Wasn't Kim Yiwol the epitome of proper language, an exemplary idol who spoke like a Korean language textbook? This side of Kim Yiwol, who never belittled those around him, didn't treat his younger members condescendingly, and was always humble, was very refreshing and good. If Kim Yiwol were actually a boomer, she would have been anxious and shouted, "Kim Yiwol, hide your temper." This was content she could enjoy purely because she knew Kim Yiwol wasn't like that. Choi Jiho, who proposed a twin concept and was hilariously shut down by Kim Yiwol, was equally funny. "Hyung, should I take out the dongarangtang? Is he crazy?" Choi Jiho calling Kim Yiwol Hyung. Even though he was 187 centimeters tall, just because he was born later than Kim Yiwol? Was it really okay to serve up this kind of morally outrageous scenario? Beck Haywin quickly left a comment on the video. Much greater than did Jiho just call Yiwol Hyung? Did I just hear that correctly? When she refreshed the comment section, she saw other sparklers starting to freak out over the same moment. Much greater than Choi Jiho. Since when were you such a polite man? It's really nice. When the older Hyungs call someone else Hyung, please continue this Hyung-dongsing relationship a lot in the future. Much greater than the world's most Confucian country is the best. Of course, age can't be ignored. Our Emperor Jiho may be 187 centimeters tall and can easily climb the stairway to heaven for an hour, and his grip strength may be 75 kilograms, but he still has to call his Hyung, who was born 9 months earlier, Hyung. Much greater than a man the size of a bank vault calling a man the size of a refrigerator Hyung, and doing as he's told is very interesting and great. Please continue with this kind of content next time. Listening to anecdotes from their trainee days, he definitely didn't seem to have an easy personality, but Choi Jiho within Spark was endlessly like that. He was so fierce on the survival show, though. Even in the dance competition episode aired just recently, Choi Jiho had radiated a sinister aura. In episodes where he wasn't paired with Park Ju-woo, he basically gave off mafia boss energy. And yet, when it came to self-produced content, he became the guy in charge of pulling out meat patties from the freezer. The world truly was bizarre. From the third son, Songbin, who became the village chief, to the fourth, Ju-woo, a multi-time attempter at the dried persimmon festival, and the eldest, Kim Yiwol, who retired from his post as a village guardian statue. Lee Chong-hyun's role distribution was flawless. The scene where Kim Yiwol was making John while Choi Jiho peeled chestnuts and the other members did the dishes felt so much like an ordinary household scene. Only after seeing the notice that Part 2 would be uploaded next week could Beck Haywin put down her now-warm phone. Nuna, why do you keep laughing by yourself? Her younger cousin, who had just started elementary school, asked, pausing his game. Because life is good. Yeah, she was happy. Tomorrow, her boys would be appearing on a quiz show, too. Spark's schedule was as packed as ever, but Beck Haywen was having a great time. The holiday couldn't have been more fulfilling. As soon as Chuseok ended, Spark returned to their usual life pattern. We began to accelerate preparations for our last album of the year. Deciding to release a mini-album to give it a year-end gift feel was great, but there was a mountain of things to prepare. For starters, Lee Chonghyun hadn't left the studio UA had provided for him. At least it was a comfort that now I only had to provide opinions or review things. If the system had told me to find a music video shooting location again this time, I would have cried my eyes out. However, society was, as expected, not easy. You couldn't survive with naive thoughts like, we did it once before, so we can do it quickly this time, right? New tasks always fall upon office workers. An advertisement. That's right. And it's for cosmetics? Yes. The manager's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if to say, aren't you thrilled? Spark, who used to shoot razor commercials back in the day, was now being offered a cosmetics ad. It really made you realize how far they'd come. How did a cosmetics advertisement offer come our way? Kong Keon wondered. Why else? Much greater than Spark Lip info revealed. Yiwol, Nightscape Aurora 01. Jiho, Event Chocolate Nude Rose Matte. OMG, where did this info come from? Yiwol told us. Yiwol's cool tone is too hard to copy. If you search, all of Kim Yiwol's stuff needs to be bought from overseas. We need a personal color category just for Yiwol cool tone. Much greater than the captions. Idols beauty check time. Other idols be like, am I pretty? Then cut to Spark holding up 3 mirrors checking side profile, front, and cushion coverage levels. Jong Songbin, he's not wiping Park Jiwoo's sweat. He's letting it soak into the tissue. That's our leader's way of caring for the members. Much greater than it's the first time I've seen someone like Choi Jiho holding a mirror like that. Does this team just have no concept of swag? Our Jiho just lives as he is, naturally. If he tries to act cool, he might get hung upside down by the eldest Hyung. But actually, all the kids are just gentle even if they don't look like it. It's all because of that beauty. Livestream you guys did on ISD. A cosmetics advertisement for a rookie group was something to be thankful for. Compared to app or financial ads, cosmetics had high public visibility and were easier for fans to engage with. Provided, of course, that the campaign wasn't terrible. Cosmetics advertisements were either hit or miss. Incredibly sophisticated and trendy, or extremely old-fashioned. What kind of ad Spark would get would depend on the brand. It would also differ depending on which stores and which display shelves the ad would be on. In that regard, the brand that made the offer this time was quite good. It had a certain level of recognition, no major issues with product quality, and its functionality was decent enough that Spark had actually used it a few times. The conditions were so good it felt like the heavens had helped us. For a rookie idol group, not in a position to be picky about advertisements, to get such an opportunity? How could we not take it? But that was exactly why they couldn't let their guard down. You go in dreaming about promoting skincare and end up stuck with Hellfire Red lipstick? At that point, forget store displays. Time to pivot to an editorial concept. Do we know which product we'll be advertising? At my question, the manager checked his phone. Yes, I heard it was included in the proposal. The manager's finger, which had been scrolling, stopped. It's a lipstick in a skincare line. Well then, time to step up our beauty game. After the decision to proceed with the advertisement, there wasn't much for Spark to do specifically. The contract would be handled by the company, and it was common to receive the shooting storyboard on-site on the day of filming. However, simply shooting the ad as instructed was not enough to survive in the harsh idol market. It also wouldn't help me meet my KPI targets. Besides, this advertisement thing, ultimately, it had to allow the advertiser to recoup their investment without deceiving the consumers. No matter how many lipsticks Spark advertised that the general public bought, it wouldn't compare to the quantity purchased by sparklers. Therefore, it was only right that merchandise of a quality that could satisfy the fans should be released alongside it. If a buy over X amount event centered around Yiwol ended up looking like a scam to fans, it was better not to do it at all. Considering the shelf life of lipstick, asking fans to buy 6 just to collect all the photo cards could come off as blatant exploitation. If an Yiwol purchase over X amount event for marketing purposes was absolutely necessary, couldn't we counterpropose a package deal to the advertiser? By more actively utilizing non-color products like cleansers or skincare, we could broaden consumer choices and it wouldn't require significant resources in preparing the event. Yiwol, please make sure the members' faces are featured prominently. Yiwol, I would also appreciate it if you could inquire whether we can offer additional benefits like free gifts to the fans on the condition that we conduct further promotion by filming content like What's in My Bag for our self-produced content. I will include a link to a reference video at Jiho. Get yourself a bag while you're at it. Chonghyun at Jiho, seriously. Hyung, how long are you going to carry my dust bag around? Jiho, want it back? It's in my room. Chonghyun at Jiho, that's not what I meant. Tired_face. With all these requests now posted to Taion, I only had one thing left to do. Hyung, what are you doing? Real use testing of the advertised product. Finding the product's strengths to give an honest advertisement. Park Juwoo, seeing me apply the lipstick that was described in the proposal as a product that naturally adds vitality, hesitated before asking. Don't tell me you paid for it. I got it as a sample. There should be a few more left at the company. After finishing my lip line, I asked Park Juwoo for confirmation. How is it? Do I look like I have more vitality? You do, but I don't know if it's thanks to the lipstick or because your dark circles are gone. That's not very helpful. The non-flashy tone was as described, application was smooth, and even the scent was nice, but the vitality aspect is ambiguous, huh? As I was jotting down my review, Lee Chonghyun chimed in. I'm asking out of pure curiosity, but is there a reason to go this far? You know, an advertisement is also a type of contract. Isn't it enough to provide services commensurate with the payment? In Lee Chonghyun's hand was a book titled How to Survive in Capitalist Society. This kid, how deeply impressed was he by Act On? That's true. But ultimately, the target for the product Spark advertises is the sparklers, so shouldn't we show as much sincerity as possible? At my words, Lee Chonghyun dashed off somewhere. A short while later, a new reply was posted on Taion. Chonghyun, I plan to decorate Yiwol Hyung's lipstick photo card with a new product. Please slot it in when we're out of self-produced content ideas. Songbin at Chonghyun, clapping_hands. 242, Chapter 242, Forbidden Food, 1. The comeback date was fast approaching. Naturally, Spark also became slaves to practice and meetings. We scheduled the meeting to line up with our after-school time, okay? See you in the meeting room right after. Jong Songbin had emphasized so much before he left. The kid was clearly wearing a school uniform, yet he seemed like a fully fledged working adult. He was truly the talented individual I had mentally bookmarked as an OT, orientation training, person from the first time I saw him. Looking at the clock, it was already the appointed time. I turned off the music and said to the guys in the practice room, shall we head up now? Yeah. Okay. Choi Jiho and Park Juwoo stretched their legs a couple of times and got up. As always, we took the stairs instead of the elevator to burn some calories. Kang Kian was the exception. He was excused because some stair-climbing postures weren't good for his knees. As Choi Jiho was climbing the stairs, he suddenly threw out a question. What are we supposed to talk about today? We're supposed to fix the comeback live schedule. Didn't you see the notice? I forgot. Choi Jiho said something infuriating. It was true that we didn't have much to prepare separately for scheduling a live broadcast. It was not like we were going to pick an auspicious day to broadcast. But still, if a meeting had been scheduled, shouldn't we at least prepare a few ideas? At the very least, a content theme. Just as I was about to feel a tightness in my chest, I suddenly remembered a conversation I had with Choi Jiho in the emergency exit. Why are you doing that? It was the day we had an issue over the family topic for self-produced content. When I tried to stop him, Choi Jiho had responded with that. Coming up with ideas, planning the album concept, writing articles, tracking album sales trends. Was that your job in the first place? A typical idol probably wouldn't do these things. At most, they might toss out a few opinions, nothing more. On top of this, Lee Chonghyun's question, which had flown at me a while ago when I was preparing for the advertisement, overlapped. Why do we have to go this far? He hadn't said it sarcastically. However, it was enough to be a point for consideration. Because the point Lee Chonghyun raised was a question anyone could have. Am I expecting too much from these guys? These kids probably just wanted to be idols in an ordinary way. I was the one in a rush, not them. Maybe I was letting my KPIs get to me, dragging them along for the ride, pushing the ones who already wanted to do more just because I had a grudge and something to prove. And even after already having one moment of regret about this, here I was again, doing something that would only leave me feeling guilty. Instead of finding an alternative, I was just weighing down the team. A person who doesn't learn from experience is helpless, incompetent. My steps slowed down a little. My mind was filled with distracting thoughts. Suddenly, my mood plummeted to the bottom. Strangely so. Why do I keep having mood swings lately? What's the cause? Did I mess with the negative emotion recognition rate incorrectly? Should I have lowered the recognition rate more than I thought? But there was no time to adjust that right now. It would be troublesome if I accidentally moved the scroll incorrectly and caused another misunderstanding. Should I just tell the others to go back and practice? Like before debut, when I handled everything myself, shielding Spark from the company and outside world so they could focus solely on their craft. Young, why aren't you coming? Park Ji-woo, who was ahead, turned back and asked. Something felt off. Something kept welling up inside me. My emotions were on a roller coaster. It was not just today. When I found out Hong Un-seep smoked in the car and drove like a maniac, and when he tried to force his views on others. Whenever my sister or director Nam crossed my mind, it felt like someone flipped a switch and sent me plummeting emotionally. Even though I was living perfectly fine and ordinarily, it happened suddenly, without warning. So recently, I felt like I couldn't handle my emotions anymore. Not since I dropped my negative emotion recognition to its lowest point. At first, I thought I was feeling emotions at a level similar to right after I regressed, but no. The numerical value of the emotion recognition rate might be similar, but the degree to which it actually affected my body hit differently. Just like how it felt incredibly hard to go back to a 5-day work week after experiencing a 4-day work week due to a public holiday. Even though I originally lived a life of going to work 5 times a week. So where was all this stress coming from? Hong Un-seep? But he hadn't been here for that long. Or was it because I kept thinking of my sister? Because that bastard Hong Un-seep reminded me of my sister's accident? Conversely, was it because I was becoming less and less sure of how much I actually remembered about her? Or was it simply a side effect of returning to daily life after experiencing a good period where I didn't feel negative emotions? But if I'd been that chronically depressed all along, wouldn't that be a problem in itself? Above all, was it normal for my mood to be good one moment and then plummet like this, repeating endlessly? When I lifted my head, my eyes met the gaze of 2 people who were looking at me. Not knowing what to say, I stammered out a lie. I thought I left something behind. Should we go back down and get it? No, I was mistaken. My head ached. I felt like I would need to take a painkiller after the meeting. Jang Songbin's group had already arrived. As soon as we opened the meeting room door, their faces brightened and they shot up from their seats. Could they really be that happy to see the members, even though they see each other every day? It was hard to understand. With the planning team arriving last, everyone was present. Ms. Ju Kyung, who came in with the team leader, lightly shook a drink carrier. Mr. Chan Young left these for you guys to drink during your meeting. Everyone, grab your own drink. My goodness, she was probably the most troubled one here, yet she took care of something like this. As usual, everyone was picking up the drinks labeled with their names, but something was off. My drink, which should have been either a yogurt smoothie or chamomile tea, had been replaced with an unfamiliar one. It seemed they were out of ingredients. Perhaps no one in this neighborhood's franchise cafe drank yogurt smoothies, so they often said they were out of stock and couldn't take the order. Fortunately, the menu name was written on the seal. Barley latte? Is this caffeine-free? I'll look it up. Kong Kian, who happened to have his laptop open, typed barley latte caffeine into his search engine. Articles like barley latte made with barley, so it's caffeine-free, poured out. Looks like it doesn't have any. Should I swap with you if you're worried? Park Ji-woo, who had gotten his usual yogurt smoothie, offered me his cup. For a guy who rarely touched food that wasn't his own, this was an immense gesture of goodwill. It's fine. I like barley tea. A latte should taste similar, right? Worried that Park Ji-woo might insist further on swapping drinks, I quickly took a sip of the barley latte. It had a savory, milky taste. About 20 minutes into the meeting, which had started off on a pretty good note, something feels wrong. I found myself in a predicament where my stomach felt like it was turning inside out. To draw an analogy, it felt similar to the time I drank green tea from a tea bag without realizing how much caffeine it had. Ended up so dizzy I couldn't function for 3 hours. I kept feeling like I was going to gag, so I had to cover my mouth with my hand throughout the meeting. Someone asked if there was something bothering me about one of the agenda items, and I broke out in a cold sweat trying to explain. The nausea turned into the urgent feeling that I might actually throw up. I also felt a pain as if something was pressing down on my chest. The sound of my heart beating echoed in my head. Am I really that stressed? Stressed enough to throw up during a meeting? No matter how much I've been worried about UA lately, UA is not on the level of the Hampyeong industry, is it? Still, I had human dignity. I didn't want to throw up in the meeting room. As the schedule notification was wrapping up, I cautiously raised my hand. I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well. Can we take a short break? Huh? Yiwol, are you sick? Everyone in the meeting room turned their attention to me. I really wanted to just suggest taking a short break, but I felt like Kang Keon would nag me again if I did. Sure enough, Kang Keon was already glaring at me with narrowed eyes. I pressed the back of my hand to my mouth and got up. For a moment, the world spun. My chest ached as if something was crushing it, and I couldn't breathe. As if I had experienced it sometime before. Kim Yiwol, who had said he wasn't feeling well, stood up from his seat, his face pale. But only for a moment. Kim Yiwol clutched his chest and collapsed to the floor. Park Ju-woo, who had been sitting right next to him, rushed over to Kim Yiwol, who was gasping and choking for breath. At Park Ju-woo's urgent prompting of "What's wrong?" Kim Yiwol struggled to open his eyes. Then, he mumbled in a faint, fading voice. "Bag. What? Bag, please." In that instant, everyone remembered the time Kang Keon had experienced hyperventilation in the waiting room. Don't tell me Hyung too? With that thought, Jong Song-bin handed over a bag he had received from a staff member. Kim Yiwol spread open the mouth of the bag and buried his face in it. Still clutching his chest with one hand, Kim Yiwol put the fingers of his other hand into his mouth and forced himself to vomit what he had eaten. Jong Song-bin quickly took off his jacket and covered Kim Yiwol's upper body. All he had eaten before the meeting was about half a container of salad and a drink. Even then, the salad would have been mostly digested by now. A whitish liquid mixed with saliva trickled down Kim Yiwol's chin. Lee Chong-hyun urgently patted Kim Yiwol's back. Barely able to open his eyes, Kim Yiwol clutched the bag and threw up liquid. Still unable to lift himself from the floor, Kim Yiwol groaned as he clutched his chest in pain. His breathing grew audibly ragged. "Move aside." Choi Ji-ho pushed Jong Song-bin and Lee Chong-hyun away and laid Kim Yiwol on the floor. He kept curling up as if in pain, but his heart seemed to be beating. "Kim Yiwol, stay with me." When Choi Ji-ho gently shook his shoulder, Kim Yiwol frowned. The surroundings were bustling with the sounds of someone calling an ambulance, someone looking for a blanket, and so on. Turning Kim Yiwol's head to the side, Choi Ji-ho asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling sick to your stomach? Or somewhere else?" Kim Yiwol gasped for breath. His focus was visibly blurring. With difficulty, he moved his lips. "My heart hurts." The words were barely audible, but Kim Yiwol had clearly said that. 243, Chapter 243, Forbidden Food, 2. When is the ambulance arriving? They said 3 minutes. As someone answered, staff members opened the meeting room doors and pushed the table to the side, clearing the way for the stretcher to come through. The meeting room was filled with the sounds of retching, someone patting a back, and the noise of furniture being moved and people coming and going. While they were endlessly waiting for the ambulance to arrive, Kang Keon picked up the drink cup that had been on Kim Yiwol's seat. Then, he opened the lid and sniffed it. Kang Keon's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Ju-woo." "Hyung." Kang Keon pulled Park Ju-woo, who had been standing back, by the elbow. "Does this possibly have coffee in it?" "Huh." All Kim Yiwol had consumed was this latte. But if he was throwing all of it up. With that thought, Kang Keon had smelled it. It seemed to have a faint coffee scent. But since it could just be his imagination, he turned to Park Ju-woo, who had sensitive senses, for a cross-check. Park Ju-woo tilted his head and sniffed the drink. Then, he brought the cup to his lips. Kang Keon was startled. "You're drinking it? What if there's something weird in it?" "It's in there." "What?" Park Ju-woo, rolling the tip of his tongue in his mouth, said. "Coffee is in it." With bustling footsteps, the paramedics arrived. Chanyang was visible behind them. Kong Keon snatched the drink cup from Park Juwoo's hand. Tell me if you're sick. Kim Iwol had promised him he would. I'm not feeling well. Could we take a short break? And Kim Iwol had kept his promise. He hadn't hidden it when his condition worsened. Yet now, that same Kim Iwol was writhing on the floor. He, who had been composed even when he injured his head, was now barely conscious. All because of a single drink someone handed to him. His Hyung was trying so hard to change, so why did nothing around him ever change? Which guardian will be going with him? One person can ride. Along. Yes, I'll. Chanyang stepped forward at the paramedic's words. At that moment, Kong Keon slammed the drink cup into the trash can. A loud bang echoed through the meeting room. The room fell silent. Jiho Hyung. Kong Keon's eyes were bloodshot. Instead of Chanyang Hyung, could you please go? As Kim Iwol was carried out, the staff approached the members. Guys, are you okay? Don't come closer, Kong Keon said. His voice was sharp. Sticky droplets from the spilled drink clung to his fingertips. Why would you put something he can't eat in his drink? What? You've known since before debut that Iwol Hyung can't have anything with caffeine. So why did you put coffee in there and make it so subtle he wouldn't even notice? What are you talking about? Mr. Chanyang, did you buy a caffeinated drink for Iwol? Min Jukyung asked Im Chanyang. However, Im Chanyang looked as if he had no idea what was going on. A drink? I didn't bring anything today. What? The kids didn't ask for anything, and Mr. Unseep's matter seemed more urgent. I was planning to meet with him while the others were in the meeting, so I didn't have time to stop by a cafe. Im Chanyang stammered out an explanation. Behind the pale Im Chanyang, Hong Unseep appeared. Mr. Chanyang, what are you doing here? A blank face. Eyes that betrayed no thoughts. Hong Unseep, looking around the meeting room that seemed to have been swept by a typhoon, said, Oh, Mr. Iwol isn't here. Did he step out? Ignoring the nonchalant voice, Im Chanyang spotted a post-it note that had fallen on the floor. A member's name and a drink name, written in his own handwriting. But it wasn't new. It was a little crumpled, its edges showed signs of having been wet then dried, and the adhesive side was dusty. Mr. Unseep. Im Chanyang called his junior's name. Did you pretend to be me and buy the drinks? The expression on Hong Unseep's face as he turned to meet his gaze was utterly expressionless. No. Hong Useop was defiant. Pushing aside the two managers who were blocking the doorway, Jong Songbin ran out. Jong Songbin sprinted in the direction of the CCTV control room. It was dark and quiet all around. As if blackout curtains had been drawn, there wasn't even a trace of light. I wanted to open my eyes, but my eyelids were heavy. The throbbing pain had disappeared, leaving behind a feeling of stuffiness. Vaguely, I remembered collapsing in the meeting room. I must have fainted right there. I didn't know how to describe the pain at that time. It felt like my whole body was being crushed by something enormous, making it impossible to breathe. At the very least, I didn't want to experience it again. I sent Chanyang Hyung to handle the admission. Procedures. I thought no one was around, but I heard Choi Jiho's voice. There was a faint murmur, as if he was on a call. I couldn't make out what was being said. Maybe it was because I had just woken up. When I focused, the conversation became a bit clearer. Admission? The person on the other end of the call was Jong Songbin. More importantly, what admission? I'm fine now. Even if the company is covering the hospital bill, I can't keep being indebted to them like this. Did you tell the doctor it might be from caffeine? I did, but they said that's not the problem. Caffeine. Now that it was mentioned, the symptoms seemed similar to when I had unknowingly drank an energy drink back in college. Since then, I'd avoided beverages altogether, worried they might contain caffeine. Barley latte had caffeine in it. Something felt off. The manager wouldn't have bought drinks without checking for caffeine. Manager Chanyang had never made such a mistake. But according to Jong Songbin, I had consumed caffeine. And that was the reason I was lying here now. However, I'd never been this sick just from drinking a bit of something with caffeine. If I accidentally consumed something with caffeine, my heart would race unpleasantly, and I'd feel nauseous. But that was usually the extent of it. It was the first time I'd blacked out like this. The first time my heart had hurt this much. Usually, drinking water. And sleeping for a few hours would be enough to recover. It definitely used to be like that. So why couldn't I even open my eyes now? Choi Jiho provided the answer to this question. They said he might go into cardiac arrest. What? His pulse is abnormal, so they need to monitor him. I couldn't catch all the details because they were talking fast, but apparently his EKG results were bad. There were signs of early warning. That's why he's being admitted. The caffeine just triggered it. Cardiac arrest. For a moment, I wondered if I had misheard. But Choi Ji-ho didn't correct himself. So I almost died. Just from drinking one wrong beverage? How long does he have to be hospitalized? For now, just 1 day. So I'm going to stay here overnight too. He doesn't seem like he'll regain consciousness either. No, I'm awake. It's just that my eyes won't open. I don't even feel bad right now. I'm in a perfectly fine state, I swear. More importantly, why is a celebrity sleeping in a hospital? What if Saesiang show up? Ask the manager to request security from the hospital, and you go back to the dorm too. As I was diligently sending telepathic messages, Choi Ji-ho said, I told Chan Young-hyung to just handle the admission and leave. Not to come in. Wow, good for you. Now get yelled at by Songbin and go home too. I waited for Jong Songbin to gently coax, soothe, and whip Choi Ji-ho into returning to the dorm. However, Jong Songbin on the phone was quiet. Instead of chiding Choi Ji-ho, he said something even more severe. If his condition is that bad, we'll come over too. It's not that serious. They said they're just monitoring him just in case. I had been too stunned by the situation of fainting and waking up and flustered by the fact that I had unknowingly consumed caffeine and the story that I might have a heart attack, so I hadn't noticed, but I belatedly realized that the guys' voices were overly subdued, and that whenever the manager was mentioned, Choi Ji-ho would get choked up. If someone had collapsed and it turned out that Manager Chan Young was the cause, UA wouldn't have entrusted Manager Chan Young with the admission procedures. Nevertheless, the fact that these guys were trying to separate me from the manager meant that even if it wasn't Manager Chan Young's fault, they harbored hostility towards the company staff. In other words, me collapsing from drinking something I couldn't eat wasn't someone's mistake, but intentional, and by a very close company associate. And that someone was probably that Sholhong Unseep? Did he finally admit it? Yeah, not even surprising anymore. The call between Jong Songbin and Choi Ji-ho continued for quite a while. I, too, was able to learn the truth of the incident by eavesdropping on their conversation. He went through the trash? Yes. He waited until Chan Ying-hyung gave us the coffee and tossed out the labels. Then he picked them up. We confirmed it on CCTV. Is he King crazy? I agree. While you're at it, ask him why he did it too. My desperate wish didn't reach Choi Ji-ho. Instead, Jong Songbin answered my prayer. We confronted him at the company while watching the footage together, asking why he did it. And why did that be *TCH pull that bullsh *T? Even with my eyes closed, I could feel Choi Ji-ho's anger. Jong Songbin must be feeling something similar. At this point, I was curious too. Yu Han-soo at least thought I had damaged his reputation, but what grudge did Hong Un-seep have against me to do this? My curiosity was soon resolved by Jong Songbin. Do you remember when we asked to change our manager? Iwal-hyung mentioned Yu Han-soo then. Yeah. He apparently thought we'd take his side to some extent. What kind of nonsense is that? He probably thought that since he took care of our schedules and stuff, and this was the first time there was a problem, we would take various things into account and give him the benefit of the doubt. Taking care of schedules is your King job, Mr. Unseep. And how is this a mutual conflict? You just went and caused a giant mess all on your own. Runs his mouth a lot for someone who screwed up all by himself. For once, Choi Ji-ho and I were in agreement. It was just a shame my body wouldn't move, so I couldn't give him a thumbs up. Since Iwal-hyung was the most vocal with his opinion and took the lead in leaving, he probably thought Hyung was fostering an atmosphere of isolating him. So he intentionally targeted Kim Iwal and did that. Yes. And Jong Songbin answered after a long silence. He thought if Iwal-hyung fixed his picky eating, he could be recognized as a manager again. What? I could sense the disbelief in Choi Ji-ho's voice. This was another fresh development. 244, Chapter 244, Previous Story. Jong Songbin's shocking revelation didn't end there. He said picky eating is just an excuse, that someone in society can't afford to be particular about such things as it damages their image. That it's just a habit you can fix by eating the things you avoid. What a load of crap. Remember when he gave Juwoo that banana milk? He saw Juwoo didn't drink it, so he gave the drink to Iwal-hyung secretly. Afraid Hyung wouldn't drink it if he knew. It seems he planned to say, see? He eats it just fine. If Yiwol Hyung unknowingly drank it and was okay. And because of that, someone almost had a heart attack. This company is really something, huh? Choi Ji-ho sneered. Jang Songbin didn't stop him. It seemed he agreed with Choi Ji-ho to some extent. There are people like that. The kind who ignore what others can't or don't want to eat. People with allergies or intolerances couldn't help but know how dangerous foods they couldn't eat were. They took precautions, clearly marking allergens when gifting food, carefully checking ingredients when ordering something themselves. Like how at IDC, I wrote the allergy-inducing factors in large letters on the lunch boxes and only drank water when drinking something with the members. People who hadn't experienced similar things thought of these matters too lightly. It's a matter of willpower. It'll get better if you eat it. A little bit won't kill you. Don't avoid it by saying you can't eat it when it's just a preference difference. So what if I can't eat it? And so what if I don't want to eat it? It seemed he wanted to be acknowledged for doing something. But why would a grown adult in society resort to this kind of behavior just because they couldn't get a single compliment from others? Suddenly, my body felt tired. Since my eyes wouldn't open anyway, I wanted to just sleep more. But I had something I needed to check. The excessively severe physical reaction, even though I had only drunk a beverage mixed with coffee. The unstable pulse that suggested cardiac arrest might occur, and, plus, system, work instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim, check the file. Plus, even the system. I swallowed a sigh, and I retrieved the memory data I had been trying to forget. If it were up to me, I really wouldn't want to open it. What good would come from opening this? However, this wasn't just anything. It was a situation where something was wrong with my body. If the data and my current state were completely unrelated, that would be one thing. But with the system even giving hints, I couldn't just ignore it. I brought up the memory data window, which I imagined would be covered in dust. The same window as before appeared. Just in case, I also lowered the negative emotion recognition rate as much as possible. As a precaution, in case I received a mental shock after viewing all the data. Plus, system, would you like to view the memory data? Play button yes/no. Plus, a familiar notification window appeared, then disappeared after the yes mark glowed. Slowly, my eyes opened. I was standing in a familiar room, in the apartment where I used to live. Unlike the dark window outside, my room was bright. And by the wall, the 29-year-old me was sitting, clutching his head, struggling in front of the monitor, facing a pink screen. It was the point where my memory had cut off before I traveled back in time. Done. I'm not touching it anymore, really. The me in front of my eyes was saying the same words as back then, stretching just like back then. Opening an internet window to send an email, and then, what the? He discovered. Spark's disbandment article. F***CK. Yes, this was my last memory. Was there something else after this? I hadn't jumped back 9 years right after that. Something happened after this, and the system had blocked that memory? While I was trying to grasp the situation, the me sitting in front of the computer clutched his chest, just like I had a little while ago. Then, gasping, he fell from the chair. His phone, wallet, and other things that his arm bumped into scattered on the floor. Suddenly, what Choi Ji-ho had said during his call with Jang Song-bin a little while ago came to mind. They said he might go into cardiac arrest. Through the collar of his clothes, I could see his skin turning blue with terrifying speed. The pain of your whole body being crushed, as if a giant metal lump was trampling you. The fear that came from not being able to breathe. Above all, the pressure, as if your heart would burst at any moment, could be felt from the Kim Yiwol crawling on the floor in front of me. At that moment, a vibration rang. My gaze, and that of the 29-year-old Kim Yiwol, turned to the same place. A call was coming in on the phone. Simultaneously, previous memories began to seep in, very slowly and gradually. Who is it? Perhaps his vision was blurry, but the past me couldn't even recognize the caller. From where I was standing, I couldn't see who was calling either. I have to answer the phone. Thinking that, Kim Yiwol's thoughts flowed in a different direction. If I ask for help, then what? Behind the question mark, the dregs of a familiar emotion clung. Wouldn't it be better to just stay like this than to keep living this way? It was the skepticism that had been occupying the space where humanity used to be, abandoned on that bridge over the Han River. Even though the pain grew worse the longer he remained still, Kim Yiwol didn't answer the phone. Instead, he closed his eyes. Just a little longer. His voice, soaked in exhaustion, filled my head. It sounded like a mantra, a hypnotic chant. It'll be over soon. Even until the call ended, Kim Yiwol didn't feel anxious, and he quietly soothed himself, whom no one was looking out for. I just have to do nothing. With a dizzying ringing in his ears, he fell into the deepest sleep he had experienced since birth. What is this? I covered my mouth. Even though it was my own image, seeing a corpse was shocking. It overlapped with the time my sister was being placed in her coffin. My stomach churned. To have died like this, without asking for help even once. Completely given up. That was how little attachment I had to life. My breath quickened. My mouth went dry. I was incredibly thirsty. The dizziness made it impossible to lift my head. I pressed both hands against my knees to keep from collapsing. What on earth is the system's intention in showing me this? Is it laughing at me now, a guy who used to live without dreams or hopes, suddenly scrambling for life? Is this its way of telling me to know my place? That no matter what I do, this is how it ends? My head hurt so much. I felt like I wanted to open the painkillers on my dead self's desk and gulp them down. Just as my vision blurred, I felt my heart beating fast. Whether it was due to fear or anger, I didn't know. At least, the current me was alive. Let's calm down. I had to think calmly. Why the system showed me the memory data at this point in time? What I was supposed to gain from this goddamn memory? Because if I got nothing from it, it would mean the system was just playing with me. I slowly wiped my face and straightened my bent back. My steps began to move, little by little. As I approached my breathless self, I thought relentlessly. The warning about my EKG results. Choi Jiho's phone call, saying I might experience cardiac arrest. And then, one word surfaced in my mind. Synchronization. The system had definitely said that the previous body and the current body would synchronize. When I first read that explanation, I thought it only applied to things like dark circles. But if the heart that had already lost function once, and the skin that had turned white and then ghastly blue like a corpse, were also effects of synchronization, I opened the explanation window related to synchronization. Plus, system, the synchronization rate, is being notified to subordinate. Current synchronization rate, 60%. Plus, I remembered the synchronization rate dropping by 3% as a reward for winning the overall championship at ISD, bringing it down to around 30%. The current figure was double the last one I had seen. In summary, my past self died from cardiac arrest for reasons unknown. I had gone back 9 years, but my body was still being affected by the event of cardiac arrest that actually happened. And the higher this rate got, the more my body synchronized with the dead Kim Yiwol's body. Now I finally understood why people kept saying I looked like a corpse. Why even my fortune said I had the fate of someone already dead. I had been walking around with my lifeline severed, and like a fool, I hadn't even known that. Since my heart's durability had decreased, caffeine would have affected me more than usual too. That wasn't the only strange thing. The fact that my heart ached unusually just from riding an amusement park ride once, and the feeling of my heart tightening every time Lee Chonghyun popped up from behind. And probably from the point the synchronization rate increased. Even the fact that my heart would race and then calm down repeatedly just from being a little tense during archery practice. What would happen if I rode an amusement park ride like before, unaware of this, with a high synchronization rate? What if they set something off for a hidden camera prank on a filming set? My heart pounded even when I just concentrate. So what if I got even more stressed because of people like Hong Un-seep? In the first place, if I reach 100% synchronization, or when I turn 29, will I become exactly like this Kim Yiwol? I felt like my mind was going blank. I approached the back of the Kim Yiwol who had frozen stiff, and I crouched down and sat in the empty space. My heart was in turmoil. The churning feeling was like waves or like dark clouds. Snow fell in my heart. You pitiful bastard. I straightened Kim Yiwol's disheveled hair with my fingertips. The sight of the still damp strands slipped through my fingers saddened me. You wretched bastard. My vision darkened. My last moment must have felt like this too. Gasp. Expelling the darkness, I came to my senses. Unlike before I opened the memory data, this time my eyes opened properly. Kim Yiwol. When I shifted my gaze slightly to the side, I saw Choi Jiho. I slowly regulated my breathing. Watching me carefully as I caught my breath, Choi Jiho asked in a soft voice. Are you okay? Probably. There was no pain anymore. My heart wasn't pounding either. My body felt a little drained, but not to the point of exhaustion. Noticing that my words weren't a lie, Choi Ji-ho also let out a sigh of relief. I thought he would explain something now that I had regained consciousness. But Choi Ji-ho was quiet. He only fiddled with the safety rail of the bed, which had been put up to prevent falls. Then, all he managed to say was, "They said you need to take good care of your heart." That was it. He must have been shocked. Well, it would be strange not to be shocked if someone clutched their heart during a meeting and an ambulance had to be called. But if just this much shocked him that much, what's he going to do when I actually die? 245, Chapter 245, Resting 1. After seeing the memory data and confirming the synchronization, I accepted it. That such a thing could happen to me at any time. That this wasn't like receiving a second life, but merely reliving a life I had already lived once. If that was the case, I couldn't ignore the possibility of things going wrong again. The sight of someone dying was shocking even to me, the person involved. So for these guys, who were so much younger than me, it would be even worse, wouldn't it? I saw that scene with my perception of negative emotions adjusted. Shouldn't I at least allow these guys, who couldn't even expect such help, to prepare themselves mentally? Choi Ji-ho. What? The guy answered bluntly to my call. If something happens to me, do you think you could still continue activities with the members? I asked the eldest member who happened to be nearby, and his grip on the safety rail tightened. Blue veins stood out on the back of Choi Ji-ho's hand. Why would something happen to you? Choi Ji-ho asked. You never know what can happen in life. Though in my case, something was definitely going to happen. I stared at Choi Ji-ho silently. He spoke as if he found it absurd. Do you even hear yourself? Who said you've got some terminal illness? You'll be fine if you're just careful. Can't you understand plain words? His tone was rough as usual, but the scolding lasted a little longer than normal. Choi Ji-ho's face twisted in frustration. You as asterisk Cole. It took less than 5 minutes to get here from the company. The ambulance got here fast as F asterisk CK. There's a hospital near the dorm too, so why would you die? Choi Ji-ho shouted. His brow furrowed. His anger was brief. Breaking the silence in the hospital room, Choi Ji-ho said with reddened eyes. I know how to do CPR. Oh, so stop talking crap and just get some damn sleep. You dumba asterisk S. What am I supposed to do if even you get shaken up? I asked you because I thought you, at least, would be stoic. I wanted to die every day because of you. So why are you thinking of saving me? You should have just clicked your tongue with an expression that said, Kim Yiwol, you. Really or something else. After being hospitalized for a day for observation, Kim Yiwol's EKG remained at a normal level, and the abnormal symptoms he had when he was first brought in did not reappear. Thanks to this, Kim Yiwol was discharged but was scheduled for regular checkups for the time being. Im Chan-young said he would come to the hospital to pick him up, but Choi Ji-ho refused, and he handled the discharge procedures by himself. He also answered all of the dozens of calls from Jong Song-bin, who was worried that his Hyung might not bring the receipts. Though Kim Yiwol seemed to be walking fine, he fell asleep the moment he got into the taxi. It seemed like he was catching up on all the sleep he had missed since coming to UA. As the taxi entered a familiar neighborhood, Choi Ji-ho used the phone he'd gotten from the manager during the discharge process to send a message to the group chat. Me. 5. Someone come down to the apartment entrance with a blanket. As if they had been waiting, the number quickly decreased. The taxi stopped in the parking lot. Lee Chong-hyun was already downstairs, holding a large blanket. While waiting for the card payment to finish, Choi Ji-ho opened the car door, pulled Kim Yiwol out, and carried him on his back. Lee Chong-hyun took the card instead. Is this Hyung sleeping? Are we sure it's okay for him to be discharged? The test results are normal, they said. Put the blanket over his back. At Choi Ji-ho's words, Lee Chong-hyun spread the blanket and covered Kim Yiwol's back. You brought a blanket to use like a sling? Then you should have told me to bring straps too. He's not a baby. You think I'm going to carry him like that? Then why did you tell me to bring a blanket? They said to avoid exposing him to sudden temperature changes. It's bad for his heart. Oh. Lee Chong-hyun nodded in understanding. Then he rushed ahead to press the elevator button. While waiting for the elevator to arrive, the two exchanged a few words. Choi Ji-ho asked Lee Chong-hyun, did anyone come to the dorm? Chan-young Hyung and Ms. Juk-hyung. We didn't open the door yesterday, but the CEO is coming later, so we were discussing what to do. Just as Choi Ji-ho had rejected Im Chan-young, the members had also completely closed off communication with the company for the entire day yesterday. Choi Jiho was somewhat aware of this through Jong Songbin's calls. Why don't you just tell him not to come? It's the CEO, not just anyone. How can we do that? Lee Chong-hyun yelped, then glanced at Kim Yiwol. His long lashes didn't so much as twitch. What the? He's not waking up. He's been sleeping all day since yesterday. But he woke up for a bit, right? He's been asleep since then. He was awake when I was handling the discharge, but he fell asleep again when we got in. The taxi. Yeah, it's better for this Hyung to just sleep. Lee Chong-hyun muttered. The dark circles, which had disappeared not long ago, were now deeply settled. Kim Yiwol didn't wake up even when Choi Jiho and Lee Chong-hyun laid him down on the bed. It was unlike him, who would wake up at the slightest alarm, or even just a vibration, and had trouble falling back asleep once woken. Not wanting to miss this opportunity, the two simply covered Kim Yiwol with a blanket and left the room. While Choi Jiho, exhausted from spending a full day at the hospital, went to wash up, Chong-hyun sat at the table. Jong Songbin, typing away on his laptop, rubbed his eyes with both hands, clearly fatigued. Can I help with anything? At Lee Chong-hyun's question, Jong Songbin shook his head. It's okay. How's Yiwol Hyung? Is he still sleeping? Yeah. He didn't wake up. Really? Just in case, shall we make dinner in advance? So Hyung can eat as soon as he wakes up. At the leader's words about doing something, Park Ju-woo and Kang Ki-on opened their doors and came out. They busied themselves in the kitchen, careful not to make too much noise. Should we make porridge? Or rice? Let's do both. If there are leftovers, others can eat them. At Kang Ki-on's answer, Park Ju-woo took an aluminum pot and headed to the veranda. While waiting for his Hyung to return, just as Kang Ki-on was taking out a stainless steel basin to soak the rice. The basin, caught on the lower cabinet door, fell to the floor with a loud clatter. Everyone froze at the clanging sound that echoed throughout the dorm. Then, they slowly turned their heads towards the door of the room where Kim Yiwol was sleeping. Did he wake up? Lee Chong-hyun muttered in a voice as small as an ant. Kang Ki-on couldn't even open his mouth. Park Ju-woo, who had brought a full pot of rice, carefully placed it on the dining table. Then, being so careful that even the sound of his feet leaving the floor couldn't be heard, he walked to Kim Yiwol's door. Park Ju-woo slowly turned the doorknob. Worried that light might seep in, Lee Chong-hyun hurriedly turned off all the lights in the living room. Park Ju-woo, after confirming that Kim Yiwol's blanket was rising and falling regularly in the darkness, held his breath and closed the door. He didn't wake up. It was miraculous news. Kang Ki-on trembled as he let out a sigh of relief. Thus, Spark was able to turn the living room lights back on. How long had I slept? My eyes opened without me realizing. The now familiar ceiling greeted me. I remembered handling the discharge procedures with Choi Jiho, but I had no memory after that. I must have completely passed out in the taxi, unable to hold out any longer. The main light was off, and the room was quite dark. It must be nighttime. The only difference from usual was a faint yellow light lingering in the room. It looked like Choi Jiho had brought a night lamp into the room as well. But still, if you leave the light like that by the head of the bed, wouldn't it interfere with Lee Chong-hyun's growth? Just as I was about to move the lamp for the sake of Lee Chong-hyun's smooth growth, an unexpected voice came from the side. Hyung, you're awake. Jong Songbin was sitting on Choi Jiho's bed, reading a book. It was the first time I'd seen him like this since I came to this room. What are you doing here? Isn't it nighttime? To be exact, it's dawn. 4 a.m. Did I sleep that much? And where did Choi Jiho go at this hour? Jong Songbin smiled awkwardly. Jiho Hyung decided to swap rooms with me for today. We thought someone should watch over you, and Jiho Hyung must have been uncomfortable sleeping on the cot yesterday. The cot was indeed too small, though I didn't think he was the type to lose sleep over a bit of discomfort. More importantly, something else was bothering me. You don't have to watch me sleep. My caffeine intolerance issue must have worried them more than I thought. How should I deal with that bastard Hong on Seep? It's just, I couldn't sleep, so. Would you like something to eat, Hyung? You barely ate anything today, right? While I was stammering, Jong Songbin headed to the kitchen. I heard clattering sounds and the sound of a gas stove being lit, and then Jong Songbin returned holding a tray with various things on it. Why bother bringing it here? I could have just gone out. No, it's fine. It's not heavy at all. Determined, Jong Songbin set the tray on top of my blanket. The warmth of the porridge bowl seeped through the blanket and reached my knees. Try it. Juwoo cooked it really well. Juwoo made this. The hospitality was so excessively lavish that I was starting to feel overwhelmed with gratitude. Moreover, the homemade porridge by Park Juwoo was, just as Jong Songbin said, delicious. What? Yiwol Hyung, you're eating? Lee Chonghyun's voice came from above, likely having overheard Jong Songbin telling me to drink some water. His voice was husky as if he had just woken up. Yeah, sorry. I'll eat quickly and clean up. No, turn on the light and eat. I sleep fine even with the lights on. I heard the rustling of a blanket from above my head. Yeah, right. I could hear him pulling the blanket over his head from here. Only after dissuading Jong Songbin from turning on the light could I continue eating the porridge. The night light was more than enough for a late-night meal. As I was about to finish the porridge bowl, Jong Songbin handed me a glass of water. I was about to moisten my throat with the warm water when, Hyung. Yeah. We told the company we're going to. Sue. Uft. The water couldn't go down my throat, and instead splashed all over my palm. While Jong Songbin wiped my left hand with a tissue, I replayed his words dozens of times in my head, wondering if I had heard him correctly. 246. Chapter 246. Resting 2. A lawsuit? I asked again, hoping dearly that I had misheard. We're thinking of suing both Yue and Hong Unseep. However, my hearing turned out to be perfectly fine. My right hand holding the cup trembled. Why? How? No, wait a minute. Disputes between idols and their agencies had never been easy to resolve since ancient times. It wasn't unique to idols. Whenever labor issues arose between a company and its employees, frictions naturally followed. Companies considered employees who raised issues to be impertinent. The moment an employee announced legal action, the company changed its tune. Whether they raised a legitimate issue or won the lawsuit, it was not easy for that employee to remain with the company after a legal dispute. And yet they were going to do that willingly? Rookie idols who hadn't even debuted for a year? You haven't told the company already, have you? If he hadn't brought it up yet, there was room to persuade Jong Songbin. I asked with a sliver of hope. We have. What did you say? That we're considering legal action. This was the worst-case scenario. It would be one thing if they filed the lawsuit after finishing all the groundwork behind the scenes. But this way, it just gave the company time to prepare. Why did you do that? There was no way a guy like Jong Songbin, who knew the idol industry inside and out, would be unaware of this level of common sense. Nor was his judgment so clouded that he would act irrationally just because he was a little shaken. Before that, what about the members? We need to hear their opinions too. To appease Jong Songbin, I appealed to his conscience. Because Jong Songbin was a guy with an exceptional sense of responsibility towards the members. Everyone agreed. That's why I brought it up. And the shock was doubled. You guys, read the labor dispute casebook by next week. First sigh? Where do I even begin with this? While I was racking my brain, Jong Songbin cleared the empty porridge bowl. With him being so calm, I felt like I was the strange one. What aspect of UA do you want to raise an issue about? Negligent management and abuse of affiliated artists. Abuse. Jong Songbin uttered a frightening word with an indifferent face. A company employee injured an artist and put them in critical condition. PDU was fired, wasn't he? But a similar problem arose again. Because of Hong Unseep. You remember how we went on that physical variety show, Challenge Life, not long after your head injury, right? That was after I had fully recovered. Still, the company didn't check if Hyung was in a state to go, did they? Even knowing it was a physically demanding program. In the end, you traveled all night and even worked. Jong Songbin's eyes darkened. They said they would reflect and reorganize, but this time an accident happened right inside the company. How can a relationship of mutual trust be maintained in this situation? You're right about that, but this isn't the smartest method. Still, I think it's a necessary thing to do. Jong Songbin countered. Songbin, companies are defensive. They don't lose these kinds of fights easily. I could tell how much this weighed on him. However, as the adult in this situation, I had to stop him now. The world isn't easy, and the deeper you dig, the uglier the sides you see. Let's say you're lucky enough to win the lawsuit and terminate the contract. What are you going to do about activities in the meantime? You and Juwoo are adults now, and Chonghyun and Keon are high school students. Isn't this the most important time for you guys? If you start a lawsuit, your feet will be tied for several years. You might lose your entire early 20s. The 1 year and 2 months hiatus had already had such a negative impact on Spark. After a lawsuit spanning several years, would their lifespan as idols even remain until they could find a company willing to re-sign all of them? I bet not. In that process, a few would inevitably drop out. Keeping everyone united was harder than it sounded. Jong Songbin was quiet for a long time. Then, he slowly opened his mouth. I figured you would worry about things like conditions or situations, Hyung. Jong Songbin met my gaze. But to me, the members are the most important. What? Re-signing, hiatus. It's not that I haven't thought about it. I've heard a lot, and I researched a lot yesterday while you were hospitalized, Hyung. I know it won't be easy. We might have a fleeting period of activity and then miss our golden age, just like you said, Hyung. If we just stay quiet, we'll probably walk away with minor damages at best. He knew all that. And yet, why on earth? As if seeing right through my question, Jong Songbin answered. But Hyung, if we lose even one person, what's the point of all that? It was a statement as sharp as an awl. The reason you asked to change managers was the same, wasn't it, Hyung? Because it's too late after an accident happens. And that person was someone with a high probability of causing an accident. Even when the company staff suggested reconsidering, you pushed through, didn't you? There was no flaw in Jong Songbin's words. He continued speaking softly. I don't want to see any more human casualties. I don't want to leave any room for anxiety either. I want to focus solely on work in a stable environment, without major worries. Even if it means souring relations with the company? I'm the leader. I have to take responsibility for the members. And then, Jong Songbin smiled brightly. So, I hope you'll review this matter positively, Hyung. Positively, huh? From UA's perspective, they wouldn't want to terminate the contract with Spark right now. They might have to cough up more than the money Spark had earned for them, now that Spark had just started making money. For this reason alone, UA, however resentful, wouldn't be able to kick Spark out for the time being. At most, they might reduce Spark's budget or let them fend for themselves. But Spark had already been running on a tight budget, and they had experience handling almost everything themselves. Reducing the budget further here wouldn't be a big blow. Besides, what happened between Hong Un-seep and me hadn't been made public. It seemed Jong Songbin was holding it back as a negotiating card, but if this blew up, UA would be branded a truly problematic agency. Sparklers wouldn't be the only ones attacking them. How many singers were under UA? Some of them were established singers. If an internal safety issue caused a scandal, those artists had enough clout and seniority to leave the agency. In a situation where even rumors of financial problems made an agency undesirable, if it was an agency where terror frequently occurred, no one would want to come. There is some room for positive negotiation. A sigh escaped me. After all that talk, Jong Songbin finally looked up at me, as if gauging my reaction. When I see things like this, what should I say? It's truly fascinating. How some people's minds only revolve around the company's interests, while others act for the sake of the people. And sometimes, the latter presents the best direction. Still, the company really picked a good leader. Yes. Don't you think? At my words, Jong Songbin's eyes widened. He must have thought I was just joking around. I agree with suing Hong Un-seep. But let's try to talk with UA to see if there's room for negotiation with them. Are you talking about the possibility of a settlement? Before that, let's see if UA is willing to negotiate with us even before a lawsuit is filed. We're just changing the order with the lawsuit. By any chance, do you have a draft of a settlement proposal? Yes, I do, but let's present that as a negotiation proposal first. Can you bring it for a moment? Just a moment. For now, please sleep, and let's talk again when you're feeling better, Hyung. I've only been sleeping since yesterday. Bring it. Let's read it together. At my words, Jong Songbin quickly ran to the living room and brought a bundle of papers. The papers were densely packed with writing that had been erased and rewritten various times. Want me to organize it first? It's fine. First, let's categorize the nature of the demands. Instead of vaguely grouping them as welfare, clearly show what we want, like personal safety, health management. There won't be that many categories. After that, we spent the dawn cursing Hong Un-seep, talking about how the company was also preparing a claim for damages against Hong Un-seep, and clearly refining the sentences of the negotiation proposal. Not long after I finally sent Jong Songbin to bed, the sun began to rise outside the window. The UA office was in an absolute state of emergency. This was because after Kim Yiwol collapsed, Spark expressed their intention to not shy away from a lawsuit. Until making this contact, Spark had not communicated with anyone from the company. Choi Ji-ho had exclusively handled Kim Yiwol's pickup, and the other members hadn't left the dorm. That alone was enough to convey that the members were serious. Spark agreed to talk the day after Kim Yiwol was discharged. Jang Songbin and Choi Ji-ho visited the office as representatives, asking if they were willing to have a conversation before any legal battle. CEO Yoon Hyunju and Min Ju-kyung seriously read through the negotiation proposal that Jang Songbin handed them with both hands. The proposal was easy to read but specific. The demands listed were beyond the level typically applied in the industry, a groundbreaking line that could be considered unprecedented in the entertainment industry until now. However, it was UA that had to concede. Just by not exposing this situation, Spark was giving UA a chance. Having already experienced the fandom's wrath once, the company needed to approach this issue cautiously. After a brief review, Yoon Hyunju closed the papers and said, "We'll review it this week and contact you. Would it be best to contact you directly, Songbin?" "I would appreciate that." Jang Songbin nodded. Jang Songbin, who had once come to Yoon Hyunju for advice for Kim Yiwol's sake, was now negotiating with the company for the members. Yoon Hyunju couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt about that. Just as Choi Ji-ho was about to rise, thinking the meeting was over, Min Ju-kyung stopped him. "If you're going to use the practice room, I'll make sure the staff don't go that way." "So, it's fine," Choi Ji-ho answered drily. "We rented a practice room. We'll use that for the time being." Choi Ji-ho and Jang Songbin bowed and left the meeting room. Yoon Hyunju was accustomed to dealing with people, but for the first time in a while, he felt completely drained of energy. 247. Chapter 247. Innovation 1. For the past week, the Spark members' daily routine had been Choi Ji-ho, Park Ju-woo, and I commuted to the rented practice room in Jang Songbin's mother's car. His mother even adjusted her commute time to help us. I was truly grateful. Choi Ji-ho and Park Ju-woo handed me lyric sheets, then tossed me onto the sofa and practiced by themselves. The student group returned to the rented practice room for group practice. I was still lying on the sofa, only practicing vocals. "Is there even a point to this group practice? You should be grateful we bring you at all." Hyung Kong Kyeon, the main person behind securing the rented practice room, chided me. It was apparently the place where he first learned to dance before joining UA, and he had contacted the director, who was about to move to the countryside and close down the studio, to ask if they could borrow it for a few weeks. It seemed Kong Kyeon had kept in touch with the director regularly. Thanks to this connection, the director, saying it was a building they were going to vacate anyway, let us use it comfortably free of charge. Thanks to that, we, a group of wanderers who had left our agency, ended up using a practice room larger than the one at UA. I felt tears well up. These guys even dragged me along to this amazing space. They said it'd be dangerous if I collapsed alone somewhere. If they were going to do this, they should have gotten me a vocal practice room, too. Jang Songbin wiped his sweat and smiled. In fact, that guy was the culprit behind this whole situation. What a tenacious fellow. Still, having time to just lie down and think wasn't all bad. I returned. The negative emotion recognition rate, which I had lowered to view the memory data, back to normal, and also pondered about the abnormal condition of my heart that the guys were so worried about. Back when I first realized that memory synchronization was linked to cardiac arrest, I didn't have the bandwidth to think much about it. But looking back now, there were some questions. Dangerous activities for people with weak hearts, such as riding amusement park rides, being startled, or consuming foods that could affect the pulse, also affect me. However, I had never felt a strain on my heart from strenuous choreography or exercise. That was strange, wasn't it? Exercise was good for health, but it depended on the type of exercise. For someone who was barely able to crawl across the floor, rehabilitation therapy should be prioritized over exercise. It was just a guess, but it seemed the heart-related restrictions didn't activate when it came to physical activities necessary for me to become an idol. Just how badly did this system want to turn me into an idol? So, on the first day I came to this practice room, I spent my time memorizing the precautions for heart disease patients handout that the hospital had printed out, so I could achieve my KPIs without dying. Because I wasted a whole day, my future self would have some trouble memorizing the choreography, but my future self would manage somehow. Hang in there, Kim Yiwol. This is better. Then collapsing again. And I also thought about why the system didn't display a warning this time, unlike with the Yuhansu incident. I suspected it was because drinking caffeine wasn't directly linked to death, and even if I were in a crisis, there was no applicable for major insurances to use. I already used up the 4 major insurances when I got hit on the head with a hammer. Taking it a step further, it seemed the system recommended viewing the memory data as a warning because it could no longer guarantee my life. Like, you died like this, so take care of yourself, right? In fact, I'd started to be mindful of my heart now. Still, I don't know what the first memory data was trying to tell me. Grumbling, I was writing a draft of a proposal to send to the dedicated team when my phone vibrated. One of the things Spark had proposed to UA in their negotiation was to allow the use of personal mobile phones so that they could be contacted quickly anytime, anywhere. UA seemed to have judged this part as necessary as well, as they had returned all 6 mobile phones to Choi Ji-ho and Jong Songbin on the same day. The owner of this vibrating phone was Jong Songbin. Our diligent leader rarely let practice be interrupted by something like a phone call. That meant the caller was likely from the company. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Considering the grace period the company gave, the company's situation, and Spark's comeback schedule, the company said they'll accept all our demands. Whoa, yeah, it had to turn out this way. After many twists and turns, Spark finally re-entered UA. Manager Chanyang, who came to pick us up at the dorm, was speechless upon seeing my haggard appearance. I had even put on natural vitality, nature pink. Too bad. Are we going to run into that person if we go? Choi Ji-ho asked. His straightforwardness was heavy. That won't happen, don't worry. The manager declared confidently. It didn't seem like he was lying. He was officially fired the day before yesterday, and all his company access rights have been revoked. We've also retrieved all the car keys. Is a restraining order out of the question? Park Ju-woo, sitting in the passenger seat, asked. The manager let out a small sigh. I asked the legal team, and they said it would be difficult. From our perspective, Mr. Unseep has been problematic for a long time, but to get a restraining order, there needs to be a record of continuous threats or something similar. It seemed the company had looked into various things besides what we had requested. As long as the damages were properly processed as promised, I didn't care much. Another condition we'd put forward was that both UA and I would file separate damage claims against Hong Unseep. We intended to make him pay dearly for all his messed up actions. Just as the car pulled into the parking garage, the manager called out to me. Yiwol. Yes. The CEO would like to meet you for a bit. When would be good for you? I was the one summoned, but the Spark members flinched. Just him? Choi Ji-ho pointedly asked. The members stared intently at the manager. It's absolutely not because of anything bad. The CEO just has a few things he wants to ask. Still, sending Hyung alone is a bit, and there's Yiwol Hyung's condition too. Jong Songbin cautiously expressed his refusal. Chonghyun, do you happen to have a mirror? At my question, Lee Chonghyun rummaged through his bag and took out a hand mirror. It was a yellow hand mirror with a giant ribbon that he had received from a fan at ISD. My face in the mirror was utterly pale. It even seemed closer to the appearance right after I had passed away, as seen in the memory data. Judging that it wouldn't be easy for them to be aggressive seeing this face, I returned the hand mirror to Lee Chonghyun. I'm fine. Can I go up right away today? Hyung. Kong Keon grabbed my forearm from the seat next to me. Keon. What? Isn't sitting through a conversation more survivable than going to dance practice right now? Kong Keon couldn't refute my words. Instead, despite the manager being present, he showed his fierce side by saying, You brought your phone, right? Turn on voice recording before you go. As expected, the CEO couldn't hide his shock upon seeing my face. Ms. Min Jukyung, who was with him, was the same. Are you really sure you don't need to be hospitalized? Yes. The hospital said there wasn't much they could do either. Ms. Min Jukyung, who was about to ask if I needed something to drink, hesitated. Since I collapsed after drinking something I shouldn't have at the company, it wouldn't be easy to offer anything carelessly. If it's all right, may I have a glass of water? Of course. Only after getting permission and receiving a glass of lukewarm water did the CEO begin to speak. He asked if my body was okay, and suggested that perhaps I should halt activities this time if necessary. Since my heart would be fine when doing idle activities anyway, I firmly declined. Next came apologies and expressions of having no excuse. If he had tried to brush it off with a single apology like Jang Junwoo, we would have seriously considered moving agencies like Jong Songbin had planned. Even if it was just acting, it was not easy for someone to bow their head to someone they consider far beneath them. Nevertheless, the CEO was sincere. Especially to you, really. I had indeed gone through a lot of turmoil at this company. In terms of the severity of injury, it might have been worse than at the Hampyeong industry. But why didn't UA feel as hateful as the Hampyeong industry? Was it solely because there was someone apologizing? Or because my tenure here had been shorter? While I was pondering, the CEO told me something unexpected. That when Spark requested to terminate their exclusive contract, the company had seriously discussed it. Were you planning to let us terminate? If you wanted to. I hadn't anticipated this turn of events. How many years had UA invested in Spark? Were they really going to let go of a business item just as it started making money? Then, you accepting our demands. Because it would take a long time for you to find a new company. This was the reason I had opposed Jong Songbin's opinion. Now the CEO was also saying he had held on to Spark for the same reason. I know how you must feel. That's why. If you really wanted to leave, we were prepared to support your decision. But as an adult, I felt responsible for helping guide your careers in a more realistic direction. Why? Because what we want is for you to succeed. It was shocking. I never thought I would hear such words from someone else. The negotiation proposal, it was you who wrote it, right, Yiwol? The draft was written by Songbin and the members. I only added some comments. Even though it was true, the CEO didn't seem to believe it much. He would be surprised if he knew how proficient Jong Songbin had become with office formats. Seeing that he agreed to accept all those numerous demands in the negotiation proposal, it seemed his desire for Spark to succeed was also genuine. You guys are talented. None of you seems your age. Is that so? Of course. You said you wanted to go into business administration. Were you serious about that? I had mentioned once on Drinkers that I wanted to major in business administration. I didn't know he would have watched it. It turned out to be very helpful in this moment. Yes, I was. Right. Otherwise, kids your age wouldn't be this knowledgeable about the ways of the world. The CEO let out a dry laugh. It seemed he had completely interpreted me as a youth who wanted to go to business administration so badly that he studied related subjects on his own and nurtured his dream, but couldn't go to college and became an idol instead. While you guys were away, the company received some management consulting. None of them really impressed us, though. Everyone had been really busy in a short amount of time. But that consulting probably wasn't very helpful. Business consulting mostly involved optimizing performance metrics and HR indicators. That kind of help wouldn't do much for a company like UA, which didn't operate based on sales forecasts. Nor was it an HR problem that could be solved by methods like organizational restructuring. But that experience made me think. About what? The negotiation proposal. The CEO brought up the problematic document. If you can articulate what you want this specifically, I wondered if you already have an ideal company in your head. I thought it was fortunate enough that he wasn't taking offense. I never imagined the conversation would flow like this. So rather than trying to accommodate individual requests one by one, I want to restructure the company based on your vision of what a company should be. The CEO looked me straight in the eye. Yiwol, what kind of company would you like UA to be? It was a direct hit. He was asking a rookie idol for something enormous. If I hadn't had experience working as an HR manager, I would have been sobbing internally. It's not that I don't have a personally ideal company in mind. To speak honestly about this, certain conditions were necessary. First, the other party has to be ready to hear anything. Second, they can't hold grudges for what I say. Third, they won't brush me off with sarcasm like, if you've got so much time to think, go do my job. From what I'd seen of the CEO, he seemed to meet all those conditions. Though he might see me as an even weirder idol after this conversation. I fiddled with the paper cup, trying to predict whether opening my mouth here would be beneficial or detrimental to Spark. And I decided, before I answer that, could I possibly have a private meeting with you, CEO? If nothing else, I had to back up the leader, who took bold steps for the sake of the team. Ms. Min Joo-kyung, having received permission with a nod, excused herself. Only the CEO and I remained in the CEO's office. 248. Chapter 248. Innovation 2. Is it such a critical story that even Ms. Jukyung can't hear it? The CEO asked with a smile. What kind of opinion was the CEO expecting from me? A suggestion box for affiliated artists' opinions? Or the background behind drafting the negotiation proposal? Whatever it was, it didn't concern me, because I had something else I wanted to talk about. Actually, I'm being cautious. About what? Because it involves money. The CEO flinched. There were various ways for outsiders to learn about a company's internal affairs. For large corporations or public enterprises, through public disclosures. For mid-sized companies, through corporate reports. And for other companies, through national pension service indicators. UA's wage level was slightly higher than others in the same industry. However, this didn't mean UA's starting salary was high. They invested heavily in a few experienced employees at the team leader level, but not in new employees. From what I confirmed in a recent job posting, it was exactly the industry average. If the salary increase rate wasn't high, the incentive system should at least be good, but UA wasn't like that either. Since the number of personnel was small, it was not easy to get promoted. In conclusion, UA was not attractive in the job market. It was difficult for this kind of UA to attract excellent applicants. Salary, system, compensation. There wasn't a single satisfactory point. Our company doesn't have a high turnover rate, does it? That's right. But it always takes a long time to hire new people. And the kind of applications the company wants don't come in easily. Are you close with the management support team staff too? No, you can find all this out just by looking at Job Planet and Want It Outside. Everyone probably knows this, but I don't think they'd dare say it to you, CEO, so I'll say it now. Using my status as a patient as a shield, the salary doesn't match the caliber of talent the company wants. Our starting salary is the industry standard, Yiwol. If I were under the assumption that the starting salary is the industry standard, I would aim for a large agency as much as possible. Or I would try a promising startup. At UA, it looks hard to build experience across diverse projects or earn a title that would help in a career move. I also think job titles are important. Staying a rank-and-file employee forever hurts your value in the job market. Right now, we're lucky to have people like Ms. Jukyung helping us. But if they were to leave for career advancement, the dedicated team's work wouldn't run as smoothly as before. At my words, the CEO seemed lost in thought. He appeared to be thinking of a few long-serving employees, including Ms. Min Jukyung. I know how burdensome it is to suggest increasing labor costs in a company where labor costs make up most of the operating expenses. And if we raise new hires' pay without adjusting existing salaries, there will be backlash. But good people don't just roll in for free. Even if they do, if there's no proper compensation, they won't stay forever. I think it's the same for the managers. Manager Chanyang takes care of us almost 24/7, doesn't he? A regular office worker wouldn't work that hard for that salary. If there's a place that treats them even a little better than the industry standard, anyone would want to go there. People who failed to land jobs with major agencies or high-profile artists applied to UA, where all they needed was a standard driver's license. UA hired people who were willing to work for already low pay, receiving only 70% of their salary during a 3-month probation period. It was a recruitment where no one gained anything. The CEO, who had been listening silently, asked, "Then, Yiwol, do you think adjusting the overall salary will solve these problems?" "It's not my ultimate goal, but to a certain extent, yes." "What is your ultimate goal then?" "On the premise that HR-related corruption can be completely eradicated, I think UA should be run on a 100% recommendation-based system." The CEO's eyes widened. "Not open recruitment?" "No. UA was too small to talk about open recruitment. Other premises are also necessary, such as that only staff with proven competence remain at UA, that the working conditions are attractive enough to make people want to work here, and that the interview process functions properly. Job postings going forward should include a higher starting salary, and existing employees should renegotiate their salaries. Those who were caught embezzling alongside Yu Han-soo should be fired, even if it meant taking a hit in the short term. If personnel search support was needed during the dismissal grace period, I was willing to help, since everyone danced without me when I went to the practice room anyway. Once the personnel were established this way, then switch to an acquaintance recommendation system and only conduct recruitment when there were no suitable candidates. When interviewing through acquaintance recommendations or recruitment, At least 2 working-level staff members must be present as interviewers. Because what was important was the opinion of the people they would be working with. After hearing everything I said, the CEO nodded as if he finally understood. So that's why the negotiation proposal had such content. Spark had requested that when recruiting for the dedicated team and managers, either Ms. Min Joo-kyung or Manager Chan Young must be included in the interview. If it were up to me, I would have asked for both of them, but someone needed to stay at the company building. The gist was that we needed to hire people who have no personality issues and possess at least minimal job competency, not people who will work without complaints even for low pay. That was why we kindly included an interview scoring sheet in the negotiation proposal. I said with a smile, with all the managers working at UA, surely someone can introduce one reliable person? If the work environment and treatment improved, we could bring in verified people. What I wanted was for those people, gathered like that, to continue working together in a good environment, without constant staff turnover. My shoulders feel heavy. The CEO stretched. He looked very burdened. If it were a company with a high turnover rate, I wouldn't have been able to say this. Why? Because an acquaintance recommendation system wouldn't be able to handle the personnel vacuum. If you raise the starting salary but end up with more people who just work briefly and leave, it would actually be a loss. Even preparing for new hires costs money. Is there anything you don't know? Rather than that, these are the only things I know. You, CEO, probably know more about the entertainment business, so there's no need to praise me. Since everyone likes UA, it would be even better if it changes in a slightly better direction. That's my opinion. Does that everyone include you? The CEO asked. At that moment, I felt like I had found the answer to the question I had. The answer to why I didn't hate UA as much as I did the Hampyeong industry. UA, this company, is trying to change. For the people. Maybe I've been waiting for that change for a very, very long time. For a while, the inside of the company was incredibly noisy. But we were holed up in the basement practice room, now off limits to all employees due to a new regulation, so we didn't really feel the impact of any of the changes. Honestly, it was kind of nice. The Spark members finally let me join practice. Thanks to that, I no longer had to feel the guilt of being a freeloader. Though I did hear one arrest every time I did a single turn. Thanks to the manager paying special attention, we also had fewer direct interactions with the staff. Dataeon became incredibly active, but if there was an urgent matter to vote on or a blind test was needed, the manager always acted as the intermediary. Until a truly good person comes along, I'll take responsibility for you guys. Ever since he said that, our manager had been putting effort into all sorts of things for Spark. I wasn't sure whether to thank him or to tell him he didn't need to go that far. During break time, as I was sitting on the floor, Park Joo-woo approached me. Then he gently rubbed my forearm, looking worried. Hyung, you've lost a lot of muscle. I haven't been able to work out. Still, don't go to the gym for a while. Park Joo-woo's eyes were full of concern. Don't worry, even if you ask me to go, the manager probably won't give me a ride. Actually, I don't even need to go to the gym. There was already quite a bit of exercise equipment in the dorm. If I set my mind to it, I could get in a decent workout. It was just, I hated that feeling of my blood pumping too fast. So instead of staying active, I started eating less. I didn't really have an appetite, so it wasn't hard. With the choreography practices added in, I was slowly gaining muscle back. As long as I didn't make a comeback looking unkempt, it would be fine. If anything, I'd lost weight, not gained it. So for now I was safe, or so I told myself. Drink delivery has arrived. As I was massaging my forearm, longing for my lost muscles, Lee Chong-hyun entered the practice room with a bright smile. In each of his hands was a drink carrier wrapped in plastic. Choi Ji-ho was also visible behind Lee Chong-hyun. It seemed he had opened the door from behind for him. Choi Ji-ho looked a little tired. Lee Chong-hyun must have been extra chatty today. Yogurt smoothie delivery for the Hyungnams. Lee Chong-hyun shouted as he approached, handing one carrier to Jong Song-bin. Thanks. You went through trouble going out. It was just a quick trip to the first floor. The other members also fumbled around in the carrier to find their drinks. From grapefruit ade to green grape kale juice, the variety was diverse. These guys hadn't ordered any caffeinated drinks at all since I collapsed. On the first day I realized that. I told them there was no need for them to do so, but the guys were adamant. It's just, I don't want any unfortunate incidents to happen. That was what Lee Chong-hyun had said. I'd heard people who regularly drink coffee need a certain amount daily just to function. Just as I was thinking I should tell them again soon to drink whatever they want, a drink of a familiar color caught my eye. Lee Chonghyun, what did you order? Misukuru. Mr. Kion, want a sip? TL note. Mitsuguru equals roasted grain powder drink. Light brown. A slightly heavy-looking texture. A thick straw. Faintly visible black dots floating. And an unbearable wave of nausea rising up. Chonghyun. My heart pounded like crazy. My breathing became ragged. I'm sorry, but could you not drink this? Without realizing it, my hand snatched Lee Chonghyun's drink. Everyone's gazes turned to me. My hand holding the cup trembled. 249, Chapter 249, Innovation 3. Hyung. Lee Chonghyun's eyes wavered as he called out to me. The practice room became suffocatingly quiet. All their gazes were fixed on me. Am I crazy? To snatch away a kid's drink, of all things. And just because I found it unpleasant to look at. Sorry, it's nothing. I'll give it back. Even to my own ears, my voice was trembling. Lee Chonghyun reached out his hand with an anxious expression. The cup slipped from my hand into his fingertips. Assistant Manager Kim, aren't you overreacting? Is someone going to die from drinking that? You're making the person who offered it feel awkward. The beat of my heart filled my mind. The car accident that year happened in an instant. Without warning, not long after I had parted ways with my sister. Because of a driver who was distracted by their phone while driving. There were no young passengers like Lee Chonghyun or Choi Jiho in that car. If there had been a companion, it was unknown if they would have been safe. The last time I saw my sister's clothes, they were stained. The accident scene, which I later saw in photos, was entirely soaked in a dark color. Like the asphalt floor I saw under the streetlight on the night Yoo Han-soo hit my head. My sister's skin was pale. So was mine, left alone in the apartment. Motionless, not making a single sound of breathing, just lying still. That was the end for us siblings. What was I like before my breath stopped? The pain, as if my heart was being squeezed, was still vivid. Even after dying like that, I was still haunted by the same agony. I wanted to say, how can someone die so easily? I knew exactly how even a fleeting moment of embarrassment or bravado could end in tragedy. But for that, my sister was no longer by my side. The smell of blood was too vivid. Because the pain constricting my chest was unbearable. Because the sensation of suffocation was unforgettable. Because I remembered myself, who went to Hannam Bridge alone as there was no one to ask for help. I couldn't breathe. My eyes welled up, and I clenched my teeth to hold back the tears. I felt I needed to adjust my emotion recognition rate. I didn't have the confidence to stay in this state any longer. However, sometimes actions are faster than thoughts. Hyung. Before I could even touch the recognition rate, my hand snatched Lee Chonghyun's drink again. Then, I pressed the opening of the straw firmly with my palm, and with my other hand, I gripped the cup tightly and didn't let go. I pulled the cup as close to me as I could. I'm sorry. Hyung. I'm really sorry. All I could do was apologize. Because I didn't know why I was suddenly acting like this. Because I couldn't explain it in words this kid could understand. Let's get you something else. I don't want you to drink this. I'll buy you a new one. Okay. I won't drink it, so calm down, Hyung. Lee Chonghyun said softly. His two hands reached towards me, perhaps intending to grab my arms. At that moment, I instinctively pulled my arm back, not wanting the drink to touch his hands. His hands, pushed aside, faltered weakly in the air. Slowly, his bewildered face filled my vision. Behind him, Park Ju-woo looked on worriedly, and Jong Song-bin had a hand over his mouth. This was a mistake. A big one. Sorry. Why on earth am I doing this? I couldn't understand. I just felt like I was being swept away by unfamiliar emotions, submerged in swirling memories, and about to die. Kim Yiwol would intermittently have seizures when he went to bed. He frequently clutched his chest while sleeping, and each time, he couldn't breathe properly. But if they tried to call an ambulance, he would quickly just frown and fall back into a deep sleep. So only the anxious members ended up taking turns sleeping on Choi Jiho's bed. Except for Kang Kion, who needed to find stability himself first. And then, the fact that he pretends to be fine every morning is what really pisses me off. Lee Chonghyun had even said something like that. Kang Kion hadn't said anything, but it was clear he agreed. No one ever told Kim Yiwol about what happened at night. Not only did he rarely remember it himself, but the first time he found out, He had practically fallen to his knees apologizing to everyone. You must not have been able to sleep because of me. Do you want to get some sleep now? I'll talk to the manager. No one wanted an apology from Kim Yiwol. Rather, they knew this situation would be another source of stress for him. So they left him alone without saying anything, just taking turns to check if they could hear him gasping for breath. And then they realized something. This guy Kim Yiwol, after practically choking to death the night before, would act like nothing happened the next morning, as if everything was fine once he stepped out of the shower looking clean and fresh. They'd expected it, sure, but every member of Spark still found themselves rubbing the back of their neck in disbelief. Wouldn't it be better if you were hospitalized? Jong Song-bin, who was on night duty tonight, asked worriedly. Park Ju-woo, who was washing and hanging Choi Ji-ho's blanket to repay the debt of using Choi Ji-ho's bed the previous night, though Choi Ji-ho himself didn't care in the slightest, answered. Hyung's kind of like a wrecked car with metal plates slapped on to keep it running. Jong Song-bin immediately understood Park Ju-woo's analogy. It was indeed an apt comparison. Park Ju-woo, shaking out a pillowcase, said, "It could be because he's anxious. Hyung has been under a lot of stress." At those words, Jong Song-bin looked up at Park Ju-woo. He couldn't quite remember how many years had passed since he first saw Park Ju-woo at UA. But in that moment, the image of a quiet, expressionless Park Ju-woo, so different from how he was now, overlapped with the one before his eyes. If you open the window and let some air in, he gets much better. Really? Park Ju-woo nodded and hung up Choi Ji-ho's pillowcase. It seemed that was what happened last night. Jong Song-bin, watching Park Ju-woo meticulously hang the laundry and look satisfied, asked, "Ju-woo, yeah, are you okay?" Park Ju-woo blinked his eyes. Then, after nodding his head a few times, he looked at Jong Song-bin, smiled faintly, and answered, "Yeah, you don't have to worry about me." In moments like this, Jong Song-bin always found it hard to fully trust his friend. However, he didn't say anything more, because he didn't want to see his precious friend's face darken again. Not long after the drink-snatching incident, I started receiving counseling separate from my health checkup. Since I had promised to go to the hospital after Kong Keon's condition stabilized, it was a convenient timing. The first topic that came up in counseling was family relationships. My family was a crazy mixed-up powder edition, so I tried to choose my words carefully, but when they told me to speak comfortably within what was discussable, I told them various things. But this might not be everything. I tend to forget things easily. Considering how frustrated my sister used to get whenever I couldn't remember past events, there were probably quite a few episodes I had forgotten. However, the counselor was considerate, telling me to talk slowly whenever I remembered anything. When I explained how I'd been hit by a coworker with a blunt object and almost died from an allergic reaction to food, the counselor was visibly shaken. After that, I became sensitive to even small things. My emotions also swing back and forth like a seesaw. There were other questions. When asked about my relationships with those around me, I confessed about the conflict with Kong Keon. That friend told me he's scared because he doesn't know when I might die, and I think he has a point. I don't know what will happen to me either. To the question of whether I had anyone to rely on, I answered no. I wondered if I should say I had, but they died. But the counselor's face already looked dark, so I couldn't bring myself to say it. After some hesitation, the counselor asked me, "Mr. Yiwol, have you ever had extreme thoughts yourself?" It was a difficult question. I debated whether I should combine before and after the regression, but since my mind started to break down from the moment I opened the first memory data, I decided to speak honestly. That I had gone to the Han River, but just came back. What stopped you that day, Mr. Yiwol? I briefly retraced my memories. Then, I talked about the things that came to mind one by one. I have to work. If an accident happens here, it could be traumatic for the first person to find me. It would be hard for the people who have to clean up. They say the bodies of drowning victims are often badly damaged. I shouldn't be a nuisance. I think those were the thoughts going through my head. The counselor's hand became busy. I was curious what they were writing, but my interest quickly faded. How they would interpret this story was their domain. What is most important to you right now, Mr. Yiwol? Activities, I suppose. Making sure the members can work safely and peacefully is important too. Afterward, we continued to talk about schedules and activities. When asked what protective measures the agency was providing, I explained the negotiation details in as much detail as I could to reassure them that I was in a safer place now. After hearing everything, The counselor looked at me and said, "Earlier, you said you tend to forget things easily, right, Mr. Yiwol?" "Yes. But from what I've heard, Mr. Yiwol, you seem to have a very good memory. You know, people usually say they don't remember anything after the college entrance exam. But you're even helping your dongsangs with their studies. It's possible you have a tendency to try to quickly forget unpleasant things when they happen. This is a phenomenon corresponding to repression among defense mechanisms. In short, it meant that my forgetting most of my childhood memories was part of a defense mechanism. If I can't remember, isn't that okay then?" To my words, the counselor drew a line, saying it wasn't. That someday, the accumulated stress could manifest physically. In that case, maybe this was connected to synchronization too. My sync rate had definitely risen after my mental state started swinging wildly. And, Mr. Yiwol, it would be good for you to reduce your work. If possible. Including the counselor's advice, the session lasted a full 2 hours. Only after receiving a recommendation to combine it with medication therapy was I able to leave the center. 250. Chapter 250, Invitation. Counseling was quite helpful, especially in that it could reassure the Spark members, even if just a little. The guys were greatly relieved that I was receiving professional help. I hadn't even told them about the suggestion to reduce my work, but when I came to UA, the comeback had been pushed back. I asked if it was okay to postpone the comeback, knowing full well that the music market was fiercely competitive at the end of the year, but no one responded. I felt a little lonely. I returned the negative emotion recognition rate to the state it was in when I had just regressed, as before, and I decided never to touch it again. Relying on it seemed to be making me useless as a person. The claim for damages against Hong Unseep was to be handled by UA, and I also received separate compensation from UA. In Hong Unseep's case, I heard that the compensation amount was expected to be quite high because he had intentionally fed me food he knew I was allergic to. And since it happened within the company, all evidence was available. He would have to cough up at least tens of times the money he had earned at UA. Security personnel were even assigned to us when we went out for external schedules. As surrounding matters were somewhat resolved, my mind felt at ease. As I was sitting on the sofa organizing my diary, Kong Keon approached and asked, "What did they say in counseling?" "They told me to live selfishly." I didn't think I was that altruistic, but Kong Keon nodded. "You need to be like that a bit, Hyung." "Me? I'm a completely selfish person. Even now, I'm doing idle activities by joining your team to satisfy my own selfish desires. Am I not the selfish type?" "You Hyung." Kong Keon made a face as if to say, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lee Chonghyun, who was next to him, also let out a dry laugh and said, "If you were a selfish person, Hyung, the Berrien Hyungs wouldn't have liked you that much." It sounded like a compliment, but his gaze was incredibly sharp. That kid still seemed to hold a grudge about me speaking casually with Berrien. While I was looking for a way to avoid Lee Chonghyun's sharp gaze, a message arrived on my phone. I clung to my phone as if I had found a savior. However, instead of a savior, Gu Jahan Sunbeam. "Mr. Yiwol, do you happen to have any free time?" A message came from an unexpected person. Me. "Hello, Sunbeam. What can I do for you?" I sent the message, but a reply didn't come quickly. After practicing the harmony for the pre-release song with the members once, a reply had arrived. "Gu Jahan Sunbeam. There's something I'd like to consult you about." "You, about what with me?" To be honest, I had no interest in Mr. Gu Jahan's request, but Spark was an idol group with a comeback next month. I judged that if I could get an established actor to post a promotional message on their SNS for our comeback day with just one counseling session, it would be a cheap price to pay. "CEO, are you watching? I'm working this hard to save Spark's marketing costs. So please raise Ms. Min Jukyung's salary so Ms. Jukyung can bring in some acquaintances." Mr. Gu Jahan and I decided to meet at his house. There were a lot of reasons behind that. First of all, Spark was avoiding all spaces currently used by UA staff. And since I was the only member of Spark who had ever acted, it wouldn't look good if I were seen visiting Gu Jahan's agency. Meeting outside wasn't ideal either. After all, it wasn't long ago that I collapsed in a crowded meeting room. I wasn't actually sick, but I decided to play it safe until the comeback. What remained was either the Spark dorm or Mr. Gu Jahan's house. And since I couldn't inconvenience the other 5 guys just to host someone, I had no other choice. "If it's more convenient to meet at UA, I can go there." "No, sir. We're currently in a standoff with our agency. Huh. After vaguely making it clear I didn't want to meet at UA, Mr. Gu Jahan agreed easily and even sent his manager to pick me up. Thanks to that, I got to experience riding in someone else's car to someone else's house. I had already informed Manager Chanyang beforehand. Mr. Gu Jahan's reaction upon seeing me after I took off my hat and mask was truly intense. "Mr. Yiwol, are you sick?" My manager said the same thing. "I'm fine. That's not the complexion of someone who's fine." Then he pursed his lips shut. "Are you really sure you don't need to go to the hospital? I had a health checkup not long ago." "What did the hospital say?" "They told me to make an appointment and come back." "Doesn't that mean something's wrong?" "At least they didn't tell me to come immediately." At my words, Gu Jahan frowned. "Does UA work their idols too hard? Is that why your relationship with them is bad?" "It's not like that. What I said on the phone was half a joke." "Never mind that. Just sit down somewhere." I bowed my head slightly and sat on the chair Mr. Gu Jahan pulled out for me. The dining table was laden with food. It was full of dishes I didn't recognize. "If you haven't eaten yet, go ahead and start without me." "You think I made all this just to eat alone?" "I'm on a diet." "Does UA tell you to stick to a diet even after seeing your face, Mr. Yiwol?" "No. Actually, they tended to tell me to eat." But thinking about the homies working hard to Photoshop my jawlines, I figured it was better to self-manage. I'm an actor too. We both got to take care of ourselves, so don't worry and just eat. Mr. Gu Jahan pushed a food bowl towards me. I had no idea what kind of incredible favor he was planning to ask for him to be doing all this. Mr. Gu Jahan's cooking was quite delicious. There wasn't much to talk about while sitting opposite each other, so I just focused on eating. We did do a belated self-introduction of sorts. "Mr. Yiwol, you're in your early 20s, right?" "Yes, I'm 21. It really sounds like a lie." Yes, it was indeed a lie. If I hadn't regressed, I'd be around 30 by now. Or maybe not. Would I not have reached 30? Since I would have died before getting old. "Mr. Yiwol, did you originally want to be an idol?" It was an unexpected career path. After talking about things like this, the meal ended. Mr. Gu Jahan asked as he cleared the dishes, "What would you like to drink?" "Coffee." "No." I almost made a stern face for a moment. I swept my chest and said, "I can't drink coffee. Water is fine. I have green tea. Should I make that for you?" "I'm sorry, I can't drink that either." At my words, Mr. Gu Jahan looked puzzled. "Are you perhaps uncomfortable because of me?" "Not at all. It's just that I can't drink anything with caffeine." "Green tea is caffeine." Then, Mr. Gu Jahan obediently brought a glass of warm water. "Did you see that? Hong unseep, you bastard. If someone says they can't eat something, don't give it to them." "Actually, there was something I wanted to ask of you, Mr. Yiwol." Mr. Gu Jahan began. What could this man possibly want from me? He probably had more money than me and more influence in the industry. That. Mr. Gu Jahan moved his lips as if he was about to speak, then hesitated. Then, what he said was, "Never mind." That was it. Pardon. It was utterly baffling. At this point, I wondered why on earth this man had called me. Spark's years in the industry didn't even come close to a tenth of Gu Jahan's. But this kind of thing was problematic. I took the time out to be here when I should be accelerating practice for the comeback. Not that anyone asked me to practice harder, but still. Please tell me. I can't just leave after you've treated me to a meal. It's just that Mr. Yiwol doesn't seem to be in a state to grant anyone's request right now. I only look that way, my insides are. Fine. As long as I don't reveal heavenly secrets, don't ride amusement park rides, and don't eat food that can cause side effects. Wait a minute. There are quite a few things I shouldn't do. I didn't know if he believed me, but Mr. Gu Jahan left his seat for a moment and headed to his room. Then he returned with 2 bundles of paper. They were drama scenarios. I need to choose my next project, but I don't know which one would be better. Can you take a quick look? I can't exactly predict future viewer ratings. Is that okay with you? You think I brought you here for that? I called you to see which one you think would suit me better, Mr. Yiwol. One was a strong and righteous male lead, and the other was a significant villain role who grew to have an autocratic personality due to a dark past. This was quite tricky. Mr. Gu Jahan might have turned over a new leaf, but it was unknown whether he was a semi-manager Nam or a newborn Gu Jahan. Which role are you drawn to, Sunbeam? I slyly asked for Mr. Gu Jahan's opinion first. If Mr. Gu Jahan's ego was still inflated, I was planning to just humor him appropriately. They're about even. One lets me maintain leading role level pay. The other is similar in tone to a past role that was easier for me to perform. Unexpectedly, Mr. Gujahan was quite honest. It's rare for someone to talk openly about weighing paycheck versus ease of performance. Is there no particular narrative that you find appealing? You can tell by looking, right? The content is similar for both. Oh, it seemed he read the content all the way through. Back during in my office, it was obvious he had no interest in familiarizing himself with the script. At this point, I felt that Mr. Gujahan genuinely wanted to hear my opinion, so I also started to rack my brain. Do you want an honest opinion, or an opinion that boosts your confidence? The former. Then the villain role would be better. Why? Mr. Gujahan asked, propping his chin on his hand. First, I think it's a contradiction to say you're aiming for a lead role when I don't get a strong sense that you're recognized in the industry yet, Sunbeam. Second, rather than trying a bunch of different roles, you'd be better off deepening your performance in the roles you've already been praised for. Mr. Yiwol, you really don't know how to sugarcoat, huh? I can, if you ask me to, but it didn't seem like that's what you wanted. If he got offended or told me to stop, I'd have nothing more to say. I was aware I'd spoken pretty bluntly, but if he wants to change but doesn't know how, it's hard to turn a blind eye. There were a few at Hampiong Industry too. People who weren't good at their jobs and made futile efforts because they didn't know how to get better. Once someone properly taught them, they changed. Fast. Some might say that you should learn by watching others, but personally, I couldn't stand just sitting back when someone clearly needed a hand. I apologize if my remarks were presumptuous. No, not at all. Mr. Gujahan waved his hand. Going deeper into roles I've already done well. Won't people say I'm repeating myself? Won't there be negative comments no matter what role you play? People's standards of judgment aren't all the same. Is that so? This is just my opinion, but I think it's easy for someone who has reached the pinnacle to try something else, but quite difficult for someone who has only dabbled here and there to succeed. The deeper you delve into something, the broader your perspective becomes. In the case of Mr. Kim from Hampiong Industry HR team, he never switched departments, but he ended up doing everything from accounting to general affairs. Cynical, sharp-witted intellectuals were a common character type in dramas. If Mr. Gujahan mastered this role, people would start saying, Gujahan is perfect for this kind of role. And from there, it'd be easier to branch out into variations, especially villains. The kind that were just as important and charismatic as the leads. If Mr. Gujahan improved his acting skills just a little more, by the time people started talking about the repetition he was worried about, he'd be able to take on a much wider variety of villain characters. Because in the conservative Korean drama scene, the protagonist must be virtuous, but villains commit various evil deeds. And if that happened, OTT platforms are known for producing bold, unconventional scripts these days. That's true. And protagonists who are not good, who are excessively human to the point of making you feel the uncanny valley, are also trending. A new type of lead role path would open up for Mr. Gujahan. I'm asking you again, seriously, are you really 21, Mr. Yiwol? Yes. Am I perhaps very old-looking? Huh. Mr. Gujahan clutched his forehead. It would be troublesome if an idol started to sag already. I needed to step up my skincare starting today. 251. Chapter 251. Boasting about looks. 1. Is Spark on a break? Do they only come out at the end of the year? I'm sorry, that's confidential. Humph. Mr. Gujahan scoffed. You think it's funny? Looking at the current state of UA, it's a wonder a music leak hasn't happened yet. If a leak happens with Spark, I'm going to sue for damages immediately. I'm not afraid or find it difficult to sue anyone anymore, you see. While I was mentally drafting a plan to crush the yet-to-emerge leaker, Mr. Gujahan asked, Are you always like this during idle activities too? Like what exactly? Stiff, composed, you know. That kind of thing. Not really. I complain a lot because I struggle to keep up with the other members. I get angry sometimes too. You do, Mr. Yiwol? Mr. Gujahan looked surprised. To be honest, the only one I ever really got mad at was Hong Unseep. That son of a b****. Just thinking about it again made me furious. Do you fight with your members? I heard idols fight amongst themselves a lot. We're quite close. Unless there's friction with the agency. Was that why you said things were awkward with your agency? It's not entirely unrelated. But well, Mr. Yiwol must have had a reason to get angry. You trust me quite a lot, don't you? I was surprised. The distance Mr. Gu Jahan perceived between us seemed much narrower than I had anticipated. Of course I do. But that agency of yours must be senseless. Don't they know it's better not to get on Mr. Yiwol's bad side if possible? Do I really come across that unapproachable? It's not that you're unapproachable, but Mr. Yiwol isn't the type to say wrong things. Yet they kept doing foolish things, so you got pissed. No, you lost your temper, right? At least he was perceptive. It was a relief that Mr. Gu Jahan wasn't going to push any of my buttons. As a bonus, I also confirmed that I didn't have an image of crossing the line, so that was a win. Still, we managed to smooth things over. We're rookies, after all, so we have to work hard. What scares me most is that you are a rookie. Don't your group members find you intimidating? The members, huh? One of them planned to stop calling me Hyung next year once we were no longer tied by seniority. Another told me to just sleep at the practice room if I was going to keep dancing like that, and the last one constantly sat me down to lecture me. Not at all. They all have strong personalities. No words could describe how surprised I was when I heard from Lee Chonghyun that Kang Kian threw the barley latte. Once upon a time, all I had to worry about was keeping Choi Jiho's mouth shut. As the members got older, controlling them became difficult. Maybe it would have been better to regress to being the Sparks Magne. And our leader is really scary. Scary. It's no joke. I get scolded constantly. And they all talk like silver-tongued devils. Never lose a single argument. Mr. Gu Jahan's expression became peculiar. He seemed to be imagining something extraordinary, but only for a brief moment. Mr. Gu Jahan let out a small laugh. This isn't coming from me, but when I mentioned I was going to consult you about a role, our CEO asked me to ask you this. Yes. He asked if you have any intention of transitioning to acting when your current contract ends. Excuse me? I'm already dying just doing idle work, and now acting? That agency of theirs, too. What makes them think I can act well enough for them to just casually offer? Something like that? The only roles I can play are a nagging boss and an employee who has given up on everything. Oh, and I can also act as a self-harming insurance scammers now. I was about to refuse without a second thought, but Mr. Gu Jahan beat me to it. But looking at you, I can already tell, it's a no-go. Pardon, I don't think I can persuade you. It's clear you like your current members too much. For the time being, you don't seem interested in anything other than idle work. Who? Me? Those guys? Nonsense. The reason I refused was because I was bad at acting and my life was mortgaged to the system, not because I wanted to be an idol with those guys for 1,000 years. Well, there's no point in asking now anyway. Let's talk again when your contract's up. Idle contracts are usually 7 years, right? I didn't believe in empty promises thrown around in the job market, so I just nodded noncommittally. As the conversation was winding down, Mr. Gu Jahan thanked me and handed me a shopping bag. I politely declined. I've decided not to accept anything more from you, Sunbeam. Come on. I also don't want to be the kind of boomer senior who calls a junior over to their house for advice and sends them back empty-handed. In my head, you're already that kind of boomer senior. Grumbling internally, I opened the shopping bag, and this time there was some kind of code inside. The tag. I took it off. Wear it quickly before it gets colder. Mr. Gu Jahan sipped his coffee. I don't understand. I helped him sincerely. So why is he making things difficult for me? Even worse, on the way back, I received an even heavier shopping bag from Mr. Gu Jahan's manager. Apparently, the CEO was very grateful to me. At their earnest request to accept it, I returned to the dorm with my hands full, only to find out they were a bundle full of high-quality Hanwoo beef. Hyung, this is... Don't forget we're filming a commercial tomorrow. Only eat it if you're sure your face won't get puffy. At my words, Lee Chonghyun immediately put all the Hanwoo into the refrigerator. It had been a tiring outing. To a muggle, an idol's commercial shoot looked simple. Get makeup, take some photos, review the shots, and film a few interview cuts. That was all. But the actual set was different. This place was hell. We'll proceed with Chonghyun's makeup as is. Yes. Oh my. Chonghyun, you're the MVP today. I misspoke. Let me revise that. This place was hell where an angel had descended. And I was Icarus, blinded by the light, flying towards the sun, oblivious to the work that awaited me. Damn it. Honestly, shouldn't Lee Chonghyun not be doing this commercial? That guy's skin was a creation of cosmic energy, genetic blessings, the touch of an aesthetic shop director, consistent care, and years of beauty management. There was no way this could be achieved with just one face pack from Indenia. Indenia would have no excuse if they got slapped with a false advertising label. We were scheduled to shoot one pictorial for a skincare product version and another for a tinted lipstick version. The former wasn't difficult. Spark, having dedicated their lives to their skin for a full 2 years, showcased Silk Road-level skin that was flawless even in close-up shots with high-definition cameras. When they filmed a slow-motion shot of toner falling on Park Ji-woo's face, all that came out was admiration. He wasn't nicknamed Human of Dawn Mountain Fog for nothing. His face radiated coolness and moisture. Perhaps because the kid avoided strong foods, his skin tone was like white porcelain. It was a face that made me vow to fill the dorm refrigerator with white milk, even if it meant having to do 100 trips to the convenience store. I was a bit worried since Mr. Jiho and Mr. Keon look like they do a lot of outdoor sports, but their skin condition is really good. We're not lying. We really use Indenia products a lot. That might be why. Then, Kong Keon opened his pouch and showed a few small-sized lotions. It was a good comment, as it also served as an appeal for the upcoming What's in My Bag content. For any celebrity shooting a commercial, photo editing was almost essential. As humans, minor blemishes and baby hairs were inevitable. Spark was an idol group specialized in minimizing the hassle of such editing. Naturally, that meant less post-production work. Honestly, Spark should have gotten a sunscreen PPL instead of a cosmetics commercial. When the honey-infused oil was sprayed onto Choi Ji-ho's cheek, gasps of admiration erupted from all sides. The sight of the viscous oil dripping onto Spark's standard tan skin must have been quite aesthetic. To me, it just looked like someone reversed a video of sap being tapped from a tree. Jang Song-bin and Lee Chong-hyun also took vibrant, fresh-looking photos. The photos were so moist that if you cut an aloe vera in half and looked at the cross-section, it would seem like Jang Song-bin was flowing from one side and Lee Chong-hyun from the other. And as usual, the problem was me. I was not even tired of it anymore. When did your broken capillaries get this bad? A staff member asked worriedly, looking at the veins that had risen up to my jawline, tinged blue. My lips had been restored from purple to their original color, but it seemed that part hadn't been fixed yet. Another staff member said in a concerned voice, gently stroking my chin. It's because he lost weight. His skin's already translucent, and now he's lost weight on top of that. If we tone it down, only the top of his face will stand out too much, but if we cover it with the usual tone, I don't think it will cover the veins. Everyone focused on me. Such attention was too much for me to bear. While people came and went, debating what to do, someone entered the waiting room. It was the filming director. For a moment, I remembered what the lighting director had said during the In My Office shoot. You gotta look at least somewhat human to look good on camera. What are you? Not even a corpse. System, isn't there some way to lower the synchronization rate? My mental state is fine, but if swear words fly around on set, it will affect the atmosphere later. However, the system was silent. Instead, the director asked, Mr. Yiwol, can I take a look at your face for a moment? Yes, of course. The director gently tilted my chin up. Then, tilting his head slightly side to side, he carefully examined my face from different angles. How about we just go with the current tone? Won't that make his face too bright? We've got that water curtain shoot, right? Let's blend his face into that background. His features will pop. Like in draft number 2? Yeah, looking at it now, I think that will suit him much better. As soon as the director finished speaking, the staff members started rummaging through their makeup boxes. Something was clearly starting, something I didn't know about. What? Where are they going to blend it? I couldn't quite imagine it. It just sounded scary. Yiwol. Yes. Today, Nuno will make you Snow White. A princess, huh? Kim Yiwol, you've come a long way from being a servant at the Hampyeong industry. 252, Chapter 252, boasting about looks, too. The very loud, truly loud, skincare shoot for Snow White Kim Yiwol was a rough ride. I felt delirious from all the praise being showered on me from every direction, like I was a baby being fussed over by tourists taking photos. How about lowering your eyes just a bit? In a decadent way? Like there are water droplets resting on your eyelashes. Yes, just like that. I had no idea what was supposedly just like that. How often in life does a person get told to look decadent? The Sparkler fans seem to use that word all the time, though. The hair needs to look a bit more moist. Is there a spray bottle? Yes, we'll make adjustments. With one instruction from the director, my hair got wet, and so did my shoulders. At this rate, I could shoot a water park commercial right after this moisturizing cream ad. I was that drenched. Oh my, you're dazzling. We'll just slightly change the angle of your head and go with that. It was dazzling because the lights were strong. My clothes were already drying. Icarus fell when his wings melted. Me? I just felt like a drying squid under the sun, slowly shriveling for the past 30 minutes. If they sold me at a rest stop, I'd be a popular snack. When they said let's review the shots, I trudged over to the monitor. But what the heck? Oh, Hyung, you came out great. Lee Chong-hyun exclaimed, slapping my back. The me in the photo looked unfamiliar, even to myself. I mean, it really looked like a pictorial you'd see in a magazine. Usually, I was the kind of guy you'd crop out of a group photo shoot. Seeing this solo cut like this felt strange. In Mr. Yiwol's case, we're going to add some effects. Remember earlier when I said we'd blur the background a bit in Mr. Songbin's shot? Why yes. For Mr. Yiwol, I'm thinking of making it look like the person is blending with the water curtain. It's hard to explain in words. Anyway, the photo came out great. Ah yes. Thank you. They say even if you take a weird route, everything works out if you meet the right expert. With sincere gratitude, I bowed deeply to the director. After that, the set became even busier. The time had come for all of Spark to show off their beauty like peacocks for the color makeup shoot. Park Ji-woo was assigned a lipstick with a lip balm feel that made his complexion look naturally healthy. When I tested it, it was ordinary, but when Park Ji-woo applied it, the color came alive like cherry blossoms in spring. It didn't turn out like this when I applied it. Is it a skill issue? Maybe you didn't control the amount well? Or Yiwol, did you perhaps apply? It has a full lip? This one looks pretty when you apply more pink on the inside with a gradation. The staff member said, creating azaleas around Park Ji-woo's eyes. Once this pictorial was released, Park Ji-woo's nickname would become Park Peach. As I was checking Park Ji-woo's condition with a hawk's eye from the side, a staff member holding the behind-the-scenes camera asked, Mr. Yiwol, have you tried this on? Yiwol Hyung has tried on all the products. Lee Chong-hyun, who appeared out of nowhere, answered instead. All of them. I just thought, in case fans ask for recommendations, I should know what to suggest. What was your pick, Mr. Yiwol? Heart Moisturizing Moisture Cream Set, and Warm Winter, your burgundy. I'd thought this since my old days of searching online, but cosmetic names were really difficult. If it were me, I would have uncreatively just taken the color code and named it something like Red, a 51212. That way, customers wouldn't even need to test the color. It'd be that straightforward. This was probably why I was not cut out for creative jobs. Jang Songbin applied a velvet-textured lipstick with a fairly deep burgundy color. His lips were bold, his eye makeup was glamorous, and with the jewel background overlapping, I worried his face might get lost in it all. It was a groundless fear. They captured the shooting angle perfectly. I realized, for the first time in a while,